Early June, 1973. Gu family residence, military district compound, Shanghai. Nian Nian, even though you haven't grown up with us, you're still our real daughter. We will never treat you unfairly. Besides, this marriage was arranged long ago by your father, and it cannot be cancelled. Although the third son of the Fu family has a leg injury, he used to hold a good position in the army and received a decent monthly allowance. Now that he's been hurt in service, the army has given him a large compensation, and he'll continue to receive a disability pension. You won't have to worry about food or clothing. His mother also promised me that you won't have to do any heavy work. Your two sisters-in-law will help with chores. You just need to keep him company and take care of his mood. Xingji looked at her daughter, lying on the bed, speaking gently but firmly. Gunyan slowly opened her eyes and saw a woman and a girl dressed in old-fashioned clothes. The woman wore a dark blue Lenin-style outfit, calm and graceful. The girl beside her wore a floral dress, looking delicate and pretty. Gunyan looked around in confusion. The room was dim and cramped. The walls were damp and peeling. The wooden bed beneath her was hard and uncomfortable, and aside from an old dresser and a wobbly chair, there was almost nothing else. It didn't look like a proper bedroom, more like a storage room that had been cleaned up in a hurry. She lowered her head and looked at her rough, calloused hands and the patched coarse clothes she was wearing. This clearly wasn't her body. Suddenly, a flood of unfamiliar memories rushed into her mind. She had traveled through time, or more precisely, into a book. She, a top doctor from the 22nd century, had just finished 10 surgeries in a row. While taking a short break, she started reading a novel called Awakening Plot. The fake daughter becomes the disabled officer's beloved. The next moment, she found herself inside the story. Her assistant had recommended the book, saying that one of the characters shared her name and jokingly warned her to read carefully in case she fell into the story. What bad luck. In the story, the character Gu Nian was the real daughter of Colonel Gu Yunqi from the Shanghai military district. At birth, she was accidentally switched with the female lead. The female lead grew up in the wealthy Gu family, while the original girl lived a hard life, working like a servant for her adoptive parents for more than 10 years. After finally reaching the age of 19, her adoptive parents tried to squeeze the last bit of value from her. They accepted a large bride price and arranged for her to marry an old widower who was old enough to be her father. Fortunately, 3 days before the wedding, Gu Yunqi, who was in Jin City for a meeting, happened to see her. When he noticed that she looked very similar to his wife and remembered that his wife had given birth in Jin City years ago, he began to investigate. Soon, he confirmed that the babies had been switched at birth and brought the original girl back home. At that time, the Fu family asked the Gu family to fulfill the marriage agreement between their children. The Fu family's third son, Fu Jingchen, had been injured and lost his ability to walk, so the marriage was arranged with the original girl instead. The original girl was timid and didn't want to upset her real parents. After being sad for 2 days, she agreed. However, the female lead, Gu Zijuan, still refused to let her go. First, she wanted to keep her position as the Gu family's beloved daughter forever. Second, after seeing Fu Jingchen's photo, tall, handsome, and once a soldier, she fell for him at first sight. In her mind, even if he was injured, someone like him should never belong to the plain and timid original girl. On the way to Binzhou, Gu Zijuan secretly set a trap. She hired some people to trick the original girl who had never seen much of the world. Thinking she was finally being rescued from her miserable life, the girl followed them, only to be sold to a remote place. She tried to escape but was badly hurt and lost her life. Until her last moment, she still believed her real parents would come to save her. She didn't know that Gu Zijuan had forged a letter in her name, claiming she wanted to cut ties with them. Her parents, furious and heartbroken, shouted, "She's not the child we raised. She doesn't understand our good intentions or care about the family. If she runs away, she should never come back." Reading this part, Gu Nian was so angry that she cursed out loud. How could someone like that be the heroine? What kind of twisted author would write such a story? Her assistant said she was overreacting, claiming that selfish and calculating characters were popular now, and that women had to be ruthless to keep their place. Gu Nian scoffed, wrote a 1,000-word negative review, and just as she submitted it, everything went black. She had entered the story herself, becoming the supporting character, Gu Nian. Realizing that she had become the unlucky original owner, Gu Nian suddenly sat up in bed, her sharp eyes fixed on the girl in front of her wearing a dress, Gu Zijuan. Two neat braids rested on the girl's chest. She looked gentle, obedient, and beautiful. Who would have thought that behind such an innocent appearance hid something so unpleasant? This must be what people call a perfect white lotus. With a soft and pitiful tone, the white lotus said, "Sister, please don't look at Mom so angrily. It's my fault. I've taken your place for so many years. If you don't want to marry Brother Fu, then let me marry him instead. Please don't upset Mom and Dad over this." As soon as she said that, Gu Zihao, who had been standing outside the door, rushed in. "June, what do you have to apologize for? You were just a baby back then. How could anyone blame you for what happened? And what's wrong with marrying the third son of the Fu family? He has a pension that's more than enough to support her. That's a much better life than what she had before. Mom and Dad are doing this for her own good. Why is she being so dramatic?" Gu Zihao was the original owner's second brother, only a year older than Gu Zijuan. The two had grown up together and were very close, especially since Gu Zijuan was good at pleasing others. Now, with another sister suddenly appearing, one who seemed plain and quiet, Gu Zihao's eyes were full of resistance. No one could ever replace June in his heart. He Xingji glanced at Gu Zihao indifferently, then gently held Gu Nian's hand. "Nian, it was your father and mother's mistake that you had to live a hard life in the countryside for so many years. We feel very sorry about that. Mom knows you're upset, and it's okay to be angry. But your marriage to the third son of the Fu family was arranged long ago by your father and their commander. It can't be changed. Please try to understand your parents' situation." Although Gu Zijuan was unhappy about being glared at earlier, she still followed He Xingji's lead and held Gu Nian's other hand. Her eyes turned red as she spoke softly, "Sister, if you're angry, take it out on me. Don't make things hard for Mom and Dad. If I were their real daughter, I would marry Brother Fu without hesitation. Wasn't it you who was supposed to meet the third son of the Fu family in the first place? Now that you've switched me in at the last minute, does the Fu family even know about it?" He Xingji and the other two were stunned. The quiet one, who rarely spoke, suddenly sounded so clear and confident. Gu Nian thought, a loud sound in the sky, and here I come, shining bright. Surprised or not, she firmly pulled her hand away from Gu Zijuan's grasp, subtly separating herself from He Xingji as well. She didn't recognize that confused woman as her mother. Although she had many ways to avoid marrying the disabled third son of the Fu family and could stay in the Gu family, she had no interest in competing with Gu Zijuan for attention. Just now, she had only glared at Gu Zijuan once, yet her spoiled brother and confused mother immediately defended Gu Zijuan. It was clear that if she stayed, she would have to fight endlessly with her. What for? She didn't care for the Gu family's shallow affection, but she did care about money. Fine wine may warm the face, but wealth truly moves the heart. Fake kindness was nothing compared to real silver and gold. Wherever one lived, one needed resources to stand tall. Since the Gu family needed something from her, she would treat them as a stepping stone to build her own foundation. Fighting physically would only bring her short-term satisfaction and no real benefit, so she chose to fight with words instead. Besides, her body was too weak. If she fought, she would only end up hurt. She had no interest in suffering for nothing. She blinked her innocent eyes, tears welling up instantly, and looked pitifully at He Xingji, who couldn't act sweet and innocent when needed. She would play the game better than anyone else. Looking at her daughter, who looked so much like herself, He Xingji's heart softened. She quickly held Gu Nian's hand again and explained, "Nian Nian, it's true that the one originally meant to meet the third son of the Fu family was Zijuan, but you are our real daughter. Your father spoke with his superior about this, and it was the superior who specifically asked for you. You know how it is, when someone outranks you, it's hard to refuse. As long as they could convince the superior, the Fu family's parents, simple farmers from the countryside, were of little concern. Although Gu Nian was her biological daughter, Zijun had been raised by her for 19 years. To her, there was little difference between them. She loved both daughters equally. But Zijun, who had grown up pampered, could never endure hardship the way Gu Nian, raised in the countryside, could. So, after weighing both sides, the only choice left was to let Gu Nian marry that disabled man, Fu Jingchen, from the countryside. Gu Nian laughed. I didn't know people could be forced to do something they don't want. Isn't the army supposed to be the most reasonable place? The ones in love aren't me and him. I'll call that Fu family officer myself and ask, this is a new society now who still believes in arranged marriages. Her voice was weak, but every word was firm. Xingji's heart tightened, and she was at a loss for words. Seeing the guilt in Xingji's eyes, Gu Zijun's heart trembled. She quickly took her mother's hand as if to comfort her and said in a choked voice, Mom, it's my fault. Since sister doesn't believe us, why don't we ask Dad to call Officer Fu again and let me take her place? For you and Dad, I'm willing. Before she could finish, Gu Zihao's impatient voice cut in. Nonsense. How can we bother the officer again over such a small matter? Do you want to embarrass your father, a regiment commander? Mom, Zijun, stop wasting time with her. She's part of the Gu family. She should do what's best for our family's honor. Besides, marrying the Fu family's third son is a blessing compared to her old life. If she refuses, we can just send her back to the Nan family to marry that old widower again. What a loving brother, Gu Nian thought with disdain, though a single tear fell perfectly down her cheek, as if she had suffered deeply. So, my marriage is just a small matter to you, not even as important as Dad's reputation. You never really wanted me back. You just needed me to marry that disabled man in Zijun's place. I was so happy, thinking I'd finally have parents who cared about me. Acting? She could do that too. Xingji quickly explained, Nian, it's not like that. You're our real daughter.
How could we not care about you?
Don't listen to your brother's nonsense. She turned and scolded Gu Zihao in a low voice. Zihao, respect your father, but don't speak so rudely. Apologize to Nian right now. Gu Zihao sneered. Mom, what did I say wrong? Didn't we bring her back just so she could marry the Fu family's third son? Otherwise, what was the point? Xingji was so angry she stood up to hit him, but Gu Zihao snorted and turned to go downstairs. Second brother, where are you going? When she went downstairs, she saw Gu Zichen coming home from school. She greeted him, but he ignored her. Gu Zichen immediately understood what was going on. He threw down his school bag and angrily ran upstairs to confront Gu Nian. He rushed at her, hitting her and shouting, You're such a bad sister. Why did you have to come here? You look so plain and boring. You should be the one marrying that man, not me. You made my second brother upset. I hate you. Get out of my house. Gu Nian was speechless. Was he asking for trouble? Even though she was weak now, she would never just stand there and let someone hit her. She grabbed Gu Zichen's chubby arm and threw him aside. Gu Zijun quickly caught him and shouted, Sister, what are you doing? He's just a child. Gu Zijun looked shocked and raised his voice on purpose. As expected, Xingji immediately said, Nian, you've gone too far.
He's just a child.
Don't you understand that? TSK. There it was, the kind mother act showing itself again. Gu Nian rolled her eyes inwardly. Gu Zihao and Gu Zichen could bully her as much as they wanted, but she wasn't even allowed to fight back or defend herself. Ever since she came to the Gu family yesterday, those two brothers had been picking on her and mocking her, while Xingji always brushed it off lightly. Her favoritism was beyond belief. But Gu Nian didn't really care. Once she got what she came for, she would leave the Gu family and never see them again. I thought coming to my real parents' home would mean no more scolding or hitting, she said quietly. But it's just like at the Nan family. No matter who's right or wrong, I'm always the one who gets blamed. Xingji was at a loss for words. Nian Nian, that's not what I meant. Just then, a clear voice came from outside the door. Where's my sister? Gu Nian. A tall man in a military uniform stepped into the room. Gu Nian looked up. His face was serious and tanned, just like the soldier she had seen at the parade in her past life. She guessed he must be Gu Ziyan, the eldest son of the Gu family. The Gu family had 4 children. The eldest, Gu Ziyan, was a soldier, 22 years old, already a company commander. The second, Gu Zihao, was 20. The family had wanted him to join the army too, but he couldn't handle the hardship. After just a few days, he quit and used family connections to get an easy job as a driver. The third child is the original main character. She was switched at birth and is now known as Gu Zijuan, a nurse at the military hospital. The fourth child, Gu Jingchen, is 8 years old and in primary school. He has a quick temper like his second brother and acts spoiled. Father Gu is of average ability. He took shortcuts in his career and finally became a regiment leader in middle age. Now, with little potential left, he wants to build connections with his superior. Just as he was worrying about a marriage arrangement with the superior's family, the real daughter was found. He was happy to reunite with his biological daughter, but more importantly, this allowed the adopted daughter he had raised for 19 years to step aside. When Gu Ziyan walked toward Gu Nian, Gu Zijuan's heart trembled. Big brother, you came back just in time. Sister just pushed Chen. Gu Ziyan didn't take it seriously. Chen must have started it first. He came up to Gu Nian and looked at her carefully, his eyes full of kindness. Nian Nian? I'm your eldest brother, Gu Ziyan. This is a small gift I bought for you. I'm not sure if you'll like it. He handed her a floral dress and a jar of face cream. Xingji looked a bit awkward but quickly smoothed things over. Nian Nian, try on the dress first. We'll eat after that. Seeing this, Gu Zijuan quickly let go of Gu Zichen and helped Xingji out of the room. She turned back to glance at Gu Nian, feeling that she looked completely different from yesterday, though she couldn't tell why. But it didn't matter. There was no way Gu Nian could escape her control. Gu Nian's arranged marriage to the disabled third son of the Fu family was already decided. No one in the family dared to go against Father Gu's decision. Once Gu Nian left by train, Gu Zijuan planned to hire some troublemaker to trick her into going to a poor, remote place, so she would never come back. Gu Nian was so naive and dull that she would easily fall for it. Whether it was her parents' affection or the first man she ever liked, Gu Nian would never have them. Gu Zijuan was the only true daughter of the Gu family. Thinking of this, she smiled sweetly. Mom, sister has suffered for so many years. I want to cook a big meal for her myself. Xingji gently patted her head. Jun, you really are my thoughtful little girl. After all, she was the daughter raised by her side for 19 years, always caring and considerate. In her heart, Gu Nian felt disgusted. Thoughtful little girl?
Ugh.
I hope you two stay together forever. She didn't waste much time. She didn't wear the floral dress that Gu Ziyan bought for her. It was obvious he had chosen it based on Gu Zijuan's size. Maybe it was because of her natural genes, but even though the original girl hadn't eaten well or dressed warmly in her adoptive parents' home, she still grew to be 1.65 meters tall, half a head taller than Gu Zijuan, who was only 1.56. As for the face cream, Gu Nian applied a lot to her face and hands because her skin was too dry and uncomfortable. But the cream could only help a little. To really improve her rough skin, she would need to make her own whitening cream. Once she settled down, she planned to prepare some. No matter where she was, she wanted to look her best. After applying the cream, she held her stomach and went downstairs. She was simply too hungry. The original girl had been tough, but hurting herself out of sadness was pointless. Gu Nian would never treat herself that way. Time to eat. Although it was said that Gu Zijuan cooked, she only helped carry the dishes. The Gu family had hired a distant relative, Aunt Zhang, to help around the house. She was basically a housekeeper, though people didn't call it that in those days. When Gu Nian came downstairs, Xingji had just hung up the phone. Gu Nian didn't know who had called, but when she heard Xingji say, "We'll leave tomorrow," she guessed right away. Sure enough, she heard Gu Zijuan say, "Sister, Have you decided about marrying Brother Fu? The Fu family called again to ask. I don't mean anything by it, but if they contact the commander, Dad might get criticized again. Gu Nian didn't answer her. Instead, she looked at Gu Yinchi and He Xingji. Is that what you both think too? They didn't speak, but their eyes showed a trace of hope. As expected, Gu Nian wasn't disappointed. She looked heartbroken and said softly, I understand. But can I finish my meal first? After all, one needs strength to negotiate. Once she had eaten her fill, Gu Nian felt better and spoke firmly. I can marry the Fu family's third son in Gu Zijuan's place, but you must prepare 3,000 yuan and the same amount in ration coupons as my dowry. Also, the jade pendant around Gu Zijuan's neck was originally meant for me. It should be returned to its rightful owner. The former was what she relied on to survive in this era, while the latter was because she didn't want Gu Zijuan to take advantage of her. After Gu Zijuan awakened to the story, she also unlocked her special ability. The jade pendant on her neck was the key. Gu Nian might not gain much from it, but she definitely wouldn't let Gu Zijuan benefit. Compared to the first reason, Gu Nian cared more about the second, though it was clear that everyone else in the room was shocked by the first. Gu Zihao was the first to stand up and shout, so the quiet ones are the ones who bite. Gu Nian, aren't you afraid of biting your own tongue with such greedy demands? Gu Zichen followed right after. Bad sister. Bad woman. You're mean and selfish. You took all our money and coupons. How am I supposed to buy my favorite candies and meat dishes now? The more he spoke, the more upset he became. He was about to rush over and hit Gu Nian when Gu Zian scolded him. This has nothing to do with you. Go back to your room and do your homework. At home, Gu Zichen was usually a little troublemaker, but he feared his father and eldest brother the most. He glared fiercely at Gu Nian, then stomped back to his room in anger. Gu Zihao frowned. Big brother, why are you scolding Zichen? It's this woman who's being greedy. How could she ask for so much money? She's not really one of us. She doesn't care about the Gu family at all. He disliked this half-sister even more now. She was cunning and cold-hearted. Gu Zijuan couldn't hold back anymore. That large sum of money was supposed to be her dowry. Sister, the army already gave Brother Fu a generous compensation, and he'll receive a monthly disability allowance. He's living in the countryside now, growing his own food. You won't even have much to spend money on there. Taking all that money with you won't help. It'll only make things harder and might even attract trouble. Besides, our family already has many expenses. We need to support Zichen's schooling, and both our older brothers are at the age to get married. If you take all the money, how will we manage? If it really doesn't work, I can ask the hospital to pay you a year's salary in advance. Would that be okay? Seeing that Gu Zihao was about to speak again, Gu Nian didn't give him the chance. She responded sharply. The army gave compensation to the Fu family because he's permanently disabled. His medical care and medicine will cost a fortune. How could that little money ever be enough? And as for the monthly allowance, 10 yuan?
8.
What can that even cover? She didn't wait for the other person to respond and took another step forward. Yes, people in the countryside grow their own food, but they still have to work to earn work points. He can't move because of his condition, and if I go take care of him, who will go to the fields to earn those points? Then neither of us will have any, and where will our food come from? We'll have to spend money to buy extra grain, salt, and cloth. Have you thought about all that? Her eyes turned to Gu Zijuan, filled with open mockery. And you stop pretending to be kind. You've been living the life that should have been mine. For 19 years, you've grown up in comfort in our family, while I took your place in the Nan family, living a hard life and being treated badly. And now, I even have to marry the disabled third son of the Fu family in your place. If you're really that kind, then you marry him. If you agree to it, I'll gladly give you not just 1 year's salary in advance, but 10, 20, even a lifetime's worth. Would you do it? Seeing Gu Zijuan's pale face, Gu Nian gave a cold laugh. Only when the pain hits your own body do you truly understand it. Then she turned her gaze to Gu Yinchi and He Xingji. Dad, Mom, be honest. Am I asking for too much in dowry? Dad, you're a regiment leader. Mom, You work in the art troupe. My eldest brother is a company commander. My second brother is a driver, and Zijuan is a nurse in the military district. Every one of you has a job, and your yearly income is far more than this. How could my small request for a dowry make things so difficult for you, or affect your daily life? And what's Zijuan's problem? I'm already marrying the Fu family's third son for her. It's fine if she doesn't feel grateful, but why does she keep trying to stir up trouble between us? Is she afraid I'll take her place in your hearts? Gu Zijuan's face turned even paler, and she quickly said, I didn't. What do you mean then? Gu Yunqi interrupted them, making the final decision, though he reduced the amount by 1,000. In this family, his word was law. 2,000 yuan was his bottom line. Gu Nian had expected this. She had asked for 3,000, knowing they wouldn't agree, leaving room for negotiation. Now that the money was settled, she reached out her hand toward Gu Zijuan. Mom and Dad got this back for me. Please return what belongs to me. When Gu Zijuan hesitated, Gu Yunqi spoke again in a firm voice. Zijuan, give the jade pendant back to Nian. If it weren't for his eldest son, Gu Zian, being a talented young man who had already become a company commander, Gu Yunqi wouldn't have agreed to let his daughter marry a man who was paralyzed. He only hoped that Commander Fu Jingchen could help his son's career. Parents always plan far ahead for their children. Since he had already made up his mind, he decided to go all the way with it. Besides, there was that old matter, the poor-quality jade pendant given by a wandering monk years ago. Back then, when He Xingji was pregnant with Gu Nian, a traveling monk stopped by their house asking for water. After glancing at her belly, he shook his head. The monk said that the baby carried a weak and shadowed fate and might not survive. To protect the child, she needed to wear an old piece of jade that had been stained with blood, to balance the energies and keep the child safe. If the child could survive the hardship, there might be great fortune waiting in the future. Although Gu Yunqi and He Xingji didn't believe in such superstitions, they couldn't take chances with their unborn child. So they bought the blood jade from the monk for 10 yuan. The jade was of poor quality, with the words "May all wishes come true" carved on it, clearly something made to fool people. They had almost forgotten about it until one day, when little Gu Zijuan nearly fell into a well. After that, they made her wear the jade. Gu Zijuan never liked the pendant. It looked cheap and meaningless, but since her mother insisted, she kept it on. Yet, when Gu Nian later asked for it, she suddenly couldn't bear to part with it. When she saw Gu Nian take it, a strange longing rose in her heart, and she tried to snatch it back. But Gu Nian was faster and quickly slipped the jade into her pocket. Seeing that the matter was settled, Gu Zian patted Gu Zijuan on the shoulder. I'm glad you understand, Junjun. I'll find you a better jade pendant another day. Then he turned to Gu Nian and patted her shoulder too. Nian, I'll take you to Binzhou tomorrow. Gu Nian smiled and agreed, then hurried back to her room. She wanted to test the jade. If it worked, she would use it. If not, she would crush it into powder. Either way, she would never let Gu Zijuan have it again. With that thought, her eyes hardened. She took a sewing needle and pricked her left ring finger. A drop of bright red blood appeared. She let it fall onto the jade. Fortunately, the pendant was only the size of a thumb. Otherwise, with her current weak health, she might have fainted. Gu Nian hadn't held out much hope, but in the blink of an eye, the medical hall from her past life appeared right before her eyes. Looking down, she saw that the blood jade in her hand had vanished. It had merged with the small mark on her left ring finger, leaving behind a red imprint shaped like the jade, now about the size of a bean. Had the blood jade accepted her as its owner? She remembered that in the book, Gu Zijuan had also accidentally bonded with the blood jade through a drop of blood. However, Gu Zijuan's special gift was a magical castle, while hers turned out to be her old family medical hall. No wonder the jade had the words "May all wishes come true" carved on it. It meant that the jade created a space based on its owner's deepest desire, along with a spring of spiritual water. With a thought, Gu Nian found herself standing inside the hall. Everything looked the same as before, except that the dry fountain in the courtyard was now flowing with clear water. It must be the spiritual spring. She cupped some water in her hands and took a sip. It tasted sweet, and a wave of energy spread through her body, leaving her refreshed and full of strength. Looking at her hands, she saw that the rough skin had become smooth and fair, her nails now a healthy pink. Gu Nian was overjoyed. The spring water truly had the power to cleanse and renew the body. She gently patted some water on her face, careful not to use too much. The change was subtle but noticeable. She would take it step by step. Even without the spring water, her medical skills could easily produce a cream to make her skin soft and fair. But now, with this water, everything would be even better. With this new space, she felt more confident than ever. Her thoughts began to stir, and a playful smile appeared on her face. Thinking of her next plan, Gu Nian quickly tidied herself up and went out. She approached Gu Zian with a sweet smile. "Big brother, do you have some time? Could you come with me to buy a few things I'll need for the countryside?" When Gu Zian nodded, she turned to Gu Zijuan and raised an eyebrow.
Oh, right.
"Didn't you say you'd give me your year's salary? I'd feel bad taking it all, so just give me the money and coupons you have on you." As soon as she finished speaking, she naturally reached toward Gu Zijuan's pocket. Gu Zijuan's expression changed at once, and she quickly covered her pocket. Her salary had just been paid. She hadn't even had time to enjoy it yet. Gu Zijuan was a nurse at the military hospital, earning a monthly allowance of 30 yuan. Everyone in the Gu family, except for Gu Zichen, who was still in school, had a job. Though they weren't rich, they lived comfortably. As the only daughter, Gu Zijuan had always been the family's favorite. Her mother, He Xingji, not only didn't ask her to hand over her salary but even gave her extra money each month. Gu Zijuan lived a very comfortable life. Seeing Gu Zijuan's panicked expression, Gu Nian found it amusing, but she put on a sorrowful face and said softly, "Mom." Her pitiful look seemed to say, "Mom, I married a disabled man in place of your precious Zijuan, yet she's so stingy, she won't even give me a little money." Feeling sorry for her, He Xingji quickly said, "Zijuan, give everything to Nian." Gu Nian smiled sweetly. "Mom, you're the best." After taking all the money and ration tickets from Gu Zijuan, she did the same to He Xingji, putting everything into her own pocket. Only then did she leave the Gu house with Gu Zian. Watching her walk away made Gu Zijuan furious. "Mom, how could sister even search your pockets?" she complained, implying that Gu Nian had no manners. He Xingji sighed helplessly but was relieved the matter was settled. She comforted Gu Zijuan. "Nian grew up in the countryside. Don't expect too much from her." "Don't worry, I'll make up for the money she took from you later." Gu Zijuan replied sweetly, "Thank you, Mom." But behind her gentle eyes flashed a trace of cold determination. If Gu Nian wanted that much money, she'd better be able to keep it. Gu Nian went with Gu Zian to the supply store to buy some daily necessities. Her secret space was both her inherited clinic and her home. She usually lived in the courtyard behind the clinic, where everything she needed was already prepared. From reading novels, she knew that the items in such spaces could automatically restore themselves. To test it, she secretly broke off a piece of chocolate earlier. After a while, she checked again, and the chocolate had returned to its original state. That meant the items in her space could also restore themselves. Realizing this gave her even more confidence. Still, she needed to buy some supplies openly. The things in her space didn't belong to this time period, so she could only use them in secret. The times were very unstable, and the country was highly alert to spies. She definitely didn't want to be taken away for investigation. So, she needed to buy all the daily necessities common in this era. Seeing her smile, Gu Zian couldn't help but ask, "Nian Nian, what are you smiling about?" While buying milk powder, malted milk, sponge cakes, canned food, and white rabbit candies, Gu Nian replied seriously, "Big brother, I was just thinking that if the Fu family is easy to get along with, these things will be great for building a good relationship." Since she had decided to marry the disabled third son of the Fu family in place of Gu Zijuan, she truly planned to visit the Fu household. In this era, it was hard to go anywhere without an introduction letter. Besides, the countryside was much safer than the city. Gu Zian suddenly felt sorry for his sister. Their parents didn't really have to marry Gu Nian to the disabled Fu Jingchen. But as a son, he couldn't say much. He could only comfort her, saying, "Don't worry, Nian Nian. One of my comrades once served under Commander Fu. He said Fu Jingchen is an honest and upright man." Then he couldn't help but add a few more words. "Since you've decided to marry Commander Fu, you must take good care of him. Even though he's retired and injured now, he's still a soldier who once earned a first-class merit on the battlefield." As a soldier himself, Gu Ziyan felt a special respect for his fellow servicemen. Retired? Gu Nian remembered that in the book, the male lead recovered and returned to the army, eventually reaching the highest position. Could it be that this third son of the Fu family wasn't the same person? She remembered the male lead's surname was Fu, but couldn't recall his full name. She asked casually, "By the way, what's the name of the Fu family's third son?"
Fu Jingchen.
Gu Nian didn't think much of it. She wasn't looking for the male lead anyway. Since Fu Jingchen was a hero who had served his country, he must be a good person. She decided to help him recover, as a way to show respect to a national hero and repay this twist of fate. After that, she bought toothbrushes, toothpaste, soap, shampoo, laundry powder, toilet paper, and enamel mugs. Everything she might need. Gu Ziyan picked out 3 dresses for her, but she exchanged them for pants, shirts, and cloth shoes instead. She told Gu Ziyan that it was better to stay low-key in the countryside. Gu Ziyan thought for a moment and agreed, even paying for her. In the end, they bought enough things to fill 2 large canvas bags before returning to the military compound. After dropping her off, Gu Ziyan didn't go upstairs. "Nian Nian, I still have work at the base. I'll come pick you up tomorrow." Gu Nian smiled sweetly and nodded. It was just as well that he didn't go home with her, perfect timing for her to deal with Gu Zijuan. In the original story, the former Gu Nian had only received 500 yuan from the Gu family, which Gu Zijuan had secretly switched with worthless paper. Now that she had asked for 2,000, there was no way Gu Zijuan would let her off easily. So, she decided to act first. Did they really think she was that kind-hearted? 2,000 yuan was far from enough. After all, the Gu family's hearts were already leaning toward their relatives on her grandmother's side. Before she came, the Gu family had been delaying her arranged marriage with the Fu family. But once she arrived, they couldn't wait even a single day, planning to send her off tomorrow. Why should she be soft-hearted? After dinner, He Xingji brought her a locked box. Gu Nian took it and pretended to stumble, letting the box hit the ground. She made sure the small crack on the box was clearly visible to He Xingji. Gu Zijuan couldn't help but mock her. "I told you carrying so much money, and those tickets would be too much for you." Without even looking up, Gu Nian replied calmly, "If you're jealous, just say so. If you were the one marrying Fu Jingchen, this sweet burden would be yours." Then she ignored Gu Zijuan, opened the box, and carefully checked the contents. Everything was in order. He Xingji held her hand and spoke for a long time, repeating the same excuses about how things were beyond her control. Gu Nian felt tired of the act, so she pretended to yawn and ended the conversation. Late at night, when everything was quiet, Gu Nian suddenly opened her eyes. She wasn't from a martial arts family, but she had learned self-defense from her grandfather since childhood. Handling a few ordinary men wouldn't be a problem. Of course, she wasn't confident against someone like Gu Yinqi, a trained soldier. But she wasn't foolish. If her fighting skills weren't enough, she could rely on her medical knowledge. She put on gloves and soft shoes, lit a stick of homemade incense, and quietly slipped out of the room. By the way, her family's medical hall was far more practical than any so-called dream castle. She burned incense in every bedroom, waited another 15 minutes, and then carefully entered Gu Zijuan's room. As expected, she found a locked box under Gu Zijuan's bed, exactly like the one He Xingji had given her. However, the box from He Xingji had a crack she had made on purpose that afternoon, while Gu Zijuan's box was still intact. So, Gu Zijuan had planned to switch her money and tickets this way. But she had already exchanged the 2 boxes in advance. She searched Gu Zijuan's pockets, not expecting to find anything, but surprisingly discovered 30 yuan. She sneered quietly. He Xingji really cared about Gu Zijuan. She had already replaced the money for her. What a close mother and daughter. After checking Gu Zijun's pockets, she searched the wardrobe. At the bottom, she found a metal box. Gu Zijun was indeed well off. Inside were 600 yuan, some tickets, and a small gold ring. She took them all. Then she slipped into Gu Yinchi and He Xingji's room. The incense worked well. Both of them were sound asleep. He Xingji was good at hiding money. Gu Nian searched for half an hour before finding a metal box hidden deep in the bed frame. It took effort to pull it out. She knew she had found the right place. Sure enough, when she opened it, there was a large amount of money and tickets inside. She counted roughly 3,000 yuan, a thick stack of tickets, a gold bracelet, a gold necklace, a gold ring, and 2 gold earrings. These were considered old-fashioned now, but they could be sold later. Gu Nian stored everything away. As for the bank book inside, she left it. It was useless to her, and He Xingji would need it to make up her dowry again. After all, her money had been stolen. She then went to Gu Zihao and Gu Zichen's rooms, not even sparing Gu Zichen's pocket money. In short, tonight was all about one thing: collecting.
Collect. 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 Ah!
The next morning, Gu Zijun screamed when she checked her pocket, then stormed into Gu Nian's room. Sister, you already got 2,000 yuan as your dowry from the family. You've taken the money from my pocket and Mom's too. How can you still not be satisfied? How could you steal from me again? Do you know that stealing is a shameful act? I can call the police to arrest you. Her sharp cry brought the whole Gu family running. Gu Zihao walked in front, as usual standing up for Gu Zijun. Junjun, what did this woman do to you again? Gu Zijun looked at He Xingji behind him, her eyes full of grievance. Mom, the 30 yuan you gave me yesterday was stolen by my sister again. She's gone too far. He Xingji looked at Gu Nian in shock, disappointment in her eyes. Nian, why did you take Junjun's money again? Give it back to her right now. Gu Nian sneered coldly in her heart.
See?
This was the mother who always said she felt guilty toward her. Whenever something happened, she never asked for the truth. She just blamed her right away. Behind her, Gu Yinchi and Gu Zichen wore the same expression. Her eyes turned red, her face full of hurt. Mom, is that really what you think of me? I didn't take it. Whoever makes the claim should show the proof. Do you have any evidence that I took the money? You're still pretending. Gu Zijun was truly angry now, furious that Gu Nian dared to act innocent. You did it right in front of us yesterday. If you're so brave, let us check your bag. Gu Nian deliberately showed a look of humiliation mixed with anger, holding her 2 canvas bags close. Why should you search my things? I didn't take anything. If you won't let us check, it means you're hiding something. Gu Zijun refused to back down, already convinced that Gu Nian was the thief. The rest of the Gu family agreed. Nian, if you're innocent, what are you afraid of? Gu Zichen stepped forward and grabbed her bag. With his help, Gu Zijun quickly joined in. Gu Nian struggled a few times, looking unwilling, but in the end, she was outnumbered, and the 2 of them snatched her canvas bag away. Gu Zijun hurriedly dumped everything onto the floor. Toothpaste, shampoo, tissues. But after searching through everything, she found no money. She even checked Gu Nian's pockets, still nothing. Finally, her gaze landed on a locked box by the bed. It must be in there. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Gu Nian's hands trembled as she opened the box. Suddenly, she let out a terrified scream.
Ah!
My dowry! My jade pendant! Inside the box, the 2,000 yuan of dowry money had turned into a pile of useless paper. The Gu family was stunned. Gu Yunchi was the first to react. Oh no! We must have been robbed. He and He Xingji hurried back to their room to check. Gu Zijun's face also changed. She ignored Gu Nian and rushed out of the house. Right after her came Gu Zihao and Gu Zichen. Soon, frightened screams echoed through the small building. Gu Zichen's voice was the loudest. Who on earth stole my New Year's money? How am I supposed to buy my favorite candies, cookies, and cakes now? The noise quickly drew the attention of the neighbors. A theft in the military compound was a serious matter, and the security office arrived soon after. Wang Chunhua from next door poked her head in, looking around suspiciously. What's all the shouting about? The house looks neat and tidy. It doesn't seem like a robbery to me. It almost looked like someone familiar had done it. The security officers thought the same. Who would dare steal from a military compound? Still, they followed procedure, took notes, and questioned everyone one by one. When it was Gu Zijuan's turn, she suddenly glared angrily at Gu Nian. It must be you. Everything was fine before you came. Why did the theft happen right after you arrived? You must be upset that our parents arranged your marriage to the Fu family's third son. She couldn't mention the 600 yuan she had secretly saved, nor the gold ring. Those were things she had to keep hidden. She was furious. If Gu Nian hadn't insisted on that 2,000 yuan dowry, the thief might never have noticed their house. Gu Nian looked deeply upset. You only lost 30 yuan, but I lost 2,000. That was my dowry. You accuse me, but did you find any money on me? And this is a military compound. How could anyone come and go without a pass? Did you give me one? The guards at the gate carry real weapons. Your accusation insults not only me but also the soldiers who protect this place. Suddenly, she let out a startled cry. This isn't my box. The thief not only stole my money, but also switched my box. Seeing that there was finally a clue, the head of the security department, Su Feng, hurried over to ask in person. How did you find out that the box was switched? Gu Nian looked at Xingji. Mom, do you remember I accidentally dropped this box yesterday and it got a crack? But now it's completely fine. Hearing that, Xingji also remembered.
Yes.
The box I gave Nian Nian yesterday really did get a crack when she dropped it. She looked at Su Feng hopefully. Chief Su, please help us find the thief. When Gu Zijuan looked at the box, her heart suddenly trembled. That tiny change in her expression didn't escape Su Feng's sharp eyes. He glanced at his subordinate, who had worked with him for years and understood him instantly. While checking the clues, the subordinate soon found an identical box in Gu Zijuan's room. But this one, just as Gu Nian said, had a crack. Gu Zijuan's face turned pale. I don't know what happened. Gu Nian suddenly raised her voice. So, it was you. You were jealous that Mom and Dad gave me 2,000 yuan as a dowry, so you tried to frame me. But I married Fu Jingchen, who's disabled, for your sake. You not only show no gratitude, but even switched my money box. You're just as scheming as your mother.
It wasn't me.
I hadn't even done it yet. I mean, my money was stolen too. Gu Zijuan stammered, completely flustered. What was going on? She had thought about doing it, but hadn't acted yet. She planned to switch the boxes when she sent Gu Nian off at the train station that morning. Seeing her reaction, everyone understood what had happened. Gu Yunqi's face darkened. After all, she wasn't his real daughter. Always up to these petty tricks. He didn't believe Gu Zijuan was the actual thief, but it was clear she had intended to steal Gu Nian's money. It was just a case of one schemer being outsmarted by another. Su Feng, being a cautious man, worried that the commander might question his department's security, so he decided to put the blame on Gu Zijuan. If this was a family drama staged by the Gu family themselves, it had nothing to do with him. Commander Gu, Comrade Gu Zijuan's behavior is suspicious. According to regulations, we must take her back for investigation. Hearing this, Gu Zijuan became even more flustered. With tears streaming down her face, she looked at Xingji and said sadly, Mom, it really wasn't me. You know me best. Xingji's heart softened instantly. She stepped forward and hugged Gu Zijuan tightly. Mom believes you. It wasn't you, Zijuan. Gu Yunqi sighed. After all, this was the daughter he had cherished and protected for 19 years. Chief Su, it can't be Zijuan. Please check the recent entry and exit records. Su Feng had no choice but to go investigate. Gu Nian sneered inwardly. Go ahead and check. Zijuan had been coming and going from the military compound quite often these past 2 days, all to find someone to trick her. When everyone left, she sat down on the bed and pouted. Dad, Mom, now that I've lost my dowry, I'm not marrying that disabled man, Fu Jingchen. Gu Zihao shouted angrily. You couldn't even protect your own dowry. The tickets are already bought. There's no turning back. Xingji was also upset. Nian Nian, stop making trouble. We've already agreed on this. Tears welled up in Gu Nian's eyes. You both know Zijuan switched my money box, yet you still protect her. I'm your real daughter. Without a dowry, I'm not going. I've had enough of being poor. Life in the countryside is hard, working in the fields every day just to eat and stay warm. And now I'm supposed to marry a man who can't walk and take care of him too? How will I survive? You're pushing me into despair. Gu Yanqi had already made an agreement with Commander Fu Jingchen, and at this point, there was no turning back. He rubbed his aching temples. The family's money was stolen. We can only give you 1,000 yuan now. Nian, please understand. Gu Nian pouted. 2,000 turned into 1,000? That's quite a cut. But since I'm your real daughter, I'll stay on your side. How about this? Since Zijuan stole my money, let her pay me 3 years of her salary in advance. Zijuan didn't want to agree, but before she could speak, Gu Yanqi gave her a sharp glare. Frightened, she quickly changed her words. Nian, the hospital has rules. In special cases, we can only advance 1 year's salary. She wasn't lying. Gu Yanqi and He Xingji both knew that. Gu Nian had no choice but to accept, but she made Zijuan write her an IOU. Without the full 2,000 yuan, she refused to marry Fu Jingchen. She was as stubborn as ever, and the Gu family couldn't do anything about her, so they had to let Gu Zijuan write an IOU for Gu Nian. Whether it would ever be repaid was another matter. Because she had lost money, He Xingji was in a bad mood and didn't go to see Gu Nian off, while Gu Yanqi went to a meeting at the military district. As for Gu Zihao, he definitely wouldn't go either. Gu Nian looked upset on the surface, but inside, she was secretly delighted. Haha, she was rich now. She had 1,360 yuan in cash and an IOU worth 640 yuan. In private, she entered her secret space and counted again. Haha, not counting the small gold pieces, she had a total of 6,000 yuan. That was more than enough for her to live comfortably in the countryside for a few years. The station was crowded as Gu Nian followed Gu Zian onto the green train. In the original story, it was also Gu Zian who took the former Gu Nian to Binzhou. But before they arrived, the original Gu Nian ran away. Gu Zian searched everywhere and even reported it to the police, but found nothing. In the end, he could only return to Shanghai with a letter of separation. With that letter, and Gu Zijuan's added gossip, the original Gu Nian was soon labeled an ungrateful person by the Gu family and completely erased from their lives, as if she had never existed. 2 months later, Gu Zijuan went to take care of the male lead, becoming a bright light in his dark life, his lifelong white moonlight. Together, they supported each other and rose to the top. As for how exactly that happened, Gu Nian had no idea. She had just seen the male lead appear when she suddenly found herself inside the story. All those fancy phrases like a ray of light and white moonlight were things she had only read in the summary. She didn't have time to think about the future yet. She needed to deal with the letter of separation first. Gu Zian had used his connections to buy 2 sleeper tickets. After he settled their luggage, Gu Nian told him about the theft at home. She carefully described how Gu Zijuan had switched the 2 money boxes and then pretended to be the victim. Gu Zian clearly didn't believe her.
Impossible.
Zijuan has always been kind. How could she do something like that? Gu Nian calmly replied, "You can ask father when you get back. But he cares a lot about appearances, so he might not tell you the truth. You'd better ask Chief Su from the security office directly." Gu Zian frowned deeply. He couldn't believe that Zijuan would ever do such a thing. Still, he decided he would go back and ask. After all, the family had lost a large sum of money. Late at night, Gu Nian went to the restroom as planned. In the original story, this was the moment when the main character was tricked and taken away by a troublemaker. Sure enough, when she arrived, a man with neatly parted hair and glasses, looking polite and refined, was about to enter. When he saw her, he immediately stepped aside and said, "Comrade, you go first." He looked like a gentleman, someone who could easily leave a good impression. Gu Nian thanked him and quickly went inside, locking the door behind her. Once inside her secret space, she used the small restroom there and washed up with spring water. She didn't dare stay too long. After her skin had mostly recovered, she hurried out, guessing that the man with glasses had already prepared what to say next. As expected, when she came out, the man adjusted his glasses and smiled in what he thought was a friendly, harmless way. He stepped closer and said, "It's not very safe on trains these days. You're young. Are you in some kind of trouble? You can tell me. I work at the neighborhood office and help people solve problems. Maybe I can give you some advice." His tone was warm and caring, and he leaned forward slightly, trying to seem approachable. "My name is Du Hai. And you are?" Gu Nian suddenly smiled. "Weren't you waiting here for me? How could you not know my name?" Seeing the surprise on his face, Gu Nian suddenly shouted, "Help! This man is bothering me." At that time, such behavior was taken very seriously. The man panicked and tried to run, but before he could, Gu Ziyan rushed over and twisted his arms behind his back. The man broke into a cold sweat, his polite act completely gone. "It's a misunderstanding. I just wanted to ask if she needed help. Let me go. It hurts." "Misunderstanding?" Gu Ziyan's voice was icy, and he tightened his grip. "You were waiting outside the restroom, asking for her name. That's a misunderstanding? My sister said you were bothering her." Soon, the train staff and police officers arrived, and nearby passengers gathered around. At that time, people strongly disapproved of such behavior, and everyone began pointing at the man with glasses. "He looks so proper, but he's doing something like this. He was waiting outside the restroom to block a woman. How shameless. We can't let him go. People like that ruin everything." The man with glasses felt miserable. Wasn't this Gu Nian supposed to be quiet and timid? How did she manage to take control before he even said a word? Suddenly, he thought of something. "It's a misunderstanding. I'm dating your sister. She said she likes me and that her family is forcing her to marry someone she doesn't love. She asked me to take her away." Feeling his arm being gripped tighter and more painfully, he quickly added, "If you don't believe me, look. I have a letter she wrote to you. Once you read it, you'll understand." Hearing this, Gu Ziyan loosened his grip slightly and reached into the man's pocket. There really was a letter. Gu Nian looked down and thought that Gu Zijuan was indeed clever. The handwriting looked almost exactly like hers, even though they had only met for 2 days. No wonder she was the main character in the story. The letter read, "Dad, Mom, you only brought me back to make me marry someone I don't love. Even strangers treat me better than you do. I've suffered for 19 years and don't want to waste my life like this. I'm leaving to find my own happiness. Don't look for me." It was this farewell letter that made their parents call the original Gu Nian ungrateful and selfish. Gu Nian gasped in surprise. "Why do you have my letter?" "No, I never wrote anything like that. You must have copied my handwriting, but I've never even met you before. Tell me who told you to frame me." "No one told me. You wrote it yourself." Feeling Gu Ziyan's grip loosen again, the man with glasses secretly felt relieved. He thought that once he got Gu Nian away, he would take advantage of her beauty for his own gain and then sell her for money. Gu Nian sneered. "Doesn't what you said contradict itself? If I really asked you to take me away, why would I call you a scoundrel?" Then an idea struck her. "Brother, did you notice? Ever since we got on the bus, this guy has been staring at me suspiciously. He must have planned this from the start. He came here for me." Hearing that, Gu Ziyan remembered too. He had once been a scout for a year, and his instincts told him she was right. Gu Nian said again, "I don't know anyone in Shanghai. The only time I went out was when my brother took me to the supply store. And that so-called letter of severance in his pocket looks a bit like my notes, but if you look closely, there are big differences." She pulled Gu Ziyan over to look at her diary. Gu Ziyan temporarily handed the man with glasses to the train police. But as soon as his hand touched the diary, Gu Ziyan felt a sharp sting, like being pricked by a needle, and quickly pulled his hand back. Gu Nian hurriedly said, "Brother, I'm sorry. I rubbed poison ivy on the cover of my diary. I forgot to tell you that you need to open it with a pen. It's not meant for you. It's just that the boys from the Nan family always try to peek at my diary. The barefoot doctor in our village taught me this trick." As she spoke, her eyes suddenly lit up. "Brother, if someone in Shanghai could copy my notes, it must be someone close to me." After what Gu Zijuan did, secretly switching my money box. I can't think of anyone else. If she secretly opened my diary, she must have touched the poison ivy. The poison ivy isn't very harmful, but it causes itching and small red bumps that last for 3 to 5 days. Then her expression softened. Brother, don't worry too much. Since we already have both witness and evidence, as long as we take the time, we'll find out the truth. I can go back with you and confront Gu Zijuan face to face. What do you think? Don't rush, Gu Zian said. Let me guess first. Gu Nian smiled slightly and, based on what she knew about Gu Zijuan, listed her guesses one by one. Gu Zijuan will probably act surprised and say, "Did sister say something to you on the way?" Brother, please don't believe her. How could I ever harm her? I only want her to be happy. She'll probably tear up and say, Brother, we've lived together for 19 years. Do you really think so little of your sister? She might even say, Sister doesn't want to marry Brother Fu. If that's the case, I'll marry him instead. As long as she's happy and our parents stop worrying, I'll do anything. And if that doesn't work, she'll cry loudly and pretend to feel faint to make you give in. Gu Nian knew well that Gu Zian wouldn't let her go back to confront anyone. If it weren't for the rush to marry her to Fu Jingchen, Gu Yunqi wouldn't have willingly offered 1,000 yuan as dowry again. Without an introduction letter, she couldn't return home on her own anyway. Even if the Gu family really found out that Gu Zijuan was behind everything, could she really expect them to stand up for her? She sneered. All she wanted was to plant a thorn in their hearts, something that would quietly bother them. Seeing Gu Zian's troubled face, Gu Nian remained calm. Brother, go back. Take a look at Gu Zijuan's hand, and you'll understand everything. Gu Zian's face turned pale with disbelief. He had watched that girl grow up. She wasn't his real sister, but she was as close as one could be. How could someone so gentle do something so cruel? Maybe. He looked at Gu Nian, but when he saw her calm expression, he didn't finish his sentence. But Gu Nian understood. He probably thought she had framed Gu Zijuan. Gu Zijuan had been the Gu family's beloved child for 19 years. Gu Nian never expected this one incident to destroy her position in the family. To do all this, one must have access to the military compound. Brother, go ask Chief Su to check how many times Gu Zijuan has entered or left in the past 2 days. Yes, Gu Nian had only been there once, and that time she was under his watch the whole way. Looking at his slightly reddened left hand, Gu Zian couldn't say another word. To find out the truth, he made Gu Nian promise several times that she would call him as soon as she arrived in Binzhou. Only then did he and Du Hai get off the train at the next stop. Gu Zian was one of the few honest people in the Gu family. Gu Nian didn't care whether he would take her side, but she was more than happy to make things difficult for Gu Zijuan. After Gu Zian got off, the train moved smoothly through the day. Everything was peaceful until night fell, when a faint rustling sound came from nearby. Gu Nian, already alert, opened her eyes sharply and saw a tall, strong man secretly rummaging through her luggage. He looked like a seasoned thief. When he noticed she was awake, he didn't stop. Instead, he gave her a warning smile, as if to say, I saw your family leave. Keep quiet if you know what's good for you. Gu Nian smiled back, her expression cold and eerie, like a ghostly shadow. The thief's smug look froze instantly, replaced by fear. He instinctively took a step back. Scared already? Gu Nian thought to herself. Coward. Just as she was about to take out her silver needle to stop the thief, a figure moved faster than her, like a leopard hunting its prey, swift and precise. The man jumped down from the upper bunk opposite her, almost soundless. In an instant, he grabbed the thief's wrist, twisted it, and pressed him to the ground with clean, sharp movements. The thief cried out in pain, his arms pinned behind his back. Gu Nian looked up and saw a tall, handsome man with short, neat hair, sharp eyebrows, and bright, steady eyes. The train police soon arrived, thanked them, and took the thief away. Before leaving, one of them gave Gu Nian a long look. He thought to himself that this young woman had quite the luck, first running into kidnappers, then a thief. Gu Nian didn't mind. She smiled and said, Sorry to trouble you again, officer. I guess my luck really isn't great today. The officer gave an awkward smile and left. Gu Nian turned her gaze to the man who had helped her. With a sincere look, she said, "My name is Gu Nian. Thank you for stepping in just now." Up close, he looked even more handsome. Under his short hair was a sharply defined face. His dark eyebrows framed deep eyes, and the slight lift at the corners gave him a touch of confidence and charm. Wow. Gu Nian's eyes lit up. He looked like a main character straight out of a novel. But clearly he wasn't. In the story she knew, the main character was paralyzed at first. If even a side character looked this good, she couldn't wait to see what the real hero looked like. Fu Jingji's eyes lingered on Gu Nian for a moment, thoughtful, but the look quickly faded. Thinking of the mission ahead, he didn't reveal his name. He simply said, "No need to thank me. Be careful when you travel." Then he nodded slightly, pushed himself up with one hand, and climbed back to his upper bunk, turning to face the wall. Gu Nian smiled. With that skill and presence, he was probably a soldier, though not from an ordinary unit unlike Gu Zian. She didn't think much more about it. Checking the watch she had borrowed from He Xingji, she saw it was almost dawn. Time to get off the train. She had planned to say goodbye to the soldier, but seeing that he was still asleep, she quietly got off the train. What she didn't know was that after she left, Fu Jingji suddenly opened his eyes on the upper bunk and narrowed them slightly as he watched her walk away. For some reason, the moment he saw Gu Nian, he felt an unexpected urge to know more about her. Gu Nian, unaware of this, was met by a couple in their 30s as soon as she got off the bus. The man, Fu Jingchen, the eldest son of the Fu family, was about 30 years old. He wasn't tall, about 1.70 meters, and his plain face made him easy to overlook in a crowd. He stepped forward and took Gu Nian's campus bag. "Sister, you must be tired from the trip." His wife, Wu Xiaolan, quickly took another bag from Gu Nian's hand, subtly weighing it as she did. "Sister, you're finally here. The house is all ready, and father and mother have been talking about you for days. Come, I'll take you to meet the third brother. He's been eager to see you. No wonder you're from such an important family in Shanghai, bringing so many things. Don't worry, your big brother, and I will take good care of you." Before Gu Nian could react, the couple practically escorted her away, sitting her between them on the ox cart as if afraid she might run off. Gu Nian couldn't explain it, but she felt uneasy around this couple. When they arrived at the Fu house and she saw the third son, she finally understood why. Inside, a man lay on the bed. His face was thin and pale, his eyes fixed on the ceiling with a look of despair, though his voice still carried a stubborn edge. "Who told you to call the Gu family? I don't agree to this marriage. Your brother and sister-in-law have already gone to pick up the girl. Whether you agree or not doesn't matter now. Your parents are getting old. Do you really expect them to take care of you forever? The Gu family kept their word and sent their daughter here. She doesn't mind your condition, so what more do you want?" Looking at her bedridden son, Mother Fu's eyes showed both exhaustion and impatience. Father Fu said nothing, but the way he tapped his pipe against the table made his feelings clear. He was just as displeased. "I won't marry her." Fu Jingchen gripped the blanket tightly, his face full of despair. Even his own parents saw him as a burden. How could he let an innocent girl suffer because of him? "Your opinion doesn't matter. The girl is already here. Once she enters our village, everyone will know she's your wife." Mother Fu's tone grew sharper, her expression darkening as the musty smell of the room filled the air. "Mother, why is your life so hard? You raised me with so much effort, yet before you could enjoy any peace, you now have to take care of me again. You ungrateful child. Are you trying to wear your mother out completely? You can send me away to live on my own, but I will never agree to this marriage. I'm already like this. Why drag an innocent person into my misery?" Fu Jingchen's hand tightened on the blanket. He had never expected his parents to take care of him. Rather than living like this, barely holding on, it would be better to be sent away and wait for the end. At most, it would only be 7 days. He could endure that. He would never agree to let an innocent person live in despair with him. His mother, furious, slapped him. "What nonsense are you talking about, you ungrateful child? Do you want the whole village to gossip about us? We worked so hard to find you a wife to take care of you, and you still have no conscience. She did want to send her third son away, but she couldn't bear to lose the monthly disability allowance he received. Fu Jingchen closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Please send me away. I'll tell everyone it was my own choice and has nothing to do with you. Just send the girl back safely. When Gu Nian entered the yard, she heard that voice filled with hopeless sorrow. She was a doctor and had seen many stories of joy and pain, yet this still moved her deeply. Standing at the doorway, she saw the figure lying on the bed in the dim corner. Though thin and pale, his features were still striking. His brow and nose were sharply defined, showing traces of the handsome man he once was. Most importantly, he was kind, otherwise he wouldn't have asked his parents to send her away. He had once been a soldier, brave and strong. Before this difficult time came to an end, she had no problem staying with him. She would fulfill this bond and help him heal his legs. I'm not leaving. Her clear voice broke the heavy silence in the room, and everyone froze. Fu Jingchen opened his eyes suddenly and looked toward the sound. A young woman stood in the doorway, her figure slender, her eyes pure like a mountain spring. Do you know what it means to stay? I can't feel anything below my waist. I can't even sit up on my own and must rely on others for everything. The military hospital has done all it can. There may be no hope for recovery. If you insist on staying, spending the night under the same roof with me will make everyone think you're my wife. If you regret it later and want to leave, people will say you abandoned a man in need, and it will be hard for you to find a good match again. The Gu family had changed their mind, and he had seen Gu Zijuan's photo. It made sense. No parent would watch their own daughter walk into trouble. Is someone forcing you? Don't worry about anything else. I'll let you go and make sure no one gives you trouble over this. If the young woman before him was truly being pressured by the Gu family, he would call his superior to resolve it. Hearing Fu Jingchen's words, Gu Nian felt slightly moved. This man's character was indeed just as Gu Zian had described, honorable and kind. A man named Fu, handsome despite his condition, with a good heart. He must be the male lead from the story. Father and Mother Fu were both exasperated when they heard Fu Jingchen speak. The girl was willing to stay, yet he still acted so distant. Mother Fu couldn't hold back. She didn't slap him, but secretly pinched his arm, her face full of frustration. Jingchen, the young lady has agreed to stay. Why are you saying such nonsense? You just can't stand to see your parent happy, can you? She held back her strength, afraid of scaring Gu Nian away on the first day. As long as Gu Nian stayed the night, even if nothing happened, people would still see them as a real couple. Fu Jingchen ignored his mother and kept his eyes fixed on Gu Nian. Gu Nian noticed the sharp calculation in Mother Fu's eyes, but she decided to wait and see. She curved her lips into a gentle smile at the man on the bed. I was forced to come by the Gu family, but staying is my own choice. I'm Gu Nian, another daughter of the Gu family. Rather than fighting endlessly with Gu Zijuan, I'd rather stay here and take care of you. Her voice sounded light, but Fu Jingchen felt a heavy weight in his heart. He didn't know about the Gu family's secrets and only thought Gu Nian, like him, was a child unloved by her family. He used to be full of life, and his years in the army helped him forget his pain. But since returning from the military hospital a month ago, he had seen the worst side of his home and fallen into deep despair. He understood Gu Nian's feelings, but now he couldn't protect anyone. Staying here, he said quietly, is just stepping into another kind of trouble.
Fu Jingchen spoke in a restrained voice.
Third son. Seeing that he was determined to send away the free helper, Mother Fu anxiously pinched him again, this time even harder. Nian Nian, don't listen to his nonsense. He's just not thinking clearly. Don't worry, as long as you stay, I'll treat you like my own daughter. Just then, two cheerful voices came from outside the door. Jingchen, we heard your new wife has arrived, so we came to take a look. At the same time, a middle-aged woman's voice called from behind them. Gooden, Gosheng, after you see Jingchen's wife, don't forget to visit your grandmother. The two brothers, Lu Wen and Lu Wu, whose childhood nicknames were Gooden and Gosheng, immediately frowned. Mom, How many times have we told you not to call us that in public? It's embarrassing. Then the two entered the room one after the other. Since there was a young woman present, they didn't dare to stare. The older brother, Lu Wen, was already married, so he was calmer. The younger one, Lu Wu, blushed after just one glance at Gu Nian. Wow, she was even prettier than the most admired girl in their village. Lu Wu hurried to Fu Jingchen's side and, out of habit, pulled out the chamber pot from under the bed. Brother Chen, do you need to use this? Fu Jingchen's face turned red instantly.
No.
Lu Wen glanced at Gu Nian, then flicked his brother's forehead with a laugh. Can't you see where we are? Lu Wu quickly put the pot back and scratched his head awkwardly. Sister-in-law, please don't mind. Brother Chen can take care of himself. I just acted out of habit. He was simply nervous. He had never met such a beautiful girl before. Gu Nian didn't mind at all. Instead, her eyes sparkled as she looked at Fu Jingchen. The name, his condition, his handsome features, his good character, and the two loyal friends beside him, all matched perfectly. He was definitely the main character from the story. She hadn't planned to find the story's hero, but since she had met him by chance, she wasn't going to let go of this opportunity. After all, in the story, the male lead was the one the heroine, Gu Zijuan, admired deeply. When Gu Zijuan eventually realized that the man she liked had been taken by her, she would be furious. Just thinking about how annoyed the heroine would be made Gu Nian feel delighted. Besides, according to the story, after surviving this hardship, the male lead would rise to a high position. She was determined to become the wife of a future officer. The key point is that the male lead is handsome enough to impress her despite his hardships. In just one glance, Gu Nian felt she was falling in love. She raised an eyebrow and said to Fu Jingchen, "I'm jumping into your fire pit." After saying that, she went to pack her luggage without caring about others. Fu's mother saw this and wanted to ask Gu Nian to cook, but since it was her first day here, she didn't want to scare her away. So she decided to wait until tomorrow. She called the main wife and the second wife to cook. Lu Wen was busy too. He took a basin, skillfully washed water, and came back to help Fu Jingchen clean himself. He smelled the stinky smell in the room, probably because old Fu hadn't taken care of Fu Jingchen. While cleaning Fu Jingchen in front of Gu Nian, Fu Jingchen's face turned red again. Even though he had lost all dignity, he still couldn't get used to being exposed so openly in front of others. He wanted to stop Lu Wen, but he held back. Maybe if Gu Nian saw his weak side, she would lose her interest. Gu Nian, do you see this? This is the life you'll face every day in the future. I can't give you anything, and I might hold you back. How long can you endure days with no hope? Not only is it meaningless, but it will also ruin your reputation. Lu Wen hesitated. He didn't mean to say that, but he couldn't stop halfway through, so he forced himself to continue. Lu Wu, noticing this, took the dirty clothes Fu Jingchen had changed out of and ran back to his own house. Gu Nian didn't speak. She stopped and looked at his eyes, which were dull with pain. Suddenly, she remembered something. She took a big white rabbit candy from her pocket, unwrapped it quickly, and, while Fu Jingchen was still talking, she swiftly put it into his mouth. Fu Jingchen was caught off guard. He wanted to spit it out instinctively, but closed his mouth tightly. Gu Nian tilted her head and asked, "Is it sweet?" Fu Jingchen nodded. How could it not be sweet? After holding back for so long, even the sticky candies he used to dislike now tasted especially sweet. Gu Nian leaned down, looking directly at Fu Jingchen. Her voice was gentle but firm. "See, life isn't all bitter, right? The sweetness of one candy is enough to get through a lot of pain. I want to try with you. I don't care about the shame." Fu Jingchen didn't say anything else. Forget it. If she wants to stay, let her stay for now. He thought Gu Nian would leave once she couldn't bear it anymore. He never thought about living with Gu Nian. Someone like him, barely holding on, didn't deserve to try. Lu Wen was helping to comfort Fu Jingchen nearby. "Jingchen, your wife is kind and beautiful. Just try to get along with her. Please agree. Don't worry, she won't make things hard for you. In the future, Dog Sheng and I will come to help you both often." Seeing Fu Jingchen keep his lips pressed and not speak, Luwen knew he had agreed. He sped up his work, quickly finished wiping Fu Jingchen, and deliberately didn't let him put on a shirt. Instead, he handed the shirt to Gu Nian. "Sister-in-law, I just remembered I need to visit my grandma. You help Jingchen put on his shirt." If Gu Nian wasn't willing to help Fu Jingchen wear a shirt, there was no point in trying. Gu Nian took the shirt, smiling softly. Haha, she's starting to build a relationship with the main character. She is like a bright light for him, his shining star. P.S. Gu Nian is kind and good-hearted, but she's not overly serious. If you can't accept that, please stay away. Gu Nian was about to figure out how to help the main character put on his shirt when she saw him reach out and take the shirt from her hand. "I can do it myself." Although he had no sensation below his waist and couldn't even sit up normally, he could still put on a shirt. It might take a bit more time, but he wasn't short of time now. Seeing him twist like a silkworm cocoon, Gu Nian felt sad. Just as she was about to step in to help, four children entered the room and called out to her together. Third aunt. Fu Jingchen was buttoning his shirt while explaining, "The two on the left are my older brother's children. The taller one is my brother Fu Anxiang, who is 10 years old. The shorter one is my sister, Fu Anil, who is 8. The two on the right are my second brother's children. The taller one is my sister, Fu Anya, who is 8, and the shorter one is my brother, Fu Anshan, who is 4. After introducing them, he spoke seriously to the 4 children. "In the future, if you want to come into the room, you need to knock first." They had never entered his room before because they thought it was dirty. But today they came in, and he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Sure enough, the 4 children all responded, and then gathered around Gu Nian. "Third aunt, our grandma said you're from a big city. Are there lots of delicious foods there?" The 2 girls were shy and a bit timid but also curious and eager to try the smallest one, Fu Anshan. Fu Anshan was covered in dirt, with his hand in his mouth, staring intently at Gu Nian's open canvas bag. Inside, a pack of white rabbit candies was visible, something his third uncle had bought for them before, sweet and tasty. He drooled and pointed at the candies, saying to Gu Nian, "Annie, I want to eat white rabbit candies." Gu Nian was not stingy. She turned around and handed a handful of candies to the 4 children. The children happily thanked Gu Nian for the treats. However, Fu Anxiang kept staring at Gu Nian's bag, reluctant to leave. He also saw some fruit cans. Fu Jingchen calmly told them to leave. Although the third uncle was paralyzed, his influence was still strong. Fu Anxiang didn't dare disobey and could only leave reluctantly, thinking about coming back next time to ask Gu Nian for more. Gu Nian closed the door and asked Fu Jingchen, "Do you want another one?" Fu Jingchen quickly shook his head. No. Seeing Gu Nian eat another white rabbit candy on her own, he reminded her, "Keep your things safe. If you have money and tickets, keep them close." She kept her valuables in her space so she wouldn't lose them, but Gu Nian sensed there was more to his words. Moreover, she felt something strange about the Fu family. Maybe it was better to stay with Dog Egg and Dog Left, the 2 brothers, than with Fu Jingchen. She tentatively asked, "Are there thieves in your family?" Fu Jingchen was silent for a moment and whispered, "Robbers. If you leave now, you still can." Here we go again, like a monk reciting scriptures. Gu Nian made a fighting stance and raised an eyebrow with a smile. "Coincidentally, I've practiced that." Suddenly, she leaned close to Fu Jingchen, staring at him without blinking, and said, "Don't chase me away anymore. Staying with me has many benefits for you. I can help fight off robbers, take care of you, and even help heal your leg." It's true, men's thighs aren't so easy to hold on to. She had to keep doing mental reassurance. Suddenly, she noticed something extremely unfair.
Wow.
Fu Jingchen's eyelashes were actually longer than hers. The sudden closeness made Fu Jingchen's heart skip a beat. He quickly turned his head and cleared his throat. "You'll regret this." He was still a pure-hearted young man. Gu Nian pinched his chin with one hand and whispered softly, "You'll regret it." Just then, outside the door, Fu's mother called, "Nian Nian, dinner is ready." Gu Nian responded with a sound and released her grip on Fu Jingchen's chin. "Wait, I'll bring you some food." Watching her back, Fu Jingchen let out a deep sigh. Gu Nian sat at the dining table. Seeing that no one paid attention to Fu Jingchen's wishes, she looked around and asked proactively, "How does Fu Jingchen eat?" The youngest, Fu and Shan, answered quickly. Third uncle doesn't eat dinner at night. What? Gu Nian was surprised. Does he always skip dinner? Or is it only after he became paralyzed? Fu's mother, seeing that she couldn't stop the conversation with food, looked a bit annoyed. He eats a lot and poops a lot. Who will take care of him when he has accidents at night? Thinking that Gu Nian was visiting for the first time, she softened her tone a little. It's not that we mistreat him, it's just that the third son refuses to eat on his own. Second son, Fu Jingchen, had worked on the farm all day and was very hungry. Seeing everyone slow to start eating, he said impatiently, "Come on, eat quickly." The third son has been lying in bed all day, so he doesn't burn many calories and isn't hungry. Plus, he hasn't even eaten his share. In rural areas, meals are prepared in fixed portions. Adding one more person isn't enough. Gu Nian looked around and saw that no one seemed concerned about Fu Jingchen at all. She stood up, went to the kitchen, and took another bowl. There wasn't much rice left, so she poured most of the cabbage from the plate into the bowl. I don't care what happened before. From now on, no matter how many meals we have, Fu Jingchen will have the same. He's a hero defending the country, and he shouldn't be treated differently. Watching her back, Fu Jingchen was so angry he cursed under his breath. There's barely enough food for everyone, and she's already giving us the cold shoulder on her first day. Old Mrs. Wu, the eldest son's wife, also said, "Mom, the men work hard all day, and they rely on this little bit of oil and food to keep their strength. She took most of it for herself. She really doesn't respect you." She looked at the third son's wife and thought she was stingy. They brought so many things from Shanghai, but didn't even bring a gift to meet the family and only gave the children a few white rabbit candies. Fu's mother glared at her. "Shut up. We'll talk about this tomorrow." She really was giving Gu Nian a lot of face. Gu Nian went into the house and saw Fu Jingchen looking hopeless, staring blankly at the door. When she entered, he immediately looked away. "I won't eat dinner. I'm not hungry." But suddenly, her stomach made an untimely, gurgling sound. Old Master Fu forgot about him at noon. He didn't eat lunch because he was worried he might have a bowel movement. The family often forget about him. He hasn't had a full meal in a long time. Gu Nian felt a sharp pain in her heart. Still being stubborn, she moved the table to the side of the bed, but when she saw the unappetizing cabbage, she turned and left the room again. There was no nutrition at all. Looking at Fu Jingchen, it was clear he hadn't eaten well in a long time. His stomach must be very weak, so he shouldn't eat such hard food. She went to the kitchen and took a thermos. The Fu family members glanced at her, but no one spoke. She was too lazy to talk to them. She finally understood that this family had a very dark heart. When she returned, she noticed Fu Jingchen's originally dull eyes brighten for a moment. Although it was only for a second, she caught it precisely. Yes, how could he not have any hope? Even if he was living in misery and without dignity, he was still a living person. As long as he was human, he would have hope. She took a can of milk powder from her cloth bag, mixed it with warm water from the thermos, and added some spiritual spring water. "Your stomach is very weak now. It's best not to eat too much hard food at once. I made you a cup of milk powder to settle your stomach first." When he tried to shake his head, Gu Nian didn't give him a chance to refuse and directly handed the enamel cup to his cracked lips. "If you want to stand up again, you must first take good care of your health. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. Do you want me to feed you?" I'm not sure if he was hungry for too long, but this cup of milk powder tasted sweeter than ever before. He even felt warm all over, a new kind of comfort, and his stomach pain was suddenly eased. Seeing his relaxed expression, Gu Nian knew that the spiritual spring water was working. She believed in taking things step by step, so she didn't give him too much. She took the bowl from him and said, "I'll wash it and serve you half a bowl of porridge." Fu Jingchen quickly said, "No need, I'm full." A cup of milk powder was just like water, but Gu Nian knew he wasn't really full. He was just worried about bothering her. She leaned down and said sincerely, "Fu Jingchen, since I am here, I won't let you go hungry." When she went out to wash the dishes, her second sister-in-law, Zhao Pinru, noticed the milk powder bowl. She whispered, "Look, third sister-in-law really cares for third brother." She's willing to give him such expensive milk. Her words implied that their parents, at their age, didn't seem to show much respect or care. Zhao Pinru was a two-faced person with many bad intentions, but she spoke in a way that was hard to find fault with. Sure enough, Fu father and Fu mother both looked serious. Second brother Fu Jingchen licked his lips, feeling a bit jealous. Third brother is really lucky. He's paralyzed, and his wife still treats him so well. Since Fu Jingchen had been better than him since they were young, he looked down on him. Now, his wife was prettier and wealthier than his. He heard she was the daughter of a big leader in Shanghai. Oldest brother Fu Jingfeng didn't care much and said casually, even though third brother is paralyzed, his appearance and figure are still there. Third sister-in-law looks young, so it's normal for her to have feelings. Fu mother spat and said, the more you like third brother, the easier it will be to control her in the future. She angrily looked toward the west room. Even if there were good things, she didn't see her daughter respecting her as a mother. Now, she was giving Gu Nian a warning. She called out, Nian Nian, we've finished eating. Later, come out and wash the bowls together. Sorry, I've already laid down, Gu Nian replied casually. She poured half a bowl of porridge for Fu Jingchen and said, let's take it step by step. Tonight, drink this half bowl of porridge and have a little stir-fried cabbage. Fu Jingchen looked at her and frowned. Gu Nian, I can't protect you. She probably knew her mother would set rules for her tomorrow. Gu Nian asked back, so you mean you're on my side? Fu Jingchen choked and felt that Gu Nian seemed a bit different. Her way of thinking was not like that of normal people. I think I'm worthless, but what's important is that you don't need to get involved in this mess. Gu Nian snorted coldly. Nonsense. Just eat your food. Seeing her indifferent expression, Fu Jingchen could only shake his head helplessly. Forget it. Forget it. People can't be taught, but things can be learned after a mistake. Once she suffers a loss, she will leave. Seeing that Gu Nian's bowl of porridge was less than his, he softly said, I can't eat that much. I haven't eaten yet. Would you like some? His mother was right. Eating more means going to the bathroom more. He couldn't handle it himself now. His family disliked his smell, and he disliked it too. But what could he do? Should he commit suicide? He had thought about it many times, but as a soldier, he had a strong spirit of resilience. He could never bring himself to do it. He didn't want to be a coward. That's just one reason. On the other hand, he also had no appetite. He used to be confident and the best soldier in the army. He always finished first in training, and every mission was quick and successful.
But now,
he's just someone who relies on others even for eating and going to the bathroom. This stark contrast plunged him into an endless hell. He couldn't eat much. At this moment, facing the bowl of porridge, he had a physical need but felt extreme rejection inside. Gu Nian saw his pitiful look and finally softened her heart. She changed the bowls of porridge twice, giving the smaller portion to Fu Jingchen. Step by step. After eating, it was time to sleep. But now, there was only a Kong bed in the room. Gu Nian thought that darkness and quiet would be the best way to build feelings with a male lead. But it had to smell nice. She held her bowl in one hand and a basin in the other. I'm going to fetch water and wash up. Fu Jingchen opened his mouth to say something but ultimately said nothing. There are no extra rooms at home. When I went out, I saw Wu Xiaolan, the wife of the eldest son, washing dishes. Wu Xiaolan is straightforward and speaks her mind. Seeing Gu Nian, she looked unhappy and said, Didn't you say you were already asleep? Gu Nian could tell what she was about to say just by how she threw her hands up. Not giving her a chance, she cut her off and said, Oh. Fu Jingchen pulled a blanket over me and I couldn't sleep. Sister-in-law, I've never done this before. Let's clean it up together. Thinking about that scene made Wu Xiaolan feel sick. She quickly took a step back and said, Who told you to serve him food? Now look at the trouble you caused yourself. Besides, you're his wife. Taking care of your husband is your duty. Gu Nian calmly put down her bowl and deliberately pouted. We're all family. Sister-in-law, you're so unkind. After saying that, she filled a basin with water, muttered to herself, and left. Walking someone else's path leaves no way out for others. Wu Xiaolan was speechless. In the countryside, there's no proper way to bathe, so people just wiped themselves with water. When Gu Nian carried the basin back to her room, she saw Fu Jingchen had already moved to the edge of the bed, leaving most of the inside space for her. I need to get up at night.
You. Sleep inside.
Okay, I'll help you wash up first. By the way, do you need to go to the bathroom now? Fu Jingchen's face turned red, and he quickly shook his head. Going to the bathroom was the most humiliating thing for him. That's why he didn't want to eat much, and even considered escaping from it. Alright, just tell me when you need to go. I'll help you wash up first. Fu Jingchen wanted to refuse, but thinking that Gu Nian would sleep beside him, he decided that maintaining his cleanliness was more important than his dignity. Since it was summer, Gu Nian took off his clothes directly. She wanted to check his body carefully while helping him wash. Fu Jingchen tried to stay calm, but his clenched fists betrayed his nervousness. He had been treated at the military hospital for a month and had been home for a month. He hadn't been lying down for long, so he hadn't developed bed sores. Besides being thinner, his chest muscles were still defined, and his waist and abdomen were fairly firm. The lines of his abs were faintly visible under his thin skin. His tense biceps showed signs of rigorous training. Even now, confined to his sickbed, he still retained his resilience and strength. There are bumps and scars on her left shoulder and right side of her abdomen. Instead of looking frightening, they seem like medals earned over time. Gu Nian gently wipes the area with a warm towel and speaks firmly. Fu Jingchen, you are a hero who protects our country. You shouldn't be stuck in bed for the rest of your life. I know some medical skills. Would you let me look at your leg? She had already checked Fu Jingchen's pulse earlier and found no internal problems. It seems his leg nerves might be damaged, or perhaps his lower back is hurt. She needs to examine him more carefully to be sure. Fu Jingchen looks at Gu Nian with surprise. Are you a doctor? Gu Nian stops and explains the whole story about her true identity as the daughter of the original owner. Fu Jingchen's heart trembles. After a long pause, he says stiffly, You've suffered a lot. He isn't very good at comforting people, but he truly understands our suffering. He was also ignored by his parents when he was young. He grew up hearing their harsh words and was beaten by his second brother. But he is a man. Since he was 10, his second brother couldn't beat him anymore. Later, he joined the army and became a company commander. Maybe it made his family proud, and they started to treat him a little better. He felt a rare sense of family warmth, but he wasn't worthy of it. When he was injured, that fake warmth disappeared like a burst bubble. He can't understand why family love can be so fragile. Gu Nian's parents are also like that. All of this happened to the original owner. Gu Nian doesn't feel bitter about it. She shakes her head and says, I'm telling you this not for sympathy, but because I was beaten badly by the Nan family when I was young. I always had bruises and scars. The village doctor, Grandpa Zhang, found out and secretly applied medicine to me. He also taught me how to give injections and recognize herbs. So, I guess I learned some medical skills because of those hardships. Grandpa Zhang was the only source of warmth for the original owner. Thinking of this, Gu Nian can't help but remember her grandfather from her previous life. Her parents and brother died in a plane crash, leaving only her and her grandfather. She doesn't know how she traveled here, but now only her grandfather is left. How will he survive? Tears well up in her eyes at the thought. She hesitated and softly whispered, Grandpa. Seeing tears slide down Gu Nian's face, Fu Jingchen felt a sharp pain in his heart. He almost instinctively raised his hand to wipe her tears, but froze midair. Gu Nian, you know medicine and have the skills to support yourself, so you shouldn't waste your time on me. Seeing his reaction, Gu Nian felt even more sad. Not only was he the hero in the story, but he was also a soldier who protected the country. He sacrificed his legs for his nation and shouldn't end up like this. Suddenly, Gu Nian grabbed his hand and sniffed. If I say I'm wasting my time on you, how do you know that holding on to you now isn't saving myself? My request isn't high. I just want to have a home again, a family that loves me wholeheartedly. I don't need him to do anything for me because I can do everything myself. I just want one lamp in this era of many lights to be kept for me. Fu Jingchen, you're someone abandoned by life, and I am too. Let's keep each other warm. Just like in the past life, She relied on her grandpa for everything. Fu Jingchen's heart trembled fiercely. Looking at her warm little hand in his, he didn't know what to say. Keep each other warm? Is he worthy? He looked past Gu Nian's fair face to the kerosene lamp on the table. Tonight, the lamp was especially bright, illuminating the entire room, making it no longer dark and cramped like before. He didn't dare promise Gu Nian, nor did he want to break this warm moment. His tongue tied, he said, "Are you still looking at my legs?" He calmly withdrew Gu Nian's tightly held hand and also loosened the other hand that was clutching his pants. Maybe once Gu Nian saw his legs, she would lose hope and leave. Gu Nian didn't insist anymore. As the hero, her resolve was strong and not so easily broken. Just a little each day was enough. She took a deep breath and forced a smile, replying, "Yes." Fu Jingchen closed his eyes tightly. Although he felt nothing in his legs, he knew Gu Nian was trying to take off his pants. An indescribable shame spread in his heart. He clenched his fists again. Looking at her long legs in front of him, Gu Nian took a deep breath. She guessed that Fu Jingchen was about 1.9 meters tall and looked at the hair on his legs that showed a strong, masculine vibe. Suddenly, her eyes fixed on something. She felt she was being superficial. Why focus on leg hair? This is what really matters in a man. Even with just a mat, he could have such a big patch of hair. If it were to stand up, it would be a hem. Although the author's views are a bit shocking, she truly loves her male protagonist. Everything is top-quality equipment. After waiting for a long time, Gu Nian didn't hear Gu Nian mention his illness. Fu Jingchen couldn't help but open his eyes, only to see Gu Nian staring wide-mouthed at what was below him, making sounds of admiration. Following her gaze, Fu Jingchen's face instantly turned bright red. He quickly pulled the blanket over himself. "Do you need to take off your underwear to look at your legs?" He really didn't realize that Gu Nian had removed even the last barrier between them. Gu Nian. To prove to the male lead that she was more than just a silly girl, she needed to show her resolve. "Can I get up here?" Seeing Fu Jingchen nod painfully and reluctantly, Gu Nian stood up pretending to grab something from her canvas bag, but in fact, she took out her silver needle from her space. "I'm going to treat you." Seeing her approach with a silver needle, her focused and determined expression, Fu Jingchen felt as if she had suddenly become a different person. Gu Nian lifted the blanket covering him and buried her head down. Fu Jingchen felt nothing below his waist. He didn't know what Gu Nian was doing, but when he caught a glimpse of their shadows reflected on the wall, his handsome face turned even redder. In the east room, Fu Jingchen, who was sleeping, got up at night. Habitually, he looked toward the west room across the hall and froze in place. Oh my, women in big cities really are uninhibited. Thinking of Gu Nian's fair, delicate face and graceful figure, he suddenly felt his mouth go dry. He quickly finished and returned to his room, but he couldn't fall asleep again. His hand reached out to his sleeping wife beside him. Fu Jingchen, propping himself up with his arms, looked down and was struck like lightning. There was a circle of dense silver needles inserted into his private area. What kind of treatment is this? His worldview was shattered. He thought that after such a devastating blow, he could face anything with a calm mind, but seeing the silver needles piercing his sensitive area, he still found it hard to stay calm. "Gu Nian, this." Gu Nian stood up and clapped her hands calmly. "Don't worry, it will take half an hour before you can remove it." After saying that, she ignored the surprised Fu Jingchen. She finished cleaning him, but she hadn't cleaned herself yet. She felt uncomfortable not taking a shower, so she went to the space to wash. She borrowed the kitchen to clean herself and left the room. Unexpectedly, when she stepped out, she saw a shocking, inappropriate scene projected onto the doorframe of the east room across the hall. A scene that shattered her view of the world. Is this the legendary, adoring follower? Why would such a thing happen without turning off the lights? Is it not afraid of influencing children? The family separation must happen. She quickly went into the kitchen, carefully locked the door, set a timer, and washed for about 20 minutes before quickly leaving the space. Back in the room, just as she expected, Fu Jingchen looked at her with a surprised face and said, "Gu Nian, I have." Feelings now. Seeing him pull the blanket over himself again, Gu Nian said calmly, "Oh, what kind of feelings?" Fu Jingchen blushed and said, It's urgent. I need to go to the bathroom." Gu Nian, interested, said, "Oh, let me see." Seeing him clutch the blanket tightly, she raised an eyebrow and asked, "You're holding on so tight. How am I supposed to remove the needle?" Fu Jingchen froze for a moment, then slowly lifted the blanket. Gu Nian's mouth opened wide in surprise. His face turned red again, but he endured and didn't make a sound. Sure enough, the effect was kicking in. She thought, "Wow, this is amazing. Unbelievable." Gu Nian couldn't believe she would be able to enjoy such good things in the future. Worried about ruining her future happiness, she quickly removed the needle. Fu Jingchen covered himself with the blanket again, then hesitated and asked, "I can feel it above, but below. Why does it still not hurt?" Gu Nian put aside her thoughts and replied simply, "In 7 days, another injection will make you feel it there too. Right now it's usable, but you can't have children." Yes, her explanation was very clear. Fu Jingchen paused for a moment and then asked, "Why 7 days? What about my leg?" He felt the long-lost sensation and started to hope for other things. Gu Nian yawned and replied, "Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes gradual progress. Your leg meridians are badly blocked, so we need to strengthen your qi and blood before doing acupuncture. As for your condition here, cough, cough, if your kidneys were fine, there wouldn't be serious issues. The blockage isn't severe, so we can immediately use acupuncture to open up the yang energy in your upper body. 7 days is a cycle to help your body adjust to the changes. Otherwise, your body might not handle it well." She then reminded him, "So, for your leg, you need to fully cooperate with me in the future. You must eat whatever I tell you." Fu Jingchen quickly nodded. He had thought Gu Nian only knew a little about medicine, but it turned out she was much more skilled than he expected. Even the advanced military hospital had given up hope for his leg, yet she brought him a glimmer of hope. Could she be an angel sent by heaven to save him? He whispered, "Thank you." Seeing that he was beginning to trust her, Gu Nian smiled warmly. "No need to thank us. Go to sleep." After 2 days of train travel, even lying next to a stranger, Gu Nian quickly fell asleep. Fu Jingchen thought he would be sleepless as usual. He stared blankly at the ceiling with a blank expression. But when he heard the steady breathing beside him, he soon fell asleep as well, having a peaceful, dreamless night. In the morning, when he saw Gu Nian, he hesitated for a moment before blushing and saying, "Good morning." Gu Nian, still groggy, stared blankly for a long time before smiling and replying, "Morning." Then she remembered something and quickly got up, handing him the chamber pot from under the bed. "Sorry, I was so tired I held it in." "Did you get a stomach ache?" Fu Jingchen could go to the bathroom himself, but he couldn't have a bowel movement. Maybe because he ate so much for once, his stomach was sensitive, and now he felt uncomfortable. His face turned red enough to bleed. "Gu Nian, please go out. Call Lu Wen. We're married. I can take care of you." Gu Nian picked up the chamber pot but was pushed out by Fu Jingchen. "Please go out." Lu Wen and Lu Wu, his best childhood friends, had grown up wearing the same open-crotch pants. It was unavoidable for them to serve him, but he couldn't let Gu Nian do it. His face showed a look of unspeakable pain. He clutched the quilt tightly. This was the most humiliating moment of his life. He felt like a burden, a useless person. Seeing him look so hopeless, as if all hope was lost, Gu Nian didn't dare delay. She quickly went out to call Lu Wen. She didn't expect to see Lu Wen just as she stepped out the door. It seemed like nothing unusual, and the Fu family didn't look surprised either. While brushing her teeth and washing her face, Gu Nian kept thinking about the idea of dividing the family. She could tell that the Fu family didn't really care about Fu Jingchen. Since that was the case, what was the point of staying together? She planned to talk to Fu Jingchen before making any decisions. Unexpectedly, Fu's mother came to her first. "Nian Nian, you're now the daughter-in-law of the Fu family, so you must follow our family's rules." Gu Nian decided to listen quietly. "We haven't divided the family yet, so I'm still in charge. First, all the money and food in your room must be handed over to me for safekeeping. Second, from now on, you'll take turns doing housework with me, your eldest sister-in-law, and your second sister-in-law. Yesterday was your first day here, so I gave you a day off. Today, it's your turn to cook. Gu Nian didn't get angry. Instead, she asked calmly, "May I ask, when I married your third son, how much bride price did your family give? Did you prepare the usual gifts?" Fu's mother was caught off guard. "Didn't our third son get injured while serving the country? That's why we made an exception. We didn't prepare those things, but whatever we have at home you can use. Besides, the bride price is a matter between families. Your parents didn't complain, so what are you talking about?" "Fine, let's not talk about the bride price then. First, my parents didn't take a single coin from you, and the things I brought were prepared by them, so you have no right to ask me to hand them over. Second, before I came, you personally promised my mother that I wouldn't have to do heavy work since my two sisters-in-law would help. I was only supposed to keep Jingchen company and take care of him. The family would have to be divided eventually, but she couldn't be the one to say it. But last night, when I was cleaning up after Jingchen, I asked my eldest sister-in-law for help, and she said it was my job. Were you all just trying to trick me into coming here, so you could treat me unfairly?" The eldest sister-in-law, Wu Xiaolan, quickly said, "Don't make things up. Didn't you see I was washing dishes? You could have asked someone else." "The eldest sister-in-law has a point," Gu Nian said, turning her gaze to the second sister-in-law, Zhao Pinru. Zhao Pinru sighed. "Well, third sister-in-law, you didn't call for help either, did you?" Gu Nian smiled. "It's not too late to call now. Jingchen is just getting ready at the moment." She looked at them calmly. The three women all showed clear signs of displeasure. Gu Nian felt disdain in her heart. What kind of family is this? At this moment, Luwen carried over a messy basin. It was probably intentional. He deliberately waved it in front of Mother Fu, the eldest and second wives, making the three of them gag. Gu Nian sneered. "Our family has so many people. Why is it up to outsider Lu when to help us clean up? If this gets out, won't it be embarrassing? I'm not a petty person. My sister-in-law is right. Now that I am the wife of Fu Jingchen, I can take care of emotions or tidy up the mess. I can do these things. But since I've done them, I really can't spare time for other tasks. So, please, Mother and the older and second sisters, let the idle people handle other matters. Mother also knows that Fu Jingchen is serving the country. The reason we can live peacefully and prosperously today is because of the sacrifices of our soldiers. We must not forget the heroes. In the future, when our family has good nutrition like eggs, we should prioritize the national heroes first." She looked at the 3 eggs Mother Fu was holding, unsure how she planned to divide them. But no matter how they were divided, they definitely wouldn't include her or Fu Jingchen. It didn't matter if others ate or not, but Fu Jingchen had to eat. Also, the West room is too damp and dark, not good for Fu Jingchen's health. I want to change rooms, either the East room or the main room. We don't have any preferences. If she wanted them to voluntarily propose splitting the family, she had to cause a fuss. The bigger the fuss, the better. When the daughter-in-law publicly humiliated her, Mother Fu immediately frowned. Wu Xiaolan added fuel to the fire. "Mother, third sister-in-law is going against the heavens. If everyone acts like this, how can you maintain authority? If the third family didn't contribute work, then they should be paid for the extra labor." Zhao Pinru thought the same. She didn't want to be under her mother-in-law's control. She hoped the third sister-in-law would cause a big fuss and take the opportunity to split the family. She quietly supported. "Mother, don't be angry. Third sister-in-law just arrived and might not understand our family rules. But what she said seems to have some truth. Third brother's family really can't do without people. But with so much land work to do at home, if she doesn't do it, someone else has to. Over time, it might be." Her words were tactful, but her meaning was clear. With so much work, if Gu Nian refused to do it, they would have to do more. That's unfair. Either Gu Nian follows the rules, or they split the family and live separately. No one should take advantage of anyone. Wu Xiaolan quickly thought of an idea and said, "Yes, Mother. Third sister-in-law keeps saying she will take care of the third brother, but everyone has their own problems. Especially our Anxiang and Anil are still young. If I were lazy like her, our family would be in chaos. Since we share everything, it's better to relax when we can. Everyone, shut up, Mother Fu scolded. Are you all getting too confident? As long as I am here, you can't boss me around. Then she looked sharply at Gu Nian and said, Third sister-in-law, the third brother doesn't need anyone right now. You go cook. I don't know how to cook. Gu Nian pretended to be scared when she saw Mother Fu glaring fiercely at her. I can do it. She took an egg from Mother Fu's hand, then suddenly shook her hand, and the egg broke on the ground with a loud crack, spilling yolk everywhere. Such a sin, Mother Fu exclaimed, distressed. You wasteful girl. Gu Nian shrank back, looking innocent. Mother, I told you I don't know how. She realized that the first and second families wanted to split from the main family, but they didn't dare to say it openly because of the old matriarch's power. She slowly smiled, thinking that as long as everyone agreed, it would be easy to handle. Seeing Mother Fu so angry, she almost reached out to slap her. Gu Nian's eyes darkened. She clenched a silver needle, ready to give her a shot, but when she heard a voice at the door, she suddenly ran out. Mother, don't hit me. I didn't mean to break the egg. I came from the city, and my mom never let me do these chores when I was little. Woa, save me. At the door, Sun Xinghua shouted loudly, Tian Xiaoqiao, this isn't old times. Why are you hitting your daughter-in-law like a landlord? The village head's wife, Shen Guifang, immediately stepped forward to stop her.
Stop.
Let's talk nicely. Mother Fu quickly stopped and, with a dark face, said, Don't talk nonsense. Our ancestors were all poor farmers. No need to accuse us falsely. This era was very sensitive. If she made a mistake, she could end up in the cattle shed or be criticized. Mother Fu naturally couldn't take the blame. She glared fiercely at Sun Xinghua, this meddlesome old woman. Sun Xinghua was used to it and smiled. It's better if nothing happens. Guifang and I came specifically to see your new daughter-in-law. Shen Guifang nodded. Just to get to know her face. Mother Fu's face darkened as she glared at Gu Nian. Come over and call someone. Gu Nian didn't dare to step forward first. She asked politely, Did Mother hit me again? Fu's mother, angry, bit her silver tooth and broke it. I was just joking with you. Gu Nian giggled and said, Oh, I see. From now on, I'll play jokes with Mother too. She went over to greet them. Sun Xinghua is the mother of Lu Wen and Lu Wu. Shen Guifang is the wife of the village head, Lu Huai. Their village is called Lu Village, where most people have the surname Lu. According to the family tree, Sun Xinghua should call Shen Guifang's sister-in-law. But Gu Nian doesn't think they recognize each other just by looks. After they left, Gu Nian carried the food she and Fu Jingchen prepared back to her room. As soon as she entered, her eyes sparkled. Fu Jingchen, are you afraid I'll be bullied? That's why you asked Brother Lu to send someone. Fu Jingchen didn't answer. He whispered, I feel sorry for you. In the end, she was still made to suffer. This time, Lu Wen was here. Next time, we might not be so lucky. Gu Nian, let Lu Wu take you to the city. Once they leave, they shouldn't come back. He was grateful to Gu Nian for giving him hope. But he was greedy. He couldn't selfishly keep her to take care of his paralyzed self. She also had to endure endless insults and even beatings from his family. Gu Nian heard the hidden meaning in his words. She suddenly slammed her bowl onto the table, pretending to be very angry. Fu Jingchen, are you happy if I really leave? Fu Jingchen looked at her silently. He was very confused, with no hope for the future. Gu Nian couldn't stand seeing him like this. So hopeless it was almost worse than death. She sighed deeply, sat beside him, and held his hand. Fu Jingchen, I ask you, do you want to leave the Fu family and start fresh? Just the two of us? I'll cook delicious food for you every day, fatten you up, and make you smell nice. It'll just be you and me at home. Isn't that good? She looked up at Gu Nian. Her eyes were big and bright, full of joy and hope. It almost made Fu Jingchen want to nod in agreement. But he still kept the last bit of his reason. My parents won't agree to split the family. They can't bear to lose my disability allowance. How much is it? 20. Gu Nian immediately got angry. That's ridiculous. They take your high disability allowance and still treat you like this? Even strangers, when they take money, should keep their promises and take good care of you. This family must be split up. Seeing Fu Jingchen fall silent again, Gu Nian decided to take the lead and asked directly, "Let me ask you, what is the biggest price you can accept for splitting the family? Would you be willing to cut ties?" Seeing Gu Nian's determined look, Fu Jingchen felt like someone was standing up for him. He didn't speak, but silently nodded. Gu Nian felt confident. "Good. As long as you agree, I will handle the rest. Let's eat first." After breakfast, they packed up. Lu Wu came to call Gu Nian to the city. As soon as Gu Nian left, the house became very quiet. He looked lonely, filled with a cold feeling that spread from his heart. Gu Nian didn't ask Lu Wu to send her to the city. After knowing the route, she told Lu Wu to go back. She took the same ox cart as the day she arrived. Old Zhang was the village's old bachelor. Now he was driving a cart for the brigade to earn some extra money. She gave old Zhang a dime and got on the cart. In the city, she first called Gu Ziyan at the post office. She promised Gu Ziyan she would call him. She wouldn't be so stingy as not to make a call. She thought Gu Ziyan might not be there, so someone else might answer. Coincidentally, it was indeed Gu Ziyan who answered. As soon as he heard her voice, Gu Ziyan eagerly asked, "Nian Nian, when did you arrive? How are the Fu family members? How is Captain Fu?" She told him the truth, keeping it brief. Hearing her, the other end of the line responded with a suppressed voice, "Nian Nian, you've suffered. It's our Gu family. I'm sorry." Gu Nian didn't care much about the insincere apology. She asked, "Did Big Brother find out about the cut-off letter on the train?" As soon as she said this, there was silence on the line. Gu Nian knew well that he had found out. She said calmly, "Big Brother, there's nothing else. I'll hang up now." Without waiting for a reply, she ended the call with a click. It was obvious that Gu Ziyan had indeed found out, but he was protecting Gu Ziji. As expected, she wasn't disappointed. The day before yesterday, he saw Gu Zijuan's right hand covered in a dense rash, just like his left hand. He thought it was because he accidentally touched Gu Nian's notebook. But what about Gu Zijuan? At first, he didn't believe it, but now, seeing the rash on Gu Zijuan's right hand that matched his left hand exactly, along with the scene on the train, and what Director Su Feng from the security department said, he started to doubt. Su Feng said that since they brought Gu Nian home, Gu Zijuan had been visiting the military area more often than usual, more times in a week than before. This implied that someone familiar with their family might be involved, making Gu Zijuan the main suspect. He questioned Gu Zijuan. "Junjun, Nian Nian already agreed to marry that disabled third son of the Fu family. Why are you still treating her like this?" Gu Zijuan's eyes flickered, but her brows furrowed slightly, pretending to be unaware, with a look of surprise on her face. "Big Brother, what are you talking about? Did sister say something to you on the way? You must not believe her. How could I do such a thing? I want sister to be happy." Gu Zijuan spoke confidently, thinking her brother would always stand by her side. But unexpectedly, after hearing her, Gu Ziyan suddenly froze. "Big Brother, what's wrong?" Gu Zijuan didn't understand why her brother was acting so strangely. Could it be that the trafficker had already been caught? No, she hadn't directly contacted the trafficker. Thinking of this, she felt relieved and asked her brother with concern. Gu Ziyan snapped back to reality, staring at her without blinking. "Junjun, I didn't tell you that someone on the train wanted to harm Nian Nian. How do you know about the person I was looking for?" Gu Zijuan frowned tightly. Darn it! What did Gu Nian say to her brother? How could she make her usually doting brother doubt her? She had already left, married the disabled man, and yet she was still causing trouble. It's really infuriating. With tears in her eyes, she said, "Big Brother, I don't know. I was just guessing, asking casually. I thought that if you ask like that, something must have happened on the train. Could it really be true? Big Brother, you know me. I'm the type to avoid even an ant. How could I do something to hurt sister? We've been together for 19 years. Does Junjun really think I am that untrustworthy?" She pleaded, "Don't believe only what sister says. If you want to know what really happened, I can go to Binzhou and confront her face to face." Gu Zijuan blinked with tears in her eyes, looking very wronged. Usually, her older brother liked her this way, but when she looked up, She saw him staring at her intently, with a strange expression. Gu Zijuan felt a shiver in her heart and grew uneasy. Carefully, she tugged at her brother's arm. "Big brother, what's wrong?" At this moment, Gu Zian was a bit confused. On one side was his biological sister by blood, and on the other was the sister he had cared for deeply for 19 years. He originally didn't believe that Zijuan would frame Nian Nian. But now, everything matched up. His feelings started to shift. "Zijuan, what's wrong with your hand? Did you touch something you shouldn't have?" Gu Zian gently lifted Zijuan's hand. His left hand held her right hand, and the red spots on both hands looked exactly the same. Under the sunlight, the red marks were clear and vivid, like silent accusations. The heat made Gu Zian almost unable to hold her hand, which he had held for 19 years. "My hand accidentally touched Nian Nian's diary, which was coated with something to prevent being peeped at." "But why is your hand like this, Zijuan?" Gu Zian's words were very straightforward, catching Zijuan off guard. She never expected that Gu Nian, who seemed so dull, would have a backup plan. She was jealous that Nian Nian took a large inheritance from their mother. That inheritance was supposed to be her dowry. Gu Nian was Gu Yunqi's biological daughter. She was supposed to marry Fu Jingchen, who was disabled. Moreover, marrying Fu Jingchen was already a big step for Nian Nian. Why did everyone think Nian Nian was marrying her on her behalf? Why should she get such a large compensation? She also had a blood jade necklace she wore since childhood. She used to dislike it, but for some reason she still gave it to Nian Nian. She felt anxious and wanted to take it back. But she couldn't say anything. So, she could only act. She wanted to get back what was originally hers, but instead, Nian Nian had outsmarted her. Not only did she fail to take it back, but she also didn't frame Nian Nian. Her right hand was now covered with eczema because of it. The people she sent to kidnap Nian Nian not only failed to sell her off, but also caused her older brother to come back and confront her. "Big brother, isn't sister just refusing to marry brother Fu and deliberately framing me? Since that's the case, I will marry brother Fu. As long as my sister is happy and our parents no longer make things difficult for me, I am willing to do anything." Gu Zijuan's eyes filled with tears as she spoke. As she talked, she suddenly stopped. Why does this feel so familiar? No, that's not right. Gu Nian clearly didn't ask for such a large inheritance from the Gu family. The Gu family wasn't robbed, and Gu Nian was successfully kidnapped by human traffickers. Her plans had all gone well. She was the only daughter of the Gu family. Why does this feel different from what I see now? How can there be two different understandings? How can this be? Suddenly, a familiar story flashed in her mind, but reality was different. The huge gap made her feel dizzy, unable to tell what was real and what was a dream. Her eyes turned red as she clutched her chest. How can this be? Boo-hoo. Big brother, I suddenly feel so unwell. I can't breathe. She grabbed her chest and looked at Gu Zian for help. But her usually caring big brother stood there unmoved, letting her cry out in pain. Gu Zian clenched his fists tightly. Nian Nian's words hit the mark. Everything was exactly as she predicted. Everything was under her control. Jun was crying and throwing a tantrum. Jun was clutching her chest, pretending she couldn't breathe. She was the little sister who had been carefully cared for in his hands for 19 years. Even though he knew Jun was acting, seeing her flushed face, Gu Zian couldn't stay indifferent. Finally, he took a deep breath, loosened his clenched fists, and bent down to carry her to the hospital. In the days to come, Jun and Nian Nian wouldn't see each other again. If there was a chance, he would make it up to Nian Nian. Meanwhile, Gu Nian was fully aware of everything in her heart, but she didn't care. She was going to buy an adjustable bed for her male lead. The male lead was strong-willed, with a heart of steel and good character. Such a person, if not loved, would be indifferent. If loved, the love would be as deep as the sea. She hugged his leg tightly, feeling it was better than holding onto the Gu family, who swayed with the wind. First, she went to the supply and marketing cooperative to see if they had all the necessary items, so she could get a clear idea. Although it wasn't as good as in Shanghai, most daily essentials were available. She approached the clerk and asked, "Excuse me, Do you have an adjustable bed suitable for paralyzed people? The sales clerk looked around her, not buying anything, and then deliberately asked about something that wasn't available, which made her suddenly upset. Hey, comrade, are you joking with me here? Talking about an adjustable bed? Do you think this is a department store in Shanghai? This is a supply and marketing cooperative serving the working people. Items for disabled people should be asked about at the hospital. Gu Nian, are you angry now? Are you looking for a fight? Gu Nian calmly asked her. The supply and marketing cooperative has folding beds, tables, chairs, and other furniture. Is there a problem with me asking if you have adjustable beds for paralyzed people? The sales clerk froze, clearly surprised that Gu Nian dared to reply back. Usually they looked down on customers and often scowled at them. This was the first time she met a customer who dared to talk back. However, Gu Nian looked fair-skinned, but dressed very simply. Seeing her naive expression, like an unworldly rural woman, she immediately felt more confident. After wandering around for a while, asking questions without buying anything, and inquiring about things that aren't available, it's obvious you're just looking for trouble. Go away. If you're not buying, don't interfere with our business. Gu Nian's slight smile faded. Comrade, if I remember correctly, I only asked if you sell adjustable beds for paralyzed people. What's wrong with that? Why do you say I'm just asking questions or looking for trouble? You know that the supply and marketing cooperative is here to serve the people. As a fellow comrade, I ask a question, and you can't even do that? Instead, you slander me and drive me away. Are you saying the people are your enemies? Is this how you serve the people? After speaking, she pointed to the 5 prominent characters on the wall. Serve the people. Do you know why this slogan is posted here? The sales clerk felt a bit guilty. Because of what you said, Gu Nian sneered. But you still do it intentionally? You're deliberately making mistakes. Chairman Mao taught us in Serve the People. Our team is entirely dedicated to the liberation of the people and works thoroughly for their interests. She stepped forward, tapping her finger on the counter in front of the clerk. Was your behavior just now truly for the people's benefit? Asked about the adjustable bed to care for my paralyzed family member. You didn't sympathize or help, but instead scolded me. Is that serving the people? The sales clerk didn't expect Gu Nian to be so sharp-tongued, and she was left speechless and feeling guilty. She angrily pouted and said, "We don't have adjustable beds here. Even if we did, would you be willing to buy one? Do you think you can afford such fancy things?" Gu Nian wanted to stop after making her point, but hearing this, she slammed her hand on the counter. "What did you say? I can't afford to buy one? I shouldn't use it," she spoke firmly, her eyes blazing. "This adjustable bed is for my husband. My husband is a soldier who was awarded first-class merit during a mission. Now he's paralyzed in bed. Do you think a hero like him doesn't deserve an adjustable bed?" Her words hit like a thunderclap, causing an instant stir. He's a soldier, and a hero at that. A first-class merit? My goodness. No wonder she wants an adjustable bed. She's the wife of a hero. This sales clerk is really out of line. It's one thing to bully ordinary folks, but now she's even bullying a hero's family. Is there no justice? Everyone started talking louder and louder. Usually, people came to the supply store to buy things and often felt frustrated, but they chose to endure it, thinking it was better not to cause trouble. But now, led by Gu Nian and driven by their natural respect for soldiers who defend the country, their suppressed anger burst out, and they all felt indignant. The sales clerk had never seen such a scene before. Her face turned red and white with anger. The older sales clerk nearby tried to mediate, pulling the younger clerk into the back room. Gu Nian refused to back down. She took out paper and a pen and began writing a complaint letter quickly. "Even if I run away, it won't help. I might say a few words now and then, but if you insult soldiers who protect our country, I won't stop. I'll call your manager. I will write complaint after complaint, 10, 100. If the organization doesn't deal with you, this useless troublemaker, I won't give up. Comrade, we're also helping to write this. We must report this properly to the authorities." The sales clerk, who was higher up, was unafraid and even threatened openly. "Go ahead and write. Let's see if it makes any difference. Buying an adjustable bed has made you feel superior." At this moment, a middle-aged man ran out and shouted loudly, "Shut up, He was really annoyed with Wang Lili, who often used her family connections to insult customers. Everyone usually turned a blind eye to her, but now, they just let her be. Unexpectedly, today, I encountered a difficult person. He smiled and said to Gu Nian, "Comrade, hello. I am the manager of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. I am Wang Lili's supervisor, and I shouldn't argue with fellow citizens. I will have her apologize to you right away." Although Wang Lili was unhappy inside, she dared not disobey the manager's orders and reluctantly apologized to Gu Nian. Sorry. Listening to her still proud tone, Gu Nian couldn't help but sneer. Is this a sincere apology? It seems more like a way to calm the situation and appease the manager. Manager, as you can see, Wang Lili not only lacks the awareness of being a good person but also doesn't have the attitude to serve the people. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative is an important place to serve the community, not a stage for showing off. Her attitude damages the image of the organization and betrays the trust placed in her. I think she is not suitable for this job. Wang Lili's eyes widened. Don't be so arrogant. The manager glared at Wang Lili, then looked at Gu Nian with a troubled expression. Comrade, how about this? Wang Lili indeed made a mistake. I will suspend her for 3 days for self-reflection and ask her to write a report to be posted at the entrance of the cooperative for public supervision. Also, today, no matter what you buy from us, we will give you a 10% discount. Gu Nian looked at Wang Lili, noticing her still proud look in her eyes. Although it was just a moment, she caught it. Just as she was about to refuse, an elderly woman's panicked voice came from behind. Zheng, what's wrong? Did you get a date seed stuck? Gu Nian turned to look with the crowd. At the staircase, a young boy was struggling to breathe, his mouth wide open, face flushed red, unable to speak, only making painful whimpering sounds. Zheng, my good grandson, what's wrong? Someone help. Save my grandson. Seeing her grandson like this, the elderly woman shouted desperately for help. The manager quickly ran over. Auntie, what happened to the child? The elderly woman hurriedly said, I don't know if he got a date seed stuck. She was patting her grandson's back hard as she spoke. The manager also helped to soothe the boy, trying to ease his discomfort, but the boy's face grew redder. Gu Nian knew the boy was choking and needed urgent help. She took a big step forward, but someone else beat her to it. Surprisingly, it was Wang Lili. Wang Lili knew the identities of the elderly lady and Zheng. She had just learned first aid and decided to show off in front of the elderly lady. If she saved Zheng, she might get a promotion. She wouldn't need to sit at the counter every day anymore. Confident, she reached out to try to clear Zheng's throat. Stop. You're going to hurt him. Gu Nian was stunned and quickly stepped forward to stop her. But she was too late. Wang Lili's fingers had already entered Zheng's throat. With a sudden wave of nausea, Zheng vomited loudly. Looking at the slimy mess with a bright red date seed mixed in, Wang Lili felt even more proud. She challenged Gu Nian with a raised voice, making sure everyone around could hear. What will hurt him? In critical moments, action is needed. Unlike some people who just talk, you deliberately stop me. Are you trying to hurt him? Gu Nian wanted to dismiss her from her job, but thought better of it. She looked at herself and realized she wasn't in a good position either. Seeing the bright red date seed mixed in the mucus, the onlookers let out a sigh of relief. Although the young clerk has a bad temper, she's capable. Luckily, she acted quickly. She has skills and can save people in emergencies. Forget it. We won't complain about her anymore. With such talent, she's wasted working at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. The situation turned around. Everyone naturally admired capable people, especially doctors. The manager also sighed deeply and looked at Gu Nian with meaningful eyes. Gu Nian squatted down and gently used a silver needle to lift the date seed. He was stunned. It looked soft and didn't resemble a date seed at all. Gu Nian explained, That's not a date seed. It's a small piece of bread. Its red color is from blood staining it. Wang Lili didn't understand and forced him to vomit, damaging Zheng's throat. The real date seed is still stuck in his airway. Everyone gasped in shock, and the elderly lady cried out loudly. Zheng, my dear grandson. Zheng's face had turned from red to purple. His tiny chest was heaving violently, but he couldn't breathe in or out. Gu Nian knew time was critical. She immediately knelt down, turned Jingzheng face down onto her left leg, with his head lower than his feet, and quickly cleaned the dirt from his mouth. At the same time, she shouted loudly, "Everyone disperse and keep the air flowing." The crowd quickly parted, leaving only the elderly lady involved and Wang Lili standing in place. "Stop pretending." Wang Lili reached out to try to take Jingchen away. "I've learned first aid. My method is correct. If one round of inducing vomiting doesn't work, I try again. You're doing the same now, inducing vomiting for Jingchen. You clearly want to take credit for yourself." Gu Nian crossed her arms and couldn't help but curse. "Darn you. Quick, pull away the crazy woman, or Jingchen will definitely die." Seeing Jingchen's face turn more purple and her small body start to twitch, the elderly lady suddenly stood up and pushed Wang Lili away forcefully. "Shut up. You shut up." Wang Lili was pushed back, looking upset, but she didn't dare to speak again. After Gu Nian finished clearing the dirt from Jingchen's mouth, she quickly took out a silver needle, aimed it at Jingchen's throat, and gently pricked. The elderly lady was terrified. She thought her grandson was in serious danger. But then, a miracle happened. As soon as Gu Nian inserted the silver needle, she saw her grandson cough. Cough. Cough cough. A blood-streaked jujube pit popped out of Jingchen's mouth and rolled onto the ground. Almost at the same time, Jingchen's crying rang out loudly, and her face, which had been blue and purple, quickly turned red again. The elderly lady couldn't believe it. She only relaxed after she personally held the hard jujube pit and hugged Jingchen tightly, feeling relieved. "Jingchen, good grandson, are you okay? Can you breathe now?" "Grandma, I can breathe." Jingchen was still scared. She snuggled in her grandma's arms for a long time before realizing, "But my throat hurts." Gu Nian put away the silver needle and stood up. "Throat pain is caused by Wang Lili forcing vomiting earlier. It's not a big problem. Just go to the hospital and have the doctor give you some medicine." Then, she looked coldly at Wang Lili and said clearly, "Wang Lili, do you realize that your actions almost caused Jingchen to die? Forcing vomiting when a foreign object is stuck in the throat can push it deeper into the airway. If it completely blocks the windpipe, the child could suffocate and die within minutes." Wang Lili's face turned pale. She instinctively took a step back, but she still argued, "I was just worried. Besides, who knows if you took advantage of the situation? The jujube pit was already about to come out, but you just happened to pick it up. Scavenging?" Gu Nian sneered coldly, her voice icy. "Everyone here saw that Zheng Zheng's face turned purple and his breathing was weak just now because you forced him to cough, causing the date seed to get stuck even deeper. If I hadn't quickly used a silver needle to stimulate the acupoint and make him cough up the object, the consequences could have been terrible." The onlookers nodded in agreement. "Yes, we saw it too. Your forcing him to vomit made Zheng Zheng's face turn purple. It was too frightening. We also saw that it was your fault that Zheng Zheng's throat was injured from the vomiting." Wang Lili's face flushed with shame under everyone's accusations. She tried to hold her ground. I was just trying to help. I couldn't just watch Zheng Zheng get stuck, right? I also learned first aid methods. That's really how I was taught. Trying to help." Gu Nian's eyes sharpened like a blade. Lacking medical knowledge is understandable, but stubbornness and ignoring others' advice is foolish. I clearly warned you earlier, but you insisted on doing your own thing. If the old lady hadn't insisted I give acupuncture, what you see now might have been a cold corpse. Seeing Wang Lili finally feel guilty, Gu Nian continued. "First, you looked down on soldiers who protect the country, then you pretended to know everything, disregarding human life. How can someone so irresponsible and untrustworthy stay in an important position at the supply and marketing cooperative that serves the people? A person who bears grudges is not a true gentleman." She looked at the manager, who had been silent all along. Seeing the pointing and whispering among the crowd, the manager hesitated. He instinctively looked toward the old lady. At this moment, the old lady regained her composure. She looked at Wang Lili and said calmly, "I agree with this young woman's words. Someone with such problematic thoughts is not fit to work at the supply and marketing cooperative." Not only had Gu Nian saved her grandson, but earlier she overheard Wang Lili disrespecting soldiers who defend the country from the upstairs. She wanted to come down and speak with Wang Lili. My husband and youngest son are both brave soldiers. Luckily, they haven't become paralyzed, but they have countless scars. Every scar is the price they paid, so we can stand here and speak. Peace is hard to come by. Everyone should cherish it, especially those entrusted with important tasks. Her words immediately resonated with the crowd. The onlookers all agreed that the supply and marketing cooperative should dismiss the troublemakers. The manager understood. Wang Lili's problem is serious. Not only is her attitude bad, but she also has serious issues with her attitude and beliefs. However, she doesn't meet the criteria for dismissal. Since she disrespects soldiers and doesn't listen to advice, I will reassign her to the hardest job in the logistics warehouse as a loader, so she can experience the hardship of physical labor. Since the manager said this, Gu Nian couldn't say anything more. After all, a stable job won't be lost for minor mistakes. She also knew this was the harshest punishment the manager could give. She didn't miss the manager glancing instinctively at the elderly lady, as if seeking approval. Looking at the lady's elegant demeanor, she must be of high status. She couldn't help but feel that, in any era, having power is a good thing. She was determined to cling tightly to the male lead in her book, knowing he would sit in the highest position in the future. Transitioning from a cheerful cashier to a dirty, tiring loader made Wang Lili panic and cry as she pleaded for mercy. But it was too late. This was not a negotiation but a notice. The manager told her that if she refused the transfer, she wouldn't even be allowed to work as a loader. Nowadays, jobs are scarce and many people desperately want to do loader work. Wang Lili had no choice but to obediently go and do the loader's job. The onlookers cheered and approved, then lost interest and went back to their own things. The elderly lady put down her grandson, held Gu Nian's hand warmly and sincerely. "Comrade, come to my house for lunch today. Recognize the place, and tomorrow, Zhengzheng's parents will come to thank you personally." Afterward, she asked Gu Nian her name. Gu Nian told her and politely declined her invitation. "My name is Gu Nian, Auntie. You're too kind, but there's no need. It's just a small favor, and my husband is waiting for me at home." She needed to visit the hospital later to see the adjustable bed. Since Fu Jingchen was alone at home, she was worried and needed to leave quickly. The elderly lady suddenly remembered. "Oh, right. You wanted to buy an adjustable bed, didn't you? I have one at home that I don't need. Why don't you come over and take a look, and we can have a meal together?" The elderly lady was genuinely grateful to Gu Nian and held her back, not wanting her to leave. Gu Nian indeed needed an adjustable bed, so she kindly accepted and went with her. When the elderly lady was leaving, she specifically told the manager of the supply and marketing cooperative, "Manager Feng, thank you for today. I will go back and tell Jingxing's father to invite you to a meal someday." Manager Feng smiled and said, "Aunt Party, you are too kind. It's all part of my job. Take care on your way, and if you need anything, come to our cooperative to choose some items." It wasn't until Gu Nian followed Aunt Party to the municipal government staff housing that she learned Aunt Party's son actually worked at the municipal committee. They passed through the old apartment building and arrived at a standalone house. The yard was large, with 4 rooms inside. There were 2 spacious bedrooms, a separate kitchen, and a bathroom. Living in such a big private house meant the family had a high status. Gu Nian didn't ask many questions and went inside with Aunt Party to look at the bed. It wasn't the metal, rocking, adjustable bed from her previous era, but a simple wooden adjustable bed. It had a latch, and the backrest angle could be changed by adjusting the wooden wedge at the head of the bed. Although simple, the wood was sturdy, and the craftsmanship was very fine. The edges were smoothly rounded, showing that a lot of care was taken when it was made. This bed belonged to Jingxing's grandfather when he was alive. He hurt his back in the war when he was young and couldn't sit up later. Jingxing's father had someone make this bed. Now that the old man has passed away, the bed is unused. "Don't mind it," Gu Nian respectfully said. "How could I mind? Items used by revolutionary heroes. It's our blessing that my husband can use it now."
But
"This bed means a lot to you. If I take it without permission, would that be?" Old Lady Chong saw Gu Nian's hesitation and smiled as she interrupted. This bed sitting here unused is just wasting space. If it can help you, that's good. If Zhengzheng's grandfather knew that this bed could still be useful, especially to a soldier with a first-class merit, he would be very happy. After saying that, she deliberately showed Gu Nian something. Aunt Party bent down and pointed to a less noticeable seam in the middle of the bed slats. She reached out, pinched, and pulled, skillfully removing a smooth wooden board about half a foot long and wide. Immediately, a regular square hole appeared in the bed slats. The person who is paralyzed in bed faces the biggest challenge when it comes to going to the bathroom. Although it's hard to talk about, it's a normal part of life. In the future, you and I might face the same situation. Once there's a hole, a special quilt can be stitched above and a basin placed below, so there's no need to constantly ask for help turning over or padding. It may still make them feel uncomfortable, but at least they can manage a little on their own and keep some dignity. That's a small comfort. Thinking about her husband's sadness and despair in the last 2 years before he passed away, she felt empathetic. Seeing how young Gu Nian was and knowing she would face life's greatest hardships, she couldn't help but feel sad. "Good girl, you've worked hard," she said softly. Gu Nian was a bit surprised and then gave a shy smile. Taking care of a national hero doesn't feel hard at all. Her motives weren't pure. Not only could she help heal the male lead's leg, but she also wanted to cling to him. "Auntie Dang, this bed is wonderful. It seems made just for my husband. Thank you so much. May I ask, how much does this bed cost?" Auntie Dang immediately shook her head. "My dear, don't mention money. You saved Zhengzheng and no amount of money can repay that. This bed can help your loved one, and that's its best purpose. It's a tradition. If you talk about money now, it's like looking down on Zhengzheng's grandfather's memory." At this point, Gu Nian could only accept the gift with a thick face. Just then, Zhengzheng came out holding his favorite metal box and a can of milk powder. "Auntie, these cookies are delicious. Please try one. The milk powder is for Uncle First Class to help him recover. My grandpa and uncle are brave soldiers, and Zhengzheng admires soldiers who protect our country." He also admired his father, but seeing the real scars on his uncle, he felt even more respect for the soldier. He is 7 years old now and has become quite mature. His family taught him a small kindness should be repaid with great gratitude. Since Auntie Gu saved his life, he wanted to give her his most precious belongings. Gu Nian only ate one cookie and then smiled as she patted his head. "Thank you, Zhengzheng. I don't really like sweets, and Uncle Fu has milk powder to drink." Seeing Zhengzheng pucker his lips and try to give her the things, she changed the subject with a smile. "Open your mouth wide. Let me see your throat." Zhengzheng opened his mouth wide, and Gu Nian pretended to take a handful of medicinal powder from her pocket, but in fact, she took it from her space. Mixing it with spiritual spring water, she gently applied it to Zhengzheng's throat. A cool, refreshing sensation instantly spread through his throat, and Zhengzheng's sore throat was cured. He exclaimed happily, "It's better now. Grandma, my throat doesn't hurt at all anymore." "Thank you, Aunt Gu." Gu Nian smiled and said, "I suddenly remembered I had medicine for sore throats in my pocket. Kids have strong healing abilities." Old Lady Dang didn't think much of it. Children often fuss and exaggerate. She had originally wanted to take her grandson to the hospital, but since he could eat cookies now, there was no need. She poured tea for Gu Nian and was about to go to the kitchen to cook. "Comrade Gu, you drink your tea first. I'll go make dinner." Gu Nian quickly stopped her. "Auntie Dang, I don't feel comfortable leaving my husband alone at home, so I won't trouble you." Although she felt sad that Gu Nian was so young and had to take care of her paralyzed husband, seeing the young couple's good relationship made Old Lady Dang genuinely happy. Every soldier who defends the country deserves kindness. Seeing that Gu Nian indeed looked unwell, she didn't insist further and thought she would visit Gu Nian's home tomorrow to thank her. She asked the security guard at the door to help move the bed onto the cart. Worried that others on the cart might object, Gu Nian gave double the money and also handed Old Man Zhang a big red apple. Old Man Zhang hesitated but accepted it. He thought Fu Jingchen's new wife was really nice. Although the bed was placed upright to one side, it still took up half of the cart. The others in the team were unhappy. A woman with a round face said, "Whose big bed is this? It's so crowded I can barely sit down. Don't you have any manners?" Before Gu Nian could speak, old man Zhang, biting into a crispy apple, teased, "Why don't you say your but is so big it takes up 2 seats? Gu Nian gave double the money for the cart and you talk so much." The round-faced woman choked and said, "You're such a scoundrel, Zhang. Why are you siding with the outsider's wife?" Old man Zhang swung his whip and said leisurely, "It seems you're not really an outsider's wife. Besides, if you give me a big red apple, I'll side with you too." Not a single big red apple, not even a tiny date, would he get from her. Gu Nian is truly a girl from a big city. She is generous with her actions, unlike us rural folks. The round-faced woman kept glaring at Gu Nian. Glaring again. But she couldn't even scare away a piece of meat. Gu Nian paid no attention. She was thinking about how surprised Fu Jingchen would be when he saw this bed. But she didn't know that the Fu family was already in chaos. Fu Jingchen was being held down and beaten by Fu Jingheng. Listening to the lively sounds outside, Fu Jingchen lay alone and lonely in the west room. He had been staring at the ceiling all morning. He didn't know how much longer he would have to keep looking. A lifetime? Did he have to survive like this forever? Instead of this, it might be better to just die. He tried to sit up with his arms, but he felt no sensation below his waist. He simply couldn't sit up. The feeling of losing control of his body made him very hopeless. Darkness and despair swept over him. It wasn't until he saw the water and egg cake Gu Nian left on his bedside table before leaving that his heart calmed a little. This morning, Lu Wu said Gu Nian insisted on not letting him send her off. Did she leave alone? Yes, she was so young and beautiful. She wouldn't be willing to stay and take care of him, a cripple. If she left, that was for the best. He had never really expected anything else. Once again, he closed his eyes in despair. At that moment, the door creaked open, and a strong light shone on his face. He looked up in surprise and saw it was Fu's mother. He quickly closed his eyes again in despair. Fu's mother saw the egg cake on the bedside table as soon as she entered. She didn't care whether her son was hungry or not. She picked it up and started eating. While eating, she asked, "Third son, your wife went to the city to buy things." Fu Jingchen knew what she was thinking and replied calmly, "She didn't tell me." Gu Nian only said she was going to the city, but didn't mention what she was doing. He truly didn't know. Maybe she had already left. Seeing his expression, Fu's mother understood he was hiding his feelings for Gu Nian. She handed him the rice in her hand, her face full of concern. "Third son, I admit I haven't taken perfect care of you, but the saying no filial son in front of a long illness applies to me too. I am also a person and can get tired. But you are still part of me. No matter what, I won't ignore you. Since I brought you food, eat it quickly." Seeing that Fu Jingchen did not take the bowl, she placed it on the table and continued, "Your wife said her family didn't give her any money, right? So where did she get the money to go to the city? Third son, is she lying to her family? I knew it. How could the child of a big leader in Shanghai have no money at all?" As she spoke, she shoved the last piece of egg cake into her mouth and then got up to search through Gu Nian's bag. Fu Jingchen loudly stopped her. "Mother, please leave some dignity for your son. He already feels guilty about her. He was shorter than Gu Nian, and if her mother took her belongings again, how could he bear it?" Fu's mother paid no attention. What dignity? Which daughter-in-law's things don't get handed over? Once she enters our Fu family, her belongings are ours. Isn't that how it is with my eldest and second sisters-in-law? Why shouldn't she? I think she's hiding something. She opened Gu Nian's canvas bag. Fu Jingchen struggled to stand up but couldn't. He clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands from his agitation. Every word from Fu's mother felt like a needle stabbing his nerves. It crushed his last bit of dignity on the ground. Wow, there are still quite a few good things: canned food, milk powder, and malt extract. Fu's mother took all these items for herself. She kept searching Gu Nian's belongings, but couldn't find the money and receipts she expected. She stood up, placing the items on the table, then looked at Fu Jingchen with suspicion. Third son, your wife has no money. How did she get to the city? Did you give her the money? Do you still have hidden money? You've been injured so badly for the country. Surely the army would give you some compensation. Where is the money? Show it to me. I'll keep it safe for you, so bad people don't trick you. Looking at Fu Jingchen, she became more convinced he was hiding money. This kid had always been clever and sneaky. Their whole family was not as sharp as he was. She climbed onto the Kong bed, rummaging through Fu Jingchen's clothes. No. Fu Jingchen managed to squeeze out 2 words from between his teeth, his voice hoarse and trembling with near collapse. The army gives a monthly disability allowance. How could they also give compensation? The disability allowance slip is in your hands. What more do you want, mother? Don't touch me. He raised his hand to push Fu's mother away, but because he had been starving and bedridden for over 2 months, he couldn't even push her. Seeing his angry reaction, Mother Fu was even more sure that he still had a large sum of money to compensate. Her actions became rougher. I'm your mother. What's wrong with touching you? I gave you life. Tell me, where is the money hidden? Did you give it to your wife? That woman came just the next day, and you gave everything to her? I think she's running away today. Feeling she was revealing the truth, she was so angry that she slapped Fu Jingchen twice, her face flushed with rage. Fu Jingchen only felt a wave of nausea rise in his throat, and his vision blurred. The 2 sharp slaps burned his face, but they hurt far less than the pain in his heart. He lay on the bed like a shell emptied of its soul, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. His mother's insults were sharp and piercing, each word like a poisoned needle stabbing into his already wounded heart. Sometimes he wondered if he was really her biological child.
Why?
Why do close family members push him into such despair? Suddenly, he felt a surge of strength. He pushed his mother forcefully. She was caught off guard and fell heavily to the ground. Hearing the commotion, the others in the family saw this, and Fu Jingchen immediately exploded in anger. Third brother, you've gone too far. How dare you fight your mother? Fu Jingchen stepped forward, grabbing Fu Jingchen's arm with one hand and hitting his face and chest hard with the other.
Bang! Bang!
Bang! The dull sound of hitting echoed in the small room, especially harsh. Fu Jingchen's body couldn't withstand such beating. He had no strength to defend himself and could only endure passively. A dull pain swept over him. He thought that dying like this might be a relief. But he was a soldier who protected his country. He didn't die under enemy fire, but he was dying at the hands of his own brother. He couldn't accept that. At the door, the rest of the Fu family watched indifferently. Fu Wanxiang took advantage of the chaos, his eyes darting around. Quietly, he slipped to the table and quickly stuffed the can he had been eyeing into his pocket, a sly smile on his face. Mother Fu was helped up, initially stunned. But seeing Fu Jingchen's disobedience, she didn't stop her second son's violence right away. Only when it seemed enough did she step forward and pull Fu Jingchen back. Enough, stop hitting. If you keep going, something bad might happen. Fu Jingchen, panting heavily, stopped and spat in frustration. Fu's mother then pointed at the barely breathing Fu Jingchen and angrily scolded, "You ungrateful thing. I am your mother. Could I harm you? You didn't give your money to me for safekeeping, but instead handed it to that outsider who just arrived 2 days ago? She ran off today with your money. You fool, you idiot. You can't tell right from wrong, so you deserve to be tricked. I've raised you all these years for nothing." Every word cut deep into his heart. Fu Jingchen lay there motionless. Warm blood blurred his vision, turning everything red. The pain in his body had numbed, but the coldness in his heart was like icy spikes piercing his last hope. Despair, like an endless wave of darkness, completely swallowed him. He no longer struggled or argued, not even a whimper escaped him. His once sharp eyes, like those of a hawk, now only reflected dull gray emptiness. He slowly closed his eyes. Fearing he might die, Fu Jingfeng checked his pulse. Fu's mother wiped the blood from his face and repeatedly tried to comfort him. Seeing that Fu Jingchen remained as still as a corpse, everyone was used to it and went back to their rooms. Because they had given old Zhang 2 apples, he was very kind and personally took Gu Nian to the door, even helping her move the bed inside. Seeing Gu Nian return, the Fu family members were a bit surprised. Gu Nian felt something was off, but she didn't bother to ask. She excitedly rushed into the house. Fu Jingchen, look what good stuff I found for you. But when she saw Fu Jingchen's swollen, bloodied face with a look of deathly silence, she suddenly exploded with anger. Who hit you? Seeing that Fu Jingchen didn't answer, Gu Nian was worried he might be in serious trouble. She quickly grabbed his wrist to check his pulse. Oh no! Gu Nian's heart skipped a beat. She pulled open his shirt to look. His chest rose and fell very little, with obvious injuries. His breathing was shallow and rapid, probably broken ribs. She hurriedly gave him a sip of spiritual spring water and then told old Zhang. Old Zhang, Fu Jingchen's ribs were probably broken by his family. We need to take him to the city hospital quickly. I need to borrow your ox cart again. Old Zhang didn't hesitate. All right, but I need to report to the team first.
Please wait a moment.
The ox cart was a property of the team, and using it without permission required reporting. Old man Zhang left the Fu family's yard and shouted loudly. Fu Jingchen was beaten up by the Fu family and has broken ribs. We need to take him to the city hospital by ox cart. Fu's father, who was just returning home with a pipe, was stunned. Darn it, this old Zhang is becoming more and more disrespectful. Fu's father hurriedly went out to stop old man Zhang, and Fu's mother bumped into him, almost falling into his arms. Fu's father was very upset and asked, he's so old, yet he's still so unruly. What's going on? Fu's mother looked a bit guilty. It's not me, it's the black-hearted third son pushing me. The second son saw it and hit him. They fought a lot when they were kids. The broken ribs are not true. It's just old man Zhang talking nonsense. I'll go and tear his mouth apart. Old man Zhang was shouting about the ox cart all day. Although he was old, his voice was strong. Soon, everyone in the village heard the shouting. Lu Wen and Lu Wu's family were the first to run over. Seeing Fu Jingchen's face was pale and lifeless, they didn't hesitate and quickly found a piece of wood to lift him onto the ox cart. Gu Nian, who was about to leave, looked deeply at the Fu family and said, "Every punch you threw at Fu Jingchen, I will double back to you." After saying that, she didn't delay and hurried onto the ox cart. Seeing the new bride Gu Nian fiercely warning them, the onlookers felt very excited. It seemed the Fu family was about to cause trouble, and there would definitely be a good show. But they didn't dare to get too close, because the old lady Fu was quite fierce. It looked like the new bride was going to suffer. Honestly, this new bride's luck was really bad. She was young, beautiful like a flower, but she ended up marrying the cripple Fu Jingchen and got involved with such a blood-sucking leech. What a tragedy. What a tragedy. Lu Wu, not knowing the full story, asked in a low voice on the way, "Sister-in-law, what exactly happened?" Seeing Gu Nian worriedly looking at Fu Jingchen without speaking, Lu Wen tugged Lu Wu, and Lu Wu quickly stopped asking. Gu Nian looked at Fu Jingchen's face, which was as pale as paper, with sweat on his forehead, but he didn't say a word. Her eyes were a bit moist. Just a little more patience. We'll be at the hospital soon. Fu Jingchen closed his eyes and gave a faint, his breathing weak. They soon arrived at the city hospital, had an X-ray taken, and the doctor frowned. The 6th rib on the left side is broken. Luckily, it didn't puncture the lung membrane, or it would be dangerous. How did this happen? Why did you bring him here in such a condition? The doctor was also very sympathetic. After seeing Fu Jingchen's military ID, he knew he was a soldier who had dedicated himself to the country and was now disabled. What's wrong? If you're paralyzed and can't create value anymore, do your family members just ignore that? Do you know that's unkind? Fu Jingchen was awake, but looked tired. He opened his eyes slowly and said, "Doctor, it's not them." Seeing that Gu Nian and others looked worried, the doctor stopped talking. While helping Fu Jingchen apply medicine and wrap his bandages, he reminded, broken ribs are most dangerous when coughing or moving. You must rest well at home, sleep on a hard bed, and try to stay in a semi-reclined position to reduce pressure on the chest. Lu Wen asked, "Doctor, does he need to stay in the hospital?" "No, if there's no displacement, he doesn't need to stay." but he needs at least 2 months to recover. His leg is like this. His overall health isn't good, so it might take 3 or 4 months to heal properly. If possible, improve his diet. Drink some hearty bone soup to help him recover. Seeing Fu Jingchen's expression as if he were lifeless, the doctor added seriously, keeping a happy mood also helps with recovery. Gu Nian nodded and said, I understand. Thank you, doctor. Of course, she knew all this. She would treat Fu Jingchen's ribs herself, but she still came to the hospital on purpose. Only in this way would the entire Red Flag Battalion know that Fu Jingchen had been injured by the Fu family. Things would go more smoothly after that. Looking at Fu Jingchen's silent face, she let out a heavy sigh. She was wrong. This family must be separated quickly. She would never leave Fu Jingchen alone in the Fu family again. This family was ungrateful and ruthless. The doctor disinfected Fu Jingchen's face and applied purple medicine. Observe for an hour. If there's no problem, you can leave. I'll go back to the ward now. Call me if you need anything. Remember to pick up the anti-inflammatory medicine from the pharmacy later. Gu Nian took the prescription and saw the doctor off. She gave Lu Wen 10 yuan and asked him to take Old Zhang and Lu Wu to have lunch. Lu Wen refused to take the money, but Gu Nian insisted. With Fu Jingchen like this, there might be more trouble with Brother Lu in the future. If you don't accept it, I won't be able to speak openly anymore. Seeing this, Lu Wen had no choice but to accept. Gu Nian went to the pharmacy to get the anti-inflammatory medicine and gave it to Fu Jingchen with some Lingquan water. As long as there is spiritual spring water, even without medicine, Fu Jingchen's ribs will heal quickly, but she remains cautious. Seeing Fu Jingchen keep his eyes closed and look very quiet, Gu Nian gently holds his hand.
Fu Jingchen, I'm sorry.
I shouldn't have left you alone at home. Fu Jingchen's eyelashes flutter slightly. Gu Nian notices a glimmer on them. Is he crying? Just now, his ribs hurt so much, yet he didn't make a sound. Now, because of her words, he's crying? Fu Jingchen dares not open his eyes. He's afraid that if he does, Gu Nian will see his vulnerability. He gently shakes his head. It's not your fault. It's just bad luck on his part. This is the last time. From now on, he won't be moved by the old Fu family anymore. Gu Nian sees his face look even more serious and tightens her grip on his hand. It's not your fault. You don't need to punish or deny yourself because of others' mistakes. And you shouldn't let their indifference define your life. Family background is like drawing lots. You just got bad luck, drawing the worst card. It has nothing to do with your worth or talent. Fu Jingchen's eyelashes are wet, like butterfly wings soaked by rain. Gu Nian holds his hand even tighter. They don't love you, but that's their loss. You grew up to be such a responsible and kind person, and that's already a victory. Fu Jingchen, you have me in your future life. I will make up for your unhappy family, starting today. As long as you don't give up on me, I will always be by your side. Her words sound like a solemn promise, each word hitting Fu Jingchen's heart hard, dispelling the long-standing gloom inside him. Fu Jingchen suddenly opens his eyes wide and holds her hand tightly. Gu Nian, thank you. He doesn't ask her questions. Although Gu Nian keeps saying she wants to be with him, what can he give her now? He can't even protect himself, so how can he protect Gu Nian? He has never thought about truly living with Gu Nian, but right now, he deeply desires her kindness. Gu Nian is just too wonderful. She is like the bright moon in the sky, shining into his lonely life. Let him be selfish just this once, for a brief moment of comfort. Gu Nian didn't dare to let Fu Jingchen return to Fu's house. She gave Lu Wen 2 big tokens of unity, letting Fu Jingchen stay at his place for 2 days. During these 2 days, she and old Fu's family divided the house. Lu Wen is 25 years old, just a month older than Fu Jingchen. They grew up together in the same pants, so they're good brothers and feel a strong bond. Lu Wu is 20 years old and has been Fu Jingchen's assistant since childhood. He is also very happy. They didn't want Gu Nian's money, but after seeing her actions at noon, they knew she was a person with strong principles. So they accepted her gifts, planning to return the favor from other sources after they split the family. Gu Nian asked Lu Wen and Lu Wu to move the bed she bought today, along with some of Fu Jingchen's usual essentials. After everyone left, she kicked open the main house door. With a creak, whether because she was too strong or the door was old, it fell off. Gu Nian didn't care. Now was not the time for words. She was ready for action. She was good at both literature and martial arts. She pried open a cabinet in the main house that was locked with a padlock. She knew that in this era, some strict old ladies kept their precious food locked up at home. Sure enough, inside, she found the milk powder, malt extract, and egg cake she bought in Shanghai. She didn't see her fruit cans, which must have been eaten by the old Fu family. No matter whatever they ate, she would make them spit it out. She stored her own things in her space. As for the eggs, rice, millet, and cornmeal from the old Fu family, she threw them all on the ground. The rice grains mixed with egg liquid and dirt, making a mess everywhere. But she didn't touch the money, the banknotes, or Fu Jingchen's allowance book. She suspected there was a hidden compartment. Just as she was rummaging through the boxes, footsteps came from outside. It was probably the old Fu family returning from the fields. She casually walked out of the main house. Fu's mother's heart trembled. "What did you go to my room for?" Gu Nian raised an eyebrow. "Of course, to take back my things." Seeing that the Fu family members had all arrived, she simply closed the door. Mother Fu ignored her and quickly ran back to the main house to check. When she saw the mess inside, she hurriedly checked her money and tickets. Luckily, Gu Nian didn't find them, but she was still very angry. She rushed out and shouted loudly, "Gu Nian, you!" Before she finished, Gu Nian raised her hand and slapped her hard several times.
Slap. Slap.
Slap. The loud slaps made Mother Fu dizzy and confused, shocking everyone present. No one had ever seen a daughter-in-law dare to hit her mother-in-law before. Finally, Fu Jingchen reacted first. "Gu Nian, are you crazy? Don't make me hit you." He usually didn't hit women, but Gu Nian was acting so wild that he didn't mind teaching her a lesson, just like he had done to Fu Jingchen. He was about to step forward and slap Gu Nian when suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his hand, then in his leg. Soon, his limbs refused to obey him. This feeling of losing control of his body made him panic immediately. He shouted in fear, "Mother, I can't move," but Gu Nian didn't give him a chance. She squatted down and stabbed him fiercely with silver needles. "Fu Jingchen, you scum! How dare you hit Fu Jingchen like that? His legs can't move. Don't you realize how desperate he is? How could you hurt him like that?" She transformed into a fierce woman, stabbing at Fu Jingchen with needle after needle. Fu Jingchen trembled from the pain, unable to make a sound. His face twisted as he whimpered, "Ugh." Mother Fu was the first to react. She clenched her fists, ready to tear Gu Nian apart. This was outrageous. How dare a daughter-in-law ride on her mother-in-law? She wanted to teach her a harsh lesson and make her kneel and beg for mercy. She reached from behind to grab Gu Nian and beat her, but unexpectedly, she was ambushed instead.
Slap. Slap.
Slap. Another loud slap. Gu Nian responded by stabbing needles into Mother Fu's hands, legs, and throat. Mother Fu immediately went numb and fell to the ground, unable to move. Gu Nian then rode on her and continued stabbing her fiercely. "You, old witch, are the most heartless. When you abused Fu Jingchen, did you think of your mother-son bond? You happily took his allowance to compensate yourself, but now you humiliate him in every way. Aren't you forcing him to die?" She stabbed Mother Fu more harshly than she had earlier stabbed Fu Jingchen. In her mind, this old witch was clearly worse than Fu Jingchen. Parents should be a child's safe haven and guiding light, but Mother Fu only brought pain to Fu Jingchen. Suddenly, she had an idea. Could it be that this old witch isn't Fu Jingchen's real mother? Unfortunately, she only saw the male lead come out just then. But she had a habit of skimming through reviews before reading a book. She remembered that the male lead seemed to come from a powerful family background. Could it be that Fu Jingchen isn't really a Fu family child, and his parents are from a high-ranking family? In the original story, the female lead only started caring for the male lead 2 months later, after she realized that Fu Jingchen's real parents were from a high-ranking family. She probably went to care for him because she knew the truth. Otherwise, with Gu Zijuan's snobbish attitude, how would he have taken the initiative to care for Fu Jingchen? Unfortunately, she didn't know who Fu Jingchen's real parents were. She planned to think carefully about the original story's comments when she had time. For now, she would focus on revenge and splitting the family. At this moment, the others in the Fu family also reacted. Zhao Pinru saw Gu Nian going crazy and didn't dare to step forward to stop her, only running over to see her husband. Father Fu also felt a bit scared of Gu Nian, but he couldn't bear to see his wife get hurt. He glanced at the eldest brother, Fu Jingfeng, who was still stunned. Fu Jingfeng understood. It was his turn to act. He stepped forward and shouted, "Third sister-in-law, have you gone crazy enough? Let go of mother, or I'll beat you to death." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Nian kicked him away with a swift kick, then stabbed his leg, making him unable to move. Gu Nian looked coldly at everyone and said, "Today one gets stabbed, and if you want, you can come in pairs. No fear of needles. Come on, if you see your family members being hurt and feel worried or sad, how can you stand by and do nothing? Even if he's not your real son, he's been raised with you since childhood." Seeing the panic flicker in Mother Fu's eyes, Gu Nian knew she was tricking her. Mother Fu sobbed and cried, tears and snot streaming down her face from the pain. In Mr. Fu's eyes, a flash of panic appeared, but he quickly calmed down. He stepped forward to stop Gu Nian, saying, "Third sister-in-law, you're talking nonsense. Third is our biological son. This morning, he was the one who pushed your mother first. Second couldn't stand it and accidentally hit him. Besides, the two brothers have fought many times since they were young. Why does it keep happening? Let go of your mother." Although he said this, his heart sank. How did Gu Nian, this little troublemaker, find out about Fu Jingchen's background? Did Fu Jingchen tell her?
Impossible.
How could Fu Jingchen know? He was swapped at birth. How could he know? His biological father was a military officer. 25 years have passed, and his rank must be quite high now. It's true. Dragons produce dragons, phoenixes produce phoenixes, and sons of mice dig holes. No wonder the young Fu Jingchen could become a company commander. Perhaps some of his father's genes played a role. Unfortunately, Fu Jingchen was unlucky, disabled, and even the military hospital couldn't treat him. It seemed he might never stand again. Gu Nian knew the Fu family wouldn't admit to this. In this era, kidnapping children was a serious crime. But high-ranking officials weren't always safe either. They could be falsely accused at any time. Gu Nian didn't insist too much. If someone maliciously used this, framing Fu Jingchen with a fake father, it would be a big loss. Anyway, in 2 months, the male lead would have high-ranking parents. She just had to wait. Right now, her priority was to take revenge and settle scores. She kicked Mr. Fu away and continued to jab at Fu's mother, targeting her soft flesh, one hit after another, making her silent. Wu Xilan had wanted to attack Gu Nian too, but seeing her fighting so fiercely, she gave up. After all, it wasn't her fight. She protected the children and helped Fu Jingfeng. Gu Nian grabbed Fu's mother's hair and forced her to look at the people in the yard, teasing, "Old hag, see? Your husband, son, daughter-in-law, grandson, and granddaughter are all watching from across the river." After saying this, she slapped her again. "Thinking you're in charge? Bah, you're nothing. Among your 3 sons, only Fu Jingchen is truly brave. If you don't hurt him, he would risk his life to protect his family when needed. Unfortunately, you personally pushed him away. You will never control him again. Return the allowance he sent you over the years, along with the account book, or I will hurt you." Seeing Mother Fu grimacing in pain but looking reluctant, Gu Nian's eyes darkened, and she began to act like a strict maid again. Fu Jingchen was worried about Gu Nian and struggled to get up to see her. Although every movement caused his chest pain, he didn't care. Lu Wen held him tightly, not letting him move, until Lu Wu's face twitched as he ran over. "Brother Chen, don't worry. Sister-in-law is very strong in fighting." If he hadn't repeatedly rubbed his eyes to confirm, he would have thought he saw wrong. Seeing such a delicate young girl suddenly fighting so fiercely was surprising. When Fu Jingchen didn't believe him, Lu Wu carefully explained what he had seen through the door crack. Gu Nian using silver needles on the Fu family members. Only then did Fu Jingchen realize and believe. Gu Nian really can use silver needles. But with 4 against 1, he still worried Gu Nian might get hurt. He urged Lu Wu, follow the plan quickly. Lu Wu nodded. Got it. I'll go right now. After saying that, he ran off like the wind, loudly shouting as he went. Fu Jingchen's ribs are broken by the Fu family. The new wife went to ask for justice, but was beaten instead. Inside the Fu family courtyard, the people being beaten were silent. Darn it, who was actually beaten? Mother Fu, in pain and gnashing her teeth with anger, suddenly made a sound. She blurted out, Gu Nian, you little brat, you really are a silent dog. If I catch you, I'll skin you, tear your tendons, and beat you to death. Gu Nian quickly gave her another needle, then pulled out the needle and wildly grabbed her hair, rolling on the ground. She then let out a pig-like squeal and ran out the door. Help! Someone's killing me. Old Fu family is going to beat me to death. Before the people in the yard could react, Gu Nian had already opened the gate. Captain Lu Huai and Deputy Captain Fu Chongjing, along with some villagers who had heard the news, saw a woman with disheveled hair running out of the Fu family's courtyard, looking terrified and crawling or rolling on the ground. It was as if poisonous snakes or fierce beasts were about to bite her from behind. Sun Xinghua quickly helped her up and asked, Jingchen's wife, what's wrong? Did something happen? Gu Nian saw that everyone was there and immediately played her role. She showed her arm, which she had already bruised earlier, and cried out of breath, Auntie, the team leader, deputy team leader, and all the villagers, please help me. My husband, Fu Jingchen, was beaten by the old Fu family and broke a rib. I couldn't stand it and came to ask for justice. But they didn't say a word, and even hit me. They said my husband's leg was injured, and he might never stand again. We have to rely on them to live, and they can do whatever they want of us. But my husband receives a government subsidy every month. That money is enough for him to eat well. Yet the old Fu family took away his subsidy and didn't take good care of him. They often scold and hit him, and even treat him like an animal. Today, they went even further and hurt him badly, breaking his rib. It's shameful for a woman to be insulted, but my husband is a soldier who defends our country. His leg was broken to protect our homeland. He is a soldier, a hero. He shouldn't be treated like this. My husband is quiet and never complains. I only spoke out because I couldn't take it anymore. Even a rabbit will bite when it's cornered. I don't care about face or shame anymore. The old Fu family must give us an explanation today, or I will go to any lengths to report this. Gu Nian said this and suddenly staggered. Sun Xinghua and a woman quickly helped her. The team leader and deputy team leader immediately looked serious. Actually, everyone knew how Fu Jingchen was living in the old Fu family. They all lived in the same village, so they understood. But these are family matters, and as outsiders, they shouldn't interfere. Besides, what could they do? Could they take Fu Jingchen into their own homes to care for him? In a time when most people couldn't get enough food or warmth, who had the energy to care about others? Even brothers Lu Wen and Lu Wu, who were closest to Fu Jingchen, could only do their best to help him wash and care for him. That was already a great help. Now that a new wife has come forward to stand up for Fu Jingchen, the team leader and deputy team leader are naturally happy to support her. They stepped forward and asked, Does Fu Changquan and Tian Xiaochao have anything to do with this? Fu's mother quickly shouted, Team leader, deputy team leader, please don't be fooled by this little troublemaker. Hiss, who hit whom? Earlier, it was clear that our whole family was being beaten by her. Look at how I was hurt by her. She wanted to show her injuries, but hesitated when she thought about where Gu Nian had been stabbed. She couldn't reveal her chest to everyone. She looked at Fu Jingchen. Since it involved his manhood, Fu Jingchen also couldn't show himself. Fu's mother bit her silver tooth and could only show her old face. Look at my face after being hit by that little troublemaker. Respecting parents is a traditional virtue of our country. Have you ever seen a daughter-in-law dare to hit her mother-in-law? Gu Nian showed her red arms and her messy, battered body. So many of you hit me, and I didn't fight back? I was just defending myself. I didn't even know who I was hitting. I was too busy trying to protect myself. Moreover, it's nonsense to talk about respecting parents. You are the ones who first mistreated your son, allowing Fu Jingchen to break Fu Jichen's ribs. I don't respect you. We can't afford parents like you. Fu's mother was so angry she wanted to slap her mouth. She had gone to great lengths to marry a daughter-in-law like this. She pointed at her grandson and granddaughter. Tell me, who hit whom just now? The 4 children trembled and pointed at Gu Nian. She stabbed Grandma with a needle, and also. Gu Nian sharply interrupted. It's surprising that the whole family can testify. I already admitted I fought back, but I was just defending myself. I was overwhelmed by your family's violence and had no choice but to fight back. It was self-defense. Besides, I'm just a young girl. How much strength could I have? Did you break bones or bleed? Did Fu Jingchen get seriously hurt? Fu Jingchen went to the city hospital for x-rays. His ribs were broken by you all. Don't try to downplay it. You must pay for breaking Fu Jingchen's ribs. Otherwise, I will report to the police and the city committee. I will do whatever it takes. The team leader and deputy leader wouldn't let her call the police. If they did, their team's awards this year would be gone. They hope to do well this year, earn some honors, and maybe get a tractor. Fu Jichen's wife, what compensation do you want? Tell us. My husband went to the city hospital for treatment and it cost 20 yuan and 30 cents. The old Fu family must pay for this. It takes at least 100 days to recover from broken bones and tendons. During this time, the treatment and nutrition costs should also be covered by the Fu family. Let's say a total of 200 yuan. Mother Fu immediately refused. Third brother's health isn't that precious. I've watched him grow up, and he's tough. He just took a few punches and now you want 200 yuan? He can handle it. Don't try to cheat me. Besides, he used to fight with second brother all the time. Brothers fighting is normal, and if he gets hurt, I'll just give him an extra egg every day. Gu Nian sneered. Extra? Xiao Chao. Do you think there will be an extra in the future? Since he came back from the hospital, I haven't even dared to let him into your house. This time, he was seriously hurt with broken ribs. Before, you secretly starved him and ignored him. Do you think I don't see all of that? He's tough? That was in the past. Look at what you've done to him now. Brothers fighting? Look at his current state, and look at Fu Jingchen's. I want to ask you, how dark and cruel is your heart to hurt Fu Jingchen when he's barely holding on? You don't care about him, don't want him, think he's a burden. But I care. When Lu Wen and Lu Wu carried Fu Jingchen over, they heard these words. Those words made his heart, which was almost sinking into despair, suddenly leap with hope, like spring flowers blooming and the earth coming back to life. He couldn't believe that someone still valued him so much after all he'd been through. He took a deep breath, his voice clearer than ever. If fate is shallow, and my parents have no real family feelings for me, then let's split up. We'll go our separate ways and have nothing to do with each other. Seeing Fu Jingchen being carried over, Gu Nian immediately ran over. Fu Jingchen, you're here. Does it still hurt? Looking at his clothes covered in dirt and his messy hair, Fu Jingchen felt a pain in his heart. He instinctively reached out to smooth her hair. Then, realizing what he was doing, silently withdrew his arm and shook his head. It doesn't hurt. Seeing his forced smile, Gu Nian gently held his hand, her face full of concern. Getting your ribs broken must hurt. You're right. We can't recognize such heartless parents. Let's split up. Feeling so cherished by her, Fu Jingchen didn't want to let go of her hand. He nodded heavily. Watching the couple so close and caring for each other, the onlookers couldn't help but start talking. In this era, people were more reserved. Even couples wouldn't show too much affection in public. Oh wow, Fu Jingchen is really lucky. Even though he's down and out, he still has such a caring wife. Yes, the new wife is very beautiful. Not only in our village, but among the entire Red Flag Brigade, you can't find someone as pretty as her. Some people look at her with simple admiration, while others feel jealous. A round-faced woman, sitting in a cart with Gu Nian, said sourly, "My son is tall, handsome, healthy, and capable. Why can't I find a good wife who truly cares for him like this? It's too early to judge." Fu Jingchen's wife only married in for 2 days. Before, Fu Jingchen and his family didn't have such conflicts. Since she arrived, they've been at odds. Maybe she's the one stirring trouble, perhaps because she wants Fu Jingchen's disability allowance. It's a good sum of money. This was said by a young girl wearing a cloth bag and 2 braided pigtails. Gu Nian turned to look. The girl wasn't stunning, but she was pretty enough. Her gaze at Gu Nian seemed to be inspecting her, with a hint of hostility. Gu Nian thought, is she digging into our family's past? Before she could speak, Fu's mother's sharp voice rang out. Third son, how can you be so clueless? Just because we argued a little and your second brother pushed you a few times, you want to split from us? Families argue sometimes. It's normal. Just talk it out. We are family, bound by blood. How much do you know about this little troublemaker? We've always been peaceful before she arrived. Now she's causing chaos, even trying to persuade you to split the family. Third son, you don't see her clearly. She's probably after your disability allowance. She continued, did you tell her about the compensation from the army? Silly boy, she's tricked you. Someone you barely know in 2 days can't truly care for you. Now you're bedridden, looking like a withered old man. What does she want from you? To see you suffer? Think with your toes. She's probably after your money. Even if I don't care for you properly, I will always provide for you. Do you believe that if you really split from us and she gets your money, she'll run faster than anyone? Fu's mother believed she was right. She thought Fu Jingchen still had a lot of money. This boy has always been clever, planning ahead. Surely he has some hidden reserves. And he served 9 years in the army, with a proper rank. He only sends them a little money each month. No way he has no extra savings. Why did she fall for this little troublemaker before? Her bank book must be with dog egg and dog left. Otherwise, why would they be willing to come every day to help him with his chores? She was too kind before. She absolutely cannot let Fu Jingchen leave. The troublemaker's money is hers. She glanced at Fu's father, who knew it was his turn to speak. Fu's father cleared his throat and said to the deputy captain, Cousin, you should persuade the third brother. He's really blinded by this woman. No matter how close family is, we don't break bones or tear tendons. How can he trust someone he just met 2 days ago over his own family? Deputy Captain Fu Chongjing is a cousin within 5 generations of Fu's father. Although they don't see each other often, they are related, and he hopes the deputy captain can help talk some sense into him. Being deputy captain shows he's a smart person. The deputy captain is usually fair and just like the captain. He has seen how the Fu family treats Fu Jingchen. But what the Fu family says also makes sense. How can someone who just arrived 2 days ago be trusted? In other words, Fu Jingchen no longer has his old spirit and enthusiasm. Why would he care about anything? Of course, it's not for that. It's probably for his disability allowance. If that's the case and Fu Jingchen and the Fu family split up, he would be left with nothing. He cleared his throat again and said calmly, Jingchen, although your parents may not have taken the best care of you, they are still your biological parents. Comrade Gu, I didn't say she's necessarily bad, but you should be cautious. You've seen how cold the world can be. There are no free favors. Since Comrade Gu is your wife, it's good that she's protecting you. You should just stay as you are. He then gently patted Fu Jingchen's shoulder and whispered so only they could hear, Jingchen, staying as you are with a new wife to protect you is the best thing for you. The captain thought for a moment and agreed that the deputy captain's words made sense. Even if Gu Nian runs away someday, Fu Jingchen wouldn't be left with nothing. Jingchen, I also agree with your cousin's words. Comrade Gu truly cares for you. We're happy for you. Think carefully about this. Father and Mother Fu were very happy. As long as Fu Jingchen does not leave the family, they have ways to get back his bank book. As for Gu Nian, today they mainly lost because their hearts were not united. Next time, when the whole family comes together, are they still afraid of dealing with a young girl? Suddenly, the situation turned around. Gu Nian, do I really have to run away? She was not angry. She looked at the smug and scheming Fu family members and smiled kindly. All right, it's fine if we don't split the family. I don't mind. She made a pinching gesture with her fingers. Let's see who can't hold it in first. Just as everyone thought the Fu family's trouble was over, a deep voice sounded. I believe Gu Nian. Even if Gu Nian wasn't involved, I would still split this family. Today, the Fu family not only broke my ribs but also cut off my last bit of family love. Jingchen's voice was quiet but firm and undeniable. Gu Nian understood. He just made the decision and then looked at her. She looked at Lu Huizhong and Fu Changjing and said, "Captain and Vice Captain, you saw it. My husband has been completely hurt by the Fu family. Being bedridden is the greatest suffering in life. It's one thing if the family doesn't comfort him, but to break his ribs? Do we still keep such family members? We insist on splitting the family." The captain and vice captain looked at Jingchen with firm eyes, knowing he was determined. They sighed and said, "If this is Jingchen's well-thought-out decision, then we will split the family." Mother Fu was upset. "Why should we split the family? The third son is my son, and I have the right to decide." "I don't agree to split," Gu Nian mocked. "When you don't feed him, don't think of him as your son. When you hit or slap him, don't think of him as your son. When you let Fu Jingchen hurt his ribs, don't think of him as your son. Now you have the nerve to show up and act like you care." Mother Fu glared. "You little brat, it's all your fault. Our family was fine before you came. As soon as you arrived, the third son wanted to split the family. It's all your scheming. I also need to scheme a little. If you have the ability, you can scheme too. Enough talking. Stop whining. Repeating the same old words over and over. Aren't you tired of it?" Fu Jingchen couldn't listen anymore. Mother stopped talking to her. "Since the third brother wants to split the family, just let him go. When this woman runs away someday, he'll be the one crying. Don't worry, he won't come to you even if he cries," Gu Nian said. Then she looked at Lu Hui and Fu Changjing. "Captain and Vice Captain, did you hear that? Old Fu's family agrees to split up. Since they agreed, they should now discuss the details of the division." The captain and vice captain were clever men. Seeing this, they immediately entered the old Fu house and closed the door. The crowd outside, cut off from the inside, all shouted in unison, "What's the matter?" Still not allowed to see. The captain and vice captain looked at Fu Jingchen and Gu Nian. "Jingchen, Jingchen's wife, what conditions do you have?" Fu Jingchen didn't want anything. He just wanted to cut all ties with the old Fu family. But he didn't speak. He looked at Gu Nian instead. Gu Nian makes the decisions. Gu Nian felt warm inside. She looked at Fu Jingchen and smiled happily. So, she gets to decide? Truly teachable. The Fu family people were upset. "What do you mean they have conditions? If they want to split up, then quickly get out of our house. Don't expect to take a single cent from the Fu family." Gu Nian withdrew her gaze and raised an eyebrow. "We dislike the things from your old Fu family. We don't want them even if you give them to us for free." Hearing this, Fu's mother sighed silently and started to chase them away. "Then get out." Seeing Fu's mother reaching out to grab her, Gu Nian quickly sidestepped and kicked. Fu's mother felt a sharp pain in her knee and lost her balance, falling heavily to the ground. She was knocked over and furious. She cursed loudly. "You little brat, how dare you kick me?" Gu Nian sneered. "You dare scratch me, and I can't kick you? I'm not your mother. Why should I spoil you?" Fu's father glared. "You scoundrel. She's your mother. How dare you?" Gu Nian sneered. "I'm not your mother either. If you don't want to be scolded, stop seeking attention." "What mother? That's laughable. If I had such a heartless mother, I'd buy a piece of tofu and hit myself to death. At this age, still talking without brains. Stop trying to make relatives with me." Fu Jingchen couldn't stand it anymore. He awkwardly stepped forward and swung a fist. "Little brat, want a beating?" He looked fierce on the outside, but inside, he was a bit nervous about Gu Nian. He was just beaten so badly by Gu Nian that he was almost unconscious. Gu Nian wanted to speak, but was pulled back. "Fu Jingchen, do you still want to fight?" She looked down and saw it was Fu Jingchen. Seeing him pull at his broken rib with force, causing cold sweat on his forehead, but his eyes were fierce and full of stormy anger, like he would fight to the death if Fu Jingchen dared to attack. Gu Nian was happy inside. It seemed the male lead finally considered her one of his own. Fu Jingchen's eyes widened. "Your eyes are all covered in dirt. It was her who was rude to my parents first. Your eyes are the ones covered in dirt." My parents aren't my parents, so why should I suffer for them? And you too. If you want to fight, then do it. If you're brave enough, break my ribs. Let's see if my ribs and Fu Jingchen's are enough for you to get your revenge. Come on. Gu Nian gently patted Fu Jingchen's hand to show she was fine, then clenched her fist and faced Fu Jingchen directly. Fu Jingchen really wanted to punch Gu Nian's endless chatter. His third brother was so lucky. Despite being hurt, he still managed to marry a wife who protected him. Just when he felt embarrassed, Zhao Pinru quickly grabbed his arm to stop him. Zhao Pinru didn't want her man to get into trouble. Gu Nian watched as Fu Jingchen lowered his arm, then spat. You're just a coward who only knows how to bully at home. Where was your bravado when you fought Fu Jingchen? Ha, you're nothing. After insulting Fu Jingchen, she turned to Zhao Pinru. Now you're just playing the victim. Why didn't you do anything earlier? When your man was fighting my man, why didn't you pull him back? I see through your double face. You're the most sneaky in this family. After criticizing Zhao Pinru, she turned her anger on the older couple. Don't think that just because you didn't fight, you're safe. A house divided cannot stand. Your whole family will pay for your foolish actions. Then she swept her gaze over everyone, her eyes sharp. We will not take a single cent from your old Fu family. Likewise, you're not allowed to touch anything belonging to Fu Jingchen. Return the allowances he sent you over the years, along with the allowance book, the 200 yuan for the broken ribs, and my canned food. Do it now, or I will report you to the police for assaulting a military hero. Lu Wen and Lu Wu watched as Gu Nian single-handedly made the Fu family speechless, their hearts pounding with excitement. Yes, report them. The team leader and deputy team leader glared at the two obvious troublemakers. Shut up. None of your business. If such a thing really happened in their team, they wouldn't be able to earn any awards for the next few years. That's also the main reason Gu Nian didn't report it to the police. In this era, collective honor is very important. If someone damages the team's reputation, they will be punished or treated unfairly. Before Fu Jingchen's legs healed, they both had to stay in Lu's village, so they wouldn't offend the team. Moreover, in 2 months, Fu Jingchen's high-ranking parents would come, and at that time, Fu's father and mother would still be caught up in the situation. So, right now, money is the most important thing. Jingchen's wife's demands are reasonable. Fu Chongquan and Tian Xiaochao, you should agree. The team leader and deputy team leader definitely couldn't let Gu Nian report to the police. Their team already had low output, and if such things happened again, they wouldn't be able to show their faces at the commune meetings. Fu's father and mother exchanged a quick look and immediately exploded. We raised our third child with great difficulty, from childhood to now. He's grown wings and wants to split the family? Fine. But his previous respect and support for us belong to us, and there's no reason to take it back. Fu's mother shouted loudly. The allowance sent from her third child in the past was a significant amount. She couldn't possibly return it, and she had already spent it all. She felt more distressed and angrier as she spoke, pointing at Fu Jingchen's nose and scolding, "You ungrateful wolf, heartless. I shouldn't have had you in the first place. If I did, I should have drowned you in a urine bucket to save myself the trouble of you marrying a wife and coming to bother me." While scolding, she habitually reached out to pinch Fu Jingchen's arm. But this time, her anger was not vented. Before she could touch Fu Jingchen's arm, a hand firmly grabbed her wrist. Gu Nian shouted loudly, "Everyone see this. This heartless old woman dares to hit Fu Jingchen in front of the team leader and deputy team leader. What about when no one is around?" Fu's mother was stunned. She instinctively tried to break free but was tightly held by Gu Nian. She yelled fiercely, "What are you talking about? He's my son. What's wrong with touching him?" "Just a touch," Gu Nian sneered. She quickly pulled away from Fu's mother and then rolled up Fu Jingchen's sleeve. You see Fu Jingchen's inner arms covered with crisscrossed purple bruises. "Did you just touch him? In the 2 days I've been here, I've seen you pinch him 3 times and hit him once. And that's just when I saw. What about when I didn't see? How much hardship has he suffered this past month? Respect? You don't deserve it." Hearing this, Fu Jingchen remains completely unmoved. Gu Nian lowers his sleeve and continues, "My request is simple. I want what rightfully belongs to us back. If the heartless Fu family still thinks that's too much, then there's no need to talk. Just report to the police. The team leader and deputy team leader both frown coldly. Fu Jingchen, your family is too much. How can you enjoy Jingchen's respect while mistreating him? Enough talk. Just give us the money. Fu's father glares at Fu's mother. She is truly a useless woman who causes trouble. Fu's mother looks wronged, as if she's never mistreated him. Captain, deputy captain, no matter what. We raised the third son through hard work. We are grateful for his upbringing. It's a debt bigger than the sky. We raised him all these years. Gu Nian responds loudly. Of course we didn't raise him for nothing. Old hag, you're right. Despite all your torment on Jingchen, you didn't kill him, and you raised him. We are the most grateful. You raised Fu Jingchen for only 3 years. For those 3 years of nurturing, we're willing to pay you 60 yuan a month after you turn 60. Of course. Only if you live that long. Fu's mother glares. You wicked girl. How dare you curse us? Gu Nian raises an eyebrow. I need to have that ability. As the saying goes, kind people don't live long, but villains live 1,000 years. You two are so heartless. You're sure to live a long life. So, in total, we'll support you for 40 years, 10 yuan a month, which adds up to 120 yuan a year, and 4,800 yuan over 40 years. You're the ones taking advantage. Who can't make a false promise? When Fu Jingchen's wealthy parents come, these two thieves will get their comeuppance. Support money? Not happening. Gu Nian remembers a book review that said Fu Jingchen's wealthy parents treated him very well, traveling far and wide to see famous doctors to cure his leg, spending all their fortune. But they are different from the original owner's parents, who are somewhat affectionate, but not much. Fu's mother doubts. Now they're not giving us a way out. Who knows what will happen in 7 years? Gu Nian doesn't even look at her. It sounds like we are the ones being aggressive, but it's you who forced us into a corner with knives, leaving us no way out. She then looked at Lu Huizhong and Fu Changjing. Captain and vice captain, we care about the group's honor. We didn't want to report to the police at first, but as you can see, the He family is not sincere at all. We can't negotiate with them. After speaking, she informed Lu Wen and Lu Wu. All right, we're leaving. We'd rather not compete over bread and food. I care more about justice than money. You can take Fu Jingchen back. I will report to the police. Fu Jingchen, who broke a rib, is a soldier. I wonder how many years he might get. Fu Jingchen got nervous. Can a brother really go to jail just for fighting? The captain and vice captain quickly stopped everyone and warned them. Think about it. Jingchen has made contributions to the country. He's not like ordinary villagers fighting. Besides, what you call a fight isn't really one. Jingchen is in no shape to fight back now. He was attacked by you alone. If this gets bigger, not only the police but the city officials will get involved. Seeing that Fu's family finally got scared, the captain and vice captain continued to threaten. Your family better think carefully. If Jingchen's wife reports to the police, Jingheng will go to jail, and your whole family will ruin the group's reputation. Then, you'll be assigned all the dirty and tiring jobs. This wasn't just a threat. If Fu's family didn't give money to Gu Nian and let her make this matter big, they would lose their chance for a good review. Everyone in the group would hate them. And then, they would be forced to do all the hardest and dirtiest work. Fu Jingchen was scared. Dad, Mom, I can't go to jail. Mom, I only hit old 3 to defend you. Fu's mother's face tightened. She already favored the second son the most. Besides, he was indeed defending her. She was out of options and could only collapse onto the ground, throwing a tantrum. Captain and vice captain, it's not that we don't agree, but we really don't have that much money. The allowance from old 3 has already been spent on marrying off the older brother and sister. Our family lives off work points. There's no way we can come up with that much money, even if it kills us. The captain and vice captain frowned. How much has Jingchen sent you over the years? Everyone in the group lives off work points and isn't well off. Old Master Fu's family built a large house with blue bricks and tiles, and life was quite good. They didn't think they couldn't come up with the money. Not counting what we buy daily and tickets, it's at least 2,500 yuan. Mother Fu quickly calculated the allowances sent by the third son over the years. When she was in a mess, Fu Jingchen spoke in a deep voice. He joined the army at 16, and now at 25, he has served 9 years. Except for the first 3 years, his allowance was very low, 5 yuan the first year, 6 the second, 10 the third. He didn't send money home then. Later, every year, he sent half of his allowance to his family each month. Mother Fu strongly demanded all of it, but he was cautious and only sent half. Still, it was quite a lot. The squad leader and deputy squad leader both gasped. Sorry to bother you. Mother Fu suddenly jumped up from the ground. Nonsense. How could there be so much? You little rascal, trying to bite the hand that feeds you. Look, the squad leader and deputy squad leader see? This is a hero who has made great contributions to the country. I spit on you. Gu Nian raised her hand and slapped her. Spouting nonsense. If you can't speak properly, just shut up. Is there anything wrong with that? The post office keeps records of every transfer and it can be checked. Mother Fu was spun around by the slap. She turned to tear Gu Nian apart, but Fu Jingchen thought that national heroes shouldn't be hit, and maybe this little troublemaker could be hit. He also stepped forward to help Mother Fu tear at Gu Nian. Gu Nian was fearless. She picked up a brick from the ground and shouted, If you don't want to pay back the money, that's fine. 1 rib costs 200 yuan. Your Fu family has 10 people, so 2,000 yuan in total. I'll give you a discount, no money needed.
Deal.
Isn't this a good deal? Seeing a fight about to break out, the squad leader and deputy squad leader hurriedly called a stop. Is this never-ending? The post office's accounts can't be wrong. If it's not enough, sell some of your belongings or sell the house. In the end, the cost is on the sheep. Both the squad leader and deputy squad leader looked worried. They realized that Fu Jingchen's new wife and the Fu family were like copper basins clashing with iron brooms. No one would give way. They were naturally incompatible. If it weren't for worrying about affecting the team's evaluation, they wouldn't bother to get involved. When the two people spoke, Gu Nian gave a final warning. We are not the kind of people who argue over small things. Fu Jingchen's claim doesn't count for everyday shopping and tickets. It's just 2,500 yuan plus 200 yuan for nutrition and a can of food, totaling 2,701 yuan. You choose. Take the money, or each of you break a rib. She was playing with a brick in her hand, as if the Fu family members said they wouldn't pay, she would immediately smash it. Fu's mother was also someone who wouldn't shed tears until the last moment. Suddenly, she pushed her 8-year-old daughter, Fu Anil, forward. You brave one. Go ahead and smash. If you have the guts, do it. We'll start by covering 200 yuan. Everyone was shocked. No one expected Fu's mother to be so ruthless as to push her own granddaughter out as a shield. The team leader's face turned pale with anger. Nonsense. Brothers Lu Wen and Lu Wu cursed loudly. Darn. We've seen everything now. So heartless. Pushing your own granddaughter out to settle the debt. Zhao Pin was instinctively protecting his 2 children, his eyes showing a cold heart. Fu Jinghen's face was openly excited. Did Gu Nian dare? Whether she dared or not, she had to cover 200 yuan. Fu Jingfeng instinctively wanted to pull his daughter back, but Fu's mother held her tightly. Look at this little brat. Does she dare? Wu Xiulan screamed. Seeing Fu Anil crying in fear and despair, Fu's mother smiled confidently. People have already given you the money. If Gu Nian really dared to smash, she would eat her own poop. But she was wrong. Fu Jingfeng Wu Xiulan looked carefully. This is what your mother strongly demanded. 200 yuan, I'll take it first. Gu Nian's eyes sharpened, and her usual reckless attitude fully surfaced. She really thought she was scared of her. She actually dared to throw the brick at the terrified Fu Anil without hesitation. Wu Xiulan screamed in fear. Gu Nian dared. Gu Nian really dared. Almost instinctively, driven by maternal instinct, Wu Xiulan used all her strength to protect her daughter just as the brick was about to hit Fu Anil's chest. She caught the brick with her back. A loud bang sounded. A sharp pain shot through her back. Wu Xiulan collapsed to the ground, crying out in agony. Unbeknownst to others, Gu Nian was just acting tough. In fact, she had secretly eased her strength by half. She didn't feel sorry for anyone in the Fu family, but she was moved by this unwavering maternal love that was as precious as the world. Wu Xiaolan only looked at her injuries, but in fact, her condition was just as serious as Fu Jingchen's. With her health, she could recover in less than 2 months. The entire yard suddenly fell silent. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. Gu Nian, being a doctor, was confident and kept a calm appearance. She weighed the brick in her hand and fixed her gaze on Fu Mu, who was pale and trembling. She coldly said, -200. Next, who wants to go? The little troublemaker dares. The little troublemaker really dares. Fu Mu almost trembled as she tried to push Fu Anya forward, but Zhao Pinra held her tightly. Mother, this is how you lead the family? Pushing your granddaughter aside when trouble comes? We also want to split the family. She felt truly heartbroken. Fu Mu choked and said, It's that little troublemaker who dared to throw things. What does it have to do with me? Whether it's mother who threw it or not, you should have thought about whether this woman dared to throw it before pushing Lele forward. Why didn't you go and let her throw it at you? Fu Jingfeng forcefully shook off her arm and carefully carried Wu Xiaolan away for treatment. Brothers Lu Wen and Lu Wu loudly shouted. Tian Xiaochao broke her own eldest daughter-in-law's ribs. Fu Mu. She was about to go forward and tear these two scoundrels apart, but the captain and vice-captain stopped her coldly. Fu Chongquan, Tian Xiaochao, stop this farce. If you don't pay the money, don't expect to get any good treatment in the team from now on. We will send your family to the cattle shed. After finishing, they glared at Gu Nian. If you dare to be disrespectful again, you'll be included too. They realized that Fu Jingchen's new wife was a fierce woman, and they were truly afraid someone might get hurt. Gu Nian didn't mind and replied, How I act depends on the old Fu family. Fu Mu still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Fu Fu. They had completely offended the captain, and it wouldn't be easy for them later. Fu Fu, rarely firm, said, Shut up, we'll pay the money. He then lowered his voice and said, But we really can't come up with that much money right now. Please give us some time. The captain knew they couldn't pay, and not just them, no one in the entire team could. He didn't look at Gu Nian but turned to Fu Jingchen and said, Jingchen, let your parents take their time. Let them pay what they can now, and give them some face. Since it had come to this point, Fu Jingchen could only look at Gu Nian. Gu Nian also nodded and said, Go get the things, write an IOU, return the booklet, and write a letter to end the relationship. Seeing her finally agree, the squad leader quickly glared at Fu's mother. Fu's mother knew she couldn't avoid bloodshed today. She went to the main room and took a long time to come out holding a box of money. In front of everyone, she counted it out, a total of 283 yuan. Including the brick of money Wu Xiaolan received, there was still 2,218 yuan left. Gu Nian asked Fu's family to write an IOU, noting that it should be paid back within 3 days. She looked at the injury allowance booklet to make sure everything was correct, then kept it with her. Next, she began writing a letter to end the relationship in front of the squad leader and deputy squad leader. Fu Jingchen wanted a clean break, while Fu's father and mother only wanted a monthly pension of 10 yuan after they turned 60. Although they had different thoughts, their goal was the same, so there was no disagreement. Fu Jingchen said to Lu Huaizhong, Squad leader, please write it. Okay. According to both sides' requests, the squad leader quickly finished writing the letter to end the relationship, making 3 copies. After confirming everything was correct, all members of the Fu family, along with the witnesses, the squad leader and deputy squad leader, signed and stamped their fingerprints. 1 copy was kept by Fu Jingchen, another by the old Fu family, and the 3rd was stored in the squad. Only then did Gu Nian realize that Fu Jingchen was actually this Fu. Wasn't the main character Fu the other one? But she had also seen this Fu before, and she wasn't sure if the author had made a mistake or if she remembered incorrectly. By this time, it was already dark outside. Fu Jingchen looked apologetic and said, Squad leader, deputy squad leader, I really caused you trouble today, having my uncles stay so late to help. If it weren't for my leg, Gu Nian snapped back to reality. Once we finish packing up in a few days, I'll invite both uncles to dinner. The squad leader and deputy squad leader waved their hands and said, No need. By the way, where do you two live? Fu Jingchen replied honestly, at Lu Wen's house. The squad leader and deputy squad leader exchanged glances, but said nothing. There are 5 more plots of land in their village, but for some reason, Fu Jingchen's household registration hasn't been transferred back. They couldn't help with that. Compared to Fu Jingchen's dignity, Fu's mother was sitting on the ground, crying loudly. Oh dear, life is really hard now. Even selling all 4 children can't cover this money. The ungrateful girl is pushing her parents to the edge. Third son, just wait and see. Once this woman gets the money, she will definitely run away. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. When that happens, you'll be crying with nowhere to go. Seeing Gu Nian rush into the chicken coop and take one of the chickens, Mother Fu couldn't help but scream. In this time period, a family is allowed to raise only 3 chickens. Team leader, deputy team leader, stealing chickens. Thief, Gu Nian coldly shouted. What are you crying about? I owe 3 yuan. They are currently staying at Lu Wen's house, and they have no reason to repay kindness with ingratitude. She, Fu Jingchen, Lu Wen, and Lu Wu returned to the Lu family. The team leader and deputy team leader exchanged a glance, shrugged, and both turned to leave with their hands behind their backs. When they returned to the Lu family, Sun Xinghua had already prepared dinner. Seeing them come back, she quickly called out, Yuqin, everyone's here. Let's eat. She then hurried forward to ask about the situation. Lu Wu immediately started talking nonstop. Mother, you don't know how amazing sister-in-law is. She can fight 10 people alone. The Fu family couldn't handle her. Not only did she successfully cut ties with the Fu family, but she also got the compensation she deserved. Lu Wen looked a bit worried. Getting the compensation might not be easy. That was also what Fu Jingchen was worried about, especially since he couldn't help Gu Nian right now. But Gu Nian, with lively eyes and expressions, said confidently, I'm not afraid they won't pay. They will pay within 3 days. Hearing this, Lu Wu's eyes sparkled even more. Seeing Gu Nian's impressive aura, he had now become her little fan. Can I go with sister-in-law when she goes? I want to see too. Sure, she said she was going to deal with the chickens. Sun Xinghua quickly stopped her. Dinner is ready. Don't kill the chickens. Save them to lay eggs for Jingchen to recover. But keeping the chickens for eggs was impossible. She couldn't even finish eating the eggs from her space. All right, we'll kill them tomorrow. She casually threw the chickens into the Lu family's chicken coop, then took 5 apples from the basket she brought from the city today and handed them to Sun Xinghua. Annie, these are apples I bought today in the city. They're quite sweet. Take some and try. Seeing her hand over 5 big, red apples at once, Sun Xinghua couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Thinking to herself, she thought, no wonder she's from Shanghai. She is so generous. She didn't feel comfortable taking everything, so she only took 2 apples from Gu Nian, saying, just try 2. The rest you can give to Jingchen to help him recover. Lu Wen's 2 daughters, Lu Tingting and Lu Tsuetsue, saw the apples and drooled. But the 2 children, well-behaved, quickly looked away. Gu Nian was impressed and took the remaining 3 apples from her pocket, along with a handful of white rabbit candies, and gave them to the children. The children had never seen so many treats before and were momentarily stunned, looking at their grandmother for permission. Only after Sun Xinghua nodded did they politely say, thank you, Auntie. Then, happily, they started sharing the treats. They didn't dare to share the big apples, so they quietly placed them on the table and went to a corner to share the white rabbit candies. They liked the candies more than the apples. Gu Nian was very pleased. Seeing the children, she could tell that the family atmosphere of the Lu family was very good. Sun Xinghua felt a little embarrassed and said, Nian Nian, you should go inside with Jingchen to eat. Li Yuqin quickly brought food to Gu Nian. Gu Nian looked over and saw that the portions were large, including a meat dish. Although there wasn't much meat, it was clear they had intentionally served a generous portion with several extra pieces. Her heart warmed, and she divided half of the food into her bowl. Jingchen has a weak stomach, so he can't eat too much right now. I'll make him a cup of milk. She didn't eat alone but prepared an extra cup for the children to try. This made Sun Xinghua's family feel even more embarrassed. When they saw Gu Nian bringing in the food, Jingchen had just pulled the blanket over himself to hide behind it, but Gu Nian suddenly remembered something. Almost forgot. Close your eyes and relax. I have a surprise for you. Seeing her so mysterious, Jingchen closed his eyes without hesitation.
Click. Click.
Click. He heard 3 sounds of wood rubbing, then felt his upper body being supported. When Gu Nian told him to open his eyes, he did, and he was surprised to see that he had actually sat up. Strictly speaking, he didn't exactly sit up, but he smoothly moved into a sitting position, which still shocked him. Gu Nian, did you go to the city today just to buy me this adjustable bed? Gu Nian nodded and said, yes, you don't know how lucky I was to find this adjustable bed today. She told Fu Jingchen about Annie Dang and Zheng Zheng, but she kept quiet about Wang Lily. After dinner, I will cut out the bedding that matches the square hole and make it portable. I will put the basin on the stool so you can go to the bathroom by yourself in the future. Just eat without worry until you're full. Gu Nian handed him some milk powder. Fu Jingchen's voice was a little hoarse. Thank you. Seeing Gu Nian sitting beside him eating, he suddenly asked, why are you so good to me? In other words, with his current condition, what is there that makes her treat him this way? Since he lost his legs, he has been feeling more and more insecure inside. He is very afraid that when he wakes up, everything will be a lie. And Gu Nian is just a fantasy born from his despair. Gu Nian lowered her head and focused on her meal, not noticing his mood. She looked up and blurted out, because you are my man. Luckily, she quickly corrected herself, because he is the hero in the story. Seeing Fu Jingchen's ears turn red, Gu Nian couldn't help but reach out and pinch his face. My man is really innocent and pure. Tell me, have you ever liked Gu Zijuan? Fu Jingchen instinctively shook his head immediately, but then he felt it wasn't enough. He took the initiative to speak again. I never thought about marriage, and I haven't met Comrade Gu Zijuan in person. When the military evaluates soldiers for promotion under the same conditions, they prioritize soldiers who are married. The army believes that married soldiers can serve the country more peacefully. So, my superior introduced me to Comrade Gu Zijuan. I am related to Comrade Gu Zijuan through a photo. My superior said the Gu family was very satisfied, and I also thought the girl in the photo looked pretty. Plus, I was about to get married, so I agreed to this marriage. Gu Nian understood. It's basically a blind marriage. Although you had an accident first, it made you see that Gu Zijuan is materialistic and only cares about wealth. And secondly, she paused, then cheerfully added, it shows we are destined to be together. I am the best at sharing hardships. Not only will I make you healthy and chubby, but I will also help heal your legs. You naturally belong to me. Seeing the hero's ears turn even redder, Gu Nian smiled with her eyes squinting. It seemed her position in the hero's heart had risen even more. Since Lu's family only has 3 bedrooms, Fu Jingchen's bed is currently placed in Lu Wu's room. So, at night, Lu Wenlai and Lu Wu share a bed, while Gu Nian temporarily sleeps in the same room as Liu Qin. Gu Nian plans to visit the captain tomorrow to ask about the homestead. The next day, everyone in old Fu's family is working in the fields. Someone suddenly shouted, Aunt Fu, someone is looking for you. Aunt Fu went out to see who it was and saw a woman who looked about her age, but with a graceful presence. She was accompanied by a woman in her 30s, dressed in neat dark blue linen clothes, with short hair carefully styled, clearly from the city. She was holding a small boy who was clean and tidy, unlike the rough country kids. When did she meet someone from the city? She didn't know about it? Who are you? Old party lady asked with a smile. Miss, we are here to see Gu Nian. Are you her mother-in-law? Seeing the fancy food hanging on their bike, Aunt Fu's eyes flickered and she quickly smiled and replied, Yes, I am Nian Nian's mother-in-law. Come, follow me home. She led old party lady quickly back to her house. At this time, everyone was working in the fields. On the way, besides some playing children, they didn't meet anyone else. Darn Gu Nian for causing her such a big loss. She planned to get some revenge today. Sit down quickly, I will pour some sugar water for you. Aunt Fu warmly hosted old party lady after bringing her home. Old party lady looked around the yard and smiled. Miss, you don't need to work so hard. By the way, is Comrade Gu Nian at home? Aunt Fu paused while pouring water and said, "You're unlucky to come now. Nian Nian went to the city today. But don't worry, when she returns, I will definitely tell her you came to see her." She secretly glanced at the bag on the table. There was milk powder, malted milk, egg cakes, canned food, and a piece of meat. There was quite a lot. Old party lady asked again, "Where is Comrade Gu Nian's husband?" "We want to visit him." Aunt Fu habitually looked at the west room and clapped her hands exaggeratedly. "Oh, what a pity." Nian Nian took the third child to the city to see his leg. At this moment, a dirty-looking Fu and Shan came over, licking his black fingers and staring closely at the delicious food on the table, occasionally drooling. Fu's mother quickly shooed him away, while Jingchen took out 2 big white rabbit candies from his pocket and handed them to him. "Here." Zhengzheng, still a child, tried to play with Fu and Shan by giving him candy, but after taking the candy, Fu and Shan quickly ran back into the house. Zhengzheng could only sit quietly again beside Grandma Dang. Although he didn't say anything, his small face showed some disappointment. Grandma Dang noticed and patted his back, asking, "When will Comrade Gu Nian come back?" She didn't mind much. Her daughter-in-law was busy with work, and it wasn't easy for her to visit. She hoped to see Gu Nian today and thank her in person. Fu's mother was eager for them to leave quickly and deliberately said, "Oh, third brother's leg injury is quite serious. They have to stay in the hospital for 2 days each time. It might be the day after tomorrow." Grandma Dang and Bai Wenjing exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. It seemed they would have to find time to come again. Just as they were about to leave, the sound of a bullock cart came from outside. They looked outside happily and saw a man with quick legs carrying a woman into the house. Seeing their parents return, Fu Anxiang and Fu Anil, who had been hiding inside, finally dared to come out. Especially Fu Anil, who was crying with her eyes swollen. "Dad, Mom, are you okay?" "Boo-hoo." Fu's mother was a bit unhappy but didn't say much in front of outsiders. "It's not a big deal, big brother. Quickly carry your wife inside." Wu Xiaolan's temper flared. How could she be fine after being hit by such a big brick? "Mother, you're happy now? My ribs are also broken, just like third brother's." Hearing this, Fu Anil cried even louder. "Boo-hoo, Mom, my ribs are broken.
It's all my fault."
"If I had known, I would have let Aunt San hit my ribs." "Boo-hoo." Wu Xiaolan wanted to comfort her daughter, but was in so much pain in her back, she couldn't speak. She could only pat Fu Jingfeng's shoulder and hurriedly carry her inside. After this incident, she definitely didn't want to live with Fu's mother anymore. Once she recovered, she planned to split the household. Fu's mother had never liked her daughter-in-law and coldly scolded Fu Anil. Just as she was about to continue greeting Grandma Dang, she saw Grandma Dang already carrying her things and leaving. How could she still be carrying things away? Mother Fu, worried, reached out and grabbed Old Lady Dang's arm. "Why are you leaving so soon? Stay and sit for a while." Old Lady Dang, experienced and wise, knew that Bai Wenjing worked at the street office. The 2 women could handle this small matter easily. Smiling kindly, Old Lady Dang said, "Big sister, I talked with my daughter-in-law. Since Comrade Gu Nian is in the city hospital, it's better for us to visit her there." After saying this, she subtly brushed away Mother Fu's hand, exchanged a quick look with Bai Wenjing, and hurriedly left Fu's house. She was afraid of being stopped again and not being able to leave. Although she didn't know exactly what had happened to the Fu family, the girl mentioned that the third aunt was probably Gu Nian. It seemed Gu Nian was having a hard time at Fu's house. They decided to go to Hongqi Brigade to ask where Gu Nian was staying. When Old Lady Dang arrived at Lu's house, Gu Nian was talking with Fu Jingchen about the homestead. Fu Jingchen shook his head. "My relationship hasn't been sorted out yet. Strictly speaking, I don't belong to Lu's village, so I can't get a homestead." He had already submitted his military discharge application. After what happened, the military hospital said his leg might not recover and he didn't want to use up the army's resources, so he directly applied to leave the army. But for some reason, his relationship status hadn't been sorted out yet. Maybe the leader was busy with other matters. Gu Nian understood. The leader valued talent. Once the male lead's leg healed, he would return to the team immediately. She thought, how could Fu Jingchen not be the male lead? This Fu was much more impressive than Fu Gao.
She didn't insist.
I'll go ask the squad leader. If we can't get a homestead, then we'll buy one ourselves. The male lead's leg would take 2 more months to heal, and they still had to stay in Lu's village for 2 months. There was no need to feel wronged. Plus, she looked at Lu's village by the sea, close to the city. In the future, it could become a tourist spot, which was also a kind of investment. Building a house was necessary. Just then, Lu Tingting and Lu Tsuetsue's clear voices called out, "Third uncle, third aunt, someone is here." Gu Nian ran out and saw old lady Dang, Zhengzheng, and a very elegant middle-aged woman. She guessed this was Zhengzheng's mother. She quickly greeted them. "Aunt Dang, sister-in-law Dang, Zhengzheng, you're here? Come in and sit." Gu Nian invited them inside, hurriedly poured tea, and cut some apples. Seeing Lu Tingting and Lu Tsuetsue look a bit nervous, she cut another apple and grabbed a handful of white rabbit candies from her pocket. She said to them, "Share the candies with your brother and have fun. The first step for children to make friends is sharing." "Okay, third aunt," they replied. Zhengzheng was very happy to see Lu Tingting and Lu Tsuetsue invite him. He glanced at his grandma and mom, and when he was allowed, he happily jumped into play with Lu Tingting and Lu Tsuetsue. Grandma Party saw that their concern was very different from Madame Fu's. She thought to herself, no wonder Gu Nian doesn't get along well with the Fu family. Bai Wenjing also had a very good impression of Gu Nian. She stood up and sincerely thanked Gu Nian, saying, "Comrade Gu, thank you so much for saving Zhengzheng. Our whole family is very grateful." Zhengzheng's dad was also supposed to come, but he had an urgent meeting and couldn't make it. He asked me to thank you on his behalf. Gu Nian quickly waved her hand and said, "You're too kind. Anyone in that situation would have helped. I just did what I should do." That day, saving Zhengzheng was just a small effort for her, and she had already arranged for the hospital bed. In her heart, that was enough. But clearly, Grandma Party and her family were grateful people. Today, they brought a very generous gift. It's customary to return favors, so she insisted on treating them to a meal. She got up to prepare, but Grandma Party held her back. "Don't bother. We'll just recognize the place and leave. There will be more chances later." Grandma Party was a wise and kind person. Since Gu Nian was staying at the Lu family, she knew it was inconvenient for her. She didn't want to trouble her further. She asked Gu Nian to take her to see Fu Jingchen. Gu Nian led them inside. Seeing Fu Jingchen with a pale face on the hospital bed, Grandma Party immediately thought of her late husband. She suddenly asked, "By the way, when we came in earlier, we heard you say that Jingchen's relationship hasn't been settled yet and the land division isn't done?" Auntie Dang was furious when she heard this. How can they treat our national hero so disrespectfully? It's unacceptable, Bai Wenjing said. "Comrade Gu, I am from the city's street revolution committee. Do you want me to help mediate this?" Gu Nian quickly waved her hand. "Thank you, Comrade Bai, but the big team has already handled the situation for now. If I really need help later, I will ask you." Bai Wenjing understood. The leader of the Red Flag team had already settled the matter, so she couldn't interfere anymore. She has worked with the people for many years and understands these social matters well. Auntie Dang also understood. "All right, we won't interfere with the family division. But about the homestead, don't go to the team leader. Just wait for him to come to you. It will be at most 3 days. It's just a small piece of land, and Gu Nian doesn't want to owe favors." But seeing Auntie Dang's determined expression, she clearly couldn't stand to see a national hero suffer. In other words, if any other hero were treated unfairly today, she would step in. She really is a person of strong character. Gu Nian could only silently nod. Before leaving, Auntie Dang took her hand and quietly told her about what happened at the Fu family. Auntie Dang didn't stir up trouble. She just warned Gu Nian to be careful of the Fu family so she wouldn't be sold one day and end up helping them count money. Gu Nian felt grateful. After seeing Auntie Dang off, she clenched her fists and decided it was time to visit old Fu's house. Looking back, she saw Fu Jingchen opening his mouth as if to say something. She smiled and asked, "Do you want to know what Auntie Dang just told me?" Fu Jingchen didn't mean to pry into Gu Nian's secrets, but he felt that what Auntie Dang said to her seemed to relate to him. Auntie Dang had been glancing at him several times. Seeing that Fu Jingchen was silent, Gu Nian gently pinched his face and teased him. Annie Dang said you look very handsome, but too thin. She told me to make sure I fatten you up. All his doubts were swept away by her actions. I want to drink water. Seeing his ears turn red, Gu Nian pretended not to notice. Okay, she poured a glass of water, mixed in some spiritual spring water, and handed it to him. Drink. Fu Jingchen stiffened and turned his head away. He reached out to take the cup, but Gu Nian, whether intentionally or not, heavily touched his hand. His hand trembled, almost spilling the water. Thank you, Gu Nian found it amusing. She really is hard to tease. Can't the male lead take the opportunity to hold her hand and pull her into his arms? Oh, I forgot. The male lead's rib is broken, so he can't pull her into his arms. She put away her playful attitude and said seriously, drink the water. It's good for your health. Fu Jingchen obediently drank the glass of water. The water Gu Nian always gives him tastes especially sweet, and after drinking it, he feels warm inside. An indescribable sense of comfort spreads through his body. He feels a slight tingling in his chest, as if the broken bones are healing at an astonishing speed. He looks at Gu Nian in surprise. Gu Nian's face remains calm, her heart steady. Aunt Fong from the party said that old Fu's family deliberately kept them. I went for a walk around old Fu's house. You stay at home and behave. She then prepared another glass of water for Fu Jingchen, and before leaving, she gently touched his face, then left the room casually. Gu Nian moves freely, but Fu Jingchen stays for a long time, still feeling the warmth on his cheek. At the Fu family, Fu's mother is still scolding loudly. Bah. I've never seen anyone carry things into the house and then take them back out. She looks dressed nicely, but she doesn't understand manners at all.
Bah.
People of the same kind attract each other, just like that little shameless girl. Wu Xiulan is lying on the bed, her head pounding from the noise. Jingfeng, tell your wife to stop arguing. I want to sleep. She had a painful night last night because of her ribs and is now very sleepy and uncomfortable. Jingfeng didn't sleep well at the hospital last night either. Now he has taken off his shoes and is lying on the bed. He instructs Fu Anil. Lele, tell Grandma. Fu Anil still remembers how Grandma pushed her out yesterday. She is afraid and shrinks back. Seeing this, Jingfeng can only tell Fu Anxiang. After all, Fu Anxiang is just a boy, so he goes out to tell Fu's mother. But unexpectedly, Fu's mother not only ignores him but also yells even louder. While scolding, she suddenly remembers the canned food Gu Nian mentioned. When she looked through Gu Nian's bag, she saw the canned food, but when she moved it to her room, it was gone. She suddenly glares at Fu Anxiang. Xiang, did you secretly take the little shameless girl's canned food? The two girls don't dare. Fu Anshan is only 4 years old and has no such idea. It must be Fu Anxiang who took it. Fu Anxiang is still a child. When Fu's mother gives her such a glare, she quickly reveals herself. You're a naughty kid. Hurry up and give it back to Grandma. Fu Anxiang couldn't bear to part with it. He hadn't even tasted it yet. He quickly ran off, clutching his pocket. Fu's mother, furious, grabbed a broom and chased after him, hitting him. Outside, Fu Anxiang's crying could be heard. Wu Xiulan, angry, shouted, I took a beating for your Fu family and saved 200 yuan. Does my son not deserve a can of food? After shouting, her back ached painfully again. She endured the pain and shook Fu Jingfeng, who was pretending to sleep. Your son is almost beaten to death by that old woman. How can you be such a father? Go and check on him now. Fu Jingfeng was very tired and didn't take it seriously. Mother just loves her grandson. She's just scaring Xiao Xiang, nothing serious. Wu Xiulan was so angry she started crying. What kind of sin had she committed? Why had she never seen the old Fu family's coldness and indifference before? Gu Nian came in and saw chaos in the Fu family. She smiled slightly and started to slap Fu's mother's face. You old woman, how dare you stop my guest? Have you forgotten your pains so quickly? I don't mind making you remember it again today. She grabbed Fu's mother's hair with one hand and slapped her face with the other. Fu's mother was helpless and couldn't defend herself. Xiao Xiang, what are you looking at? Hurry and help Grandma. Fu Onxiang refused to help and quickly slipped back into the house. Inside, Fu Jingchen heard the commotion and tried to get up, but Wu Xiaolan scolded him. Your son isn't so eager when the old woman hits him. Now he's worried? But does worry help? Are you her match? Be careful. She might break your ribs too. If we both fall, do you think your parents can take care of us? Although she hated Gu Nian, she hated Fu's mother even more now. Fu Jingfen instinctively touched his chest, which still ached from Gu Nian kicking him yesterday. He knew he wasn't her match. He lay back down and pretended to sleep again. Wu Xiaolan finally let out a breath of relief and told Fu Onxiang to open the canned food. The family ate the canned food inside, while Fu's mother was outside, beaten into a pig's face by Gu Nian. Only when Gu Nian was tired from hitting and her hand hurt did she stop. Fu's mother, unable to fight back, could only go to the village team to complain. That little brat. So overbearing, hitting people in broad daylight. Just wait, I'll report you. Gu Nian dared to hit her openly, so she wasn't afraid of being reported. She sneered and said, 1 slap equals 1 cent. I slapped you 100 times, that's $1. Feeling wealthy and powerful really feels great. Stop talking nonsense. A slap is worth a penny. Don't dream about it. Gu Nian didn't indulge her. It's because of our past mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship that I gave you this price. If you dare to secretly key my guest, you deserve a slap. She then took out a silver needle, deliberately intimidating her. Do you agree? If not, there will be no compensation. Fu's mother knew the silver needle wouldn't leave a mark, so she was furious, but could only agree. There's still 2,214 yuan left. Gu Nian finished counting and waved the silver needle. Hand over all the hidden money in your house, or I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson again. Fu's mother was so angry she shouted loudly, but her family was like they were dead. No response. She had hidden money, but her life savings, she would never give that to Gu Nian. Determined, she ran into the kitchen and came out holding a kitchen knife. She pointed the knife at Gu Nian and said fiercely, Gu Nian, if you dare come closer, I'll cut you to death. Do you believe it? As soon as she finished speaking, a sharp pain shot through her knee, and her legs went weak. She fell to the ground, dropping the knife at Gu Nian's feet. Gu Nian picked up the knife and walked to Fu's mother, slapping her face with the back of the blade. If you don't take out the money, do you believe I'll cut you to death? Fu's mother trembled with fear but was confident Gu Nian wouldn't dare. You dare? Killing someone means facing the law. Gu Nian sneered. Do you think I dare not? Her eyes didn't blink as she raised the knife and swung it toward Fu's mother. Seeing her again show that reckless attitude, Fu's mother screamed in fear. I'll give it to you. Gu Nian dared. She really dared. Only then did Gu Nian stop. Looking at the yellowish water stain under Fu's mother, she looked disgusted. With such little ability, you still dare to fight me. You're really overestimating yourself. She sharply slapped Fu's mother's face with the back of the knife again, then, with a fierce look, she wiped the knife on Fu's mother's face and threw it into the main room, where she had kicked the door down yesterday. Fu's mother was so scared she almost fainted. Crazy woman, you're crazy. She pulled out the silver needle from her knee and staggered to her feet, going inside to get money for Gu Nian. Gu Nian counted. There was a total of 834 yuan. The old Fu family's money was quite a lot. She twirled the silver needle in her hand and asked, Are there more? Mrs. Fu let out a hysterical scream. No more. Truly no more. We are just poor farmers. We don't have extra money. These are what the third son sent over the years, all here. I guess you wouldn't dare to lie to me. Gu Nian put the money away. By the way, I have good news. Before you pay me back the remaining 1,380 yuan, I've decided to stay at your house. So, you'd better pay me soon. Owing her money?
Impossible.
The best way to deal with a tough person is to be tougher than them. Why should I let you stay at my house? Because you owe me interest. Gu Nian started acting tough. I won't sleep in the dark west room. She kicked open the main room door, looked at the big family eating canned food, and couldn't help but chuckle. Then she quietly closed the door. She didn't bully the sick. She went to the east room, which was the second room for Fu Jingchen and Zhao Pinru. These two were very bad. They slept in their own room. She kindly asked Fu Anya and Fu Anshan to go outside, then she threw everything on the bed into the yard with a loud bang. This made Fu Jingchen and Zhao Pinru, who had just come back from work, very angry. But they couldn't argue or fight back, so they just got more annoyed. Mrs. Fu's face hurt, and she was angry. Seeing Gu Nian acting so arrogantly, she suddenly had an idea. She pulled Fu Jingchen back into the room. Hearing her, Fu Jingchen was surprised and opened his mouth wide. "No way," Mrs. Fu slapped him. "What's not possible? The third son definitely can't get close to her. She's still a girl. Once she tastes the good side, she'll be easy to control. When that happens, we won't have to pay the third son, and his IOU could come back to us. Girl?" Fu Jingchen suddenly remembered that night when Gu Nian helped Fu Jingchen lick. Thinking of this, he shivered involuntarily. Gu Nian was fair-skinned and beautiful, much more tempting than his wife. Thinking of this, his throat suddenly felt very dry. He forced himself to say, "Mom, let's agree first. I'm just listening to you and helping our family. If Pinru finds out, you have to help me cover it up." Mrs. Fu loved her second son the most. When she saw the bright look in his eyes, she knew he was getting benefits and pretending to be innocent. But she didn't expose him. "You prepare well tonight, I'll go find some medicine." Fu Jingchen disagreed with Gu Nian living alone at the Fu family. Based on his understanding of the old Fu family, unless something unusual happens, they are not truly part of the Fu family. He rarely spoke so much to advise Gu Nian. "Are you worried about me?" "Of course I am. Since you treat me well, I should also treat you well," Gu Nian asked again. "Do you like me?" "Of course." Realizing what he was about to say, Fu Jingchen immediately shut his mouth. Does he like Gu Nian? He had never thought about this question. In other words, someone like him, disabled and useless, shouldn't even consider such things. What does liking or not liking matter? His feelings are worthless. He sincerely told Gu Nian, "Gu Nian, you are very good and capable. You shouldn't be limited by family matters. You should dedicate yourself to building and shining." "It's my fault. Here we go again." Gu Nian didn't want to hear this. She raised her hand to cover his mouth. Her soft, smooth hand touched his lips, causing Fu Jingchen's words, thoughts, and actions to scatter. He seemed frozen in place, staring at Gu Nian, unable to speak. Gu Nian finally let go of him. "Next time, don't say things that burden me. I really need to take good care of you." After saying that, she pressed her fingertip to his lips, so soft. If she weren't worried about scaring him, she really wanted to kiss him. "Be good and wait for me at home. I'll come back tomorrow with money." She deliberately pressed a little more before turning to leave. Looking at the empty house, Fu Jingchen was lost in thought for a long time. At the party committee's residential area, when the old party member saw her son returning from a meeting, she immediately told him about Fu Jingchen. The matter of Fu Jingchen splitting from the family is an internal conflict within the Fu family. Our organization can't interfere. But Fu Jingchen is a soldier who has made great contributions to the country. He returned with shrapnel in his body. Now, because of household registration issues, his land hasn't been fully transferred. He doesn't even have a place to settle down. Is that fair? Party Secretary Zhang Sun, the vice mayor of Binzhou, listened to his mother and thought for a moment before seriously replying. "Mom is right. This exposes the flaws in our work. We can't let heroes bleed and cry. Policies are fixed, but people are alive. The organization should act based on facts. This isn't just about Fu Jingchen. It's about thousands of soldiers who protect our country." The old party member saw her son agree and smiled. "Let's use Fu Jingchen's case as an example for the whole city to discuss. Handle special cases properly, but don't give special treatment." Party leader Zhang Sun understood well. In his position, he knew it's best not to give others reasons to complain. "Mom, you're right. I will ask the organization department to hold a special meeting about Fu Jingchen's case this afternoon." When they arrived at Fu's house, they saw the family having dinner. Gu Nian snorted, "Eat up. Tomorrow, you'll sell your bikes and sewing machines to pay me back." Fu's mother rarely scolded anyone. "Nian Nian, after all, third son is our son. You're our daughter-in-law. Can't you cut us some slack?" After saying that, she poured a glass of water and handed it to Gu Nian. Consider this as my apology. A sneaky fox giving a gift to a chicken isn't doing it with good intentions. Gu Nian didn't plan to take the water at first, but when she saw the sparkle in Fu's mother's eyes, her own eyes flickered. She took the cup and drank it all in one gulp. Drink the water and don't forget the money. After that, she walked into the East Room without caring about anyone else. Watching her graceful figure, Fu Jingchen's eyes darkened. Late at night, hearing the soft sounds from the East Room, Fu Jingchen felt nervous but excited. He sneaked in quietly. He waited a long time but didn't see his son being kicked out. Fu's mother hummed a little tune and left. It was clear her son was so captivated by Gu Nian that he couldn't sleep all night. The next morning, before dawn, Gu Nian heard sounds of humming and shuffling from the East Room. Her mother was happy and went to find her third brother at the Liu family. She knocked on the door for a long time. Lu Wu finally came out in slippers. Seeing it was Fu's mother, Lu Wu looked annoyed. "What do you want?" Gu Nian's mother didn't bother with him and went straight inside. "Looking for my third son." Lu Wu didn't want her to see him, but Fu Jingchen was worried about Gu Nian. He told Lu Wu to let her in. "What's wrong with Gu Nian? I want to talk to you alone. Mother Fu is quite cautious. In this time, having an affair could get you publicly shamed and humiliated. But Gu Nian slept with her second brother, and the older brother doesn't criticize him. They can just keep their own lives private." When Lu Wen and Lu Wu went out, Fu Jingchen clenched his fists and asked, "What exactly is wrong with Gu Nian?" Mother Fu then pretended to look embarrassed and said, "Nian Nian was so overwhelmed last night that she secretly connected with your second brother. Now she's sleeping with him without knowing what's happening. You see how complicated this has become." Jingchen's heart clenched painfully, feeling a sharp ache. You all plotted against Gu Nian. He felt he had caused trouble for her. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand. "Mother, you're a woman too. How can you be so cruel to Gu Nian?" He struggled to get up, wanting to see Gu Nian, even though every breath caused him pain. But he didn't care. He didn't dare ask Lu Wen and Lu Wu for help. He wanted to protect Gu Nian's last bit of dignity. As he was about to fall off the bed, Mother Fu held him back. "Third son, just accept it. Nian Nian is a woman. She can't be willing to stay with you, who's paralyzed. If you truly care for her, you should understand her. Fortunately, she's not a stranger. Your second brother and sister-in-law are reasonable people. During the day, Nian Nian still takes care of you. Mother has thought it through and will also take good care of you. Come back home. We can live like we used to, shut the door, and make the best of our lives." Jingchen looked at her in disbelief. "What are you talking about? Are you a madam from a brothel?" Even though he knew the Fu family was harsh, her words still shocked him. The anger in Jingchen's chest burned so fiercely, he almost vomited blood. He forcefully shook off Mother Fu's hand and struggled to get out of bed. At that moment, the door suddenly opened. He looked up and saw Gu Nian. He froze for a moment, then trembling lips said, "Gu Nian, don't be afraid." Feeling his words were too weak, he took a folded letter from under his pillow and handed it to Gu Nian. "Take this money and rent a place in Liaodong. I'll call the commander and ask him to help you find a job. All the unhappy things that happened at Hengqi Brigade, just treat them as a bad dream. You little rascal, you really left a backup plan." Mother Fu was furious. She tried to grab the passbook from Fu Jingchen's hand, but was stopped by Gu Nian. Gu Nian looked down and saw that there was 5,000 yuan inside. Wow, such a rich person. No wonder he's the hero in the story. He saves and hides his money well. He keeps his wealth private, so she quickly closed the passbook. She didn't want Mother Fu to see it, which made her very curious. Mother Fu didn't have time to think about why she was here. She looked at the money and asked, "How much? Is it a big amount? 2,000 or 3,000? Gu Nian snorted coldly. "Old gossip, none of your business. Good news. I found someone to trade your bicycle and sewing machine. Hurry home and get ready." Although this was an era of public ownership, many private trades still happened among common people. As long as it wasn't a large amount, no one would interfere. Especially for things like wedding items, if there were no receipts, people had to buy them on the black market or from private sellers at high prices. Mother Fu was so angry she cursed loudly. You and my second son. Before she finished, Gu Nian slapped her hard. Don't be so disgusting early in the morning. I slept at Aunt Gui Fong's house last night. As for your second son, you'd better go home and check. He might be in trouble. Mother Fu's face changed. She forgot about the passbook and hurried back home. Gu Nian was curious too. She gently touched Fu Jingchen's face and then ran outside. At the door, Lu Wen and Lu Wu, who had been eavesdropping, saw that it was just a false alarm and quickly followed. They really wanted to see how Fu Jingchen was going to get into trouble. Only Fu Jingchen was left, reaching out his hand. Gu Nian, but he quickly stopped himself. As long as she was safe, that was enough. Mother Fu wanted to go inside, but underestimated how strong people's curiosity can be. Not only Gu Nian, Lu Wu, and Lu Wen came to her house, but some other nosy people also rushed in. She couldn't stop them at all. Right now, she was worried about her second son. When she opened the door, she saw him hanging naked from the ceiling beam. His feet were about 20 centimeters off the ground, and his mouth was stuffed with his dirty sock. She didn't know if it was because of the smell or because he was holding his breath. His face was red and looked very fierce. He was whimpering and crying out in pain. Seeing this scene, many people in the crowd, who were experienced and knowledgeable, couldn't help but react. When the teammates breed the cows look like this. If they were breeding pigs, it wouldn't be like this. Gu Nian found it funny. She had taken the pig breeding medicine, so she looked just like a pig during breeding. Seeing Fu Jingchen's expression, it was clear he was completely ruined, and his masculinity was gone. He had only himself to blame. Fu's mother shouted, "My son, hurry and save the person." People in the crowd discussed, but everyone's heart was still kind. Since they all lived in the same village, they still wanted to help. Fu Jingchen took off his sock, and as soon as his hands were untied, he reached for his private area and shouted, "Mom, I feel bad. I feel really bad. It's broken, completely broken." Zhao Pinru quickly fed him water. Fu's mother looked at Gu Nian with anger and said, "Gu Nian, it's all your fault." Gu Nian's eyes shone brightly. "What did I do? Did I want you to plot against me? Did I bring the pig breeding medicine? All of this is proven. I have a clear conscience. If you dare, we can report to the police right now. If they really reported, they would be made to stand in the street and eat sunflower seeds." Seeing Fu's mother look guilty, Fu's father glared at her harshly. He was really good at causing trouble and making things worse. If you're going to do something, do it properly. Zhao Pinru was stunned like she'd been hit by lightning. She looked at the man in her arms in disbelief. Her bed partner actually wanted to sleep.
Gu Nian?
Or was it arranged with his mother? How could they do this? Wu Xilan, standing behind the crowd, sneered coldly. Dogs never change their habits. The second son cried out in pain. Fu's mother was worried he might get into trouble, so she asked her eldest son and Zhao Pinru to take him to the clinic. Zhao Pinru didn't want to go. She thought Fu Jingchen deserved it. But when Fu's mother slapped her, she reluctantly left with them. After everyone left, Gu Nian started to get serious. She asked Lu Wen and Lu Wu to help move the sewing machine. Fu's mother stopped her, saying, "The third gave you the bank book. Why do you still want to move our sewing machine?"
You can't, Gu Nian laughed.
"We're no longer related. The third has nothing to do with you. It's written in black and white. If you don't pay back the money, you can use something as collateral. Old, superstitious woman, you're still not giving up and causing trouble. Look at what you've done to this family." The team leader was assigning work in the fields and discussing next week's fishing plans with the deputy team leader. Their red flag team is near the sea, sharing fishing duties with nearby teams. Next week will be their turn. Although they might not catch much, it will help improve their meals. Everyone was looking forward to that day. Suddenly, a leader from the commune arrived. The team leader and deputy quickly stood up to greet him. "Director Ma, what's the matter?" Director Ma straightforwardly asked, "Is Fu Jingchen part of your team?" "He's a soldier who has been awarded a first-class merit for the country." The team leader and deputy nodded quickly. Yes, they saw that the official behind Director Ma was holding something, perhaps a gift from the organization to honor a hero. They had never seen such treatment before. Director Ma didn't go directly to see Fu Jingchen but asked carefully about his situation. When he heard that Fu Jingchen had separated from the Fu family and was staying at a childhood friend's house, his expression suddenly became serious. Captain Liu, Captain Fu, although Fu Jingchen's official status hasn't been restored, he is a hero who has earned a first-class merit for the country. He is truly one of your red flag team members. We can't just watch him have nowhere to settle. The team leader and deputy looked a bit uncomfortable. Director Ma, you don't know. We grew up with Jingchen, but our team has no rules for this. We dare not rashly allocate him a piece of land. Director Ma knocked on the table and lowered his voice. Yesterday afternoon, the city held a meeting on resettling retired soldiers. It emphasized prioritizing solving the real difficulties of heroes. The leaders even made Fu Jingchen an example. Hearing this, the team leader and deputy immediately understood. The city leaders wanted to support Fu Jingchen. But hadn't they already supported him? Suddenly, the two of them had a realization. They might not be thinking of Fu Jingchen, but of Gu Nian. Yesterday, two very elegant women brought gifts specifically to thank Gu Nian. The two men noticed that these women were extraordinary. They had just arrived yesterday, and today they resolved the issue of Fu Jingchen's land. Such quick action suggested they had a powerful background. Oh, and they heard Gu Nian was from a high-ranking family in Shanghai. It seemed their guess was correct. They immediately praised Gu Nian, saying, Director Ma, we were careless, or maybe the city committee thought things through carefully and handled it specially. We are too stubborn. You don't know how well Jing Chen's wife takes care of him. Comrade Gu is kind-hearted, beautiful, and loyal. Director Ma didn't understand why they suddenly mentioned Gu Nian. But in this position, everyone is clever and thoughtful. They thought Gu Nian must have a prominent background, coming from a leader's family. He smiled and joked, Take me to visit Comrade Fu and Comrade Gu. The deputy team leader was busy with work, so the team leader took Director Ma there alone. On the way, he kept praising Gu Nian even more. He thought Gu Nian was truly lucky for Jingchen. Not only did she help Jingchen leave his bad family, but she also helped him get back his previous allowances. Suddenly, he remembered that his wife wanted to sell an old sewing machine from the Fu family last night. Such shameful things must not be known by the leaders. He deliberately took a detour but then met Old Zhang, who was taking Jing Heng to the city hospital. Old Zhang was loud. Captain, Jing Heng might be seriously hurt. The clinic can't treat him. We need to go to the city. Also, Comrade Gu had a fight with the old Fu family. You should go help Comrade Gu. It's not easy for a woman. Director Ma asked, Is that Comrade Gu Nian, Jing Chen's wife? The team leader could only nod reluctantly. He had a feeling he was about to be embarrassed. Ma Director raised his voice slightly. Then go and see him quickly. How can we let the hero's family suffer? Thinking about Gu Nian's sharp tongue, the team leader twitched his mouth. She can suffer, he wanted to say. She had already encouraged Jingchen to leave his family. A woman daring to stand up to the entire Fu family. Who would have such courage? But he couldn't say that. He could only suggest, Director Ma, I'll take you to see Jingchen first. On the way to the Fu family, we can pass by the Liu family. Ma Director said meaningfully, since the city has made Jingchen an example, they will probably send people to check again. Those shady things in their family need to be dealt with quickly. He clearly saw that Jingchen and the old Fu family were at odds. He didn't want to interfere in their family matters, only hoping it wouldn't affect their commune. No one wanted their messy affairs exposed to higher authorities. The team leader thought the same and quickly nodded. He first took Director Ma to Liu's family, then angrily went to old Fu's house. When he arrived, he saw Gu Nian firmly pull away Fu's mother's hand. Old fool, you spend your energy trying to get rich, but your family is already doing well. Look at the Fu family under your leadership. What a mess it is now. You let your second son beat up your third son. You even pushed your granddaughter to do the same. You caused your second son to become unkind. Now your two daughters-in-law complain about you more and more. If I were you, I'd find a way to end it all. She forcibly took away the bicycle, sewing machine, watch, and a brand new 5-drawer cabinet, worth 450 yuan, but she only paid 400 yuan. Still owe 980 yuan. Should I borrow money or sell the house? I don't have time to argue with you. Just give me a clear answer. The team leader felt dizzy hearing this. He frowned and stepped forward, giving a final warning. Fu Changquan and Tian Xiaoqiao, you are really embarrassing. Don't you have a written IOU? Pay back the money quickly. I tell you, today the commune leaders are coming to visit Jingchen. If you cause trouble and ruin our team's chance to get good reviews, I will immediately transfer you to the dirtiest, hardest work. When Fu Changquan and Tian Xiaoqiao heard this, they knew they had no choice but to pay. A few years ago, when they helped seize land from landlords, they had taken quite a few valuables. Now, it seemed they had to sell a few items on the black market. But they both said at the same time, "We will borrow the money." That was the end of the IOU matter. Gu Nian sincerely thanked the team leader. "Thank you, sir, for helping me recover the debt." The team leader was a bit wary of Gu Nian but remembered her connections with city officials, so he had to give her face. "By the way, Jingchen has been assigned a piece of land. The team has allocated a plot for you." Seeing Gu Nian's calm expression, he knew the city officials had already communicated with her. Thinking about how efficient the city leaders were, he felt he needed to act quickly. He told Gu Nian to go home first, then went back to the team to get the land registration book so they could choose their plot. In front of the commune leaders, the team leader pointed out the 5 existing plots of land in Lu's village to Fu Jingchen. 2 plots are in the west of the village, about 300 square meters each. One is in the middle of the village, near the team office and the elementary school, with a very good location but smaller, about 200 square meters. There are 2 plots of land in the eastern village. One is 300 square meters and is not far from Lu Wen's house. The other is 400 square meters but is a bit remote, at the end of the village. The team leader thought Fu Jingchen would choose the 300 square meter plot near Lu Wen's family, since it was convenient, and he could look after them in the future. But Fu Jingchen asked Gu Nian to choose. "Gu Nian, which piece of land do you like?" Gu Nian didn't hesitate and chose the larger one. Since they are from the same village, the location doesn't matter much. She plans to marry a government official someday, and the village is just a temporary place to stay. Of course, she chose the bigger plot because in the future, when they move or rebuild, she would get more. The team leader kindly reminded her, "Think carefully. This land is a bit far, and if you leave Fu Jingchen alone at home while working in the fields, something might happen. The workers in the field might not hear if there's a problem. The farmland in Lu's village is west of the village, and the east faces the sea. Beyond the mountains is the endless ocean. This will be a future tourist spot. Will they have to demolish her house first?" Gu Nian firmly said, "I've thought it through. I just want to stay away from old Fu's family. As for Fu Jingchen, I will arrange everything properly." Seeing this, the team leader didn't say anything more. "All right, your decision is fine." He also added in front of the leaders, building a house takes at least 10 days or 2 weeks. Since you don't want to trouble Lu Wen all the time, there's an empty house next to the team where you can store things. If you don't mind, we can prepare it for you to stay in temporarily. Gu Nian was very grateful. She didn't want to live at Lu Wen's house because it was inconvenient for her to go in and out. "Thank you so much, team leader." Now that she had a place to stay, Fu Jingchen also relaxed. He didn't want his arrival to cause Lu Wen and his wife to live separately. After the leaders and the team leader left, Lu Wen went inside and said, "Jingchen, how can the empty house next to the team be more convenient for us? It would be better to wait until your house is built and then move." He took 20 yuan from Gu Nian, but they only stayed at his house for less than 2 days, and he felt uncomfortable about it. Fu Jingchen patted his hand. "I know you're doing this for me, but it's summer now, and it's not convenient." He looked at Gu Nian on purpose. Not only was it inconvenient for Lu's family, but it was also inconvenient for Gu Nian. Thinking about their house being built, Lu Wen wanted to return the 20 yuan to them, but just as he took it out, Gu Nian pushed in an extra 25 yuan. "Brother Lu, Lao Fu's family sold a total of 450 yuan worth of goods. I paid 400 yuan and 25 yuan each to you and Lu Wu. Please help me carry everything, and the 25 yuan is for Aunt Gui Fong, the matchmaker." Lu Wen felt shy and said, "It's just a small favor. Besides, you all need to build a house soon and there are many expenses." Gu Nian took the opportunity to say, "Yes, we will need Brother Lu's help for building the house. Fu Jingchen can't handle it alone, and I don't know much about construction. So, it's better if Brother Lu keeps an eye on things. If you don't accept, how can we ask for your help later? Hearing this, Lu Wen no longer refused. He discussed the details of building the house with Gu Nian and Fu Jingchen. In this time period, villagers usually help each other build houses, relying on friendship and favors. But they always provide lunch. Gu Nian thought that since they live near the big team, it's hard to cook there. Also, after Fu Jingchen's leg heals, he is to return to the team, and it's not good to owe favors. So they decided to pay wages instead. 1 yuan per day per person. This price isn't low. Later, I'll ask my father to find some skilled workers privately. Don't worry, we'll make sure the house is sturdy and comfortable for you. Lu Wen helped Gu Nian tidy up the house next to the big team, then carried Fu Jingchen over. Before leaving, Gu Nian gave each of Lu Tingting and Lu Tsuetsue a bottle of canned food. She also invited them, if you're bored at home, come to our house and chat with Uncle San. There are lots of tasty things in his room. Lu Tingting and Lu Tsuetsue cheerfully replied, we like talking with Uncle San. We don't eat Uncle San's good food. Uncle San's health isn't good, so we want to give him some. Their mother didn't want them to take things from Uncle San and Annie, but Annie always tried to give them delicious food. Oh, dear. Such worries. Gu Nian loved them very much. Looking at these two girls and comparing them to the children of Lao Fu's family, it's clear how important good upbringing is. Fortunately, the main character is strong-minded and not corrupted by Lao Fu's bad influence. It shows that genes are also quite important. The empty house next to the big team isn't big, with only 2 rooms. One room is full of tools, and the other is cleaned out, with just a small bed, a table, and 2 stools. That's enough. One stool is for Fu Jingchen to use under his bed, and the other is for Gu Nian to sit on. Gu Nian placed her cloth bag filled with clothes on her bed and looked at Fu Jingchen's bed about 30 centimeters away. Suddenly, she asked, can I put up a curtain between the 2 beds? This would make it easier for her to change clothes. Fu Jingchen nodded and said, you decide. If there had been an extra room, he wouldn't want to share a room with Gu Nian. Gu Nian leaned down and touched his face. You're so obedient. Here's a reward. How about a hair wash? Fu Jingchen wanted to refuse but also felt his scalp itching. Lu Wen and Lu Wu were both men, but they were surprisingly attentive. He hadn't washed his hair in a long time. Thank you for your effort. It's no trouble. We finally have our own house. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Wait a moment, I'll hang the curtain and change my clothes first. Last night, she stayed at the village chief's house and didn't change her clothes, so she felt sweaty. She hummed a little tune as she drew a line between the 2 beds, then hung the fabric she bought in Shanghai. It wasn't big enough, so she took a plain bedsheet from her space, cut off the tags, and deliberately trimmed the edges unevenly so no one could tell it was different. On the other side of the curtain, Fu Jingchen felt her lively energy. His usually deep and heavy mood lightened unexpectedly. Gu Nian finished hanging the curtain, changed her clothes, and took her dirty clothes to the yard's basin. She planned to throw them into her space's washing machine at night. She went to the kitchen to boil water. The yard was small, but well-equipped. Luckily, there was a kitchen, though it hadn't been used in a while. The large iron pot looked a bit rusty. She scrubbed it several times and secretly added spiritual spring water for disinfection before using it. As for the dishes, she really didn't dare to use the old ones anymore. After washing Fu Jingchen's hair, she planned to buy some supplies from the supply and marketing cooperative. Seeing Gu Nian bring water in, Fu Jingchen quickly moved his head to the edge of the bed. Don't move. Your ribs haven't healed yet. I'll support you. Gu Nian held Fu Jingchen's head with one hand and gently splashed water onto his hair with the other, asking, is the water temperature okay? Perfect. His scalp was tickled by Gu Nian's small hands, making his heart beat faster. Seeing his ears turn slightly red, Gu Nian couldn't help but gently pinch his earlobe. Unexpectedly, this gentle action made Fu Jingchen quickly shrink his neck, almost spilling the water from the basin in her hand. Sorry. Oh, I should be the one apologizing. I accidentally touched your ear. I didn't expect him to be so sensitive. If the 2 of them ended up together, with him in her mouth. What would happen? Hee, I must try that someday. That's okay. By the way, what happened at the Fu family last night? Gu Nian was massaging Fu Jingchen's head while telling him what happened at the Fu house last night. When Fu's mother handed her a glass of water, she could smell something off. Wow, she really dared to use it. The drug for breeding pigs. She wasn't afraid it would kill someone. She pretended to drink it, but actually poured it into her space, replacing it with spiritual spring water. When she returned to her room, she deliberately made some moaning sounds to lure Fu's mother to come in. Unexpectedly, it was her own biological son, Fu Jingchen. She didn't hold back. She poured the pig-breeding water she had stored in her space into his mouth. Then she stuffed his mouth with his dirty socks, took off his shirt, hung him on the beam, and ruined him. After Fu's mother left, she waited another 15 minutes before quietly leaving the Fu family. She originally wanted to go back to the Liu family, but their door was already closed. She didn't want to disturb their sleep, so she looked for another witness. In this era, reputation was still very important, so she went to the village chief's house to try her luck. Luckily, she met Shen Guifang, who was pouring water. Shen Guifang, hearing that she returned late and didn't want to disturb the Liu family, kindly kept her at her house. She also enthusiastically told her that her distant relative's son was getting married and was worried about the wedding arrangements. When she heard that Gu Nian wanted to sell things from the Fu family, they quickly reached an agreement. I'm worried you'll be worried, so I came to tell you. I didn't expect the old woman to beat me to it. Now you know everything that happened. Gu Nian spoke casually, but Fu Jingchen was shocked. Gu Nian, I'm sorry. The old Fu family is really too much. They go to any lengths. Gu Nian interrupted him. It's not your fault. You don't need to apologize to me. Honestly, I suspect you're not even the biological son of the Fu family. Fu Jingchen was stunned and asked, Did you find something? Gu Nian shook her head. Not really, but it's obvious. They see you as an enemy and most importantly, look at your height and appearance, then compare it to old Fu's family. Although Fu Jingchen now looked a bit thin and pale, his bone structure was still there, and his former charm would naturally return. Fu Jingchen didn't say anything further. In fact, he had thought about this many times when he was young. He was a good boy as a child, but Tian Xiaoqiao often scolded or hit him, so he gradually stopped being obedient. Because being obedient meant getting hit. Being mischievous meant he could hit others. When he first joined the army, he often argued with his squad leader, thinking that since the squad leader couldn't beat him, why should he listen to him? He fought with the squad leader and ended up being put in confinement. It wasn't until he met his superior that he understood what true strength looked like. Strong without showing off, powerful without anger. Seeing him lost in thought, Gu Nian asked, Did you also have doubts? Fu Jingchen snapped back to reality and said indifferently, Yes, but none of that matters now. We've cut ties with them. Gu Nian helped him wipe his hair while nodding. Right, your main focus now is to take good care of your health. Don't ask old Fu's family about this, to avoid being used by someone with bad intentions. Anyway, in 2 months, Fu Jingchen's high-ranking parents would come to visit.
Fu Jingchen understood.
Things are very unstable now, and he didn't know why so many former revolutionaries were being accused like that. Did they really betray the country? I understand, Gu Nian. Thank you. He took the towel from Gu Nian and dried his hair himself. Seeing Fu Jingchen looking much fresher after washing his hair, Gu Nian touched his face and smiled. It was busy this morning, so I haven't given the money to Aunt Guifang. I'll deliver it to her now, and also buy some bowls at the supply store.
What do you want to eat tonight?
I can buy it for you. I'm not picky. Whatever you like. Fu Jingchen fiddled with his hands. Gu Nian always seemed to like touching his face, and he suddenly spoke. Help me get my notebook from my bag, okay? Gu Nian took the notebook out of his bag, but suddenly something seemed to slip and fall to the ground. She bent down to pick it up and found it was a black and white photograph. The man in the photo is dressed in military uniform, standing tall like a pine tree. He has deep-set eyes, a high nose bridge, and a sharp jawline. He looks calm, determined, and full of heroic spirit. Gu Nian has never seen such a handsome man before. She gasped softly, her breath catching. Suddenly, she looks up happily. Fu Jingchen, is this a photo of you from the past? Seeing the bright look in her eyes, Fu Jingchen's face shows a hint of awkwardness. For some reason, he also feels a little secretly happy inside. Yes, how did this get out? Gu Nian doesn't answer him. Instead, she compares the photo with the real person. Besides the determined look in his eyes and the confidence on his face, the only difference is that he looks a bit chubbier or thinner. Tonight, I'll make soy sauce ribs. She must take care of the main character. She needs to bring him back quickly. She hands the book to him, while the photo stays in her pocket. She also takes a can of milk powder, then puts the basket on her arm and leaves. Watching her energetic back, Fu Jingchen touches his face. Gu Nian really likes his face. Gu Nian goes to the captain's house. Luckily, Shen Guifang hasn't gone to work yet. Seeing her bring something, Shen Guifang chides. You're about to build a house, and Jingchen's leg isn't good. Why are you bringing things? Gu Nian doesn't really need to bring anything, but she doesn't want to go to work every day. She can only try to get along well with the captain so she can ask for leave easily in the future. Madam, last night I stayed here, and you kindly introduced someone for me. That's why I was able to get back part of the money. Also, if it weren't for the captain's help a few days ago, it wouldn't have been so easy to cut ties with the old Fu family. I remember all this. She then hands Shen Guifang 25 yuan. The old Fu family sold things for 450 yuan. I paid 400 yuan. Lu Wen's family got 25 yuan and you, madam, also got 25 yuan. Shen Guifang thinks Gu Nian is very considerate. But she can't accept it. Gu Nian's life isn't easy either. Gu Nian pushes the money back. I can't let you work for nothing. The Fu family lost some money, and Fu Jingchen still gets a disability allowance. I need to take care of him, so I might not have much time to work. But saving money is always good. In the future, I might bother you to ask for leave more often. She speaks calmly, revealing her true intentions. The captain nearby laughs. Gu Nian is clever. She uses other people's things to show kindness. No wonder even the usually fiery Tian Xiaoqiao is no match for her. But as long as she can take good care of Fu Jingchen, he is willing to help her with this. After all, Fu Jingchen is now a well-known case in the city, and the team can no longer ignore him as they did before. At this moment, a loud thud came from inside the house, followed by the sound of deep breathing. The team leader and Shen Guifang both looked surprised and rushed into the room almost instantly. Guan Yan followed closely behind. Seeing the young girl lying on the ground with a pale face, purple lips, and her chest heaving weakly but unsuccessfully, Guan Yan quickly opened the window for ventilation. Hua hua! Shen Guifang cried out sharply, her legs trembling as she tried to rush over. But Guan Yan stopped her. Don't move her. Let her lie flat and keep her airway clear. Guan Yan checked Lu Xiaohua's pulse to find out the cause and quickly took out silver needles. The team leader was also panicked. This is an old problem. We need to send her to the hospital immediately. It's too late, Guan Yan said without looking up, her fingers moving precisely. 3 silver needles were already inserted into Lu Xiaohua's acupoints, Renzhong, Neiguan, and Qimen, with steady and appropriate depth. Her skilled technique, showing a maturity beyond her age, made the team leader and Shen Guifang dare not move again. Guan Yan then held the silver needles and inserted them into other acupoints like Danzhong, Juke, and Xian Shu. Just when Shen Guifang could no longer bear it, her daughter's chest, which was almost no longer breathing, suddenly started to rise again, and her face gradually regained some color. Mom, Hua Hua, how do you feel? Is your chest still tight? Shen Guifang's voice trembled, tears falling uncontrollably. Lu Xiaohua, weak, nodded with a faint voice. Much better. Just no strength. Guan Yan gently withdrew the silver needles. Hua Hua has congenital heart disease. Traditional Chinese medicine calls it palpitations or chest blockage. She has a congenital deficiency of heart qi and blood, which causes the heart vessels to be poorly nourished. Even slight exertion or emotional excitement can trigger episodes. The team leader and Shen Guifang exchanged surprised glances. Comrade Gu, you are so right. Hua Hua has had this illness since birth. The doctors at the big hospital in the provincial city said she wouldn't live past 18. Hearing this, Shen Guifeng's voice choked with emotion. Her daughter was already 16 years old. The team leader continued. Over the years, we've taken Huahua to many hospitals. Western medicine says it can't be cured. I've heard traditional Chinese medicine can help, but these days, where can we find a reliable Chinese doctor? Gu Nian understood that Western medicine was limited in this era. She glanced at Lu Xuehua, whose face was gradually looking better, and softly said, Western medicine is right. Congenital heart disease is hard to cure completely. But with traditional Chinese medicine and proper lifestyle, she can live like a normal person and enjoy a long life. She took out paper and a pen from her pocket, writing as she spoke. If you trust me, you can try this prescription for a month. Last night, when she arrived, Lu Xuehua was already resting. If she had noticed earlier, today's dangerous situation might have been avoided. Shen Guifeng tremblingly took the prescription and said, I definitely believe. Any hope, no matter how small, she was willing to try. This medicine should be taken once a day, divided into 2 doses, warmed before drinking. Most importantly, Huahua must avoid vigorous activity, keep her emotions stable, and eat light but nutritious food. Shen Guifeng nodded repeatedly in agreement. Gu Nian added, Come back in 7 days for another acupuncture session. She was worried about Fu Jingchen being alone at home. After giving her instructions, she prepared to leave. Shen Guifeng handed her money and malted milk, also offering to pay her consultation fee. Gu Nian smiled and shook her head. I'm not a doctor. I just learned a few tricks from the barefoot doctor in our village. I can't accept a consultation fee. Shen Guifeng felt guilty and, hearing that Gu Nian was going to buy vegetables, hurriedly picked a lot of vegetables from her garden to give her. Her basket was already full, but she kept picking more. Gu Nian was a bit amused and helpless. It's just me and Fu Jingchen at home. We can't eat so much. Plus, it's too hot now to store everything. Shen Guifeng finally stopped and held Gu Nian's hand, looking very grateful. Comrade Gu, you saved my daughter's life. No small amount of vegetables can truly thank you. In the future, feel free to come to my house and pick whatever vegetables you want. Once your house is built, my son will plant vegetables for your family too. Looking at Gu Nian's back, Shen Guifeng felt that the medicine in her hand could surely cure Huahua's illness. Thinking about Gu Nian's skillful and quick acupuncture just now, Captain Shen couldn't help but feel impressed. Jingchen's wife can even practice medicine. That young man is probably about to turn his luck around. Perhaps Gu Nian will be a blessing for Fu Jingchen. Shen Guifeng said, Comrade Gu is a blessing for our girl. Hurry and go buy some medicine. After buying bowls, chopsticks, and ribs, Gu Nian quickly went home. Sure enough, when Fu Jingchen saw her, his dull eyes brightened suddenly. You're back. Gu Nian felt a bit helpless. She really didn't feel very secure. She put down what she was holding, washed her hands, and touched his face. Today, we're lucky. Auntie Gu gave us lots of dishes. I also bought ribs. Later, I'll make soy sauce ribs, tomato scrambled eggs, and a cucumber salad. How does that sound? Is that too much? Gu Nian gently pinched his face. Just tell me if you want to recover quickly, okay? Fu Jingchen looked a little uncomfortable but still replied, Did I want to? Gu Nian liked his old self, so she was determined to help him recover. The longer she stayed with Gu Nian, the more she felt appreciated and loved. Suddenly, she started to hope for the future. Hearing this, Gu Nian finally let go and handed him a cup of spiritual spring water. Drink this and I'll go cook. Just as she turned to leave, she came back again. I forgot something. Seeing her pour water into a basin, Fu Jingchen felt embarrassed, but also a little warm in his ears. Gu Nian finished washing the basin and rinsed it a few more times before putting it back under the bed. If she didn't wash it, the room would easily smell bad. Gu Nian went into the kitchen to cook. She first blanched the ribs, then washed the cucumber, smashed it, cut it, and salted it to marinate. Next, she drained the ribs, heated oil in a pan, caramelized sugar to make caramel, fried the ribs until golden, added scallions, ginger, and star anise, poured soy sauce and cooking wine, added water, and simmered slowly. She placed a steaming rack and cooked rice. Although she wasn't used to the primitive stove, she couldn't deny that the rice steamed in her previous life with an electric rice cooker was much more fragrant. She brought out the rice, added some firewood, threw in some crushed garlic, and stir-fried the ribs over high heat. Soon, a rich soy sauce aroma filled the air. Always looking toward the kitchen, Fu Jingchen couldn't help but sniffle. Gun Yan's cooking smelled so good. She took out the ribs, cleaned the pan, and added oil, then poured in beaten eggs. Once they set, she took them out. She then fried garlic in the remaining oil, added tomatoes to make a red sauce, and mixed in the eggs. She sprinkled some salt and served it all. Finally, she squeezed out the water from the pickled cucumbers, mixed them with vinegar, and added a few drops of sesame oil. That was the finished dish. Looking at the bright green cucumbers, the red tomatoes, the shiny ribs, and the two-tone rice, Fu Jingchen was very surprised. The dish looked so good. There's nothing Gun Yan can't do. Gun Yan was also very proud. She was good at medicine and cooking. Her grandfather often said that anyone who married her would have saved the galaxy in a past life. She looked at Fu Jingchen with bright, shining eyes. It looks good and tastes even better. Try it. She handed him the chopsticks. She didn't have big ambitions. She was content with eating, drinking, healing, and helping others. She had already achieved these in her past life, and now she had a new goal, to see her grandfather again someday. Seeing Gun Yan's sparkling black eyes, Fu Jingchen's heart moved. Just as he was about to taste the food, there was a sudden, urgent knocking at the door. Gun Yan got up to open the door, and it was Lu Wu carrying 2 bowls of rice. Lu Wu, nervously bouncing, chuckled. Sister-in-law, my mom was worried you might have trouble cooking, so she sent over some rice. But when he saw the delicious-looking dishes on the table, he froze in place. Gun Yan couldn't help but laugh and feel touched. Lu Wu's family was really kind to Fu Jingchen. She smiled and invited, "Come, sit and eat with us." Lu Wu hesitated, then swallowed hard. "No, if my mom finds out, she'll scold me." He had been Fu Jingchen's assistant since he was young. Fu Jingchen often took him and his brother to restaurants. But his mother always told him not to rely too much on Fu Jingchen. Gun Yan looked at Fu Jingchen and said, "We made so much food, we can't finish it all. It might go bad the next day. Why don't we call Brother Lu to join us? It'll be nice to gather together." Hearing this, Lu Wu said, "Okay. After we eat, I'll help wash the dishes, and my brother will help clean Fu Jingchen." After saying that, he put down his bowl, scratched his head, looked embarrassed, and ran away. "Remember to bring a stool," Gun Yan called out to Lu Wu, then said to Fu Jingchen, "We need to make more stools for our new home, or no one will have a place to sit." Seeing how much she cared about their future, Fu Jingchen felt his chest thump twice. "Thank you." Gun Yan raised an eyebrow and looked at him. "I'm tired of hearing those 2 words. Can't you say something else?" "What do you want to hear?" Gun Yan asked back. "If I tell you what I want to hear, will you say it?" Gun Yan, feeling playful, stretched out 2 fingers and slowly moved them toward his left hand. The smooth touch made Fu Jingchen shiver. He instinctively pulled back, but Gun Yan grabbed his hand. Looking at his ears turning red, Gun Yan chuckled softly. "Like saying you like me," seeing her bright red lips. Fu Jingchen felt his heart heat up. He quickly looked away and even thought about saying something irresponsible to Gun Yan. But his nature made it impossible for him to say it. Just as 2 little voices inside his head argued fiercely, footsteps sounded outside the door. Then Lu Wen and Lu Wu entered one after the other. Relieved to free his left hand, Fu Jingchen let out a long breath. Gun Yan chuckled and, ignoring everyone, called out to eat. "Come on, try my cooking." After Lu Wen and Lu Wu sat down, she sat on Fu Jingchen's bed, next to him. She scooped a piece of ribs onto his plate. Although Fu Jingchen could sit up against the headboard, he couldn't reach the table, so Gun Yan usually brought him food to eat. Today, with guests present, she couldn't lift the whole plate. "Fu Jingchen, try my soy sauce pork ribs. They're so fragrant." Fu Jingchen felt his chest thump twice again, not sure what was happening to him. He silently took a bite of the ribs. Very fragrant. Lu Wen and Lu Wu also ate happily, especially since Gun Yan kept feeding Fu Jingchen. They ate even more eagerly. Gu Nian truly cared for Fu Jingchen. She stood up for him, helped him escape from old Fu's house, and took good care of him. Their good brotherhood finally got through the tough times. After the meal, Luwu took the initiative to wash the bowls, and Luwen helped wipe Fu Jingchen's body. Gu Nian was not good at doing chores. She picked up the clothes that Fu Jingchen had just changed out of, along with the ones she changed into that afternoon, and washed them together. Only Lu Wen was left in the house. He looked toward the yard and then quietly asked, "Jingchen, did your sister-in-law give you the money from old Fu's family?" Fu Jingchen didn't answer. Instead, he said, "Not yet." Lu Wen asked again, "And your big savings book, has your sister-in-law returned it to you?" Earlier, worried that old Fu's family might take the savings book, Fu Jingchen's comrades from the army had helped manage it when he returned. When Fu Jingchen moved out of old Fu's house to live with them, they quickly returned the savings book to him. Her family handles the household expenses, so the savings book should be with her. Lu Wen looked outside again, and then continued quietly. "That makes sense, but old Fu's family has given over 1,000 yuan already, and your allowance book is also there. It should be enough for daily expenses. I don't mean to cause trouble between you and your wife, but that big savings book is your last safety net. What if Gu Nian really does run away with all of Fu Jingchen's money, as the village rumors say? What would happen to Fu Jingchen's future then?" Fu Jingchen knew what Lu Wen was about to say and understood he meant no harm, but he still interrupted in a serious voice. "She won't. Don't say such things anymore." Lu Wen was worried. Gu Nian looked very kind, but they hadn't been together long. People can look honest, but be tricky inside. He was afraid his good friend might end up with nothing. Having bad intentions is wrong, but you should also be cautious. What if? Is there really such a possibility? Thinking about how Gu Nian had been caring for him so attentively these days, he felt a sense of renewal he hadn't felt in a long time. Fu Jingchen didn't dare to think too deeply. He clenched his fists and said firmly, "Then I accept it. If such a day really comes, he would deserve to die." This world had never truly treated him well. Seeing this, Lu Wen didn't press further. He sighed. After washing the clothes, Gu Nian went inside and saw that Fu Jingchen looked a bit down. She asked, "What did Brother Lu say? Did something happen?" Fu Jingchen shook his head.
No.
Gu Nian responded with an "oh," laid the bed for him, and touched his face. "It's good that nothing's wrong. Go to sleep." Gu Nian was blowing out the lamp when she suddenly said, "Oh right, my introduction letter for the Shanghai market has expired. I need to get the team leader to issue a new one tomorrow." Fu Jingchen's throat tightened.
"You
are going out?" Gu Nian nodded. "Aunt Party gave us a piece of land to build a house. I want to visit her and tell her about this." Fu Jingchen sighed in relief. "That's right. Please thank her on my behalf." However, the next day, Gu Nian did not go to the city as planned. Instead, Fu's mother came to give her money. Of course, Fu's mother didn't come voluntarily. It was the team leader, grateful for Gu Nian saving his daughter, who urged her to give money. Recently, Fu's mother had been very stressed. Her eldest daughter-in-law had broken a rib. Her second son's situation seemed worse. He hadn't come out of his room for days, and suddenly, the household was short of 2 workers. Most annoying was the little troublemaker, who was about to take back the money they had previously given him for his respect. So, although she was pressured by the team leader to send the money, she didn't say a kind word. "Third child, just wait. When that little brat gets the money, she'll run away. Then we'll see how you beg us to get it back. She's only been here a few days, and we've only been together for a short time. You don't trust your own family, but believe outsiders. I think not only is your leg broken, but your brain is also rusty. You even gave her the big savings book. Just wait and regret it. It's still not too late to change your mind. Hand over the big savings book and the subsidy book, and we'll still be a family. We'll take good care of you, build you a new house, and find you a wife with a good temper." Gu Nian was waving a broom, trying to chase Fu's mother out. "Shameless to do this in front of my mother." Fu's mother, like a saint, hid behind the crowd but kept scolding. "Everyone, judge for yourselves. This woman's intentions are written all over her face. She's only been here a few days and is already stirring trouble, trying to split our family apart. What does she want? To monopolize the little money that third child earns? Or does she want him unable to move his legs? Or to have him do everything himself, even urinate and defecate in bed, needing someone to serve him? Fu's mother, having spent so much money, absolutely couldn't let Gu Nian have a good time. And this was an obvious fact. As soon as she spoke, the crowd around started to discuss loudly. Although Aunt Fu didn't take good care of Fu Jingchen, what she said isn't without reason. Just a young girl and so pretty. What's the point? The point? What else could it be? To get Fu Jingchen's allowance. Not arguing with fools about who is better. With so many people blindly following others, Gu Nian can't possibly stop everyone's gossip. She waved a broom at the ground, stirring up some dust. You bunch of people who can't tell right from wrong and just spread rumors, just wait and see. Fu Jingchen and I will definitely make our life bright and happy for you. After saying that, she slammed the gate shut with a loud bang. Without the lively scene, everyone else spat out some dirt and left grumbling. Looking at Gu Nian's angry little face, Fu Jingchen's eyes darkened. Sorry, I caused you trouble again. If it weren't for him, Gu Nian wouldn't have been criticized. Gu Nian took a sip of water, only then realizing she had grabbed the wrong cup. She got up to pour water, but Fu Jingchen stopped her. No need. It's good enough that Gu Nian doesn't dislike him. How could he dislike her? Gu Nian sat down naturally. She was still thinking about hugging and kissing the main character. Sharing cups was normal. She sat beside Fu Jingchen. What are you sorry for? It's not your fault. I'm not angry at all. Those people are just jealous. They see you doing well and still manage to marry a good wife like me. That should make me happy, but their thoughts come from ignorance. I won't let you think that way, Fu Jingchen. I really believe I can help heal your leg. Give me some time, and I will definitely succeed. Then you'll still be the energetic Commander Fu. She took out a military photo of Fu Jingchen from her pocket and showed it to him. This is the real you. Every day in the future, you'll look just as spirited. Looking at his past self, Fu Jingchen couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Can he really go back to the past? Can he really return to the army? That was his dream. Until he saw Gu Nian pouring a bunch of things onto the bed with a clatter, he snapped back to reality. He looked carefully and saw it was his 2 military documents and a big pile of papers. Not just those from the old Fu family. Fu Jingchen, I'm not trying to hide anything about your documents. I just thought I'd wait until old Granny paid off her debt and then give everything to you together. Is there more? There is more than enough dowry from my parents' side, totaling 1,360 yuan, plus an outstanding debt of 720 yuan. Next year, I will ask Gu Zijuan to settle the account. She would never tell anyone about her theft from the Gu family. On the surface, this is all the money she has. That's also why she insisted on the dowry, even though she could have taken all the family assets from the Gu family. She must have clear sources of her money. You see, we now have so much money. Before your leg heals, we won't have any financial worries. We will live happily and show those ignorant people a big lesson. She is even more eager to see Gu Zijuan's reaction when he finds out she is with the main character. Fu Jingchen felt his chest pounding harder because she was so honest with him. After calming down for a moment, he slowly spoke. You don't need to give me the money. It's your effort to get it back, and since you're handling the family matters, just keep it safe. Looking at Gu Nian, he felt a bit ashamed of himself. Gu Nian was so good to him, yet he still doubted she would run away with the money. Are you sure all this money is with me? But there's actually 7,500 yuan. Seeing the pile of money make her happy, Gu Nian gently shook his hand. Fu Jingchen was so distracted by her that he couldn't tell if he was dreaming or awake. He nodded softly. What if I really was lying to you? I believe you.
Bold.
Gu Nian's heart moved, and suddenly she stood up and kissed Fu Jingchen's cheek. After the kiss, she realized what she had done. Seeing Fu Jingchen's flushed face, she blushed too. She was so eager for money that her kiss wasn't because he was the main character, but because she was genuinely happy. She covered her face and ran away. She ran to the door and then came back, taking her money with her, but she left 200 yuan on Fu Jingchen's bedside table. This is for your emergency. Seeing Gu Nian's rare flustered state, Fu Jingchen touched her cheek where she had kissed him, a faint smile appearing on his lips. After tidying up the money, Gu Nian threw it into the space and then started cooking dinner. Because of the impulsive kiss earlier, dinner was a bit awkward. Of course, only Fu Jingchen felt awkward. Gu Nian was lost in thought. With such a large sum of money, the Fu family probably lent it to her, but they must have some backup plan. Their family wouldn't secretly take things that weren't theirs from her and Fu Jingchen. That's not their style. Late at night, listening to Fu Jingchen's steady breathing, Gu Nian knew he was asleep. Through the curtain, she entered the space, dressed in black, then tiptoed out of the room. At this hour, everyone was asleep. The road outside was dark and quiet. When she arrived at old Fu's house, Gu Nian carefully looked around before cautiously climbing over the wall. Through the door crack, she lit incense and started to burn it in each room one by one. She guessed the time and waited an extra 15 minutes before sneaking into Fu's parents' room. Gu Nian knew there were hidden items in this old, humble house. She entered the room, sprayed some stuff on a handkerchief, then covered Fu's parents' mouths and noses. They were sleeping very deeply. Gu Nian began to search through the boxes and drawers. Fu's mother was really good at hiding things. Just when Gu Nian was about to give up, she found a cold metal box in the fire pit of the Kong bed. It was heavy. Gu Nian took it into her space to look. Wow, it had more valuable items than her parents' belongings. Inside the box, there were 6 small yellow fish and a jade rui scepter made of high-quality imperial green jade. Gu Nian had seen a similar jade rui in a jewelry shop's display case. It was probably very valuable in later years. She decided to take it. She thought, how could old Fu's family borrow such a large sum of money in so little time? Luckily, she checked it out just for fun. She stored the items away, then deliberately left the box at the hole so Fu's parents would see it first thing the next morning. If they saw their old belongings missing, they wouldn't dare to make a fuss. After finishing everything, Gu Nian disappeared into the night and quickly returned home. Fu Jingchen, hearing faint footsteps, immediately closed his eyes. He was a former soldier, so his hearing and eyesight were much sharper than normal. As soon as Gu Nian left, he heard her. He initially thought she was going to the bathroom, but it was obvious she wasn't. He heard the faint sound of the door opening, very soft, but he still caught it. He quietly estimated the time. Gu Nian was gone for 2 hours before she came back.
What
was she doing? After all, the two of them were not that close. As long as she returned safely, that was enough. He initially thought he wouldn't be able to sleep next, but when he heard the steady breathing from the bed beside him, he unconsciously fell asleep. The next day, Gu Nian felt especially happy. After helping Fu Jingchen wash up, she hummed a little tune as she went to wash herself and cook. For breakfast, she made millet porridge, corn cakes, and stir-fried cucumbers and eggs. I kept breakfast simple. I'll make a big bone soup for you at noon. It's quite a feast, Fu Jingchen replied, then asked, are you going to see Auntie Dang in the city today? Gu Nian shook her head. I'll go tomorrow. After eating, I'll check on our house and find someone to make some furniture. Last night, she stole from old Fu's safe because she was worried old Fu's family might cause trouble again. Leaving Fu Jingchen alone there was unsafe. But the chance was small. Those items were old and outdated, and old Fu's family wouldn't dare to make a fuss about them. Still, she wanted to be cautious. Meanwhile, Fu's father and mother woke up and habitually looked toward the stove hole. The next second, they both started shouting. Seeing the empty metal box, Fu's mother was so anxious, she stomped her feet. Who the heck stole my family's gold? Before she finished, Fu's father quickly covered her mouth. He also felt distressed and wanted to stomp his feet, but he couldn't speak. If someone heard, they would get scolded and sent to the cattle shed. He had seen how badly those who were criticized suffered, being beaten until their heads bled. Many didn't survive and collapsed at the scene. Compared to the goldfish, he valued his life more. Fu's mother also valued her life, but her heart ached so much she twitched. She sat on the ground, crying out loud. Oh, my dear mother, why am I so unlucky? I don't want to live anymore. Next door, Wu Xiaolan couldn't sleep because of the noise. She said irritably, early in the morning, what kind of madness are your parents up to? Can't they let people sleep? Fu Jingchen frowned and said, I'll go check. Wu Xiaolan stopped him, saying, What are you looking at? Just because I don't do housework? Your mother didn't scold me much yesterday, but she's upset about why I hurt my rib. I saved your old Fu family 200 yuan, but she didn't even give me an egg. Instead, last night when I went to the bathroom, I saw your mother secretly bringing a bowl of egg custard to the second son. Same son. Why is your mother so biased? Is the second son not in poor health? It's right for her to give him some eggs to help him recover. Why are you arguing about that? Am I the one arguing? The West Room was given to the second son's children to live in. You're so blind, you can't see anything. Fu Jingchen stood up. I'll go check. He quickly returned, but with a serious face. Second son was hurt for the family. Now he's emotionally unstable. To avoid frightening the children, we'll let them stay in the West Room for now. Wu Xiaolan snorted coldly. For now? Who doesn't know the West Room will be there soon? Didn't I also get hurt for this family? And what about your mother's treatment of me? In the end, she just favors the second son. She finally understood. Suddenly, she felt a bit envious of Gu Nian. Not only did she have the courage to split from the old Fu family, but she also used her wisdom and strength to take all the family's assets. Now, the old Fu family had nothing left but this house.
She sighed.
Jingfeng, let's split from your mother too. We don't want anything from the family, just a third of the house. Fu Jingfeng initially refused, but then Wu Xiaolan pushed Fu Anil forward. Seeing her daughter, who had become obviously dull since that day when her mother pushed her out, Fu Jingfeng finally nodded. Once you recover a bit more, we'll do it. The main family agreed, but the second family was in chaos. Feeling Fu Jinghen's helplessness, Zhao Pinuo despairingly turned her head away. What else can you do besides drenching me in your spit? Fu Jingchen, already helpless, felt even worse hearing this. He lost hope and slumped onto Zhao Pinuo. Do I want this to happen? Did I make you do this? If you had listened to your mother's bad ideas, this wouldn't have happened. Are you really interested in that little troublemaker? Interested? Thinking about Gu Nian hanging him up and making him hold his breath until he almost fainted, Fu Jingchen hated that despicable person. But now he didn't even have the means to hurt Gu Nian. That little brat can take care of the paralyzed third young master without complaints. Why can't you? But Fu Jingchen also doesn't have any inappropriate thoughts. He does think about it, but can he? He's just useless, a worthless person who can't be humane. At this point, Zhao Pinru was looking at him with a mocking gaze. Fu Jinghen's chest suddenly filled with anger. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped Zhao Pinru. Zhao Pinru was stunned. When he recovered, he tried to fight back, but he was no match for Fu Jingchen and was soon beaten to the point where he couldn't get up. Zhao Pinru lay on the bed crying loudly. Fu Jingchen, you're just a coward. You only take your anger out on me. Did I make you useless? In the main house, Fu's mother was crying loudly. In the East Room, Zhao Pinru was crying loudly, but no one was there to comfort him. The Fu family was in chaos. Gu Nian waited for a while, seeing that the Fu family didn't come to find her. Then she touched Fu Jingchen's face and left the house. She first went to their construction site. Lu Wen and his father, Lu Jiangwo, were busy working. The foundation was already solid, and they had started laying bricks for the walls. Gu Nian recorded the measurements based on the lines they drew for the house. Later, she planned to find someone to make furniture. Lu Wen told her that Ho Yushan from the East Village was a carpenter and wanted to take her there. Since it was all just a day's work pay, Gu Nian let him lead the way and also asked him to help watch Fu Jingchen tomorrow. When Gu Nian mentioned going to the city, Lu Wen's heart sank.
Your
sister-in-law is also going to the city tomorrow. You should go together. He was worried that, like a small person judging a noble, Fu Jingchen's money was now in Gu Nian's hands. He was truly afraid that his good brother would lose both his money and his person. Who says building costs are low these days? Step up, and you definitely won't be blamed. Fu Jingchen also thinks it's expensive, but ordinary people mostly spend money on building houses and getting married. And they're building simple brick and tile houses. He comforted Gu Nian, saying, "There won't be any big spending places in the future. My allowance is enough for both of us to eat and drink." Gu Nian pouted, "That just means we won't starve. I'll eat less." Realizing their roles had suddenly reversed, Gu Nian chuckled softly. "Haha, Fu Jingchen, now you can comfort me too. But you can't eat less. I still want to rely on you in the future. The male lead needs to rise quickly." Fu Jingchen felt a bitter smile inside. He also wanted to take care of Gu Nian and protect her, but he was just a useless person, relying on others for everything. "I'll try my best." Gu Nian didn't notice his feelings and stood up, saying, "Let me give you a back massage. It will be good for your health." Fu Jingchen's face turned slightly red. "Then I need to go to the bathroom first. Okay?" Gu Nian handed him the chamber pot. Fu Jingchen originally wanted Gu Nian to leave, but thinking about how she helped him wipe himself and pour the urine, he didn't want to be picky anymore. But his ears, now bright red, betrayed his nervousness. Gu Nian initially looked away, but then, unintentionally, she saw a drop of urine hanging and couldn't help but reach out to wipe it clean. Fu Jingchen, whose senses had returned, felt a surge of heat rise from his heart. He simply couldn't control himself. Fortunately, Gu Nian made him lie on the bed, easing his embarrassment. Gu Nian also realized a little late that she felt awkward. Although she usually liked to talk big, she was still a young woman who had never been in love in her life. What she was feeling was not just warmth in her hands, but also a blush on her face. She couldn't even imagine how wonderful it would feel when her body was heated up. While lost in her thoughts, she continued to massage Fu Jingchen's back. "Do you feel anything here?" "Yes, and here, nothing." Gu Nian found the boundary line and started to press down along it. She carefully massaged along the meridians and acupoints for half an hour until beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, then stopped. "That's all for today. I'll give you another massage tomorrow." She helped Fu Jingchen turn over and then went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Watching her back, Fu Jingchen felt like life was unreal. How could he deserve someone like Gu Nian, who cared for him so wholeheartedly? Is she going to leave? Fu Jingchen realized he was becoming selfish. He secretly wished Gu Nian would stay by his side forever. The next morning, before dawn, Fu's mother, who had been silent all day, suddenly shouted loudly, "I found a way to deal with that little troublemaker." She planned to call Gu Nian's officer parents at the post office to tell them to discipline Gu Nian properly. How could she be such a bad daughter-in-law? She even encouraged her husband to split the family. When they were about to get on the ox cart, she saw Gu Nian sitting there too. Fu's mother's heart skipped a beat. "You're going to the city too?" Seeing the bruises under Gu Nian's eyes, she knew Gu Nian hadn't slept well last night. Gu Nian smiled inwardly, but kept a calm face. She turned her head away and ignored Fu's mother. Since things had gotten to this point, Gu Nian was too tired to pretend nicely with her. Fu's mother felt another pang of worry. Could this troublemaker be planning to run away with the money? All her money had been given to this girl. She had to keep a close eye on her. Li Yuqin also watched Gu Nian, but thought it was unnecessary to worry too much. Gu Nian was a good girl, and she had always treated their daughter well, providing her with good food. So when Gu Nian said she was going to see someone, she didn't insist on going with her. "Sister-in-law, I might not catch the ox cart. I'll go back a bit later. When that happens, please take care of Fu Jingchen for me." Thinking of Auntie Dang's warmth, Gu Nian guessed she might have lunch at Auntie Dang's house today. Li Yuqin smiled and replied, "Jingchen is lucky to have you." Gu Nian smiled and said, "We're lucky to have each other." Seeing Gu Nian's sincere and sweet expression, Li Yuqin felt even more annoyed with her husband for being so suspicious. As women, she understood Gu Nian well. She smiled and said goodbye to Gu Nian. Fu's mother, however, didn't think the same. Seeing Gu Nian leave alone, she quickly followed. Gu Nian soon sensed someone was following her. She changed her plan, deliberately slipped into a winding, quiet alley, and after a few turns, successfully lost Fu's mother. Gu Nian just clapped her hands and suddenly saw two strong men deep in the alley grabbing a girl about 10 years old and stuffing her into a sack. Are they human traffickers? Gu Nian knew that the disappearance of a child could ruin at least 3 families. Since fate had given her a second chance at life, she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. She held her breath, clenched a silver needle in her hand, and quietly followed them. But after a few steps, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach. She muttered in frustration, "Darn, I think my period has started." Then, she felt a sudden pain in her neck, her vision blurred, and she was pulled into the sack as well. "Big Brother, should we put her in the sack too?" The bearded man, called Big Brother, replied impatiently. "That old one is almost in her coffin. Forget her. Hurry up and leave." The two quickly disappeared into the alley. Meanwhile, Fu Mu, who had lost track of Gu Nian, spat and cursed. "That little brat is so scheming. I hope she gets caught and sold into the mountains, beaten 100 times a day." She thought for a moment. Even if she followed Gu Nian and she really ran away, she knew she couldn't catch her. So, she decided to call her military officer parents for money. She grimaced in pain and dialed the number of Gu Yunqi's family in the Shanghai military district. A young female officer answered. "May I ask who you're looking for?" Fu Mu said, "I'm looking for Officer Gu to talk about her unfilial daughter, Gu Nian." Gu Zijuan's eyes lit up. "My parents are not home." What happened to Nian Nian? Fu Mu quickly explained how Gu Nian had persuaded Fu Jingchen to leave the family and how she wanted to take all their savings. "Not teaching her properly is our fault. You must give me an explanation." Gu Zijuan suppressed her joy and replied, "Don't worry, I will honestly tell my parents everything." After that, she hung up. This life story was exactly the same as the previous one, except for Gu Nian's change. Originally, Gu Nian was supposed to be tricked into a poor place. But why did she deviate from the plot and marry Fu Jingchen? Could it be that she also awakened to the story like her? But Gu Zijuan quickly dismissed this idea. No, if she had awakened to the story like her, she would be looking for the male lead, not Fu Jingchen. Although Fu Jingchen's leg will heal and he'll return to the team, his future is very sad. Thinking of this, Gu Zijuan couldn't help but gently smile. P.S. I've confirmed it. I'm so nervous. To everyone reading, please leave a comment or encourage more updates. With the Gu family's guarantee, Fu's mother happily got into the ox cart. Since it was almost time and Gu Nian hadn't returned, she couldn't help but tease Li Yuqin. "Do you think Gu Nian ran off with the money?" Li Yuqin was also looking toward the city. She turned and said, "Auntie, Gu Nian said she might not come back. She told me not to wait for her." Fu's mother scoffed. "Only you believe that. The compensation money is in hand, and she's already received her big allowance from third brother. Why wouldn't she run?" At that moment, others on the cart started talking. "How much did your family pay her? How much is in your third brother's big allowance?" Hearing this, Fu's mother felt pain in her heart. She angrily slapped her hand and said, "It's not less than that amount. 500? Who do you think you're fooling?" Bianlang was a company commander before he retired, and he had 5,000. 5,000 yuan. Everyone gasped. Then why didn't she run before dark? Don't say Gu Nian ran away. If it were you guarding a disabled person, would you run? Gu Nian is really clever, but she also used her skills to get such a large sum of money, right? Tian Xiaochao, do you still have the mood to tease? Hurry back home and tell your third brother to change the password on the allowance. Change the password? It's too late. Since she's run away, she's probably already withdrawn the money. Just accept it. It's so sad that Fu Jingchen is paralyzed in bed and was tricked out of his money and feelings. Everyone was talking, already convinced that Gu Nian had run off with the money. Li Yuqin couldn't explain it to them. Just wait and see. Gu Nian will come back this afternoon. You're the one who will be embarrassed. If she wanted to come back, she would have already. As soon as they returned to the village, within 15 minutes, news spread that Gu Nian had run off with the money, and Fu Jingchen had been tricked out of his money and feelings throughout the entire Lu family village. Fu's mother mocked Fu Jingchen even more. Third brother, I told you that little troublemaker would run off after getting the money. Now do you believe it? She took all your money, so you might as well prepare to face hardship. Humph. If you don't believe your parents, who raised you since childhood, then trust a stranger who just arrived a few days ago.
Fool.
After saying that, she grabbed a cake from the table and started eating. A few pieces of cake, and the little troublemaker willingly handed over his large savings book with both hands. Feeling unsatisfied, he habitually reached out to pinch the little troublemaker's arm. If it weren't for this foolish kid, her family wouldn't have lost 2,500 yuan. If they hadn't lost that money, the family's goldfish and jade ruby wouldn't have been stolen. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and her grip tightened. Fu Jingchen took a few hits from her, but then suddenly turned serious, pulling out a kitchen knife from under the pillow and waving it at her.
Get out.
Fu's mother screamed and hurriedly stepped back, the knife's edge narrowly missing her hand. She was still shaken and stared at Fu Jingchen, noticing that his face had regained some color and his sharp eyes looked a little like before. Are you crazy? Dare to threaten me with a knife? Come closer and see if I dare. Fu Jingchen twisted his wrist, and the knife flashed with a cold gleam in the sunlight. His mother was stunned by the fierce look in his eyes. This little troublemaker had been to the battlefield and killed people. When pushed to the limit, he really dared to do anything. She instinctively took a step back, trembling as she said, "You just wait and see. We'll see what happens." After that, she cursed and left the room. Fu's mother's words, Fu Jingchen didn't believe a single one. The kitchen knife was placed under his pillow by Gu Nian before he left that morning, worried that the Fu family might cause trouble for him. Gu Nian also told him she might eat at Annie Dang's house at noon and wouldn't come back early. He could feel that her kindness toward him was genuine. There was no way she would run off with the money. Fu Jingchen lay on the bed, staring steadily out the window. From the bright midday sun to the afternoon shadows, and then the setting sun. But the lively figure he longed to see never appeared. His eyes gradually lost their sparkle, and his heart sank bit by bit. He started to feel anxious. Did she really leave? If even she... Fu Jingchen closed his eyes, his throat moving violently.
He
admitted it. Jingchen quickly put away the knife. Lu Wen, who was bringing food, saw Fu Jingchen holding a kitchen knife and exclaimed in surprise. Only then did Fu Jingchen realize he was still in the pose he adopted after his mother left. In the quiet afternoon, when everything was still, his hand holding the knife began to tremble badly.
He was too weak.
He smiled bitterly. Gu Nian, any news? Lu Wen placed the food on the table, then took the kitchen knife from him and shook his head. No, it's all because of that wasteful woman of his. He told her to watch Gu Nian carefully, but she still didn't keep her safe. Fu Jingchen's heart tightened. Could something have happened to her? Lu Wen. With her skills, that's unlikely. You should eat first. Fu Jingchen had no mood to eat. He pushed away Lu Wen's hand, then took 10 large banknotes from under the pillow and handed them to Lu Wen. Help me find out about her. Lu Wen quickly pushed his hand away. You're like this? What money do I need? I will help you find out. Don't worry. After that, he opened his mouth as if to say something but hesitated. Fu Jingchen calmed down now. Just say it. There's nothing he can't accept now. Today, the people building the house said they won't come tomorrow. Good news doesn't spread far, but bad news spreads quickly. The villagers heard that Gu Nian ran off with the money. The workers, afraid they wouldn't get paid, decided to stop work tomorrow. Hearing this, Fu Jingchen took out another 10 large banknotes and handed them over. Let them continue building. Lu Wen saw that the betting only had 200 yuan in total, all taken out by Fu Jingchen. He looked at Fu Jingchen's calm face, but inside, he was angry and stubborn. He couldn't help but shout loudly, "Why keep building? You're using all the money to build the house. What about eating? Building a house isn't more important than eating," Fu Jingchen said in a deep voice. I still have a disability allowance. I won't go hungry. Keep building until whenever it's done. He forcibly pushed the 200 yuan into Lu Wen's hand. Find Gu Nian. If she just left, then no need to look for her. If Gu Nian really just left, he would understand. Who would be willing to stay with a cripple? That day, Gu Nian asked him, "What if I am really lying to you?" He said, "I believe you. He truly believed her. He was grateful that Gu Nian had given him a little hope and made him feel valued. That was enough. In the end, he was just imagining things. At this moment, the team leader arrived and asked Fu Jingchen what was going on with Gu Nian. They had initially been very hopeful about the treatment plan for Gu Nian, but rumors spread in the village that Gu Nian had run away with the money. The couple immediately became anxious. Meanwhile, over with Gu Nian. She was thrown heavily onto the ground by a bearded man, almost breaking her bones. Then, the sack covering her head was pulled open, and two strong men quickly tied her limbs and covered her mouth. Gu Nian had wanted to fight back, but when she saw 4 or 5 other girls tied up in the corner and heard voices from outside, she stopped. "Big brother, are you preparing food for them?" "Preparing?
No way.
If they're full, they might run away." Since she couldn't tell what the traffickers were planning, she dared not act rashly. Gu Nian didn't know where she was now. Based on how long she had been walking and the nightfall, she guessed they were about 30 miles from Binzhou. She wondered if Fu Jingchen had eaten. Was he worried about her, or did he suspect she had run away? Thinking of this, a warm feeling surged inside her. Gu Nian carefully removed the dirty cloth from her mouth and secretly drank some spiritual spring water, which eased her stomach pain a little. The original owner really had the life of a maid, with the body of a young lady. Why was her period so painful? Otherwise, she wouldn't have been caught off guard and kidnapped by traffickers. She felt blood flowing down her body. Darn, her hands were tightly bound. She quietly observed her surroundings and found a small knife in her pocket, which she used to cut the ropes. At this moment, the traffickers were eating, and no one was watching her. She noticed 5 girls tied up in the corner, 3 about her age and 2 younger, around 10 years old. If it were just herself, she'd be fine, but looking at the 2 little girls, it was obvious they were terrified. She quickly cut the ropes, carefully placed a sanitary pad, and then quietly moved to the girl with 2 braids nearby. She signaled her not to be afraid, removed the dirty cloth from her mouth, and untied her. "How many traffickers are there in total?" The girl with braids looked cautiously outside the door, then whispered, "I saw 4 different faces, but I don't know how many there are in total. Let's hurry and run. Do you know any fighting skills?" The girl shook her head, "But I have seen Shaolin Temple." Under the moonlight, seeing the girl's bright eyes, Gu Nian knew she was a well-protected child and also a funny person. She said, "Go help the others. I will check the situation outside. When we run, pull the 2 younger ones." She looked at the other 2 girls about her age, and her meaning was clear. The 2 girls hesitated for a moment, then nodded quickly. Gu Nian carefully slipped out of the house in the dark. At this moment, 5 traffickers were eating outside in an open shelter. The man with the beard was cautious. He looked around and whispered, "We caused a big scene this time. When the 3rd and 4th come back, we should quickly take the boat to Wuwei village and then find a new place to hide for a while." The others nodded in agreement. After eating and drinking, one of the men with a pockmarked face suddenly said, "Big brother, why don't we play with one now? I ate too much spicy food earlier, and I'm feeling restless." Bang! The bearded man slapped him. "What are you thinking about at a time like this? Focus on the task." The pockmarked face wasn't afraid and crossed his arms, angry. "Big brother always acts so high and mighty." Ask the other brothers. None of them want to. "Just thinking about the last girl I caught today makes me eager." "Big brother, let me do it this time. I rarely meet a woman I like so much. Please, just this once." The pockmarked man was the younger brother of the bearded man, so he wasn't afraid. Thinking of the fair-skinned, beautiful Gu Nian, the bearded man also felt a bit tempted. Seeing the eager looks from his men and glancing at the night, he finally relented. "I'll go first." The angry pockmarked man stomped his foot. "You always go first. I always get what's left. I don't care, this time I want to be the first. I saw that girl and I want her. You pick someone else." Bearded man did not agree with this plan. When he saw the scar-faced person getting angry, he immediately said coldly, "I agree to do it." "If not, forget it." The scar-faced person couldn't take it anymore and shouted angrily, "Darn. Every time you mess things up. I won't be your backup anymore. Every time, You make me look like an ant crawling into an elephant's nose. I will be the fifth in line. The fifth person exclaimed, "What the heck, as long as there is order." Gu Nian endured her nausea, stuffed a cloth into her mouth, and sat back with her hands behind her back. When she saw the bearded man walking toward her, she was so disgusted that she suddenly took out a silver needle and knocked him down. The bearded man hadn't seen how Gu Nian attacked him and fainted on the ground with his eyes rolled back. Gu Nian let out a sharp scream and started hitting the bearded man's face, making a smack sound. Don't ask why she knew so much. She's a doctor. Her knowledge was very rich. Seeing her acting shy and nervous, the girl with braids gave her a look and silently helped her shout without hesitation. Gu Nian silently gave her a thumbs up and helped slap the bearded man's face. Meanwhile, the other two girls looked embarrassed and the two younger girls looked dull, clearly frightened by what just happened. Outside, the scar-faced person was listening to the line and feeling excited but also very angry, stomping his feet. Darn it, this darn thing is all he's good at. Why don't you just die already? Fortunately, he soon heard someone inside shout, "Fifth, come in." The fifth person nervously pushed open the door, never having been this close before. The scar-faced man frowned, still holding a toy. What's going on? Gu Nian followed the same method to knock down the fifth person. She changed his face while silently giving a thumbs up to the girl with braids. She learned this voice technique perfectly. One word: flawless. The girl with braids couldn't hide her pride and whispered, "I'm the announcer at our factory." Gu Nian nodded very quietly and said, "But we can probably only fool 3 people. The fourth might notice. When that happens, you two should run with the little sisters and I will stay behind to deal with them. By the way, the third and fourth haven't come back yet. You must be very careful." When Ma Zi's face entered the room, he looked at Gu Nian with bright eyes. "Brother has been waiting a long time. I'm here now." He didn't notice why Gu Nian was standing at the door waiting for him. By the time he realized and saw his older brother and the fifth brother lying on the ground, it was already too late. He felt a sharp pain in his neck, then his head felt heavy, and he collapsed onto the floor. Gu Nian told the girl in the white shirt to hit Ma Zi's face, while she quickly tied up the 3 people. As she expected, when the fourth person entered, the people outside didn't come in one by one. Instead, the remaining 2 kicked the door open together. Gu Nian shouted, "Run!" She attacked the 2 with a needle. Both of them knew some fighting skills, so Gu Nian couldn't knock them down easily. Seeing that the 2 girls in white shirts only cared about running, Manhwa Bian could only hold the hands of 2 young girls and pull them along, trying her best to keep up. "Heroine, stay safe. You 2 unloyal women. Don't just be afraid. Run a few more steps. If you don't run, it'll be scarier." But as soon as she said that, the 2 women ran even faster and disappeared from sight. The 2 young girls beside her couldn't move their legs anymore. Ma Huabian gave up trying to resist, simply knocked down the 2 young girls, and hid to wait for Gu Nian obediently. She saw that the heroine was very skilled, so staying close to her was safer. Let those 2 unloyal women run. Run, just run. Fu Jingchen didn't sleep all night. He returned to the days of his past insomnia. Finally, dawn broke. He habitually looked toward the bed behind the curtains. But that lively face, smiling and greeting him, was no longer there. He was torn. On one hand, he kindly advised her to leave. On the other, he secretly hoped she would stay with him forever. He was so conflicted. Creak! Hearing the door open, he immediately looked toward the door. It was Lu Wu. Lu Wu, any news from Gu Nian? Compared to her running away with the money, he was more worried about her being in trouble. If she really ran away, he would accept it. At least she had given him a few days of sweet dreams, and that was enough. But if something happened to her, he would feel guilty for a lifetime. Lu Wu heard his hoarse voice, quickly put down the bowl in his hand, wanting to pour him a glass of water. But the thermos was empty of hot water, so he could only pour half a glass of cold water to quench Fu Jingchen's thirst. "Brother Chen, don't worry. My brother has gone to the city and probably won't be back until noon. You should drink some water to soothe your throat." Fu Jingchen nodded, and only then realized his throat was very sore. He took the cup. It was cold and not sweet. Gu Nian always gave him warm, sweet water. When he drank it, he felt a warm flow spread through his body. He suddenly laughed at himself. He had only been cared for a few days by Gu Nian, and now he was becoming delicate. How could he deserve warm, sweet water? He didn't deserve it at all. Heaven gave him a fleeting dream, but now that the dream is over, he has returned to reality. Seeing that he only took a sip of water and then stared blankly at the ceiling, Lu Wu was worried and said, "Brother Chen, eat something first. I'm not hungry." Lu Wu didn't insist, and only sighed heavily. No matter who it is, this kind of thing is hard to accept. He was already paralyzed in bed, and now he was also heartbroken over being deceived and losing money. It can only be said that Gu Nian is too clever. Even he and their whole family once thought Gu Nian would be Fu Jingchen's salvation. Look at the days she was around. She not only helped Fu Jingchen vent his anger, but also took care of him every day. He sniffed and realized he now smelled bad again. After helping Fu Jingchen clean up, he went to the kitchen to boil water, but he didn't take good care of Gu Nian. He roughly wiped Fu Jingchen's body, poured him a cup of hot water, and then hurried off to work. In the afternoon, Lu and Kai brought over some food. The breakfast was still untouched on the table, and Fu Jingchen stared at the ceiling with a look of despair, just like before. Until he saw Lu and Kai, his pale, thin face regained a little vitality. He quickly told Fu Jingchen what had happened in the city. "I waited all morning at the party committee's residential building and finally saw Annie Dang pick up Zhengzheng from school. She said Gu Nian didn't go to her house yesterday and asked if something had happened. Did I need help? I told her about Gu Nian's disappearance. After hearing it, she immediately took me to report to the police. The police said they would notify us as soon as there was any news." Meanwhile, in the military district compound in Shanghai, Gu Zijuan was exaggerating the story of Fu's mother calling him to his family. Gu Zihui still unconditionally supported Junjun. Look at that woman's true nature now. I always said our family's theft case is definitely connected to her. Junjun is innocent. Darn Su Feng insisted it was Junjun. Even the older brother's attitude toward Junjun has clearly changed a lot. Is a sister who has grown up with you since childhood really less important than a country bumpkin who came halfway? He Xingji still tried to be fair, but secretly leaned toward Junjun. It wasn't Yan Yan who did it. We searched her thoroughly, so Junjun must be innocent. After saying that, she looked worriedly at Gu Yunqi. "Yunqi, we put so much effort into marrying Nian Nian over, but who knew she would be so ungrateful and cause trouble with the Fu family? What should we do?" When she said this, everyone looked at Gu Yunqi, since he was the head of the family. Gu Yunqi's eyes sharpened as he looked at Gu Zijuan. "Zijuan, the Fu family only said Nian Nian encouraged Fu Jingchen to split the family and take their inheritance. Did they say anything else?" Gu Zijuan trembled under his glare. She thought carefully and then told Gu Yunqi how Fu's mother described Gu Nian. She didn't need to exaggerate. Fu's mother's words were already harsh enough. It showed how mean, vulgar, and quarrelsome Gu Nian was, completely, like a petty city person. Fu's aunt said that if dad doesn't handle things properly and refuses to let sister return their inheritance, she will go to the military district to accuse dad of assaulting her. Gu Yunqi shot a sharp look at Gu Zijuan to confirm she wasn't lying, then spoke in a deep voice. "From now on, just tell the Fu family I'm not home if they call again." After saying that, he got up and went upstairs. Gu Zian had already told him what happened on the train. He wouldn't comment on the theft incident involving the Gu family, but he couldn't ignore Gu Zijuan's repeated attempts to frame Gu Nian. He understood that Gu Zijuan did this because she was afraid Gu Nian would take her place. But the bond of 19 years of upbringing and daily companionship couldn't be taken away just like that. It seems he needs to have a serious talk with He Xingji about Gu Zijuan. As for the Fu family matter, he originally married Gu Nian to get close to Commander Fu Jingchen. As long as Gu Nian took good care of Fu Jingchen, his original goal was achieved. And the Fu family? They are just powerless farmers, not worth mentioning. Now about Gu Nian. Due to her physical discomfort, she finally managed to subdue the two women, pack them up, and remember their positions. Then she quickly took the girl with braids and the two younger sisters out of the dilapidated house. Once outside, she realized they were on a beach, surrounded by silence, with no one around. She didn't know exactly where they were. Gunyan thought that since the water was connected, maybe if they kept walking along the shore, they could find their way back to their village. She was very worried about Fu Jingchen being alone at home. She knew he always lacked a sense of security. He was always afraid of being abandoned. Every time she went home and looked into his eyes, she saw how bright they were. Although it was fleeting, she always caught that moment. The girl with braids broke her thoughts. "Heroine, walk that way. Be careful. The tide might come in and swallow us up by the big shark." The girl with braids was very talkative. After this ordeal, she wasn't scared but excited. "What's your name, heroine?" "I'm Tian Pingping, a broadcaster at Binzhou Hongxing Machinery Factory. You saved my life, so I want to be sworn sisters with you. Will you teach me martial arts?" Since she was a child, her dream was to be a righteous heroine who helps others. She admired Gunyan very much. "My name is Gunyan, but I saved you. Shouldn't you thank me? Instead, I have to teach you martial arts?" Tian Pingping chuckled, both thanking and learning martial arts. She warmly wrapped her arm around Gunyan. Gunyan brushed her hand away. "Stop joking. There are still 2 human traffickers not caught. Follow me and stay behind."
Got it.
Tian Pingping immediately obeyed and followed Gunyan. She felt very safe. She thought that being righteous had its benefits. Those 2 heartless women in plain clothes might be crying somewhere right now. But unfortunately, her words proved true. The 2 women in plain clothes were terrified, running wildly like headless flies on the empty road. Suddenly, their figures flickered, and they both fell into a nearby cornfield. They looked at the burly man in front of them and screamed in fear, "Help!" But before they could finish, their mouths were covered again, and their limbs tied up. The 2 men weren't strangers. They were the 3rd and 4th men mentioned by the bearded man. Since these women hadn't been harmed by them before, they didn't recognize them. "I'm really unlucky to search everywhere and find nothing, but now I got it easily." "Let's take it back," said the 3rd brother. Looking at the natural barriers around, the 4th brother suddenly spoke. "Third brother," Big Brother said after this job, "we should hide somewhere for a while. Why not take this chance to relax?" He leered at the woman under his command, clearly implying something inappropriate. The 3rd brother looked at the night sky and then at the beautiful woman with fair skin, also feeling tempted. Anyway, it wouldn't take long. Under their rough actions, the corn stalks broke with a cracking sound. In the dark night, the tearing of clothes was very loud, mixed with muffled groans and heavy breathing. Gunyan, passing through the cornfield, heard unusual sounds and immediately crouched down cautiously. She signaled to Tian Pingping to watch over the 2 young girls, while she crawled forward to check the situation. Tian Pingping took care of the 2 girls, feeling excited, and followed Gunyan. If she didn't act bravely now, she might never get another chance. Although she was brave, she was still a young girl unfamiliar with the world. When she saw the shocking scene before her, Tian Pingping screamed in shock. Gunyan was also stunned. She still couldn't save all of them. Hearing the noise, the 2 men froze suddenly, then looked at the newcomers with fierce expressions. The 2 women in plain clothes also widened their eyes in horror. They tried to whimper in fear, but their mouths were tightly gagged, and their sounds were drowned out by the rustling around. 3rd and 4th brothers immediately punched the plain-clothed women unconscious, then turned to confront Gunyan and Tian Pingping. They planned to take them back this time and rest peacefully for years. Gunyan told Tian Pingping to step back, then took out a silver needle to strike first. 3rd brother was caught off guard and was stabbed in the knee, collapsing to the ground. 4th brother saw he was skilled and dodged sideways, but because of the large movement, his pants, which hadn't been properly fastened, fell off again. Gunyan deliberately clicked her tongue and raised her finger in disdain. "Tsh, so ugly. Are you here feeding cats?" But she was no match for her hero. Tian Pingping widened her eyes and stared hard.
It was her first time seeing this.
She would have a good comparison in the future. Meanwhile, the 4th brother was stunned. Darn it, he had been a human trafficker for so long. But this was the first time he was humiliated like this. If not now, then when? Gu Nian suddenly shot a silver needle. Old Sam was caught off guard and was stabbed in the knee, but he still struggled to rush toward Gu Nian. She quickly injected another needle into his throat, causing him to collapse loudly. That was pretty powerful. Gu Nian is the best. Tian Pingping instantly became a little fangirl. Gu Nian had no time to pay attention to her. Another wave of heat came over her. She was in a very messy state right now. If she weren't wearing black pants, she would look very bright and beautiful. She quickly ran into the cornfield to change her sanitary pad. Meanwhile, Tian Pingping skillfully used a rope to tie up the two human traffickers, who were dressed in matching fabric clothes. This saved Gu Nian some trouble. Gu Nian then used a silver needle to wake up the two women. The two women were dazed for a long time until they saw the traffickers lying on the ground. They finally opened their mouths and cried loudly. Gu Nian comforted them. It's okay now. Everything is over. Where do you live? I will take you home. The woman in white fabric suddenly stopped crying and looked at Gu Nian with anger, saying, Stop pretending to be kind. If it weren't for your show-off, we wouldn't be in this situation. Since you couldn't save us, why did you try to show off? She glared at the man on the ground with disgust, then shot Gu Nian a harsh look before quickly dressing and running away. The other woman in pink fabric looked at Gu Nian helplessly, then hurriedly followed. Tian Pingping was angry and pointed at their backs, scolding. Humph, they're really unkind and unfaithful women. It's not the sisters' fault. Gu Nian looked indifferent. That's human nature. Not everyone is worth saving. Don't waste your energy on strangers. Let's go. Since there was a cornfield here, there must be a village team nearby. She initially wanted to ask the village team for help, but she was also worried that these traffickers might be villagers from that team. She knew some villages had very united villagers, and she was afraid they might turn around and bite her later. So she gave up on that idea. Unfortunately, she took a wrong turn after walking for a while. They had to turn back. This back and forth delayed them for a long time. By the time they reached Binzhou, it was dusk. Gu Nian was very worried about Fu Jingchen. She didn't realize she had been away from him for 2 days and didn't know how he was doing. The police patrol saw them covered in dirt and quickly approached, but she didn't even have time to report the incident. She advised Tian Pingping, Pingping, my husband is alone at home. I really can't rest easy. Please go back and explain the situation to the police and bring them to catch the human traffickers. After saying this, she hurriedly ran away. Third son, your mother brought you some food. After what happened yesterday, Fu's mother didn't dare get too close to Fu Jingchen. She just handed him a bowl. Seeing that he didn't speak and was staring at the ceiling, she felt a bit annoyed but kept her expression calm. Third son, that woman won't come back. Can't you see that now? She's just pretending. She only came for our family's money. Even though you're cold to us, your parents will never dislike you.
Come home with me.
We can live like before. As long as I have food, I won't forget about you. She was worried about Fu Jingchen's 20 yuan monthly disability allowance, which Gu Nian couldn't take away. If she had known it would turn out like this, she wouldn't have asked the Gu family to marry her. That woman is just a troublemaker, always causing problems for our Fu family. As long as Fu Jingchen goes home with her, can Gu Nian run away? She would make them return that money. Seeing that Fu Jingchen still didn't speak, she waved her arm toward the door. Fu Jingfeng and Fu Jingheng came in to carry Fu Jingchen. Fu Jingheng was jealous that Fu Jingchen, even with his injuries, still had Gu Nian who cared for him. He originally didn't want to bring Fu Jingchen home, but his mother said she would give him 5 yuan a month to buy treats and make up for it. Seeing Fu Jingheng wave his arm again, Fu Jingchen pulled out a kitchen knife. Although Fu Jingheng dodged quickly, he still got a cut on his skin. Seeing the blood on his hand, Fu Jingheng clenched his fists. You're asking for it. Try me. Fu Jingchen's voice was quiet but fierce, full of determination. He gripped the kitchen knife tightly, glaring coldly at Fu Jingheng. His once dull eyes now burned with a desperate, reckless resolve. His mother was shocked and angry, pointing at Fu Jingchen and scolding, "You ungrateful thing. I'm your mother. Would I harm you?" Come home with me. That Gu Nian is just a troublemaker.
She took the money and ran.
And you're still protecting her? Are you stupid? I don't care about her anymore. I will never go back to your house. Anyone who touches me, I will fight back. Mother Fu glared, and Jingchen clenched his fists. They looked at each other. Together, they couldn't beat a cripple? Feng swallowed hard. Mom, maybe we should forget it. Second brother, he was scared. His wife was still lying in bed. Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside. What are you doing? Jingchen looked sharply toward the door. The figure he missed so much seemed to come in shining like sunlight.
Is
she back? Jingchen froze, stunned. Seeing Gu Nian return, old Fu's family was also shocked.
You.
How did you come back? Didn't you run away with the money? Oh, I see. You were found out without a transfer letter and ran back. Seeing Gu Nian looking so tired and dusty, Mother Fu thought she had told the truth. None of your business. Gu Nian shot a glance at Jingchen, then grabbed the kitchen knife from his hand and swung it at Mother Fu. Dare to cause trouble in my house again? I'll cut you. The Fu family had seen her reckless side before and quickly ran out in fear. Gu Nian. Only when Jingchen called her did Gu Nian come back with the kitchen knife. She hadn't eaten for 2 days, relying only on spiritual spring water to keep her aura alive. Now her body felt weak. For now, she would leave the Fu family alone. She went to her room to see Jingchen. Until she saw a living person appear in front of him again, Jingchen tentatively called out, Gu Nian. 2 days. Exactly 2 days. He thought Gu Nian had left and would never stay with him, a cripple. He never imagined she would come back, and when she did, she still protected him like before. Seeing that Gu Nian didn't respond, Jingchen called softly again, Gu Nian, gently scratching her heart like a cat's paw, and seeing Jingchen's eyes turn red, Gu Nian suddenly also had tears in her eyes. Jingchen felt more insecure than she thought. She was his only hope for salvation. He was afraid she would abandon him in her panic. Gu Nian put down the kitchen knife, sat on the bed, and held his hand.
Fu Jingchen, I'm sorry.
I had some trouble on the way back, and was late. I won't do that again. I promise I won't let you wait at home alone for so long anymore. Fu Jingchen's heart tightened. What happened? Gu Nian quickly explained the kidnapping incident to him. Fu Jingchen was silent for a long time, then suppressed his feelings and said, I'm sorry. I thought you had left. He finally spoke his true feelings. He felt so guilty. How could he think such things about Gu Nian? She treated him so well, stood up for him, cleaned him up, washed him, cooked delicious food for him, and made him smell nice. She never disliked him, never showed impatience. These small touches, these little acts, couldn't be faked. How could he be so unworthy? Gu Nian was first surprised, then saw the guilt in Fu Jingchen's red eyes. She suddenly smiled. Fu Jingchen, you haven't wronged me. It's me who hasn't given you a sense of security. I was too confident in myself. I thought if I was good enough to you, you would trust me. But my kindness was all one-sided. I never let you truly relax or express yourself. I'm sorry for that. I knew you lacked confidence, yet I still took your savings without asking. I knew you felt insecure, but I still teased you intentionally, then left you hanging. I enjoyed your dependence on me, but never gave you a clear promise. Fu Jingchen, I like you. I liked you from the first time I saw you. I am willing to stay and take care of you. I want to be with you as a real partner, through thick and thin, never leaving your side. Fu Jingchen's heart felt like it was hit hard. She said she liked him? He quickly took her hand. Gu Nian, you haven't wronged me. The money is with you, and I feel at ease. You didn't tease me on purpose. You're so kind, so good to me. I'm too sensitive. Even if you really leave, I won't ask for money from you, and I won't force you to stay. I just want you to be safe. He was so emotional that he stammered, saying many things but never responded directly to her saying she liked him. Yet, every word hinted at his feelings. Gu Nian planned to give him a strong push. She completely became a shining light in the hero's moment of despair. Suddenly, she stood up and pressed her lips against the hero's trembling, fragile lips. When Lu Wen and Li Yuqin arrived, they saw the young couple in a suite, loving moment. Lu Wen was about to ask Gu Nian something, but Li Yuqin pulled him back. Li Yuqin kindly closed the door for the two of them and said proudly, Lu Wen, I told you sister-in-law wouldn't run away. She's probably just delayed for something. See, she's back now. Because she hadn't kept a close eye on Gu Nian, she had been upset with her husband these past 2 days. It made her so angry, but she couldn't say anything about it. Now that Gu Nian was back, she wanted to make up for it. Our women are different from you men. Women care about feelings the most. Sister-in-law treats Jingchen well, and we all see that. How can you men think badly of her? Lu Wen. He felt like his wife was hinting at him, but he had no proof. He stubbornly said, it's better if she didn't run away. Li Yuqin kicked him in frustration. Lu Wen grinned at her. You bold woman, daring to hit me outside. Just wait, I'll deal with you properly when I get home. After saying that, he looked at her mischievously.
Liu Kimblusha, Shamalas.
Then she ran back home, embarrassed. Lu Wen snorted. The next moment, he saw the captain rushing over hurriedly. He immediately asked seriously, Captain, what's the rush? I heard Comrade Gu is back. I want to go see her. Thinking quickly, Lu Wen grabbed the captain. She's back, I just saw her. The young couple is probably sharing their feelings right now. If you're not in a hurry, maybe wait until tomorrow. Lu Wen was worried his wife wouldn't let him sleep tonight, so he planned to use this as a reason to get some credit. The captain was clever and understood immediately. All right, as long as she's back, I'll come tomorrow. Gu Nian felt something hard and uncomfortable. When she opened her eyes, she saw Fu Jingchen blocking her with his hand. She felt insulted.
Fu Jingchen.
Fu Jingchen's hand trembled slightly. I haven't brushed my teeth these past 2 days. Gu Nian quickly covered her mouth, realizing. I haven't either. Fortunately, the male lead blocked the view, so their first kiss remained somewhat beautiful. Suddenly, her stomach made a loud gurgling sound. Gu Nian awkwardly said, Shall we eat first and then wash up? Fu Jingchen nodded. Sure. Gu Nian was really tired. She cooked 2 packs of instant noodles in the kitchen and threw the packaging into the stove. She fried 2 eggs, added some greens, and quickly finished a simple meal. Let's just make do with this tonight. Not just making do. Looking at the curly noodles, Fu Jingchen's eyes flashed with confusion, but it quickly disappeared. Seeing Gu Nian happily eating, he started to eat too. After finishing the meal and washing the dishes, Gu Nian usually helped Fu Jingchen clean up first. When she carried the basin out to wash herself, Fu Jingchen's nervous voice came from behind. Gu Nian, there's blood. Are you hurt? Gu Nian was wearing black pants, so Fu Jingchen couldn't see the bloodstains on her. He noticed a few drops of blood on the bed. Gu Nian looked embarrassed. No, it's my period. As she spoke, a hot stream of fluid came out. She quickly grabbed the basin and went to the kitchen. These past few days, she had been very clingy. She took a careful shower in her space, dried off, and put on sleepwear to avoid soiling the bed again, since no one could see inside her clothes. After finishing all this, she suddenly felt her stomach ache again. It seemed she needed to take better care of her body. Fu Jingchen, my stomach hurts. I'll massage it for you. When he was a child, he saw other kids fall and get hurt. Their mothers would blow on the injury or rub it. He hoped his mother would do the same for him, but she never did. He thought it was because he was naughty and not liked by his parents. Turns out, he wasn't their child. Now that he's grown up, he no longer needs anyone to blow or rub. But the childhood hope still remained in his heart. A gentle massage could soothe everything. He didn't want to offend Gu Nian, but he wanted to give her the best he could. Gu Nian's eyes lit up. Then let's sleep together tonight. After speaking, she moved her pillow next to Fu Jingchen's pillow and then naturally lay down beside him. Fu Jingchen's adjustable bed was 1.2 meters wide, a single bed, but since both of them were thin, they could barely sleep together. There was no space between them at all. Holding her close, Fu Jingchen felt a little nervous. He hesitated to put his hand on Gu Nian's belly. However, Gu Nian grabbed his hand and pressed his large hand onto her stomach. Fu Jingchen, look, we're sleeping together now. You're touching my belly. I am your real wife, and you are my real husband. From now on, we will be the closest people in the world. I will always think of you, and you will always think of me. Fu Jingchen's heart trembled. Gu Nian, really? Will you never leave me? Fu Jingchen felt he couldn't be without Gu Nian anymore. If she wanted to leave now, he would let her go and give her all his money. Gu Nian suddenly sat up and, without hesitation, bit his lower lip. She bit until she tasted a little metallic, sweet, rusty flavor. Then she let go. Ask once, bite once. Not satisfied, Gu Nian added fiercely. Fu Jingchen, I am really angry now. You keep asking if I will leave? But I never said I would leave. Why don't you trust me? Do I seem so heartless and unfaithful? I was favored by my parents and promised you. I am your wife now. You've kissed me, touched my belly. I treat you as my dear husband, but you keep thinking of pushing me to other men. Tell me, when you see other men kissing me or touching my belly, do you feel comfortable? No, Fu Jingchen couldn't bear to think about that scene. The more he thought about it, the more his chest felt tight and uncomfortable. He couldn't tolerate any man touching Gu Nian. Gu Nian smiled slightly, snuggling into his arms, then added a harsh warning. If you don't want that, then don't say such things anymore. That's a serious insult to me. If you keep saying it, I might really seek comfort in another man's arms, and I will do what I say. Fu Jingchen, I am willing to stay by your side, not because I have no other choice, but because you are the second person in this world who has been kind to me, besides Grandpa Zhang. My foster parents have always used me like a servant. Since I can remember, I have been standing on a stool cooking for the family, often blamed and beaten. I thought that returning to my biological parents would bring me love and care, but they favored their adopted daughter, Gu Zijuan. Originally, she was supposed to marry you, but they changed their minds and married me instead. I have also complained, but when I heard that you insisted on sending me back, even after thinking I was in trouble, and you unhesitatingly gave me all your savings and asked your boss to help me find a job, I knew I could trust you. So, what if you are injured? You have a sense of responsibility that most normal men lack. That is the kind of man I have always wanted to marry. Moreover, I truly believe I can heal your leg. My medical skills are better than you think. Please give us a chance. Fu Jingchen, do you really like me too? He tightly hugged Gu Nian, softly calling her name, Nian Nian, Nian Nian, again and again. Sorry, Nian Nian. I shouldn't have doubted you. I shouldn't have driven you away. I won't do it again. He kept apologizing to Gu Nian in a low voice. However, Gu Nian didn't hear him. When Fu Jingchen took the initiative to hold her and called her Nian Nian again, she relaxed and her tiredness overwhelmed her, and she fell asleep directly. Hearing her gentle snoring, Fu Jingchen was momentarily stunned. Then he smiled softly, relaxed, and also fell asleep. Even in sleep, his arms around Gu Nian never loosened. The next morning, Gu Nian was suddenly awakened by a strong wave of emotion. Realizing something, she instinctively jumped up. Fu Jingchen's hand was pushed away and he trembled slightly. Nian Nian, did you have a bad dream? Not exactly, I got poked by Andy. Fu Jingchen was stunned for a moment before understanding what she meant. Seeing Gu Nian hurriedly moving, he smiled faintly. Nian Nian is really adorable. Lu Wen entered and saw Fu Jingchen looking love-struck. He didn't see Gu Nian and rubbed his head, asking, Jingchen, what are you smiling at? Where is your wife? Where has she been these past 2 days? Fu Jingchen snapped back to reality. Nian Nian, he told Lu Wen about Gu Nian's encounter with the human traffickers. Lu Wen suddenly understood. Oh, I see. Luckily, she didn't. Before he finished, Fu Jingchen interrupted in a serious tone. Nian Nian would never do that. Don't say such things in the future. Lu Wen quickly covered his mouth, feeling something was off. At this moment, Gu Nian finished tidying up. Not noticing Lu Wen's arrival, she was brushing her teeth while calling into the room. Fu Jingchen, are you done? I'll come in and help you clean up soon. Seeing Fu Jingchen blushing, Lu Wen smiled and poked his head out. Wife, I can help Jingchen clean up. Gu Nian smiled and said, Lu Gu, you're here? Stay for breakfast later. Last night, she saw the door was closed and thought it was locked, but it wasn't. Seeing her usual cheerful smile, Luwen felt a bit embarrassed. How could he, like a village gossip, doubt that Gu Nian would run away with the money? Gu Nian didn't know what he was thinking. She quickly brushed her teeth, washed her face, squeezed out some toothpaste, and brought a basin of water for Fu Jingchen to wash up. Seeing how carefully she took care of Fu Jingchen, making sure he was clean and smelling nice, Lu Wenxin felt even more guilty. He wasn't the only one feeling guilty. The team leader came over to check on them briefly, feeling uneasy. He watched Gu Nian apply lotion to Fu Jingchen and listened to her recount her recent experiences. He secretly cursed himself for being nosy but smiled and teased, "Comrade Gu is taking care of Jingchen like he's a child." He felt reassured just seeing Gu Nian return safely. He set down a basket of vegetables and prepared to go home. Gu Nian knew his purpose for coming and said proactively, "Team leader, after dinner, I'll check Hua Hua's pulse." The team leader nodded excitedly, feeling more at ease. Lu Wenxin looked surprised. "Your sister-in-law can also see a doctor?" Gu Nian modestly replied, "Just a little." Lu Wenxin silently gave a thumbs up. Just as he was about to leave, he remembered his second reason for coming. He handed the money in his pocket to Fu Jingchen. "Jingchen, the wages for yesterday are 15 yuan. Here's the remaining 185 yuan. Fu Jingchen didn't take it but said, "Just give it to Nian Nian." Lu Wenxin then realized something was off. Fu Jingchen was calling Gu Nian Nian Nian. It seemed their relationship had deepened overnight. He noticed Fu Jingchen's lips were bitten and bleeding. He handed the money to Gu Nian and teasingly said to Fu Jingchen, "Ever since your sister-in-law returned, someone's face has become full of energy." The magic of love. Hearing this, Gu Nian raised an eyebrow and looked at Fu Jingchen. "Haha, so someone loves to pretend to be innocent, huh?" Recalling how she had coaxed and tricked him last night, she felt she deserved to tease him a little now. Fu Jingchen blushed and playfully said, "You should go home now." But Gu Nian had no intention of letting him go. She insisted that Lu Wenxin tell her exactly how he was pretending to be innocent. After hearing it, the meal was ready. Gu Nian prepared breakfast porridge, fried egg batter pancakes, stir-fried small green vegetables, and even made a portion for Lu Wenxin. She handed the cake to Fu Jingchen, deliberately teasing him. "Be careful. Tonight you'll need an injection." Thinking about where the injection might be given, Fu Jingchen's ears turned red. He softly replied, "I'll cooperate." After dinner, Gu Nian finished cleaning up the dishes and then went with Lu Wen to their homestead. It had only been 2 days since she last came, but wow, the wall was already taller than her. Everyone saw Gu Nian arrive, and they worked even harder. Just kidding, with such high wages, they had to finish building quickly. Lu Jiangwo smiled and said, "Comrade Gu, it will be finished in 10 days. Gu Nian thanked everyone, prepared 2 pots of hot water, and went to the team leader's house. Along the way, someone kept pointing at her and whispering. Gu Nian couldn't hear clearly, but she understood what they were saying. Basically, they were asking, didn't she run away? Why is she back? She couldn't stop the gossip, but she didn't care. Time would prove everything. When passing the youth station, she saw the team leader walking toward her with 2 young workers. The team leader greeted her with a smile. "Comrade Gu, Hua Hua, and her mother are at home. I'll take the 2 young workers there first." The 2 young women saw the team leader warmly greeting Gu Nian and wanted to say hello and show their faces, but when they saw Gu Nian's face, they froze. It was the woman who had caused them so much trouble. Gu Nian was also slightly stunned. Those 2 heartless women from the other night. Haha, interesting. Seeing the 2 young workers avoiding eye contact, Gu Nian didn't say much. She nodded to the team leader and left. After Gu Nian left, the 2 young women finally spoke. "Team leader, what's Comrade Gu's name? Is she from our team?" The team leader replied, "Gu Nian. She's not from our team. She married a soldier who has made great contributions." When Lena glanced at Xiao Yan, her eyes showing obvious jealousy. Her husband is a soldier with great achievements. When Lena was the woman in the white silk fabric that night, while Xiao Yan was in pink. The team leader didn't notice her emotional tone and continued walking, saying, "Comrade Gu is a rare good person, kind and loyal. She takes great care of her husband. Comrade Gu's wife is paralyzed in bed for the sake of the country. paralyzed, when Lena almost burst out laughing, but she managed to hide it well. She finally had a small outlet to vent her feelings about Gu Nian causing her to lose her innocence. If Gu Nian hadn't been so clever that night, she wouldn't have been insulted by 2 men in a row. Thinking of this, when Lena's eyes filled with unstoppable anger. But in the next moment, her expression was replaced by disappointment. Team leader, do all our female educated youths have to sleep in this one room? The team leader looked unbothered. Our team doesn't have many houses. We can only give you 2 courtyards, one for the male educated youths and one for the female educated youths. If you find it crowded, you can talk to the team members and see if anyone is willing to let you stay. Seeing their dislike, the team leader didn't indulge them. All educated youths are the same. Since you are assigned to our red flag team, you must follow our arrangements. Today is your first day here, so we'll give you a day off to buy things. Tomorrow, you'll work with the others. After saying this, the team leader left. He wouldn't pamper these educated youths. They were city folks used to a comfortable life. Meanwhile, Gu Nian arrived at the team leader's house and carefully checked Lu Xiaohua's pulse. Her pulse is steadier now, which means the medicine is working.
Just keep taking it.
I'll come back in 4 days to do acupuncture. Shen Guifang heard this and felt much relieved. She thanked Gu Nian and tried to pay her for the consultation. Comrade Gu, thank you so much. How much do you think I should pay you? Shen Guifang thought she would need Gu Nian's help often in the future, so she wanted to pay reasonably. She hesitated and asked cautiously, would 2 yuan per visit be okay? Gu Nian understood Shen Guifang's concern, so she smiled and replied, 1 yuan for checking the pulse is enough. If I do acupuncture, Annie can give 2 more yuan. Then she took out a box of medicine and said, Annie, this is my homemade heart-saving pill. If Hua Hua has another attack like last time, taking 1 can save her life. Seeing that Shen Guifang and Lu Xiaohua trusted her now, Gu Nian started promoting her medicine. After all, she wouldn't give it away for free. This box costs 10 yuan, and it contains 10 pills. Before she finished speaking, Shen Guifang handed her 11 yuan directly. I need this so much. Every time Hua Hua faints, it makes her heart race. She has seen Gu Nianqing's excellent acupuncture skills, so she definitely trusts him. After saying goodbye to Shen Guifang, Gu Nian went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some meat. Maybe she should buy some lamb dumplings filled with meat to help the male lead regain some weight. It's hard to get some flesh on him, but these past 2 days, he's lost it all again. It's so frustrating. And surprisingly, she ran into Wen Lina and Qiao Yan, who also came to buy things at the cooperative. Gu Nian originally didn't want to pay attention to these 2 ungrateful people. But Wen Lina started to complain. As Gu Nian reached for a pair of slippers, Wen Lina's displeased voice rang out. Comrade Gu, how can you do this? I saw these slippers first. Gu Nian didn't look at her, but asked the shop assistant, Comrade, did this person ask you about these slippers? The shop assistant recognized Gu Nian and quickly said, no, that was the truth. Gu Nian then looked at Wen Lina and said, you didn't ask or take them, so what's the point of just looking? If that's the case, I saw everything in the display case too. Does that mean I can't buy anything just because I saw it first? Wen Lina was speechless after being told off. She wanted to argue, but Qiao Yan, standing beside her, tugged her. Qiao Yan didn't want to provoke Gu Nian, fearing she might reveal the incident where they were insulted that day. But when Lena couldn't hold back, she turned to the young man who brought them here, Nan Shuming, and said, Nan Shuming, do you think Gu Nian is trying to change the subject? Did I just point to these slippers, Nan Shuming? Gu Nian felt it sounded familiar. She looked at the person when Lena called Nan Shuming. He was also examining Gu Nian.
Gu.
Nan Nian? The crybaby from Sanli Village. Sanli Village was where the original protagonist grew up. Following this thought, Gu Nian finally remembered this Nan Shuming from her memories. Troublemaker Nan Shuming from Sanli Village. Gu Nian suddenly felt a bit awkward. Nan Shuming and the original protagonist were from the same village. They were even classmates in middle school. Although Nan Shuming often bullied her, he also gave her food. When she was young and inexperienced, she secretly liked him. But later, Nan Shuming's family moved to the city, and she never heard from him again. Seeing that he was really her classmate, Nan Shuming looked shocked and said, "Aren't you called Nan Yen? Why did you change your surname? How did you become so beautiful now? And how come you're here too?" Suddenly, when Lena's eyes lit up, "Gu Nian married here," Nan Shuming was even more shocked. "You got married? I think we're the same age, right? You're so young to be married." Gu Nian nodded. "It's a long story. By the way, how come you're here too?" Nan Shuming shrugged helplessly. "Back then, my dad found a job in the city by chance. Our family moved there, but the government had a policy that one child had to go to the countryside. I was the only boy in the family, so I had to go back to the rural area." Sigh. Gu Nian comforted him. "Actually, the countryside isn't so bad. At least it's more relaxed than the city." Nan Shuming didn't respond to that and asked instead, "Where's your home? Can I recognize the place?" Gu Nian replied, "I'm temporarily staying in an empty house next to the brigade. Our home is too small. Once we move to a new house, I'll invite you over for a gathering." "Okay. Anyway, I can't stay long. My husband is waiting for me at home." Worried that Fu Jingchen might be anxious, Gu Nian bought some lamb and quickly said goodbye to Nan Shuming. Watching her walk away, Nan Shuming mumbled, "The crying girl is married now." When Lena heard Gu Nian was moving to a new house, she felt a bit jealous. Getting married means she doesn't have to squeeze with the educated youth. She just wants a big house. Otherwise, why would she? Her husband is paralyzed. Paralyzed? Hearing this, Nan Shuming was shocked. Gu Nian didn't know. As soon as she entered, she hurried inside happily. Fu Jingchen were having lamb dumplings for lunch, but she didn't see Fu Jingchen on the bed. Her heart suddenly tightened. "Fu Jingchen." "The cup fell, so I went to pick it up. I couldn't reach it, and it accidentally fell further down. If it falls again, wait for me to come back and pick it up. Your ribs haven't healed yet if you fall and break them again. What will we do?" Gu Nian decided to give him a punishment. It looked very strict, but she didn't really use much force. She twisted Fu Jingchen gently and asked seriously, "From now on, don't worry if the sky falls. Do you understand?" Fu Jingchen felt like he was causing trouble for Gu Nian. He held her hand nervously and said, "I'm sorry. Go ahead and twist." Seeing how carefully he looked, Gu Nian couldn't bear to hurt him. She changed to holding his face with both hands and said, "If you know you're wrong, don't do it again. Nothing is more important than your health. I'll get some water to wash you." She picked up the cup, rinsed in the yard, then filled a basin with hot water to clean Fu Jingchen. Seeing his clothes covered in dirt, she brought a new set of clothes for him to change into. When she reached his pants, her eyes suddenly lit up. Needle first? She had planned to give him an injection at night, but since the time was right, she decided to do it now. Fu Jingchen blushed and said, "Okay." Gu Nian closed the door. When she returned, Fu Jingchen was lying quietly under the blanket, waiting patiently. Gu Nian said, "If you keep doing that, it makes me look like a wild woman. She is a proper doctor, after all." Fu Jingchen quickly showed his face. No, he was worried Gu Nian might think he was a wild man, but he had no inappropriate thoughts about her. Still, he couldn't help himself. He pressed his hands to hide his feelings from Gu Nian. But even with his hands, his feelings flared up again. He couldn't hold back and blushed deeply. Fu Jingchen quickly pressed his hands down again, his face turning red. "Sorry, I didn't mean that," Gu Nian deliberately said. "We're married, and you have no inappropriate thoughts about me," Fu Jingchen hurriedly explained. "No, I have feelings for you. That's not what I meant. I don't have those kinds of feelings." Seeing how anxious Fu Jingchen was, Gu Nian stopped teasing him. "You don't need to say anything. I understand. I'm about to give you the injection. He really is a gentleman." She leaned over with a serious look, pinched her fingers, and inserted all the silver needles quickly and skillfully. Her confident, swift movements were like two different people from the teasing she did earlier. "Later, it might be very painful. Please bear with it. I will go prepare the filling first, and in half an hour, I will remove the needle." She entered the kitchen, washed the lamb, cut it into pieces, and used the meat grinder to turn it into filling, adding green onions, ginger, and garlic. She added salt, soy sauce, 13 spice powder, and sesame oil, then mixed everything well. Next, she made the dough, let it rest for a while, and after removing the needle from the man, she could start making dumplings. Using the spiritual spring fountain in the space to wash her hands, which not only refreshed her skin but also disinfected them, she was satisfied with her appearance and returned to the room. At this moment, Fu Jingchen was in great pain, looking very uncomfortable, but his expression also showed some excitement. Nian, do you feel the pain now? He hadn't felt anything for over 2 months. So, even though he was in terrible pain at the moment, he couldn't hide his excitement inside. Gu Nian knew he was getting better, so she quickly removed the needle for him. It should be better now. The intense pain finally eased away, and Fu Jingchen repeated, "It's better? Just try and see," she replied. Seeing Gu Nian suddenly blushing shyly, Fu Jingchen's face also turned red. No need. He couldn't give Gu Nian happiness right now, and he definitely wouldn't dare to offend her. But before he finished speaking, Fu Jingchen suddenly paused, breath catching.
Gu Nian was also very shy.
Although she was usually open, this was her first time experiencing such intimacy. Her face was full of embarrassment. She wanted to see if the treatment worked. And she knew that the male lead had never fully let his guard down. She understood that his constant nervous tension was damaging his spirit and energy, which was a big obstacle to recovery. As a healer, she chose the most direct method, hoping to guide him to do what could help him relax and release his worries. Moreover, after such close contact, her relationship with the male lead could deepen again. Anyway, she wanted to be a guiding light for him, to become his lifelong source of hope. Fu Jingchen had been holding back his feelings for a long time, his nerves always tense. Even when Gu Nian started helping him, his nerves didn't fully relax. Only when his primal instincts were awakened did he let himself sink into the moment. Nian. Yes, I'm here. Gu Nian continued to respond patiently, repeating herself over and over. But as time went on, she ran out of words. At this moment, she had no time to think about the main character's fancy equipment. She just wanted it to end quickly. Fu Jingchen, you're shameless. I won't help you anymore in the future. Gu Nian is a clean person. Even though she was holding a basin that was about to spill, she still tried to tidy up Fu Jingchen and make him look neat, though she couldn't help but complain a little. Okay, I won't do it next time. After helping Fu Jingchen wash up, Gu Nian plopped down beside him. Fu Jingchen naturally wrapped his arms around her and started massaging her wrists. Nian, thank you. He felt lighter than ever before. Seeing him so relaxed, Gu Nian felt it was worth it. Then I'll help you once a week from now on. Hearing this, Fu Jingchen's heart softened completely. He held Gu Nian tightly, looking satisfied. Nian, how did I, Fu Jingchen, get so lucky to meet someone as good as you? Gu Nian asked him. And what am I to you? You are my moon in the sky. Moon in the sky? Not as valuable as that pure white moonlight. Gu Nian happily lay in Fu Jingchen's arms, avoiding his broken bone, and wrapped her arms around his waist. You are my big thigh. Big thigh. I want to hug you. Fu Jingchen couldn't help but chuckle softly. Haha. Gu Nian burst out laughing. She propped up her head to look at Fu Jingchen. Fu Jingchen, you actually smiled. The main character is handsome, and with that smile, he looked even more charming. You look good when you smile. You should smile more often. Fu Jingchen held her, gently stroking her wrist, and softly replied, Okay. Gu Nian lay back down, snuggling into his arms, and asked, Does your ribs still hurt? Fu Jingchen shook his head. It doesn't hurt. Being cared for by Nian makes me feel happy and heals quickly. Gu Nian knew it was the effect of spiritual spring water. She now not only gave spiritual spring water to Fu Jingchen, but also used it for cooking at home. Originally, with Fu Jingchen's injuries, she might need a year or more to treat him, but because of the spring water, she could help him recover his health quickly, clear his meridians, and with acupuncture, he could stand up in about 2 months. But she still said, You speak so nicely, so I'll reward you with something good. What is it? Gu Nian magically took out a metal watch from her pocket. It was her grandfather's old antique. Although it looked old, it was just the right item from that era, perfect for Fu Jingchen to use. Here, I'll show you the time. Fu Jingchen's eyes fell on the deep engraved character, Xiao, on the back of the watch face. He asked, "What does this Xiao mean?" Gu Nian replied calmly, "It was given by a kind elder. It's a men's watch. I don't need it, so I give it to you." Fu Jingchen asked again, "Since it was given by a kind elder who cares for me, wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to wear it?" Thinking of her grandfather, Gu Nian felt a little sad. No, if the elder knew I was married and had a loved one, he would be at peace. Now that she had Fu Jingchen by her side, what about her grandfather? "Yes, I'll visit the elder when I have the chance." Fu Jingchen took the watch, also looking a bit wistful. He used to have a watch before, but after he was injured and returned, the old Fu family took it away. It was taken, and since they raised him, he wouldn't want it back. He now felt no love or hatred for the old Fu family, just strangers in the future. "Nian Nian, is it 10:30 now?" Gu Nian snapped back to reality, looked at the watch, and told him, "It's 10:40. She could still make dumplings by 11:40. Her hands were sore and she didn't want to move, wanting to be lazy for a bit, but she couldn't stop talking. While watching Fu Jingchen check the time, she told him everything that happened today. "Fu Jingchen, do you know? I treated Hua Hua today and earned 11 yuan. Maybe in the future, I can support us with my medical skills." Fu Jingchen finished checking the watch and couldn't help but touch her head. "Nian Nian, you're amazing." Gu Nian also told him about her chance encounter with Nan Shuming. "A childhood friend of mine is a knowledgeable youth in our brigade. Once our new house is built, I want to invite him over to visit us." She also told Fu Jingchen about when Lina and Qiao Yan, but she didn't mention that they had been insulted by human traffickers. Of course, it wasn't because she was kind-hearted. She just thought it was the right thing to do. However, if they caused trouble again, she wouldn't hold back. "By the way, our new house is almost finished. It should be ready to move in within 10 days. Then, we'll have our own home." Seeing her bright, shining eyes, Fu Jingchen smiled slightly and looked hopeful. "Yes, then Nian Nian and I will have a new home." Gu Nian looked up at his smiling face. His handsome face really suited her. Suddenly, she felt a flutter in her heart. She leaned up and pressed her lips to Fu Jingchen's. Soft and tender, with a bouncy feel, just as she imagined, it felt very nice. This soft, bouncy sensation also surprised Fu Jingchen. His instinct was to welcome it, but his rational mind warned him not to. He even deliberately pulled back. He felt he wasn't good enough for Gu Nian. He was afraid his leg wouldn't heal, and he couldn't give her happiness. But Gu Nian, shy and whispering softly, asked, "What's next?" She remembered how, in her previous life, she saw couples kissing in the park, and they could go on for a long time. But here it suddenly stopped. Based on what she knew in her mind, she tentatively opened Fu Jingchen's mouth with hers. A fragrant, sticky feeling spread, and the mental defenses Fu Jingchen had built instantly collapsed. His breathing grew rapid and finally, he held Gu Nian's head with both hands and responded to her. He didn't really understand, but like Gu Nian, he had some theoretical knowledge. And as a man, he was naturally intuitive about these things. After 2 clashes of teeth, they gradually got into a better rhythm. Gu Nian felt her brain go numb and couldn't hold on anymore. She pushed Fu Jingchen away, gasping for breath. After a long moment, she looked a bit embarrassed. "Sorry, I have no experience. I spoiled the moment." Fu Jingchen also looked a little awkward. He had no experience either, but he said, "You don't need experience for this, right? Did I ruin a moment for you?" Thinking about the kiss just now, Gu Nian blushed. It was a bit overwhelming. She finally understood why couples could kiss for so long because kissing really felt very good. Seeing how nervous Gu Nian was, Fu Jingchen suddenly relaxed. He chuckled softly and said, "I'm glad you like it." Gu Nian suddenly realized that the male lead was actually quite shy and reserved. She pouted and slapped him lightly, asking, "Can you make dumplings?" Fu Jingchen was momentarily surprised but then nodded, "Yes." Gu Nian said, "I'll roll the dough, and you can fill and fold the dumplings." She noticed that the male lead was starting to become a bit more lively. She wanted him to participate in small tasks within his ability, which would help him become more active and aid in his recovery. Sure enough, Fu Jingchen was happy to make dumplings. To her surprise, he made them quite well. Gu Nian praised him generously. Wow, not only can you hold a gun, but you can also make such beautiful dumplings. You should eat a few more later. Fu Jingchen chuckled softly again. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Gu Nian opened the door to see Lu Wen. Lu Wen greeted her with a sound, making dumplings. Gu Nian smiled and said, "Big brother Lu, with lamb filling. Stay, and have some dumplings later." Seeing Lu Wen arrive, Gu Nian moved the utensils back to the kitchen and offered him a seat on a stool. Looking at Fu Jingchen, who seemed to be smiling, Lu Wen was genuinely happy and said, "Jingchen, how long has it been since you last smiled? Your sister-in-law really takes good care of you." Fu Jingchen nodded. "Yes, Nian Nian is my blessing." Lu Wen happily handed him a telegram. "This is from the Liaodong area." Fu Jingchen wiped his hands clean before taking it. It was from his superior. "Jingchen, is everything all right? If you have any difficulties, call me. Sincerely, Gung Chongqing." "Big brother Lu, please help me send a reply." "Okay, tell me." Fu Jingchen thought for a moment before speaking. "Commander, we have separated and Nian Nian is with me. Everything is fine. Don't worry." Fu Jingchen. Afterward, he revised it slightly. "Commander, we have separated and Nian Nian is my wife. Everything is better than ever. Don't worry." Fu Jingchen, he handed Lu Wen a large note of unity. Seeing Lu Wen glance at the betting, Fu Jingchen casually said, "Nian Nian said my pocket money can't be less than 200 yuan, so I topped it up." Lu Wen. Fu Jingchen casually added, "Nian Nian gave me the report, but I don't want it. She said she doesn't gamble on people's hearts." Lu Wen's face turned a bit red, and he felt a little uncomfortable. His mouth twitched. "I'll go first. I'll find you later for the money." Liaodong Military District, 7th Army Corps. Gung Chongqing received a telegram. Seeing the words, "Wife Nian Nian," and "better than ever," he knew that Fu Jingchen hadn't lied to him. In the past, when he was with the Fu family, everything was always polite and formal. Now it has become better than ever, showing that life is really good. Thinking of Gu Yunqi's phone call, which told him that his biological daughter Gu Nian was sent to Binzhou to marry Fu Jingchen, his eyes darkened. Then, his expression softened, and he called Gu Yunqi to thank her. Lu Wen returned quickly. He paid back the remaining money to Fu Jingchen. Fu Jingchen invited him to stay for dumplings. Lu Wen felt embarrassed to eat the dumplings, saying his family had prepared a meal, so he left directly. Fu Jingchen couldn't stop him. Gu Nian brought in the dumplings, looking a bit shy in front of Fu Jingchen. She pretended to be casual and said, "Big brother Lu left so suddenly? I made so many dumplings, and we can't finish them all. Maybe I should send a bowl to him." Kindness between people is mutual. In the past, perhaps Fu Jingchen took care of Lu Wen more, but no matter how much, Lu Wen had been bringing him food and taking care of him for over a month. Fu Jingchen had gained the advantage. Since she was here now, she should reciprocate. Reciprocity leads to lasting relationships. Fu Jingchen's eyes lit up. "Sorry to trouble Nian Nian." Gu Nian gently pinched his handsome face. "If you're so polite to me again, next time I might really pinch you." After speaking, she smiled and took a bowl of dumplings to Lu Wen's house. At this moment, Lu Wen was animatedly telling Lu Wu about Fu Jingchen. "Nian Nian said my pocket money can't be less than 200 yuan. She even wanted to show me her report. Don't think that kid just said it casually, he was actually trying to show off to me. So annoying. I never thought that when he talks about love, he's such a love brain." Lu Wu laughed loudly. "Later, I'll borrow him to clean himself up and see what he says." Third aunt, Gu Nian patted Lu Tingting and Lu Tsuetsue's heads gently. "Do you want to eat lamb dumplings?" Third aunt will give some to grandma. Then she said to Lu Wen and Lu Wu, who were frozen in place, "Lu Wu, if you don't want to help Fu Jingchen clean himself, you can come to my house anytime. Fu Jingchen is bored staying alone at home. It's good to have someone to talk to." Gu Nian did not tease anymore and went to the kitchen. "Auntie, sister-in-law, I brought a bowl of dumplings for you to try, with lamb filling." Li Yuqin hesitated and couldn't speak, just smiling foolishly. "Oh, well." Sun Xinghua smiled widely, showing all her teeth. "Nian Nian, we won't treat you like a stranger." She poured out the dumplings but didn't leave any for Gu Nian. Instead, she scooped a bowl of cornmeal porridge. You haven't shared any grain from the old Fu family after the split, so don't dislike this bowl of cornmeal porridge. Gu Nian looked at her lovingly. Such precious grain. I wouldn't dislike it. I wanted to bring you some dumplings to try, but I ended up with a bowl of cornmeal porridge. I feel lucky. One bowl of cornmeal porridge isn't as precious as a bowl of lamb-filled dumplings. But Gu Nian said this on purpose. Sun Xinghua's heart warmed, thinking that Fu Jingchen was lucky. Although he was paralyzed, he still married a talented wife. Suddenly, she held Gu Nian's hand and asked, Nian Nian, I heard from Sister Guifang that you can treat illnesses. Gu Nian straightforwardly replied, Annie, do you have trouble sleeping at night, falling hair, getting easily angry, or sometimes feeling chest tightness and shortness of breath? Sun Xinghua was shocked, eyes wide like bells. Nian Nian, you're so skilled in medicine? You can tell just by looking at my face? Shun Guifang told her that Gu Nian's skill with silver needles was extraordinary, but she didn't believe it at first. Now she truly believed. Gu Nian wasn't that amazing. She smiled slightly. Auntie, I'm not that miraculous. When you held my hand just now, I secretly checked your pulse. From your pulse, I can tell your liver fire is a bit strong. When liver fire is high, it can affect sleep. Poor sleep causes hair loss, which then leads to a series of health issues. In short, it's menopause. Sun Xinghua was alarmed by how serious it sounded. She was a bit scared. Nian Nian, I thought it was a small problem. Can it be cured? Gu Nian comforted her. Auntie, don't worry. Your symptoms aren't that serious. I'll give you a prescription. Take it for a month, and you'll see improvement. As for sleeping at night, I'll teach you a few acupressure points. When you can't sleep, press on them. Gu Nian gently demonstrated on Sun Xinghua's Neiguan and Shunmen acupoints. Sun Xinghua yawned as she was pressed. She rubbed her eyes and said, Amazing. Nian Nian, you're so talented. I'll give you some money. Gu Nian stopped her and said, We are all friends. Just like Aunt Guifang, the first time is free. Next time you can pay then. Sun Xinghua happily agreed. Okay. She saw that Gu Nian looked even kinder and more gentle. Gu Nian is truly a good person. When Gu Nian got home, she carried the cooked dumplings and smiled at Fu Jingchen, saying, Fu Jingchen, I have another patient. Fu Jingchen replied, Nian Nian, you're so amazing. He noticed that Gu Nian really liked helping people. Every time she talked about it, her eyes sparkled. From the first time he saw her, he remembered her eyes. They were as clear as mountain streams. Gu Nian poured 2 more dishes of vinegar and said, Don't dip your dumplings in vinegar. It doubles the happiness. Following her example, Fu Jingchen dipped a dumpling in vinegar and ate it. He felt the delicious meat flavor fill his mouth. This was the first time since he became paralyzed that he ate dumplings. He usually wasn't picky about food and just wanted to be full, but now he felt very satisfied because Gu Nian was with him. After dinner and washing the dishes, Gu Nian just cut 2 apples. She wanted to build a closer relationship with the main character, but suddenly, they heard the voice of Grandma Dang outside.
And
Tian Pingping? Gu Nian Jiejie, Annie and I came to see you. Gu Nian was surprised. It turned out that Tian Pingping's grandmother was actually Grandma Dang's older sister. What a coincidence. Gu Nian quickly poured water and cut fresh apples, feeling a bit apologetic. Auntie Dang, I'm sorry about all this. I should have come to see you, but I didn't expect to trouble you again. Grandma Dang smiled kindly and said, Nian Nian, let's not talk about that. You're taking good care of Jingchen and I understand. Tian Pingping still had a lively personality. Seeing Fu Jingchen paralyzed in bed, she was first shocked, then quickly praised him. Jie, brother-in-law, is so handsome. Seeing Fu Jingchen look a bit uncomfortable, Gu Nian asked them to sit in the shady yard. Grandma Dang sat on a stool, while she and Tian Pingping sat on a brick. There was no choice, this was how tough the environment was. When we move to a new house, I will host you properly. Grandma Dang waved her hand. That's a small matter. Seeing you safe makes me happy. I came today for an important reason. After saying that, she looked at Tian Pingping. Tian Pingping hurriedly said, Jie, it's like this. The police need you to go and give a statement. Certainly. Gu Nian told Tian Pingping that Gu Nian and Xiao Yan had worked as educated youths in their brigade. Tian Pingping was shocked and said, "Those two unkind women are here too? Come on, let's take their statements together." Gu Nian was surprised. Gu Nian said, "They might not want to go. Let's tell the police about this and let the officers handle it." Seeing Tian Pingping still pulling Gu Nian, the old party member woman said firmly, "Listen to Nian." Only then did Tian Pingping stop pulling. She stuck out her tongue, feeling respect for the political family. She didn't want to go back with the old party woman. "Big sister, I will sleep at your house tonight. Tomorrow, I can ride with you to the city." Gu Nian replied, "I only have one room at home, so it's not very convenient for you to stay." Tian Pingping accepted this and went back to the city with the old party woman. The next day, Gu Nian asked Lu Wen to watch over Fu Jingchen for a while. She took a bullock cart to the city. Before leaving, she didn't check the almanac. Fu's mother, who was about to call from the post office, was also on the bullock cart. Fu's mother, seeing Gu Nian, got angry and said, "Oh, Nian Nian, you're going to the city again? You didn't manage to escape last time, and now you're doing it again." Gu Nian sarcastically said, "You left the house early in the morning without brushing your teeth. It's so smelly. You're the one who..." Before she could finish, she felt a sharp pain in her throat and suddenly lost her voice. Fu's mother opened her mouth wide and lunged at Gu Nian, but Gu Nian sidestepped and avoided her. Fu's mother pointed at Gu Nian and shouted loudly, but Gu Nian ignored her. She could only reach for the round-faced woman nearby, looking terrified. The round-faced woman usually got along well with Fu's mother and said, "Gu Nian, what did you do to your mother-in-law? Be careful, I might report you to the police." Gu Nian smiled and said, "Well, I think she talks too loudly. I'll give her a little treatment, and she'll be able to speak again by noon. We used to be mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, no need to thank me." Fu's mother couldn't make any sound, so she couldn't call the police. After a while of arguing, Gu Nian refused to let her go. Seeing the bullock cart moving more than 2 miles away, she had no choice but to reach into Zhang Lao's pocket. Zhang Lao was frightened and shouted, "Help! An old woman is harassing me." Seeing that she only took a small amount of money, old man Zhang was relieved and patted his chest. "That scared me to death. I thought I might lose my reputation. But Tian Xiaoqiao has never seen anyone like you. The car was almost 10 miles away, and you still had the nerve to ask for your money back." Fu's mother got out of the car and silently scolded him by pointing her finger. Gu Nian wanted to laugh. Despite Tian Xiaoqiao's character, her shamelessness was unmatched. If she put even half that energy into doing something useful, she would surely succeed. But instead of laughing, Gu Nian took out a few white rabbit candies from her pocket and handed them to old man Zhang. "Grandpa, have some candy. Don't bother arguing with old pious woman." "There's no need." Old man Zhang happily took the candy and grinned widely. "Comrade Gu, you're right. Otherwise, old pious woman would have lowered our status." He wasn't truly angry. The income from the ox cart belonged to the team, but the white rabbit candies were definitely his own. Soon they arrived in the city. Gu Nian headed straight to the police station. Tan Pingping and a middle-aged woman were already waiting for her. Tan Pingping introduced her. "Sister, this is my mom. She came especially to thank you." Ma Yuru took Gu Nian's hand warmly. "Nian Nian, just call me auntie. Our whole family is very grateful that you saved Pingping. We wanted to thank you today, but since you're in the city, after you're done with your work, please come to our house for lunch." Gu Nian didn't really want to go, but Ma Yuru's enthusiasm was overwhelming. She could only agree. Ma Yuru happily went home to prepare, while Tan Pingping stayed behind to accompany Gu Nian. Gu Nian finished the police report and told the officers about Wen Lina and Xiao Yan working as educated youths in her team. She said if they needed help, they could find her, but asked them not to tell the others she was the one who told them. Based on the report, the police understood the situation and quickly agreed. "Comrade Gu, don't worry. Protecting citizens' privacy is our duty." At this moment, Deputy Director Wang Jianfa came down and shook hands with Gu Nian. "Comrade Gu, this case involves many people. The human traffickers are not only operating in Binzhou, but across the country. The higher authorities are paying close attention, and a special task force has been set up. You were clever and brave to catch the main suspect. You've made a great contribution. Once the case is closed, we will apply for commendation and a reward for you. Gu Nian felt happy inside but nodded humbly, saying, "Thank you, leader. Assisting the police to fight crime and protect more women from danger is what I should do. Recognition and rewards are not important." Wang Jianfa nodded in approval. "Gu, your awareness is rare and admirable. However, proper rewards should not be missed. This is also to encourage more people to join the fight against crime." After leaving the police station, Gu Nian went to Tian Pingping's house with Tian Pingping. Although Tian Pingping's home was a small apartment building, it was quite spacious, with 3 rooms and a living room. The decor inside was simple but neat and delicate, showing her parents worked in a factory at a managerial level. During the chat, they learned that Tian Pingping's father, Tian Beidong, was the deputy director of Hongxing Machinery Factory. Her mother was an accountant. Her older brother, Tian Fanzhou, worked in HR, and her second brother, Tian Fanyong, was a young worker in the countryside responding to national policies. Despite his high position, Tian Beidong was very kind and friendly. When he heard that Gu Nian's husband was a soldier who had made great contributions to the country, he stood up and offered tea instead of alcohol. "Peace is hard to come by. We respect the soldiers defending our country, and we also respect Comrade Gu's husband. Cheers to all of you." Ma Yuru felt that the gift she prepared for Gu Nian was too modest. She looked at Tian Beidong. Tian Beidong shook his head. As deputy director, he had seen many kinds of people. He believed he could judge well. Giving money, he thought, Gu Nian would not accept it. Sure enough, Gu Nian frowned when she saw the gifts Ma Yuru had prepared. "Auntie, this is too valuable. I can't accept it." The gifts included a can of milk powder, a can of malted milk, a bottle of Maotai liquor, a pack of cigarettes, 2 pounds of pork, 2 cans of canned food, and a box of white rabbit candies. Tian Pingping had grown up like this. She eagerly handed her gift to Gu Nian. "Sister, isn't this too much? Is my life worth this? I think my mom prepared too little." "It really is too little," Ma Yuru said with guilt. "Nian Nian, you saved Pingping. What are these things? They're just a little gift for meeting you. As for a thank you gift, if you need anything in the future, come to the city and find us. We can be like family." Tian Pingping's eyes lit up. "Sister, let's become sworn sisters.
Teach me Kung Fu."
Gu Nian was speechless. Because of their close kinship, Gu Nian also received 200 yuan as a token of appreciation for changing her relationship status. But she couldn't accept it. "Godfather, godmother, my parents should also give Pingping a gift for changing her name, so let's all skip it." Tian Beidong thought for a moment. Although he didn't know the details about Gu Nian's parents forcing her to marry Fu Jingchen, he guessed that if they had to marry their daughter to a crippled man, they wouldn't agree. Now that marriage is free, if Fu Jingchen had helped Gu Nian's parents before, he could repay them in other ways. He didn't mean to disrespect national heroes. He just didn't want to sacrifice his daughter's happiness. He had just mentioned calling Gu Nian's parents to visit, but Gu Nian politely refused. He guessed that Gu Nian was not favored by her parents. So, he looked at Ma Yuru and didn't insist further. Ma Yuru insisted that Gu Nian accept the gifts, but Gu Nian couldn't refuse and had to accept. When leaving, they met the parents of the 2 little sisters again, who came to thank them. The 2 families looked like ordinary people, and their gifts were simple: eggs, egg cakes, and brown sugar. Not as fancy as Pingping's family. Gu Nian didn't usually judge people by their appearance. She accepted their thanks but told them to take the gifts back. They weren't wealthy, so as long as the gesture was there, it was enough. After much persuasion, Gu Nian reluctantly accepted a few items. It was Tian Fanzhou and Tian Pingping who rode bikes to take Gu Nian home. Everyone was working in the fields now. Fu's mother, with sharp eyes, saw Gu Nian and the bags of things hanging on their bikes. She spat. Having money doesn't make her special. With her spending habits, even mountains of gold and silver wouldn't be enough. The round-faced woman cheered. "Give me 5,000 yuan, and I'd spend it like that too. Do you know what that's called? Poor people pretending to be rich." When Lena, who was working for the first day, asked through her pain, "What 5,000 yuan? Fu Jingchen's allowance, and the money compensated from old Fu's family. When Lena's eyes showed strong jealousy, Gu Nian actually has 5,000 yuan. No wonder she married a cripple. That's it, she sourly said. Having money means you don't have to work? Why does she never have to work every day? Fu's mother's eyes twitched, and she started to flatter. Yeah, why doesn't she work? And fair-skinned, beautiful Wen Jiqing has to work. Look, today is her first day working. Her face is already sunburned. Why is that? Looking at her own hand, when Lena felt even more uncomfortable inside. Fu's mother chuckled slyly and loudly said, 5,000 yuan. How do you think Gu Nian will spend it? She couldn't compete with Gu Nian, and many in the village were jealous. Sure enough, the farm workers were surprised and whispered among themselves. Shun Guifang and Sun Xinghua also heard this. They came over and scolded sharply. Tian Xiaochao, you finished your work, and now you're gossiping about others' family affairs. You saw the 5,000 yuan with your own eyes. Fu's mother was not convinced and said, our family alone paid the little troublemaker 2,500 yuan. That person is building a house for free, choosing furniture for free, helping Jingchen with his leg for free. You took their grain, and they buy grain without paying. And 2,500 yuan, probably now we don't even have 1,000 left. Gu Nian didn't know about this. When she got home, she immediately poured water into Fu Jingchen's chamber pot and carefully wiped his hands. Sorry, I just finished eating at Pingping's house and came back. You must be hungry, right? I'll cook for you. Fu Jingchen shook his head. Lu Wen brought lunch earlier. Seeing how carefully Gu Nian cared for Fu Jingchen, Tian Fanzhao couldn't help but feel respect. Seeing the dilapidated condition of their house, he decided to help his younger sister. At this moment, voices from outside the door sounded. Nian Nian. When they heard someone coming, Tian Fanzhao and Tian Pingping left quickly. Gu Nian packed a bag of apples for them. These are from our village. Don't dislike them. They took the apples without hesitation, believing they were homegrown. After Gu Nian saw the visitors off, Shen Guifang and Sun Xinghua told her about the farm incident. Nian Nian, after Tian Xiaocao's loud shouting, the whole team probably knows your family has 5,000 yuan. We tried to clarify, but people's hearts are hard to change. You and Jingchen shouldn't sleep too deeply tonight. Thank you, aunt and sister-in-law, for telling me. I've taken note. It's okay, just knowing is enough. We're going home to cook. When they were about to leave, Gu Nian quickly gave each of them half a jean of pork and a can of preserved food. Our house is too small to keep you longer. Once our new house is built, we'll invite you over for a meal. They refused, but Gu Nian said the weather was hot and easy to spoil, so they happily accepted. All right, we accept. If there's no food at home, you can come pick some from our place. After sending the two away, Gu Nian went back inside to tidy up. She didn't pay much attention to what they said. Stealing her things? She doesn't even steal from others, so that's good enough. As for Fu Mu, she plans to give her a hard time tomorrow and won't let her get away with it. Including the last gift of milk powder and malt extract from the old lady, she now has 3 cans of milk powder, 2 cans of malt extract, and 2 boxes of white rabbit candies. There are too many things and they are all visible, so she can't store them in her space. She glanced at Fu Jingchen behind her and briefly considered telling him the truth. But she decided against it. She hid the items under her bed. Then, using the curtain for cover, she stored the Maotai, Huazi, 2 cans of milk powder, 1 can of malt extract, and a box of candies in her space. Anyway, the male lead can't get up or see. She was about to go to the kitchen to marinate meat when Fu Jingchen called her back. Nian Nian, why don't you let Lu Wu sleep here tonight? You can sleep at his place. If a thief really came, not only would he be no help to Gu Nian, but he might also cause trouble for her. Gu Nian turned around, took his hand, and gave a clever smile. Don't worry, my wife is very capable. Tonight I'll set traps. 1 thief down, 2 thieves down, 2 at once. No way they'll steal my money. Seeing her sparkling eyes, Fu Jingchen suddenly smiled and said, Is there anything Nian Nian can't do? Her sudden smile made her heart race. She couldn't help but kiss him, only realizing afterward what she had done. She cursed herself silently. Was she getting too into the role? Fu Jingchen's heart suddenly pounded loudly. He cleared his throat. Gu Nian snapped back to her senses and acted normally. Of course. I haven't even heard you say you like me yet. Darn male lead. So stubborn. She really wanted to open him up and taste him. They didn't get enough last time. Fu Jingchen's heartbeat quickened even more. His Adam's apple moved, and he was about to speak when Gu Nian spoke first. Don't worry, before your leg heals, I'll take good care of you. I'll marinate the meat and give you a massage tonight. After saying that, she turned and left the room. It's boring when love is just asked for. She wants the male lead to take the initiative and say he likes her. Before sleeping, Gu Nian set mouse traps at the door, but the thief didn't get caught. She had to rush out for urgent business and almost got caught in the trap. She was so angry that she refused to let go the next day. It seemed like she couldn't fight back. That night, there was a very faint sound of someone trying to pick the lock outside, but she was sleeping so deeply that she didn't notice anything happening in the world. Fu Jingchen suddenly opened his eyes. As a soldier, he has very good hearing. He grabbed a small kitchen knife from under the blanket with one hand and shook the curtain between him and Gu Nian with the other. Just as Fu Jingchen was about to speak and scare off the thief, Gu Nian stopped him. Gu Nian rushed to his bedside, protecting him behind her, and stared closely at the dagger trying to pry open the door lock. Under the moonlight, Fu Jingchen's eyes also fixed on the dagger. His hand holding the kitchen knife was sweaty, but he wasn't afraid himself. He was worried about Gu Nian. He instinctively pulled Gu Nian back. Gu Nian's eyes twitched, and a mischievous idea appeared in her mind. The thief outside was probably afraid of waking them, so he was making very little noise, carefully prying the lock with the dagger, needing some time. Gu Nian silently whispered 2 words to Fu Jingchen, "Don't be afraid," then quickly slipped back behind the curtain. When she reappeared, she was dressed differently. Fu Jingchen couldn't see her face clearly, only saw her dressed in white, with what looked like a tall, delicate hat on her head, looking very mysterious. Fu Jingchen seemed to guess what Gu Nian was about to do next. Sure enough, just as the dagger was about to open the lock and the door was about to be pushed open, Gu Nian suddenly spoke in a ghostly, trembling voice, as if coming from underground. "I, 7th Master, have lived for thousands of years. This is the first time I've encountered a thief who actively delivers himself to the door. Come on, come on." The door suddenly stopped. The 2 outside heard this eerie voice and felt a chill run down their spines, their hair standing on end. They were startled. She hadn't even started her act yet. Gu Nian suddenly pushed the door open. With a loud bang, the 2 outside were knocked to the ground by the sudden impact of the door frame. Looking at the white figure at her feet, the 2 slowly raised their heads, and when they saw the full appearance of that white figure, their pupils suddenly shrank. A pale white face with 2 bright red cheeks appeared, grinning with a dark, hollow mouth. Its eyes, without pupils, stared directly at them. In its thin, chicken claw-like hand, it held a morning stick wrapped with white paper strips. A cold, deathly aura rushed toward them, making both of them freeze in fear. White impermanence. Xie Bian, 7th Lord, Gu Nian, who in her past life enjoyed cosplay, once dressed as white impermanence. No one was afraid, so she found it boring. Today, she was surprised to see 2 thieves so scared, and she suddenly felt playful. She secretly shined her flashlight on her face and continued in a ghostly voice. "Since you've come, stay and chat with 7th Lord. 7th Lord is very lonely." Seeing white impermanence's face flickering between bright and dark, the 2 were even more frightened. They trembled and said, "No, we don't want to see 7th Lord. Let's go. Let's leave quickly." They wanted to run, but their legs felt heavy, as if filled with lead. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't move. They could only tremble and shakily walk toward the door. "Go? After meeting me, 7th Lord, you still want to leave? You can't go now. Come with 7th Lord to the underworld and report in." Ha ha ha. Gu Nian blocked their way. With a flick of her morning stick, it transformed into a glowing skeleton staff. The 2 screamed in terror. "Ah, 7th Lord." Spare us. Seeing the two thieves frightened and confused by her ghostly act, Fu Jingchen inside the house let out a long sigh. But his expression quickly darkened again. Today's success in scaring off the thieves didn't mean they wouldn't come back tomorrow. There's no such thing as 100% safety from thieves. This matter had to be made big today. It meant Gu Nian would have to suffer a bit more. He clenched his left fist and punched the bed in despair and helplessness. His negative feelings hadn't yet spread when a loud pig-like squeal from the yard distracted him. He nervously looked outside. He saw Gu Nian had already taken off her white impermanence costume and was fighting the two thieves with fists and kicks. Having the guts of a bear and a leopard, you dare to come to my house to steal? Today, I'll make you understand what regret really means. Gu Nian finished playing and stopped. She then started to threaten the two men aggressively. The two men realized they had been tricked and became angry. They shouted, "You little brat. I see you've got guts now, pretending to be something you're not. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Ah! You little troublemaker, always causing trouble. Ha! Not only will I beat you, but I'll also send you to the police." Realizing they had come to steal money, they felt guilty and didn't want to fight anymore. They tried to run away, but Gu Nian kept chasing them. Gu Nian caught and subdued them, then went back inside. Fu Jingchen quickly asked, "Are you hurt?" Gu Nian clapped her hands and said, "No way, dealing with two little rats." Seeing her holding two rat traps, Fu Jingchen asked, "What are you doing?" "Although I can fight, I don't believe in always being prepared for thieves. Today, I want those who secretly eye our home to see what happens if they come again. They'll think twice before trying." "Thanks." Knowing Gu Nian didn't like formal words, Fu Jingchen changed his tone. "One of them has a limp on his left leg." Gu Nian raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Got it." As she turned around, her smile quickly disappeared. She didn't know which one was the one with the limp, but she didn't care. The two rat traps snapped shut around their right ankles, then suddenly bounced back, causing sharp, stabbing pain. They woke up with a jolt. When they opened their eyes, they saw Gu Nian holding a sickle, smiling sinisterly at them. Thinking about her methods, they felt hopeless and tears streamed down their faces. "Miss, please spare us. We were wrong. We were just desperate, trying our luck because we had no money. We won't do it again." "Wrong? Then what's the point of the police?" Gu Nian's expression turned fierce. She swung her sickle at them. Frightened, the two men forgot about the rat traps on their right ankles and scrambled to run toward the door. Wang Matzi managed to run a few steps, but the third man, who already had a limp on his left leg, also had his right leg caught in the trap. He took a step and made a loud sound, stumbling badly. Gu Nian cut his right leg with her sickle, confirming it was also injured. Then she went to attack Wang Matzi. "You see, my husband is paralyzed. I, a woman, can't stand up, and yet they come to bully us. If you won't let us live, then neither will they. I will fight with them." Although I know Gu Nian is acting, Fu Jingchen still feels uncomfortable inside. He shows a little real emotion but mostly pretends. He clenches his fists and hits the bed so hard that the wood creaks, shouting, "Help! Someone's breaking into my house. Help me!" Nearby villagers hear the noise and rush over with sticks and shovels. They see Gu Nian with a fierce look in her eyes and Fu Jingchen shouting helplessly, looking desperate. Wang Matzi sees the villagers coming and his eyes light up. He shouts, "Help!" The three-legged man crawls on the ground, stretching his arms and shouting, "Help!" The villagers are confused about who the real victim is. But it's clear that stealing is wrong. People in this time are honest and simple-minded. Everyone thinks that breaking into someone's house to steal is a serious crime. When the team leader and deputy team leader arrive, they see that all the villagers have already caught the two men. They recognize Wang Matzi and the second-legged man and understand what happened without asking. These two men already have a bad reputation. They are lazy troublemakers who often do petty crimes like stealing chickens and dogs. In the past, it was hard to catch them, but now that they are caught, the police are involved and the village can be peaceful again. This time period is very unstable. Many teams have theft problems, so it's common to send thieves to the police. Wang Matzi and the second-legged man are upset and shout, "Captain, what about us being hurt by those women?" The captain is so angry, he almost loses his temper. He's about to speak. But Fu's mother stands behind the crowd, pinching her nose and causing trouble. She says, "Yes, they should pay for the medical bills before calling the police." A round-faced woman imitates her, speaking loudly and roughly. Yes, that's how it should be. Gu Nian doesn't hesitate. She throws her sickle into the middle of Wang Matzi and the second-legged man. Looking at the sickle, which almost cut into their clothes and could have injured their hips, they scream in terror. Ah, someone's been hurt. Help, the onlookers gasp in shock. This skill with the sickle is really accurate. Gu Nian looked disheveled and said fiercely to the two people, "I want to kill you. You forced me to this point. You believed rumors that we had 5,000 yuan and came to steal from us. These past 2 days, Fu Jingchen and I haven't slept well. Even a rabbit bites when it's cornered. If you won't let me live, then neither will you. Let's all die together." As she spoke, her eyes flashed with anger as she ran toward them. She pulled out the sickle she had thrown earlier and swung it again at them. "Look at Fu Jingchen, he's paralyzed. Can't I stand up as a woman? But I dare to hold a knife and kill." Red light shone in Gu Nian's eyes, like a wolf pushed to the edge. The blade brushed past their heads, cutting a lock of hair. Wang Matzi was so scared he wet his pants, and the other man, who was limping, fainted from fear. "Come on. Isn't it about money?" Gu Nian's mouth twisted into a strange smile. "Once I turn you into minced meat, I'll find those spreading rumors and deal with them one by one." She pointed the knife at the crowd. "I'll rip out your intestines and see if they're longer than your tongues." The villagers were stunned by her madness. Gu Nian suddenly lowered her voice, like a vengeful ghost demanding her due. "When night falls, I'll knock on every door. Anyone who said we had 5,000 yuan, I remember it all." She giggled strangely. "Let me see if your hearts are black." With each word, she stepped forward, making the villagers turn pale with fear. Even the usually calm and steady team leader and deputy team leader froze in place. Gu Mom and the round-faced woman exchanged a glance, both filled with fear. Under the cover of night, they quietly slipped away. Gu Nian's sharp eyes caught sight of them. "Run? Can you run from the temple? Tonight, I'll be the first to dig out your hearts. I've already gone crazy because of you." "Crazy people killing isn't against the law." She let out a terrifying laugh and raised her sickle to strike the courtyard door hard. "Listen up. From today on, anyone who steps into my yard will be chopped up and fed to the dogs. If you don't believe it, try me. See if Gu Nian can really do it." No one doubted her words now. At this moment, Gu Nian looked like a demon from hell, standing tall in the Red Flag Brigade. No one dared to underestimate her anymore. What surprised them even more was that Fu Jingchen, who was paralyzed in bed, suddenly crawled out of the house, holding a kitchen knife in his hand. There was no such scene. Why did the male lead add more drama himself? Gu Nian hurriedly ran over to help him. Fu Jingchen shook his head, signaling him to finish acting. "No," he said after. His acting skills weren't good enough for Gu Nian. He truly couldn't portray Gu Nian's wildness. He only said softly from his heart, "Anyway, I am disabled, and this life isn't worth much. If someone steals from my house again, I'll kill one to cover the loss, and if I kill two, I'll profit from it." He had been on the battlefield before and had truly taken lives. Even though he was now disabled and broken, his former bravery and fierce spirit had not diminished at all. At this moment, his eyes were calm, and his tone steady, which was even more frightening than Gu Nian's wildness. Inside and outside the yard, everything was silent. This made others with hidden motives quickly give up their plans. Neither of these two spouses was easy to deal with. Finally, the team leader reacted first. Under Gu Nian's care, Fu Jingchen was getting better and better. He used to be unable to crawl, and now he had this commanding presence. He knew that the former Fu Jingchen was returning. That brave soldier Fu Jingchen was coming back. He would get better and better. He and Gu Nian would be better and better. He carried Fu Jingchen back into the house and asked the villagers to report to the police. As dawn broke and the sky turned pale, 2 police officers arrived. They were the same officers who had taken notes from Gu Nian that day. Because of their connection with the village elder and the deputy director, They checked the scene and, based on the testimonies from both sides, directly classified it as a home invasion robbery. In this era, such crimes were punished severely. Considering Gu Nian's injuries and Fu Jingchen's status as a meritorious soldier, it was likely that Wang Matzi and Heir Luozi would serve a long time in prison. As for the injuries on the two of them, they deserved it. Breaking into a house and getting beaten to death was their own fault. It was that simple and brutal. After the excitement, all the villagers went back to their homes. With 2 hours before work started, they all took a quick nap. Those who hadn't seen the scene early in the morning gathered together to chat about gossip. Did Fu Jingchen's new wife really cut someone with a knife last night? It can't be fake. Even the third-legged guy's right leg was cut and crippled. Wang Matzi was so scared he peed himself. With such a little courage, he tried to act tough like a gangster. It's hilarious. Ah, what a pity. Why didn't I hear about it? Why don't you live in the east part of the village? When Lu Wen and Lu Wu, who live in the east of the village, heard the noise, they quickly ran to the village square. They saw Mother Fu running toward them, shouting like she was killing a pig, and behind her was someone. Was it Gu Nian, or who else could it be? Gu Nian was holding a shiny kitchen knife, chasing after Mother Fu as if she wanted to hurt her. Lu Wen and Lu Wu hurriedly stopped Gu Nian. Meanwhile, other villagers who hadn't seen the commotion at night were stretching their necks to watch. Why was Gu Nian attacking someone again? Is she crazy? All the villagers in Lu's village gathered together. People from the west and east of the village, even the young workers from the youth training camp, came to see what was happening. The team leader and deputy team leader had been called over. When the deputy team leader saw Gu Nian holding a knife again, his forehead twitched. Gu Nian, there are no thieves here. Put down the knife quickly. Mother Fu quickly started to complain. Deputy team leader, help. This little troublemaker is crazy. She's trying to hurt someone in broad daylight. Our Red Flag Brigade can't keep such a troublemaker. Her words immediately resonated with the crowd. Yes. Why is she attacking people again? She just attacks without reason. This is too frightening. She must be truly crazy. Maybe Jingchen should divorce her. Hearing the gossip among the crowd, when Lena couldn't help but smile. This troublemaker really is a bad omen, never stopping. The team leader quickly told her to leave. Xiao Yan also hoped the team leader would chase Gu Nian away. She was afraid Gu Nian might reveal the story of how she was insulted by the traffickers. Thinking of that night, she had nightmares all night. Meanwhile, Nan Shuming looked at Gu Nian, who was covered in bloodstains, with a frown. How much suffering had she endured to dare to hold a knife and attack someone? He remembered Nan. No, she had changed her name to Gu Nian now. He remembered that Gu Nian had been disliked by her family since she was young. She did all the chores at home, and her arms were often bruised. She was frequently beaten by her 2 brothers and younger brother. Sometimes, the 4 of them would beat Gu Nian together. He had seen it once. That time, the beating was so harsh that Gu Nian couldn't get up for a long time. In the end, he carried Gu Nian to see Grandpa Zhang, the village barefoot doctor. But even after being bullied like this, Gu Nian never once fought back. And now, Gu Nian looked fierce and sharp, which was very different from the girl in his memory. What exactly happened to her over these years? Why did she become like this now? If I had been more sensible and brave back then, and if my mother had arranged a marriage between us, I would have brought her to the city. Would she still have become unrecognizable today? Suddenly, this thought shocked him. He realized he actually liked Gu Nian. Nan Shuming stepped forward and softly asked Gu Nian, Nan.
Gu Nian, stay calm.
What happened? The team leader looked at Mother Fu before turning to Gu Nian. Comrade Gu, what's going on? Seeing most people had arrived, Gu Nian spoke. Captain, the reason our family was robbed last night was entirely because Tian Xiaoqiao spread false rumors. You all saw how dangerous it was last night. If Fu Jingchen and I had slept more soundly, the consequences could have been terrible. Now, the police have taken the thief away. Shouldn't the person who spread the rumors also be punished? Mother Fu glared at her fiercely.
Bah!
I've never heard that gossiping can be punished. It wasn't me who said it. All the women working in the team said it. Why don't you cut each of us? You can do it if you want. Gu Nian raised her kitchen knife. You are the first to spread rumors. I'll cut you first. Mother Fu was so scared she jumped behind the deputy team leader. The deputy team leader looked serious.
Speak nicely.
Don't just start chopping randomly. Gu Nian looked at the deputy team leader, then scanned the crowd. If given a choice, who would want to be a shrew? Who would want to carry a knife every day? But Fu Jingchen is paralyzed. As a woman, I have to stand up. You say I cut people whenever I disagree. You're afraid, but have I ever cut any of you for no reason? If you want Fu Jingchen to divorce me, he's a cripple. Do you take care of him? You don't blame the real culprit behind all this, but instead blame me, who is pushed to the edge. I ask all of you, when did I start the trouble? Is resisting wrong? Her eyes were sharp, and her voice clear, returning the villagers' gossip back to them. All the villagers lowered their heads. Mother Fu, hiding behind the deputy team leader, stiffened her neck and said, Who forced you? When you didn't come, my third brother and I were doing well. Nonsense. Gu Nian suddenly interrupted her. You call that doing well? Fu Jingchen is nearly 1.9 meters tall. He lost so much weight in just over a month at home that I could easily lift him. Is that what you call doing well? Are you afraid he might fall in bed? You deliberately refuse to feed him? Is that what you call doing well? You secretly torment him, treat him like an ignorant child, and abuse him. That's what you call doing well? He doesn't say he's hurting inside, but he's suffering silently. He's just barely holding on, living day by day. And don't forget, I was the one who asked my parents to marry me. It was you who provoked me first. Since I came here, I won't just watch my loved one continue to suffer. As soon as I arrived, you started setting rules for me. Took away things I brought from Shanghai, broke Fu Jingchen's ribs, spread rumors that I ran away with money, and falsely claimed we had 5,000 yuan, which brought thieves to rob us. Every one of these things, you started first. She then looked at the villagers watching nearby. Kind words warm the winter, harsh words hurt in summer. A seemingly small rumor can ruin a family, more terrible than a real attacker. Tian Xiaocao's family must be punished. The villagers lowered their heads even more. Lu Wen was the first to speak. Rumors can kill. They are like invisible executioners. Tian Xiaocao's family must be punished. Exactly. If one day she says we have 5,000 yuan again and thieves come, I'll be falsely accused. Our family doesn't even have 50 yuan. Seeing the situation turn, Fu's mother quickly defended herself. Just a casual remark, it's not that serious. Besides, her family might not have 5,000 either. The team leader and deputy team leader both scolded at the same time. Shut up. Fu's mother, always unreasonable and stubborn, was brainless. Now saying such things would only make things worse. The team leader and deputy team leader exchanged glances and spoke in a deep voice. Tian Xiaoqiao, you repeatedly cause trouble, stir up conflicts, and refuse to change. From now on, you will work with the cattle, horses, snakes, and gods in the cattle shed. You have 1 month. If you don't improve, you will stay until you do. Fu's mother's face instantly fell. Team leader, deputy team leader, this won't do. We can't handle their work. If someone gets hurt, I might as well stop talking in the future. She said nothing at this moment because it was a notice, not a discussion. Gu Nian thanked the team leader and deputy team leader, then prepared to go home with her knife, but a voice called out to her.
Nan.
Gu Nian, can we talk for a moment? It was Nan Shuming. They walked and talked together. Nan Shuming looked at Gu Nian, who was very different from before and felt complicated inside. Gu Nian, do you want to divorce your husband and live your own life? If you want, I can help you. Gu Nian stopped and looked at Nan Shuming. Nan Shuming, did someone tell you something? Or did you believe those rumors from the village? Nan Shuming quickly shook his head. No, I just saw how much you've changed from before, and I think you're unhappy. Gu Nian asked back. Do you wish I was still the same as before, unable to speak back or fight back? Her personality was completely different from the original owner. She knew she had to pretend to be the original in front of acquaintances, but she really couldn't stand the original's weakness. She couldn't imitate that. No, Nan Shuming shook his head. You used to be bullied by your brothers and didn't fight back. I saw it and was worried. You're doing well now, but still something was off. He didn't say it clearly. Gu Nian chuckled softly. It's precisely because I was bullied so badly that I won't let others bully me anymore. My foster parents and their family have been abusing me since I was young, making me timid and afraid to resist. Later, I was taken back by my biological parents, but I found out they only brought me home to marry me to the disabled Fu Jingchen. Out of a desire to please, I didn't dare to oppose them. When I arrived at old Fu's house, I wanted to be a good wife and mother, but constant tolerance only made them more aggressive. It wasn't until I saw my husband being beaten and his ribs broken that I finally understood. If I didn't fight back, one day I might be killed too. I tried to resist once, and it felt good. Since then, I've been on a path of madness, with no turning back. Nan Shuming, the old Gu Nian, had been driven crazy by life. Now I am the real Gu Nian. Anyone who dares to provoke me in the future, I will deal with them. So you need to get used to this quickly. Since I married Fu Jingchen, from that day on, he has been my husband whom I care about. Before his leg heals, taking care of him is my duty. I will not ignore him or leave him, unless one day he betrays me. So, please don't say such things again in the future. The reason I said so much is to explain to Nan Shuming why I am now called Gu Nian. After hearing my explanation, Nan Shuming finally understood that so many things had happened to Gu Nian over the past 2 years. When he heard that taking care of Fu Jingchen was my responsibility, he nodded silently. He always knew that after marriage, Gu Nian would be a good wife and mother, but now she has become someone else's wife. At this moment, when Lena's voice came from not far away, Nan Shuming, it's time to start work, when Lena had been watching for a while. Seeing the two talking happily, she couldn't hold back and came over. Nan Shuming and she, along with Xiao Yan, all came from Jinshi City, and she arrived just 1 day earlier than them. If she had known she would come with him, she and Xiao Yan wouldn't have had that kind of trouble. They had already agreed to go home together during the new year to visit family, and it would be easier to look out for each other on the way. How could he suddenly prefer Gu Nian? After asking Nan Shuming, when Lena deliberately asked Gu Nian, what work are you assigned to do today? Let's go together. Gu Nian knew when Lena was trying to cause trouble. She snorted coldly, none of your business. Then she turned around and left to go home and see Fu Jingchen. When Lena was so angry, she wanted to stop her, but Nan Shuming blocked her. Let's go to work. When Lena pouted, Nan Shuming, why is Gu Nian so arrogant and rude? I tried to talk to her nicely, but she spat at me. How can she be so vulgar and dismissive? You must stay away from her in the future. She is my childhood friend. Is she a childhood friend or just someone from the same rural area and fellow educated youth? Seeing that Nan Shuming didn't answer, when Lena insisted on getting an answer. The city can't hold us, and the countryside doesn't treat us as their own. If we don't stick together as educated youth, we'll only be waiting to die. Nan Shuming, are Gu Nian and I really your family? Her voice was a bit loud, causing some villagers nearby to turn and look. Nan Shuming's face turned a little red. Not wanting to argue with when Lena, he hesitated, but she seemed determined to get an answer. Just tell me, who is your real family, Gu Nian or me? Why does Gu Nian not have to go to work? Why are you also supporting her? She's lazy and even feels superior because of it. I want to find the team leader and ask why she gets special treatment. The female educated youth are supposed to earn at least 4 work points each day. I have to work 7 or 8 hours daily just to barely meet the minimum. I am exhausted. Why can Gu Nian run around freely every day? Nan Shuming quickly stopped her. Gu Nian needs to take care of her paralyzed husband. How can she earn work points? Don't be so aggressive. Am I being aggressive? When Lena couldn't believe it. She doesn't work, but still acts like she's right? Taking care of her paralyzed husband. What nonsense is that? Doesn't every family have elders and children to care for? She doesn't work either, so why does she get special treatment? Nan Shuming was surprised to realize that when Lena was so unreasonable. He said seriously, is anyone in the team paralyzed? Gu Nian just can't work. I can give her some of my work points if needed. Stop causing trouble. Give her your work points? Nan Shuming, who do you think you are to give her your points? People might think you're her husband, Wen Lena said wide-eyed. She was jealous of Gu Nian and couldn't believe Nan Shuming was willing to share his work points with her. Her sudden loud voice attracted the passing villagers' attention.
What?
Nan, the educated youth, wants to share his work points with Gu Nian? That's her own work. How can she be willing to share it with someone else? What's their relationship? Could it be that Gu Nian doesn't like Fu Jingchen and prefers this Nan? Wow, look at this Nan, tall, thin, and gentle-looking. He seems like a scholar. Everyone started gossiping, as if they discovered something new. Nan Shuming blushed. Everyone, don't misunderstand. Gu Nian and I are childhood friends, he said quickly, and then hurried away. He almost bumped into a girl wearing a colorful dress. She looked up at Nan Shuming. She wasn't stunning, but she had a good aura, definitely a reader. She squinted and called out to Wen Lena, I want to sign up with the team leader to go fishing at sea. Want to come? Gu Nian went home to change into clean clothes. Thinking it was time to give Lu Xuehua an injection, she went to the team leader's house. At this moment, she had already given Lu Xuehua the injection. Lu Xuehua took a deep breath, her face rosy. Third sister-in-law, I feel less pain in my chest than before, and my breathing is much easier. Gu Nian smiled and replied, Huahua, your pulse is strong now. Take your medicine on time, and don't get too emotional, then you'll be fine. Thank you, third sister-in-law. Shen Guifang held Gu Nian's hand, looking grateful and excited. Nian, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, our Huahua, you are truly a blessing to our family. You are our family's hero. Suddenly, the team leader's displeased voice came from outside the door. Wen Jiqing, you're not doing your work properly, yet you're busy meddling in others' affairs? Is the work assigned to you by the team too easy? Wen Lena was a bit afraid of the team leader. Before going to the countryside, her parents had told her to get along well with him. But now that things had started, she could only hold her head high and defend herself. Team leader, it's not just me saying this. The other young workers also have doubts. The team leader cut her off directly. Let them come ask me themselves. He didn't tolerate these young workers. He glared at Wen Lena sharply. I don't care how you behave in the city. When you come to our team, you must obey our arrangements, work hard for the country's development, earn your work points, and not cheat or cause trouble. Seeing Wen Lena shrink back and stop talking, the team leader turned his gaze to the girl from Baraji, speaking gently. Mingyu, is there something you want to ask, uncle? The girl from Baraji was Lu Mingyu, a local from Lijiakan. She smiled and asked, Uncle, I want to know if my father has signed me up for the fishing quota the day after tomorrow. The team leader smiled and said, If your father didn't sign you up, I will think about it. After all, you are famous in our team as a skilled fisher. Lijiakan is a seaside village. Besides farming, they also fish. But around hundreds of other villages in the past, conflicts often broke out over fishing rights. The commune divided the area and schedule. They rotated roughly once a month, for 5 days each time. Don't underestimate these 5 days. They are an important source of food for the villagers and also a rare income for the team. Therefore, the fishing spots are carefully chosen, and only those who are skilled and strong in fishing are selected, earning full work points each day. When Wen Lena heard about earning full points, her eyes lit up. Captain, I want to sign up for the fishing quota too. 5 days of fishing would be enough to make up for half a month of hard work in the fields. She really couldn't do any farming. It was too tiring and too sunny. The captain looked at her sternly. Fishing is not something you can just sign up for if you want.
Can you swim?
Can you carry a bag weighing about 100 pounds? Can you tell directions? Do you know how to fish? And you only look at the high points, but you don't consider the risks. In the first few years, boats capsized and several people got hurt. You young people from the city are very proud, but I can't take responsibility if something happens. Go back and do your own work. When Lena shrank her neck and lowered her head even more. I also grew up in a coastal city. I can swim. I'm not just after high points. I want to help the team catch more fish. I don't want to just stand around like Gu Nian, watching others work while I do nothing all day. As she spoke, she lifted her head proudly, showing how righteous she felt. Seeing Gu Nian come out of the house suddenly, Lu Mingyu was first surprised. Then she interrupted Wen Lena's passionate speech with a smile and invited Gu Nian. Comrade Gu, want to go out to sea and fish together? The chairman said we should dedicate ourselves to the broad world and make a big difference. She even pulled out the chairman's quotes, making it hard for Gu Nian to refuse. Gu Nian raised an eyebrow and looked at her. She was the same woman who had caused trouble during the division of the old Fu family. Young lady, do they know each other? Gu Nian was interested in fishing for full points, so she came out, but she deliberately looked uncomfortable. I also want to help build the team, but Fu Jingchen. The captain wanted to help Gu Nian. Fishing takes a long time, and Jingchen isn't safe alone. Comrade Gu can go to the farm to work. He assigned her a light task, 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon. This would stop those gossiping women from talking and also allow her to take care of Fu Jingchen. But clearly, when Lena and Lu Mingyu weren't going to let Gu Nian go easily. When Lena said, Gu Nian, don't bring your personal problems into the group. You should overcome them. I'm going out to sea to fish, so your attitude shouldn't be lower than mine, right? Lu Mingyu spoke more subtly. Comrade Gu, if you really want to go out to sea for fishing, I can ask my grandma to help take care of Brother Fu for a while. Gu was hesitant. I don't feel comfortable leaving it to others, and Fu Jingchen is used to me taking care of him alone. A flash of jealousy crossed Lu Mingyu's eyes, though it was quick. Gu caught it precisely. Wow, does Lu Mingyu like the main character? Good eyesight, but no courage. Lu Mingyu wants to focus on taking care of the main character before her, becoming a shining light for him in the future. Right now, nothing. Lu Mingyu did hesitate once, but in the end, her reason won over her feelings. However, what she couldn't do, Gu managed to do. This made her feel very uncomfortable. On one hand, she envied Gu for risking everything to be kind to Fu Jingchen. On the other hand, she hated that Gu could do it. Her expression was complicated as she said, Brother Fu doesn't seem like that kind of person, does he? Isn't it also true that he wouldn't tell you whether he's closer to you or to me? Lu Mingyu choked and stubbornly said, Is being close more important than earning work points? When Lena agreed, Yes, nothing is more important than earning work points. Gu, come with us. Later, we can see who catches more fish. Then she warmly linked arms with Lu Mingyu and said kindly, Sister, how about teaming up with me? Lu Mingyu looked down on Lena, but Lena was foolish enough to be useful, so she smiled and nodded. Okay. Seeing the two of them get along so well and agree quickly, Gu felt amused but frowned and asked, Still comparing? What are we comparing? When Lena's eyes twinkled. Whoever loses will give the other 2 work points a day for a month. How about that? She really didn't want to work anymore. Just saving enough minimum work points in a month was fine. Gu's clear eyes asked, So, if you 2 lose, do I get 4 work points a day? Lu Mingyu mocked, but Gu thought she could win. She was the best fisher in their team. She immediately agreed. The team leader looked grim. Sure enough, it was a drama among 3 women. Are these 3 women already making their own plans to go out fishing? He initially wanted to persuade her, but since the decision had already been made, there was no point. He simply said calmly, This time, the quota is enough, and only Mingyu's performance counts. So, if Mingyu wins, she and Wen Jiqing will split your work points equally. If Comrade Gu wins, all of Mingyu's work points will go to Comrade Gu. Lu Mingyu replied confidently, No problem. After signing the voluntary agreement and making a formal statement, she left with a confident attitude, as if she was sure to win. When Lena also raised an eyebrow and left. The next month, Gu Nian would obediently help her earn work points. The team leader sighed, Comrade Gu, why are you so easily provoked? If you lose, I won't be able to approve your leave anymore. Gu Nian was full of confidence inside but kept a calm face. It's just a month, no big deal. I'm going back to see Fu Jingchen. As soon as she got home, she told Fu Jingchen about this matter. Fu Jingchen paused for a moment before asking, Are you going out to sea for fishing? Gu Nian touched his face with an apologetic look. Sorry, I didn't discuss it with you beforehand. But since Lu Mingyu and Lena both provoked me, I had to give them a hard lesson. Don't worry, I asked Brother Lu when to take good care of you. Fu Jingchen took her hand and slightly frowned. Lu Mingyu? She also bullied you. Gu Nian asked back, Are you very familiar with her? Fu Jingchen shook his head. We haven't spoken much. Why do you ask? Seeing his calm expression and that he didn't seem to be lying, Gu Nian didn't press further. It seemed that the goddess had dreams, but the king of Xiang was heartless. Fu Jingchen didn't know that she was just asking pointless questions. I thought you all in the same team would be very close, Gu Nian chuckled softly. It's okay. I don't take her seriously. She's just a petty clown. She stood up to get something from under the bed, but Fu Jingchen pulled her back, not letting her go. You should take her seriously. She has a talent for fishing, and none of the men in the team can compare to her. Not even you. Fu Jingchen remembered once returning home for a visit. During a team fishing trip, at Lu Wu's request, he impulsively competed with Lu Mingyu while out at sea. He won, but it was mainly because of his quick movements and strength, not a fair fight. Close victory. She has a talent for fishing. Nian Nian, let me tell you about some fishing precautions. Okay, I'll first gather the things for Brother Lu Wen's house and get ready. Later, we can lie down and talk. She looked at Fu Jingchen with a mischievous smile. Fu Jingchen's face showed a hint of awkwardness. He softly replied, Okay. Gu Nian took out a box of malted milk and a pack of cigarettes. She suddenly asked, Fu Jingchen, do you smoke? Looking at the pack in her hand, Fu Jingchen swallowed hard and replied stiffly, No, I don't. Soldiers are usually smokers. When they return to the dorm, a group of single men often gather, either smoking or talking about spicy topics. But he never joins in the latter. As for smoking, he has quit in the past 2 months. Gu Nian knew he smoked, but since he had quit, she wouldn't let him smoke now. She placed the items on the table and took off her shoes to get into bed. I don't like the smell of smoke. Besides, my scent is more charming. As she spoke, she pressed her lips to his. It had been several days since they last kissed, and she suddenly wanted to try again. Last time, she didn't get enough. Feeling her sweet fragrance again, Fu Jingchen quickly lost himself. Since he had already indulged once, he thought, why not do it again? He supported Gu Nian's head with one hand and held the back of her neck with the other, responding to her kiss. This time, it was no longer a light touch. Their lips and teeth explored each other more deeply. The kiss became intense and passionate, making Gu Nian feel dizzy and disoriented. Her mind was in chaos, not knowing what the world was anymore. She instinctively pressed down, wanting to get closer. She wasn't very good at responding, so she just kissed him back clumsily. Time seemed to stand still. After a long while, only their hurried breathing remained in their ears. Fu Jingchen reluctantly released Gu Nian. She lay in his arms, catching her breath, and neither of them spoke. Suddenly, Gu Nian let out a soft, amused laugh. Fu Jingchen's heart tightened. His voice was hoarse as he held her and asked, What's wrong? Gu Nian, feeling happy and relaxed, said, Nothing. Turn over, I'll give you a back massage. If possible, after that I'll give you acupuncture. The male lead could be so captivated by her even while lying down. With all her charm and effort, she didn't dare to think about how well she was doing. She carefully found the boundary of his waist and began a professional massage. She has been massaging Fu Jingchen recently, and with the nourishment of spiritual spring water, his body is getting better each day. Perhaps his waist can now handle the stimulation of silver needles. Does your waist feel a little sore or numb? Fu Jingchen carefully feels. It seems to be a little, not very obvious. He doesn't feel it directly. Gu Nian stops the massage and takes out the silver needle. I'll try to insert it. If you feel uncomfortable, just tell me. Okay, go ahead. Worried he might not handle it well, Gu Nian specially gives him a glass of spiritual spring water to refresh him before inserting the needle. The silver needle precisely pierces the acupoint. At first, Fu Jingchen doesn't feel anything, but suddenly, he senses a clear tingling and numbness from one spot. He quickly says, Nian Nian, I feel it. Very clearly, like a current running from there. His voice trembles slightly. This long-lost sensation of his own body excites him deeply. Gu Nian's eyes also light up with joy. She carefully moves the needle. That means your waist nerves are starting to regain their sensing and transmitting ability. I'll add more needles to deepen the stimulation. Good. Fu Jingchen tries to keep his voice steady. Gu Nian gently twirls her fingertips, using gentle manipulation to adjust the silver needle. A stronger wave of tingling and numbness washes over him like a tide. This time, he feels it more clearly. The sensation of regaining lost feeling makes him very excited. Gu Nian patiently continues the acupuncture, each needle soaked in spiritual spring water, allowing its power to flow through the silver needles, nourishing and repairing Fu Jingchen's damaged meridians and nerves more deeply. But she doesn't dare to keep going too long. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes gradual progress. Rushing won't help. After half an hour, she removes the needles. Let's stimulate again in 7 days. Even after the needles are removed, the feeling of soreness and numbness in his waist hasn't disappeared. Fu Jingchen turns over and excitedly holds Gu Nian's hand. Nian, I can feel it in my waist now. Do you think if we do this a few more times, I can sit up? He dreams of sitting up, of standing. He wants to stand proudly beside Gu Nian. He wants to protect her, not hide behind her. Gu Nian nods. 2 more times should be enough. Finally, he can't hold back and pulls Gu Nian into his arms. Meanwhile, at the old Fu family home, chaos reigns. What? Are we going to work with those cows, horses, and snakes from the cattle shed tomorrow? Moving such big stones, won't that tire us out? Father Fu angrily knocked his pipe, making a loud noise. You, an old woman, can't even control your own mouth. If you can't handle that little troublemaker, don't get involved. Now look, you're dragging the whole family into hard, dirty work. Wu Xiaolan felt better and called out from the door. Why should we suffer because of your mistakes? Zhao Pinru also looked upset and said, Exactly. This isn't work for normal people. I can't do it. I want to talk to the team leader and deputy team leader. It's 2023, and they still follow old ways like collective punishment. The two looked at each other and, rarely agreeing, both went to the team. Mother Fu couldn't swallow her anger. After dinner, she asked Fu Jingchen to ride his bike with her to the city post office to call Gu Yunqi and demand an explanation. It was dark, and she didn't believe Gu Yunqi and He Xingji wouldn't be home. Sure enough, it was He Xingji who answered the phone. Mother-in-law, your daughter Gu Nian is really too much. You must give me an explanation today, or I will go to your military area to cause trouble. Hearing the aggressive tone on the other end, He Xingji looked at her husband, who nodded, and she responded calmly. Mother-in-law, what exactly did Nian do that was so wrong? If you don't agree to split the family, can she really do it? You won't give her money, and she can't force you with a gun, right? They only heard Tian's shouts outside of the story and didn't know the full details. But since Commander Fu Jingchen had called to thank them, it seemed their daughter was not at fault. As long as their daughter could take good care of Fu Jingchen, who cares about the Fu family? So when Mother Fu said, If you talk like that, I will have to argue with you. Don't you know what kind of person your daughter is? She's the way she is because you spoiled her. If you favor your own daughter and don't pay us back, I will go to the military district in Shanghai to complain to your leaders. He Xingji immediately retorted. Do you even have the nerve to complain? If my daughter was truly at fault, would you willingly pay 2,500 yuan? And come to the military district to complain about us? We ignored your third son's paralysis and married off our beloved daughter to suffer hardships, and now you want to complain about us. There are no people as unkind as you in the world. Come on, let the leader hear how truly heartless your family is. As she spoke, He Xingji's eyes turned red with anger. She looked at Gu Yunqi with a sad expression. She said, Why must Ningning marry into the Fu family, especially with that disabled person? Now look, they don't even appreciate it. Gu Yunqi felt a sharp pain in his heart. He hung up the phone and comforted her, saying, Xingji, don't worry about the Fu family. As long as Ningning and Fu Jingchen are happy. Major Gung said he will visit Shanghai next month. He is about to be promoted to division commander, and the paperwork is done. Later, our Xian can be promoted to a higher rank in Liaodong. But Ningning, when He Xingji heard that her eldest son might get promoted, she felt a little better but still worried about Gu Ning. Ningning took 2,000 yuan from us, and also took 2,500 yuan from the Fu family. Their life isn't too bad. Seeing his wife's mood improve, Gu Yunqi said, Go talk to Junjun. I think she's been acting strange lately. Thinking of Junjun, He Xingji's face, which had just brightened, darkened again. Since the incident with the money box swap and the traffickers on the train, Junjun has been very sad. Sure enough, as soon as she entered Gu Zijuan's room, Junjun threw herself into her arms. He Xingji's heart softened instantly. She stroked her head with love and said, "Why are you still like when you were little?" Gu Zijuan looked up, worried. "I'm afraid Mom will believe I caused my sister to get into trouble." Junjun is very scared of losing Mom and Dad's love. He Xingji shook her head. "How could that be? Ningning is our biological daughter, but Junjun has been with us since she was little. Both of you are equally important to us." "But Dad," Gu Zijuan pouted. She could clearly feel that Gu Yunqi's attitude toward her had changed. "It's your dad who asked Mom to come. He's just a bit more serious. He loves Junjun just as much as Mom and Dad do." Only then did Gu Zijuan relax a little. She stepped out of He Xingji's arms, with a determined look on her face. "Mom, our military hospital has a volunteer spot to support medical work in Qiannan. I want to sign up." "What?" He Xingji was surprised and stood up. "Qiannan? That place is poor and dangerous. I've heard the environment there is very tough. How can you go to such a difficult place?" Gu Zijuan held He Xingji's hand firmly and said, "Mom, it's precisely because conditions are tough that we need medical staff. My sister married Brother Fu, who is disabled, but I have been living a comfortable life. I feel uneasy inside. I must do something meaningful to make up for it and grow." He Xingji hurriedly replied, "This isn't your problem, and Yan was raised in the countryside, but you're different. You can't handle that kind of hardship." Tears welled up in Gu Zijuan's eyes. "Mom, every time I think of my sister's sad eyes, I can't sleep. If I don't experience some hardships, I will never truly understand her feelings or face her honestly. Also, as your daughter, I want to contribute to the country like you and Dad. Please support me. At most, I'll be gone for a year, and then I'll come back." Seeing her daughter's determined and moist eyes, He Xingji knew Gu Zijuan had grown up. She was happy for her, but also felt reluctant inside. Gu Zijuan couldn't handle the hardships of going to the countryside. She was determined to prepare all the money and tickets for her daughter. Tomorrow, she would go to get an advance on her allowance. When He Xingji finally agreed, tears filled Gu Zijuan's eyes, and she gently leaned into her mother's embrace, choking on her words, "Thank you, Mom, for supporting me." A faint glow flashed under her long eyelashes. The male lead was currently on a mission in Qiannan and would get injured soon. She wanted to be there for him immediately, to help him through his hardest times and become his lifelong guiding light. Before sleeping, Gu Nian suddenly remembered that Gu Zijuan only became the male lead's lifelong guiding light after awakening her storyline. Who was her original guiding light? It definitely wasn't her. The original owner had already passed away. Who could it be then? This meant that 2 months after Gu Zijuan arrived, another woman would appear. She would be the male lead's first guiding light. She must be an extraordinary woman. Gu Nian suddenly pulled back the curtain and said, "Fu Jingchen, if 2 months from now, a woman who looks better than me, more capable, and from a better family comes to cling to you, just slap her away and send her packing." Fu Jingchen opened his eyes, thinking Gu Nian was talking in her sleep. He comforted her softly. "Okay, I'll send her away, just as long as it's you." Gu Nian was satisfied and turned over to continue sleeping with the quilt. Looking at Gu Nian's sleepwear that nearly reached her thighs, Fu Jingchen swallowed hard. He quickly turned his head away. The next day, Gu Nian was about to pour urine from the bedpan into the outhouse when Nan Shuming suddenly ran over. Seeing Gu Nian pouring urine for her paralyzed husband, Nan Shuming felt a pang in his heart. "Let me do it." Gu Nian dodged. "How can I let you do it?" She quickly finished pouring the urine, washed it clean, and placed it back in the room. As she washed her hands, she asked Nan Shuming, "Nan Shuming, why are you here?" Nan Shuming snapped back to himself. "I heard you're going to compete with Lu Mingyu and Wenlina in fishing. I heard Lu Mingyu is a top fisher in the red flag team. Do you really want to lose to her?" Gu Nian asked. "Did Wenlina tell you that?" Nan Shuming neither nodded nor shook his head. "No need for her to tell me. The whole team already knows, and everyone is waiting to see you fail. Is it that serious?" Gu Nian laughed. "They're sure they'll win. I want to team up with you. Team up with me? Gu Nian shook her head. No need. I'm not that easy to beat, and you have your own work to do. Don't let this small matter delay you. It's not a small matter. Realizing he was a bit too emotional, Nan Shuming cleared his throat. I already told the captain, and he agreed. And don't you remember? I'm pretty good at fishing, too. When you were hungry as a kid, I caught a fish by hand from the river and roasted it for you. Gu Nian remembered. Nan Shuming had cooked fish for her before, which was one of her few happy moments. At this point, Gu Nian couldn't refuse anymore. She smiled and said, All right, then let's team up, the two heroes. We'll defeat those ignorant kids and make them look down on us. Nan Shuming was very happy. Great. I'll go prepare the tools now. Gu Nian called out to him, Come eat breakfast at my place first. No need. Seeing the inside of the house, Nan Shuming felt it was a bit inconvenient. He grinned with his big white teeth and ran off. Gu Nian could only say behind him, I'll prepare the food. The team had fishing tools, but villagers also brought their own. Still, their own tools were the most comfortable to use. Regarding food, everyone can bring a fixed amount of rice, and we can cook together with the villagers or do it ourselves, depending on what you prefer. Okay. After seeing Nan Shuming off, Lu Wu arrived. He also came to talk about the fishing competition. Sister-in-law, why are you going to compete with Lu Mingyu? You don't know how good she is. No one in the whole team can catch more fish than her. Gu Nian finished washing herself and then went inside to clean Fu Jingchen. Lu Wu saw that she was free and naturally took the things from her hands. They're provoking me. How can I back down? Besides, who knows who will win in the end? Gu Nian finished and went to the kitchen to cook. Come over later for breakfast at my place. Okay? Lu Wu replied with a smile, then went inside to clean Fu Jingchen. Fu Jingchen was about to find Lu Wu. He wanted Lu Wu and Gu Nian to team up, but Gu Nian had already chosen her partner. Lu Wu was surprised. Sister-in-law, you're teaming up with Nan Shuming. Is there a problem with that? Lu Wu rubbed his nose. Nan Jiqing looks so thin. Do you think she can do it? Gu Nian showed her biceps. I'm also very thin. I can beat you 3 times. Lu Wu chuckled. Sister-in-law will definitely win this time. Then he said proactively, Oh, I'll join the fishing too. My room is empty. My older brother is worried about Brother Chen being alone at home, so he plans to bring Brother Chen to stay with us these days. I just wanted to let you know. Gu Nian felt warm inside. That really relieves my urgent worry. I was about to ask Brother Lu for help. She took out the prepared gift and handed it to Lu Wu. Lu Wu saw some malted milk, brown sugar, and 2 packs of huazi. He refused repeatedly. This is too valuable. I can't accept it. Otherwise, my mother will scold me. Gu Nian looked sincere. Even if these things are precious, they can't compare to your family's help during this difficult time. Without you, Fu Jingchen might not make it through this month. I think this is too little. Gu Nian spoke from the heart. Just based on the past month of Lu Wen and Lu Wu helping Fu Jingchen, enough for him to remember forever.
Fu Jingchen naturally remembered. Keep it.
Otherwise, I won't go. Lu Wu finally accepted it. Brother Chen's sister-in-law, I'll go now. My older brother said he'll come early to pick up Brother Chen. Gu Nian couldn't stop him and said, You don't need to prepare food either. I'll get everything ready for the next few days. After breakfast, Gu Nian usually took a walk around the new house. She came back and shared with Fu Jingchen. Fu Jingchen, Uncle Lu said that once I return we can move in. Then she pinched Fu Jingchen's face and said, Fu Jingchen, your face has only a little bit of flesh now. During these days at Uncle Lu's house, you should eat well. When I come back, no less flesh, understand? Fu Jingchen took her hand away and smiled gently. Okay. He then pointed at the thermos and said, Remember to drink this water. It's fine even if it cools. Fu Jingchen noticed that Gu Nian especially liked the water he drank, and the water she handed him always tasted sweet and fragrant. Drinking it made him feel a warm flow spreading through his body. Gu Nian also handed him 5 apples. Starting tomorrow, eat 1 apple a day. When the apples are finished, I'll be back. You don't need to worry about the Lu family. Before I leave tomorrow, I'll give them apples to eat too. Fu Jingchen's heart softened completely. He held Gu Nian's hand tightly. All right, Nian, also be careful. The two lingered affectionately for a while. Then Gu Nian went to the kitchen to prepare food for the next few days. The next day, under the cheers of the villagers, the fishing team set out to sea. The villagers' cheers were partly to see Gu Nian smile, and partly to watch her make a joke. Fu Jingchen's young wife is fierce when she fights. I wonder if she's just as good at fishing. I heard she's from the big city. Look at her delicate fingers. Does she seem like someone who can fish? No way. Look at Mingyu. So brave and spirited. That's the real way to be a fishing expert. Mingyu is probably around 20 years old now. Whoever marries her in the future will be very lucky. Marrying Gu Nian isn't bad either. Look at how well she takes care of Fu Jingchen. That night, I saw Fu Jingchen's spirit come back. Both are good girls, but are we talking about fishing now? Mingyu will definitely win. Hearing everyone's chatter, Lu Mingyu smiled faintly and looked at Gu Nian. Gu Nian snorted coldly. Why did the male lead have to leave early? Now she's back, trying to get attention again. It's really annoying. Bah. She's nothing. But as the boat rocked, Gu Nian staggered. If Nan Shuming hadn't caught her, she would have fallen, causing the people on the shore to laugh loudly. Is that all? Dare to challenge. When Lena couldn't help but mock sarcastically, Gu Nian, if you admit defeat now, you won't have to endure 5 days of rough seas. This is also what I want to tell you. If you want to give up, do it quickly, Gu Nian said calmly as she steadied the boat and sat properly before responding. Can't even stand steadily, yet you still dare to boast. Before she finished speaking, when Lena staggered and nearly fell. Gu Nian chuckled, when Jiqing still has some self-awareness. After sitting down, when Lena was annoyed and embarrassed. Just as she was about to speak, the captain interrupted sharply. We are here to fish. Anyone with other intentions that disrupt the group's unity, I will make her leave the boat right now. He glared at Lena and then sat at the bow, paying attention to the direction. Everyone on the boat sat down, except Lu Mingyu, who stood tall and proud. She shot a challenging look at Gu Nian before confidently walking to the bow to help the captain watch the direction. 30 degrees to the left. Seeing Lu Mingyu's calm and capable demeanor, Nan Shuming felt a bit frustrated. He was determined to help Gu Nian fish well, trying to make sure Gu Nian wouldn't lose too badly. Gu Nian only glanced at Lu Mingyu briefly, then looked out at the vast, endless sea. Sitting on the boat was bumpy, but it was a different kind of feeling altogether. In the distance, there seemed to be other boats. Lu Wu told her, the nearby teams will come to fish on their scheduled days. As long as we don't interfere with each other, there won't be conflicts. Sister-in-law, do you see that island ahead? That's our destination. We buried the traps there. Who knows how many fish and shrimp we'll catch? Hearing this, he was a bit excited. In the past, each family could get 2 or 3 jin of fish, which they would dry into salted fish to eat during winter, when vegetables ran out. Everyone else was also excited. As the boat approached the island, a group of young men took off their shirts, long pants, and shoes, and jumped into the water. Nan Shuming was also a little excited, but having lived in the city for years, he didn't dare to undress in front of the women. The captain shouted from the boat, a bunch of young kids can't resist the water, and keep diving in. Pull the boat. Pull the boat. The young men underwater swam like wild horses, doing several laps before surfacing one by one, then swimming to the shore to pull the boat. Gu Nian looked at the large island. She examined the surrounding terrain until someone called out, Gu Nian, get off the boat. Do you want us to pull you ashore? When Lena had just stepped off the boat too, but she couldn't stand Gu Nian hesitating. Gu Nian jumped off the boat and said coldly, which I saw me wanting you to pull me? I was just lining up to get off. The team leader is still behind. Are you in such a hurry to die? When Lena pointed at the young men pulling the boat and said, aren't they pulling now? And you still say we didn't want to pull you. Gu Nian corrected her. First it's they, not you all. You just got off, but they started pulling before you even stepped down. Lu Mingyu, who was also pulling the boat, shouted, stop arguing. What's the point of fighting? Save your strength and pull the boat together. She was more skilled than when Lena. She didn't seem to mock Gu Nian openly, but her words were more hurtful. Gu Nian was never the type to hold a grudge. She chuckled softly. Comrade Lu is very wise. I should learn from you. After all, anyone can talk, but real skill is doing both talking and standing firm on the shore. She said this while pulling the rope, deliberately raising her voice as she passed Lu Mingyu, saying, "But Comrade Lu, isn't it easy to pull when the rope isn't even tight yet?" She was poking fun at her, like stuffing scallions in her nose and pretending to be garlic. It was just a little earlier than her to get off the boat. Lu Mingyu's face instantly turned red, and everyone burst into laughter. Fu Jingchen wanted Gu Nian to embarrass herself. Gu Nian, stop staring at others. You could have pulled the boat ashore while arguing. He was good at swimming and had signed up for fishing, so he didn't work with the others and the animals like old Fu's family. Gu Nian looked at him with meaning, saying, "I'm watching others, unlike some people who aren't even fully human anymore." Everyone laughed again. It had to be said, the little wife Fu Jingchen married was truly tough. Fu Jinghen's face darkened immediately. He clenched his fists and said, "Gu Nian, you're asking for a beating. My illness has already been cured." Gu Nian poked him and said, "If you want to fight, just say it. No one cares about your broken illness." Nan Shuming quickly pulled Gu Nian behind him. "Comrade Fu, you're a man. You can't hit a woman." The team leader slowly got off the boat, looked around at everyone, and then said in a deep voice, "Listen to my command. 1, 2, 3, pull. 1, 2, 3, pull." He shouldn't have agreed to let Gu Nian and the two young workers come along for fishing. There won't be a next time. After securing the boat, it was noon. The team leader arranged, female comrades and young workers cook, others set up tents. Gu Nian had no objections, but Wenlina kept causing trouble. She decided to work separately from Wenlina, since they had 2 small pots. Because of this, the small team naturally split into 2 groups. Most of the young men who weren't married chose Lu Mingyu's group. After all, Lu Mingyu was unmarried, pretty, capable, and the team's beauty, a dream girl for many young men. Of course, in the eyes of the young men in the red flag team, Gu Nian was even more beautiful, but since she married Fu Jingchen, no one else was interested. In the end, only Nan Shuming, Lu Wu's cousin Lu Ming, and the team leader's second son Lu Jiang stayed with Gu Nian. Gu Nian was quite satisfied, fewer people, but more quality. "You all are lucky. I'll make you fried noodles." Yesterday, she pre-made the sauce at home. She took dry noodles from her canvas bag, boiled them in hot water, then drained them, added shredded cucumber, poured hot sauce over, and a fragrant bowl of fried noodles was ready. Meanwhile, over with Lu Mingyu and Wenlina, they only had plain soup and steamed buns, which didn't look very hot. When everyone returned to their tents and saw the big difference in meals, some felt a bit jealous. "Is this all we're eating?" Wenlina snorted. "You only get rice and buns. Do you think we're eating abalone and shark fins? What about them?" Lu Mingyu looked calm and said, "We have to stay on this island for 5 days. We need to save food. If we eat like them, the gap will only get bigger as days go by, and we won't be able to handle it. Our main goal here is fishing. Food is a small matter, so we should just get used to it." Although she said that, poor people don't have many pursuits, just one thing, eating. No one wanted to get used to it. The team leader didn't want to get used to it either. He naturally favored Gu Nian in his heart, but as the team leader, he couldn't show favoritism. So he ate separately. He stood up, took a glance, picked up his bowl, and left. "I'll come back to eat with you tonight. Take your time." Lu Ming and Lu Jiang looked at the large fried noodles with some embarrassment. "Sister-in-law, you're eating too well. We only paid for rice and vegetables." Gu Nian said, "Eat mine first. After I finish, you can eat yours. We are a team, working together, not arguing over small things." The 2 men were straightforward. Okay. After finishing their meal and tidying up, everyone started to pull up the fishing cages. There was no surprise or disappointment. The number of fish and shrimp in the cages was about the same as usual. When they put the cages back into the water, they reached Lu Mingyu's spot. She spoke first, saying, "I've come up with a new fish bait. If I sprinkle it in, maybe we can catch more fish." Gu Nian quickly added, "I also have new fish bait. If I use it, we'll definitely catch more fish." When Lena mocked, "Gu Nian, can't you stop copying others?" Gu Nian chuckled. "You can't stop flattering others, can you?" Fu Jingchen couldn't help but join in. "That's right. When Mingyu is researching fish bait, You're also copying. And she's confident enough to say she can catch more fish than the fishing gods. I wonder where you get your confidence from. Gu Nian looked at Fu Jingchen for a moment, then asked curiously, is that hole under your nose only good for spitting out nonsense? Fu Jingchen was stunned, then clenched his fists. What are you talking about? Nothing good comes from talking to animals like you. Gu Nian ignored Fu Jingchen and turned to the team leader. Team leader. Working together means sharing ideas. I just think my fish bait can help us catch more fish and shrimp. That's why I suggested it, and my idea coincides with Comrade Lu Mingyu's. Why are Fu Jingchen and Wenlina mocking me like this? The team leader immediately scolded Fu Jingchen and Wenlina, canceling their right to fish in the future. He realized that it was better not to let Gu Nian and the Fu family, Wenlina, Lu Mingyu, and others meet. They're all stubborn and quick to get angry. Since Comrade Gu has good intentions, let's each sprinkle half of the bait on the cages. Fu Jingchen and Wenlina, giving up, said, everyone has seen how good Mingyu is at fishing. Do you really think Gu Nian's fish bait will work? It's too hasty to split the bait. If we don't catch any fish, who will be responsible when the villagers complain? The two of them led the way, and the others quickly agreed. Yes, fishing is the only way to improve our meals in the red flag team. If we rush to use Gu Nian's method, and we don't catch any fish, the villagers will complain. The team leader looked at Gu Nian with some hesitation. Gu Nian reassured him. Since that's the case, I am willing to compete with Comrade Lu Mingyu. Let's scatter the fish bait now, and see in 5 days who has more fish in their traps. It will be clear then. These 5 days won't affect the villagers' feast, right? Or is it that Comrade Lu Mingyu's fish bait won't work within these 5 days? Lu Mingyu is confident in her fish bait. I think Gu Nian's idea makes sense. In the end, Gu Nian would definitely lose convincingly. She was studying fish bait? Haha, she was only fit to take care of the disabled. When Lena also said, let's have a fair competition. We're here just to test ourselves. Gu Nian corrected her. When Jiqing still has room to improve. Collective honor is the most important. The competition is just a fun addition. Nan Shuming and Lu Wu quickly agreed. Exactly, collective honor is more important than anything. When Lena choked and stomped her feet in anger. The team leader was annoyed by their arguing. Since they all agreed, he quickly told the two groups to scatter Gu Nian's and Lu Mingyu's fish bait into the traps. Then everyone started fishing on their own around the island. Seeing Lu Mingyu catch a fish with just a spear, Gu Nian knew she was skilled. When Lu Mingyu caught a fish first, everyone cheered her on. Wow, Mingyu is amazing. She caught a fish so quickly. Mingyu is beautiful and capable. Whoever marries her will be very lucky. Lu Mingyu enjoyed the praise from the young men. She looked at Gu Nian proudly and raised an eyebrow, asking, "Want to have a competition?" She was sure Gu Nian wouldn't dare. Gu Nian indeed didn't dare. "No, I won't join. With you all fishing here, the fish will be scared away if too many people gather." She then asked the team leader, "May I go inside the island to take a look?" The team leader nodded. "Yes, but don't go too far. There might be dangerous animals inside, so be careful." Gu Nian understood. "I'll just look around outside." Seeing Gu Nian want to go onto the island, Nan Shuming quietly called out, "Gu Nian, aren't you going to fish? Aren't we supposed to have a contest?" Gu Nian shook his head. "Chasing after each one is useless. We need to use our brains. Let's go to a less crowded place and set traps." When Lena deliberately caused trouble. "Jie Mingyu, Gu Nian says you're all brawn and no brains." Before Lu Mingyu could speak, a big, strong man cursed loudly. "How dare you call Mingyu all brawn? Your crippled Fu Jingchen didn't rely on strength to win back then." Before he finished, Gu Nian, who had looked mysterious earlier, suddenly became excited and ran toward him. While running, he muttered, "You talkative guy, being used as a tool by others is pretty fun, huh? Which ear did you hear me call Mingyu? Even if I did, I do everything myself. If you dare insult my man, just wait. I'll cut you down today." "Oh no! I've gone crazy again. I'm going to hurt someone. Since you won't let me have peace, neither will you. Let's all die together, destroy each other." Gu Nian suddenly had a sharp knife in his hand, frightening everyone who was fishing. The big, strong man was especially scared. "Oh, The crazy woman is at it again. Trying to hurt someone, he quickly dove into the water. Gu Nian, unable to catch him, turned to attack Wenlina. Wenlina, you've bullied me many times. Today, I won't let you get away. Wenlina, scared, hid behind Lu Mingyu. Mingyu, save me. Lu Mingyu was also frightened by Gu Nian's outburst. She struggled to break free from Wenlina's hold, but Wenlina clung to her like glue. She couldn't shake her off and felt both scared and anxious. Captain, help. Lu Wu, help. Nan Shuming, help. Nan Shuming, closest to Gu Nian, reacted first. He grabbed Gu Nian. Lu Wu also stepped forward to hold Gu Nian back. The captain's forehead twitched. Comrade Gu, let's talk nicely. Gu Nian, at this moment, didn't care about anyone's face. Did the fat guy talk nicely to me? He started insulting my husband right away. Does my husband eat his rice or drink his water? Being a sycophant like that. What a joke. Fat guy, don't think I don't see you panting with your head underwater. I'll count to 3. If you don't come up and apologize, don't blame me for being rude. 1, I'm coming out. Before she finished speaking, the burly man felt a sharp poke in his backside. He immediately jumped out of the water, shouting loudly, like a pig being slaughtered. He pulled out the silver needle that had pricked his butt and yelled, "You rude woman! You don't follow the rules. Only counted to 1. Who are you calling rude?" Myself. Seeing Gu Nian holding another silver needle, the man was so scared he quickly changed his words. He covered his butt with one hand and his front with the other, looking quite effeminate. Gu Nian chuckled and said, "Next time I hear you spouting nonsense, I'll poke you through." Then she glared fiercely at Wenlina. "And you, if I see you stirring trouble again, I'll expose all your little secrets." Wenlina's face turned pale instantly, and Gu Nian was satisfied and left. What's the point of catching fish one by one? She set a trap instead. "Lu Wu, does this area belong to our red flag team?" Gu Nian asked, noticing a perfect spot for a trap. Lu Wu looked around and nodded. "Yes, it does. Do you want to set a trap here, sister-in-law?" He was curious about what kind of trap Gu Nian would set. Nan Shuming, Lu Jiang, and Lu Ming were each busy with their own fishing nets, watching Gu Nian curiously. Gu Nian took out a fishing net, but each line of her net had bait hanging on it. Everyone couldn't help but ask, "How did you do that?" Of course, she used her space ability, inherited from her grandfather. Her grandfather was a seasoned fisherman, but Gu Nian wouldn't say that out loud. She raised an eyebrow and said, "I grew up in a coastal city, so setting traps like this is easy for me." Nan Shuming. "Isn't it?" Nan Shuming looked at his own net and muttered, "Yes." Since she went to the city, Gu Nian had really changed a lot. Everyone was curious about her fishing net and helped her set the trap. Lu Ming was surprised and said, "Little sister-in-law, you've stretched your net across this water area, creating a giant web. That's hundreds of times more effective than fishing with a single rod." Gu Nian modestly replied, "It's the same principle as your nets. But mine, once the fish bite, they can't escape anymore." Brilliant. Why didn't we think of that? It might not work well. Only trying will tell. Why not spread your fishing nets too, and we can compare which is better? Lu Wu laughed loudly. "I see my sister-in-law has a strong desire to win." Nan Shuming defended Gu Nian. "Comparing Gu Nian to comrade Lu Mingyu is unavoidable. Comparing with us is just for fun. Small bets to enjoy, to cultivate character, and to have fun." Lu Wu was silent for a moment, then laughed even louder. "Nan Jiqing, you really are a scholar. One sentence, and you come up with so many idioms. Impressive." Suddenly, Nan Shuming looked a bit sad. "Impressive. But what good is it?" "I can't." He stopped himself just in time, unable to say more. Gu Nian understood. He couldn't take the college entrance exam, nor continue his studies at university. This was a turbulent time, very unfriendly to intellectuals. The sun will eventually break through the clouds, and the gloom will lift. We must hold on to hope. This won't last forever. Nan Shuming's eyes suddenly became very bright. "Gu Nian, you think the same way?" Gu Nian nodded. "I've always believed that. So we need to prepare early. Opportunities favor those who are ready." Nan Shuming reminded her that in 4 years, she would also take the college entrance exam. In her previous life, although her family owned a medical clinic and she learned medicine from her grandfather, she later went to a higher college for further studies. This society is like that. Without a higher education, no matter how skilled you are, people won't trust you. Gu Nian's enthusiasm was like a spark, igniting Nan Shuming's nearly silent heart. He excitedly grabbed Gu Nian's wrist, his eyes shining brightly. Gu Nian, you're so perceptive. You're right. We can't just wait around. I secretly hid some. We can learn ourselves. Everyone couldn't understand the silent code between them, but seeing Nan Shuming hold Gu Nian's hand, they all coughed simultaneously. Especially Lu Wu, who directly walked between them and separated the two. Gu Nian was his brother Chen's wife. This Nan Shuming wouldn't be able to steal his brother Chen away. He interrupted their conversation. Sister-in-law, aren't you competing with Lu Mingyu and Wenlina? Hurry up and set the trap. I see they caught quite a few fish over there. She looked calm and composed, not caring about what had just happened. In contrast, Nan Shuming was a bit excited and embarrassed. He calmed himself down, helped Gu Nian set the trap, and then cast his fishing net. Meanwhile, over at Lu Mingyu's side, Wenlina was jumping around like a lively grasshopper, passing messages. Big Sister Mingyu, I saw them casting their nets. Let's do the same. A tall, strong man immediately offered to help. I'll help Mingyu cast the net. He moved closer to Lu Mingyu and whispered, Don't worry, Mingyu. We have more people, more nets, and better skills. We will definitely win. Lu Mingyu was 20 years old now. In the village, that was a good age to get married. Xin Jin was one of the better suitors chasing her. He was about the same height as Fu Jingchen but more muscular. Although he didn't look as handsome as Fu Jingchen was simply too outstanding. Without comparing him to Fu Jingchen, Xin Jin was considered quite good-looking in the Red Flag Brigade. She thought maybe she should just marry him. But after today's events, she realized Xin Jin was just a pretty but useless ornament. When facing Gu Nian, who was just a woman, he was scared. When Gu Nian held a knife to him earlier, he didn't dare to come out. It was a waste of his big build. She spat in disgust. There's no need to tell me. I know. Step aside. I'll go cast the net myself. Seeing Xin Jin lose favor, the other young men who hadn't married quickly came over to flatter her. Mingyu, we'll help you cast the net. When Lena rolled her eyes secretly, she looked down on this fair-skinned, beautiful city girl, while a bunch of rustic villagers liked rough men and tomboys. Sure enough, a pig can't eat fine rice. She glared resentfully at Nan Shuming in the distance, then turned to surround Gu Nian. Same dirty pig, pig eyes covered in pig dung. Humph. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Gu Nian was married. If she got involved with another man. She looked again at Nan Shuming, a trace of jealousy flashing in her eyes. It was him forcing her. Just as she was about to help cast the fishing net, she felt a pair of warm hands. It was Fu Jingchen handing her the net. Warm Jiqing is on the shore pulling the net, and I go down to cast the net, looking at Fu Jingchen, who was only wearing a pair of shorts, and thinking about that scene in the cornfield that night, when Lena's face turned slightly red. After finishing casting the net here, Gu Nian saw Lu Wu and others starting to fish with primitive tools. She said, I'm going to take a walk on the island. Nan Shuming and Lu Wu naturally followed. As the team leader, Lu Jiang was worried they might go too deep and have an accident, so he told Lu Ming, Stay here and watch. I'll go see what's happening. The jungle on the island was thick, with tall ancient trees rising from the ground, making it look much larger and deeper than it seemed from the sea. Gu Nian thought she might be lucky enough to catch some wild game, or maybe find a few ginseng plants like the heroines in other stories. Suddenly, she remembered she was just a supporting character, so she decided not to think about ginseng anymore. It would be good enough to catch some wild chickens and rabbits to improve the taste. Fortunately, she was usually lucky. Not long after entering the island, a colorful wild chicken flew past her. She reacted quickly, shooting a silver needle, which hit the chicken's head. The chicken fell with a thud onto Lu Wu's head. Gu Nian, Lu Wu, everyone. Wow. A pie falling from the sky, the wild chicken hit on the head. Stop yelling. It has nothing to do with you. I saw the wild chicken shot down by my sister-in-law with a silver needle, Lu Jiang said coldly. Sure enough, Gu Nian was removing the silver needle from the chicken's head. We're lucky today. We'll make beggar's chicken for dinner. Compared to eating beggar's chicken, Lu Wu was more curious about Gu Nian's skill with the divine silver needles. Sister-in-law, you're so amazing. Can you teach me? That's a skill from childhood, so she couldn't really teach him. Thinking of Nan Shuming nearby, Gu Nian smiled and said, There's nothing special to teach. Practice makes perfect. If you really want to learn, just carry small stones or cards and throw them every day. Lu Wu pouted. Sister-in-law, no wonder you're Qin Ji's wife. I saw Chun Ge use small stones to shoot at flying birds. I asked him to teach me, but he said the same thing. Imagining the hero's handsome appearance, Gu Nian nodded in agreement. Because it's the truth. Holding the wild chicken while walking, Gu Nian asked, Big brother Lu, does this island have different areas? Lu Jiang shook his head. No, it doesn't. Once, fishing was not restricted to specific areas. However, one year, 3 teams fought over a large turtle, leading to a boat capsizing and many people drowning. This incident alarmed the commune and city leaders. The leaders and the commune worked overnight to create a plan, which finally divided the fishing times and areas. That was good. On the way inland, Gu Nian caught 2 wild chickens and a nest of rabbits using the same method. Everyone was surprised. They had only come to fish, thinking the island had dangerous insects and beasts, but they had never gone deep into the island before. Today, following Gu Nian, they unexpectedly found something. But when they heard strange sounds coming from deep inside the island, everyone became cautious and stopped. Lu Jiang lowered his voice to remind them, We can't go further in. If we encounter bears or tigers, it will be dangerous. Gu Nian listened. The sounds were still far away. She had special abilities and was not afraid at all. But seeing everyone so careful, she decided to go along with the group. There's a dense jungle over there. I'll set a trap and then come back. Can you also set traps? Nan Shuming asked. Gu Nian shook her head. I'll just dig a hole, put in some spikes and add bait. Lu Wu nodded. In that case, I can do it too. At a good spot, the men dug a trap. Gu Nian carefully looked around. Suddenly, she noticed some movement in a nearby bush that seemed unusual. She immediately warned, There's something over there. The men stopped what they were doing, held their breath, and looked in the direction Gu Nian pointed. Not far away, a bush about half a person tall was moving very gently and evenly, unlike the wind's rhythm. If Gu Nian hadn't been observant, they wouldn't have noticed. Lu Wu clenched his shovel tightly. Lu Jiang silently moved half a step forward, slightly blocking Gu Nian and Nan Shuming. Worried about danger, Gu Nian signaled everyone to stay still. She held her silver needle tightly and carefully tiptoed from the side. When she saw the hard shell with dark green edges, she exclaimed, Oh, it's an old turtle. Hearing it was a turtle, everyone's tense nerves relaxed instantly. Lu Wu and Nan Shuming exchanged glances and excitedly ran over to catch the turtle. Don't move. Gu Nian just spoke, but at that moment, the turtle bit Nan Shuming's hand. Fortunately, Lu Wu was a step slower, or he would have been bitten too. Seeing Nan Shuming's hand caught in the bite, Lu Jiang was eager to pry open the turtle's mouth. Gu Nian's eyes flashed, and she quickly swung her machete at the connection between the turtle's neck and shell. With a cracking sound, the turtle's head was severed. However, the head was still tightly embedded in Nan Shuming's hand, with dark blood seeping from the cut. The headless turtle's body fell into the grass, its limbs still twitching nervously. Gu Nian dropped her machete, grabbed the severed head, and skillfully pressed and pried at the joint with her fingertips. With a click, the turtle's mouth loosened. She quickly applied medicine to Nan Shuming's injured hand, mixing it with spiritual spring water, which instantly eased his intense pain. Gu Nian, you really know how to treat injuries. I learned a few tricks from Grandpa Zhang in our village, Gu Nian replied calmly. Turtles are stubborn. Once they bite, they won't let go easily. Remember this lesson. Not only Nan Shuming remembered. Lu Wu also nervously patted his chest, looking at the terrifyingly dead turtle on the ground. He was so frightened he couldn't speak. Sister-in-law, you're amazing. Lu Jiang silently nodded in agreement. Little sister-in-law is mighty. Nan Shuming felt a bit embarrassed. Gunyan, you know so much now. I've caused you trouble. No trouble at all. Nan Shuming, your hand is injured. Go get Lu Ming to come over and bring some fish and shrimp. Little sister-in-law, what do you mean? Although turtles are solitary animals, I notice this place is hidden and sunny, which might be a safe habitat for them. Let's set a small trap. Hearing this, Lu Jiang's eyes lit up. Dad cares so much about the team's honor. Every year, he hopes for a tractor. If we really catch a live turtle to present to the commune, that would be a big hope for this year. Gunyan understood now. There was more to it. So, catching the turtle was even more important. She mashed the fish and shrimp Lu Ming brought, making the smell stronger, and spread it in the trap they set. Then she placed a few rabbits in the pit they dug earlier. Seeing that it was almost dark, they headed back to the shore. Sure enough, when Lu Jiang carried the big turtle, the team leader's eyes brightened at first, then dimmed again. The turtle is secondary. The most important thing is that everyone is safe. When Lena and Fu Jingchen sneered coldly. Caught a dead turtle by accident in the afternoon? Look at what we caught, 3 big buckets full. It scared Fu Jingchen to death. He thought Gunyan had caught a live turtle, but it turned out to be dead after a long time. Lu Jiang didn't tell them about still trying to catch live turtles, since there was no hope. He threw 3 chickens and a rabbit from the basket onto the ground. Is this enough? Lu Mingyu's heart skipped a beat. There are quite a few animals on the island. Lu Jiang honestly replied, not many, and it's dangerous. Nan Jiqing was injured. When Lena looked at Nan Shuming's bleeding hand and felt a bit pleased. Nan Shuming, I told you not to follow Gunyan. She's just a troublemaker. Thinking about Gunyan's warning, when Lena had to change her words. Nan Shuming, join us. Sister Mingyu's team won, and you'll get some work points. Lu Mingyu wanted to curse when Lena, but she said calmly, okay. Seeing Nan Shuming shake his head firmly, Gunyan slowly spoke. Alright, don't try to turn us against each other. We're not interested in your tricks. We're here to move our luggage and tents. We're going to watch the nets we set. Also, since you looked down on the dead turtles we caught, we were going to share some turtle soup with you, but now we'll have to eat it ourselves. When Lena didn't care. Who cares about your stinky turtle soup? But she didn't care, and the men, tired from a whole day of work, did care. Their faces darkened instantly. Comrade Gu, even though we're divided into teams, it's all to better motivate the fishing. We're still one group. That big turtle, you guys can't finish it alone. Right, Captain? The captain looked at Gu Nian with some difficulty. Comrade Gu, this turtle is so big, maybe we should. They truly were a group. If Gu Nian ate only their own supplies, he wouldn't say anything. But what they caught on the island should be shared. Nowadays, big catches are considered collective property. Gu Nian understood this well. He looked at Wen Lena with a teasing smile. But when Jijian says he doesn't care, everyone understood and started criticizing Wen Lena. Wen Jijian, you say you can't help with fishing and can't even cook for us. I really don't know what you're here for. Look at Comrade Gu. At noon, he made fried sauce noodles, and in the evening, he brewed turtle soup. You don't appreciate it? If you have the skill, you should make some for us. We all came from the city, so why is there such a big difference? What about us? If you can't do well on the front line, at least manage the logistics properly. Hurry up and apologize to Comrade Gu. Should I apologize to her? Gu Nian didn't care much about Wen Lena's apology. Saying sorry casually doesn't really mean anything. She took her things and left. Since you all like it so much, once you're done, come and serve yourselves a bowl. An hour later, everyone enjoyed the fresh, hot turtle soup, feeling very satisfied. This was also the second reason they hurried to catch the turtles. No matter what they caught, their first thought was always to satisfy their own stomachs. A few people hadn't had enough and shamelessly asked Gu Nian for another bowl. Gu Nian didn't argue and simply served them. Those people blushed with embarrassment and wanted to join Gu Nian's team. When Lena was so angry she gritted her teeth. It really shows that the mother is proud of her daughter. Used to being the center of attention, Lu Mingyu couldn't help but comment sarcastically, "We came here to catch turtles, not to enjoy ourselves." Comrade Gu, don't forget we're in a competition. Losing is one thing, but if your food distracts everyone and affects our fighting spirit, and if we don't get as much as before, causing villagers to complain, do you think you can bear the consequences? Oh. So just drinking a bowl of turtle soup can distract everyone. Gu Nian refused to serve more. I was planning for us to work hard on this island for 5 days. Rain or shine, overworking ourselves, worried that everyone's health might suffer, and trying to do our best with logistics. But as you all heard, Commander Liu, I can't take responsibility for such a big mistake. You all can go back and eat your plain bread. She lowered her head and stirred the milky white soup in the pot, sighing softly. Let's just eat by ourselves. After all, people need food to be strong. There's no need to force ourselves to eat when we're not hungry. Only when we're full can we have the strength to catch turtles, right? Lu Wu served another bowl and deliberately smacked his lips. I'm just an ordinary person. If I don't eat enough, how can I work? If I can't catch as many turtles as before, I'm willing to pay out of my own pocket. Lu Jiang, Lu Ming, and Nan Shuming also agreed. The delicious aroma made everyone drool, unable to resist. But it's not good to ask Gu Nian for soup anymore, and Gu Nian's team isn't adding more people either, fearing it might affect their fighting spirit. Everyone couldn't say anything to Gu Nian, so they each complained to Lu Mingyu. Mingyu, do we really need to eat bitter food? Exactly. Why does eating something confuse us or affect our fighting spirit? Actually, not eating enough makes us less focused. Lu Mingyu handed them some grilled fish, but nothing beats hot turtle soup, and Gu Nian also pulled out a roasted chicken, whose fragrant smell instantly made their stomachs rumble. They had never smelled anything so delicious. If they had known earlier, they would have chosen Gu Nian's team from the start. Lu Mingyu's face darkened. It's just a roasted chicken. Tomorrow, we'll send 5 people to the island, and I'll cook for you then, no matter if it's fish, shrimp, or small animals. Gu Nian would never surpass her. She wanted Gu Nian to admit defeat willingly. The next day, she carefully watched the nets Gu Nian and others set, each containing about the same number of fish and shrimp. But Gu Nian's team only had 5 people, while theirs had 18. Plus, Gu Nian's fishing skills weren't as good as theirs, so the difference was obvious. Stop wasting effort on cooking. We shouldn't lose so badly. Thinking about how our team was resentful last night, Lu Mingyu chose 5 people to go hunting on the island. Those 5 looked at the spicy chicken cubes Gu Nian made, salivating, determined to eat chicken at noon. But they were sailors and didn't know how to hunt. They only caught 1 roe deer all morning, and it was foolish enough to run straight into their knives. We can't go further inside. It's unsafe. Among the 5, the older Fu Jingchen warned cautiously. Shinjin didn't want to show off in front of Lu Mingyu. When he saw a wild chicken fly by, he didn't listen to Fu Jingchen's words and ran wildly toward the flying chicken. I'm definitely going to catch this wild chicken today. Everyone shouted but couldn't catch up, and they all ran into the deep part of the island. Inside the deep island, the light suddenly dimmed. Ancient trees covered the sky, and the air was cold and damp. It's creepy and terrifying. Let's go back, someone said, trembling. Fu Jingchen was also scared but gritted his teeth and said, No, we must find that troublemaker. I promise the captain. Suddenly, a terrifying roar came from deep within, causing the leaves to fall rapidly. A few people turned pale. They bravely rushed forward, but what they saw made them freeze in fear. Ah, a crocodile. There's a crocodile. Seeing the crocodile lunging at Shinjinbin, Fu Jingchen shouted in fear. Quick, get out of the way. Meanwhile, Fu Jingchen and the others ran away first. Near Gu Nian, Lu Jiang, Lu Ming, and Lu Wu pulled out the fishing nets Gu Nian had set. When they saw the fish caught in the nets, they were all shocked. Wow, so many! Sister-in-law, your fishing net is really powerful. We've just overtaken them. Gu Nian had set 10 nets in total. Gu Nian glanced at Lu Mingyu, who was focused on catching fish in the distance, and made a shushing gesture. Quick, put the fish into the big bucket, then set the nets again. Just as they started to set the nets again, a frantic voice came from behind. Something's wrong. Shun Jinbin has been eaten by the crocodile. There are crocodiles on the island. Run! The team leader was alarmed. Quick, save him. Lu Jiang, Lu Ming, Lu Wu, and some brave others quickly grabbed iron shovels and followed. Seeing Gu Nian holding a machete and rushing forward, Lu Mingyu narrowed her eyes and followed. They soon found Xin Jinbin, who had his left leg tightly bitten by the crocodile, blood staining his pants. The crocodile was trying to drag Xin Jinbin into a hole. Fu Jingchen was anxious and unable to help. Everyone who arrived hurriedly aimed their weapons at the crocodile, but the crocodile swung its tail, making it impossible to attack. Lu Mingyu's eyes flashed with a cruel look. If Xin Jinbin died, it would be Gu Nian's fault. She was the one who led everyone onto the island. They had never been on this island before, and Gu Nian had encouraged everyone to come, even risking lives. Comrade Gu, why are you so eager to catch wild chickens? What do we do now? Stop talking if you have no ideas. Gu Nian angrily scolded Lu Mingyu, secretly clutching a tranquilizer needle from her space. She aimed at the crocodile's bulging eye and suddenly stabbed. The eye burst, and the crocodile, in pain, shook its head and loosened its grip. Gu Nian immediately grabbed Xin Jinbin's collar and pulled him back. The crocodile raged and rolled, but the tranquilizer quickly took effect through its blood, slowing its movements. Eventually, it collapsed and was motionless. Everything happened so suddenly that everyone was stunned. The young people quickly reacted and helped Gu Nian to drag Xin Jinbin away. Seeing the blood hole on Xin Jinbin's left leg, Gu Nian hurriedly tore off his shirt to tighten around his thigh, then quickly disinfected with spiritual spring water, applied hemostatic powder, and wrapped it with cloth. Captain, the crazy person is not in danger of losing his life, but he needs good rest. Hearing this, Lu Mingyu looked disappointed, but the others sighed in relief. At this moment, they looked at Gu Nian with admiration. The captain also nodded approvingly at Gu Nian. Gu Nian, it's thanks to you. We can't stay here any longer. On the way back, feeling it was a pity, they quietly dragged the crocodile back and strictly ordered everyone not to enter the island again. Seeing the people return, when Lena came forward. Is Xin Jinbin still alive? He wasn't bitten to death by the crocodile, right? She saw the blood on Xin Jinbin's leg and thought he might not survive, so she wanted to blame Gu Nian for his death. But unexpectedly, her words sparked anger among everyone. Seeing her smug expression, the captain was furious. Wen Jiqing, what are you saying? A comrade is hurt, and you not only show no sympathy but also rejoice? Where is your sense of loyalty? Besides Lu Mingyu, others also showed disapproval. Since they were in the same small team, Gu Nian risked her life to save others, while when Lena, also in the same team, was hoping for someone to die. The contrast was too obvious. When Lena trembled from the scolding, her face turning red and white, she muttered stubbornly, I was just asking. Just asking? Is that the tone of your question? The captain was still angry. You need to reflect seriously. Go back and write 1,000-word self-criticism and read it aloud in front of all the youths tomorrow. But I still want to fish. You want to fish? Is that fishing? You're just causing trouble everywhere, not helping with fishing, and messing up logistics. Pack up and go back with us. What about my competition with Gu Nian? The captain looked at Lu Mingyu and then said sternly, That's your own business. But I officially inform you now, you are not qualified to come on our boat to fish. Gu Nian is a skilled doctor, but her fishing skills are clearly not as good as Lu Mingyu's. Just now, Gu Nian risked her own safety to save Xin Jinbin and relieved him of the responsibility for poor supervision as the team leader. Naturally, she wouldn't let Lena earn fewer work points. Seeing that the team leader clearly favored Gu Nian, when Lena hurriedly said, Team leader, this isn't fair. Before she could finish, the team leader sharply interrupted, You can report to the youth office, but as long as you're in our Hongqi team, you must follow our rules. Starting tomorrow, you will reflect on yourself deeply in front of the whole team for a whole week. These young workers are quite stubborn. Honestly, they are a group of people who are not accepted in the city, disliked in the village, and unwelcome everywhere. I don't know where they still get their sense of superiority. After sternly reprimanding Lena, the team leader looked serious again and said to Lu Jiang and Fu Jingchen, I need to send Xin Jinbin to the hospital and sell the crocodiles. It might take a day or two to return. You two should watch over your own people. If anything happens, it will be your responsibility. It takes a whole day for a round trip on the boat. Lu Jiang and Fu Jingchen quickly nodded. Along with the crocodiles, the team leader asked them to load the fish they caught into the boat for sale. Seeing Gu Nian also loading their large buckets onto the boat, Wenlina couldn't help but mock. Gu Nian, how many fish did you catch? Is it enough to weigh for the buyers? Because the buckets were covered with lids, everyone couldn't see how many fish were inside, but the fish in their nets that morning were obvious. Also, seeing how easily the 5 of them carried the buckets, everyone naturally thought there weren't many fish inside. Lu Mingyu also thought so. Gu Nian was only slightly better at using silver needles, and otherwise, she was useless. Especially in fishing, seeing Gu Nian struggling to hold a fork, how could she compare to her? What could she compare herself to? But since the team leader was angry, she didn't say anything and simply marked her own bucket. With her mark, Gu Nian wouldn't need to do it herself. Whether there's enough time to weigh the fish isn't your concern. What you should think about is how to passionately read the 1,000-word self-criticism in front of the villagers. Gu Nian released her hand and smiled. Do you want me to add another 1,000 words about how you were that night? Wenlina quickly gave up and lowered her head as she boarded the boat. Gu Nian found it funny. Although she didn't get along with Wenlina, she wouldn't mention that incident. She stopped joking and took out a piece of paper from her pocket. She quickly wrote something on it and handed it to the team leader, asking him to pass it to Fu Jingchen. The team leader joked, "You young folks are so clingy." Lu Mingyu looked at Gu Nian's slightly red face, a hint of mockery in her eyes. She wondered who she was pretending for. If she had the guts, she could pretend forever. She didn't believe Gu Nian would really dislike a cripple and be willing to stay with him for a lifetime. On the way back, the captain of the 5-star team saw the big crocodile on the red flag team's boat. His eyes nearly popped out. Old Lu, you're lucky. Catching such a big guy, you can sell it for a good price. The captain was curious about how much it could sell for, but he kept a straight face. Well, this big guy bit one of our team members. The money doesn't matter. What's more important is that people's lives are more valuable than money. Captain Ma, you agree, right? Captain Ma was caught off guard but could only agree repeatedly. Yes, nothing is more important than a person's life. In his heart, he cursed silently. Old Lu, this old fool, must be very happy inside. They weren't as lucky as him. They couldn't catch big turtles or crocodiles. Catching a bucket of fish and shrimp was good enough. Meanwhile, over at old Fu's house, after several days of moving stones, they were so exhausted they couldn't straighten up. As soon as they got home, they collapsed onto the bed and didn't want to get up. Fu's mother lay on the bed, crying and complaining. It's those darn little troublemakers and ungrateful brats. I can't even deal with that little troublemaker, and I can't deal with the ungrateful brat either. Thinking of Gu Nian and her parents' shamelessness, Fu's mother was furious. She really wanted to go cause trouble at the military district in Shanghai, but she had no money. Frustrated, she could only shake Fu's father and suggest they go together to teach the ungrateful brat a lesson. Fu's father was too tired to get up and refused. No, I won't go. You go by yourself. Fu's mother was angry and cursed him outside, saying he wasn't on her side. If second brother were here, he'd go with her without hesitation. Fu Jingchen was scolded so much that he lost his temper. If it weren't for my mother always criticizing the third son, and the second helping her beat up the third's ribs, our family wouldn't have ended up like this. If my mother can't accept the third son, does that mean if I ever become paralyzed, she will treat me the same way? Angrily, Fu's mother pounded on the door outside, shouting that he was less filial than the second son and calling both the second and third sons ungrateful. Seeing her husband so exhausted, daughter Wu Xiaolan trembled with fear and finally made up her mind. Jingfeng, let's divide the family now. Even though I hurt my ribs, I can now do some chores. I will ask the team leader and deputy team leader to give me some easier work. Lele can cook, and Xiang can help cut pig grass. Our life will definitely be better than it is now. That night, she and Zhao Pinru went to see the team leader and deputy team leader. Their intentions were clear. Are all those cattle, horses, snakes, and spirits in the barn part of the same family? The organization treats the family as a unit, so why can't our team do the same? Complaints? Injustice? Why didn't they do this earlier? As a family, they should have stopped it. If they enjoy the benefits, they must also take responsibility. She understood now. If she didn't want to suffer, she should divide the family like the third son. She had originally planned to wait until she recovered a bit more, but rather than holding on to her share of the work points from the Fu family, it was better to split up and be comfortable. At first, Fu Jingchen disagreed, but hearing his mother's increasingly harsh words outside and seeing his daughter trembling in fear, he finally nodded. Suddenly, he felt a surge of strength. He stood up and with a loud slap, opened the door. Was it easy for me to carry you for 10 months? And now you want to split for me like that? He isn't even my real son. She suddenly stopped, but it was too late.
Fu Jingchen looked surprised.
Mother, what did you say? The third son isn't your biological child. Wu Xiaolan was also very surprised. But after thinking about it, she didn't find it strange at all. No wonder Fu's mother treated Fu Jingchen that way. He wasn't even her real son. Thinking about Fu Jingchen's military officer parents, Fu's mother quickly denied it. You heard wrong. The third son is our biological child. I mean, if we had known he would be so unfilial, we should have strangled him when he was born. How can a biological son treat his parents like that? Fu Jingchen frowned. Really? Fu's mother looked a bit panicked. Why would I lie to you? Rest if you're tired. Seeing her husband really going to sleep, Wu Xiaolan angrily slapped him. Fool, are we splitting the family? Oh, splitting the family, yes, we're splitting the family, Fu's mother glared. Splitting the family? You are my eldest son. As long as I am alive, you can't split the family. Seeing the eldest daughter-in-law encouraging her son to split the family, she stepped forward to hit her, but her eldest son stopped her. Mom, Xiaolan's ribs haven't healed yet. What are you doing? Fu Anxiang stretched out his arm to block her. Don't bully my mom. Fu Anil was so scared he kept backing away, but he also pulled his mother to hide. At this moment, Wu Xiaolan felt it was worth it. She held her head high and said, Mom, we want to split the family. If you don't agree, I will tell everyone in the team about you secretly taking someone else's child. The reason Fu's mother was so scared was definitely because she had stolen Fu Jingchen back then. Fu's mother was very biased against girls. Maybe she had a daughter, but when she saw Fu Jingchen was a boy, she suddenly had such a wicked thought. Kidnapping children is illegal and will get you in trouble. She definitely wanted to split the family. Seeing her mother's panic deepen, Wu Xiaolan felt she had uncovered the truth. We're not greedy.
Just want a third of this family.
Otherwise, we'll tell Fu Jingchen and Gu Nian. Given Gu Nian's temper, if she finds out, she will cause a big fuss. Seeing the determination in Wu Xiaolan's eyes, Fu's mother knew the family had to split. She hated the ungrateful and mean people even more. The main family kept the secret to themselves and, after they turned 60, each month gave 5 yuan. After discussing with her husband, Fu's parents decided to split off the eldest family. They gave them the west room, which was near a big pit in the village. Later, they planned to talk to the village head and deputy head to fill it with soil and expand the yard. Once everything was settled, Wu Xiaolan quickly asked Fu Jingchen to take the few yuan they received and buy 2 cans of fruit preserves to give to the village head and deputy head. Since they have separated, there is no need to work together with those cattle, horses, snakes, and gods anymore. As for the land of the big pit, it must be bought with money. Otherwise, if they agree to it, other families in the village will follow suit. With this in mind, the team leader and deputy team leader still appear very fair and just. They thought about Wu Xiaolan, who broke a rib, and assigned her lighter work. Then, they exchanged a quick look and hurried to sell crocodiles in the city. They were very curious about how much money crocodiles could fetch. Even though one eye was blind, they were still alive. This excitement made the team leader forget about passing the message from Gu Nian to Fu Jingchen. Fu Jingchen was playing with 2 apples in his hand. He had already eaten 3, and in 2 days, Gu Nian would return. Tomorrow, he planned to eat earlier, so he could see Gu Nian soon. He was bored and was writing a battle plan. He knew he might never use it again, but besides this hobby, he had no other interests. Just as he was about to finish one, he heard the voices of Lu Tingting and Lu Tsuetsue outside the door. "Who are you looking for?" "My parents are not home. Only Uncle San is here," when Lena gave each of them a big white rabbit candy, smiling kindly. "I'm just looking for your Uncle San. Let's go play." Although Lu Tingting and Lu Tsuetsue were young, they were not stupid. They wouldn't be easily bought with just a piece of candy. They went inside and asked Fu Jingchen, "Uncle San, do you know this aunt?" When Lena smiled and said, "Are you Brother Fu?" "I came to deliver a message for Gu Nian." When she saw Fu Jingchen, she was first stunned by his appearance, but then, seeing him lying in bed unable to sit up, she couldn't help but sneer with a slight smile. Just to show off. Only Gu Nian cares about it. No, she has already fallen for someone else. Brother Fu, you probably don't know yet, but Gu Nian has already fallen for her childhood sweetheart, Nan Shuming. Nan Shuming wants to give her his work points, and Gu Nian spends her days on the island trying different ways to make him delicious food, carefully changing his medicine, just like she used to be passionate about you. Seeing Fu Jingchen's stern face, when Lena continued, "Brother Fu, I believe you haven't met Nan Shuming yet. He is handsome, with a gentle scholarly demeanor, but also has a free spirit of a hero. Such a person is very outstanding in our red flag team, and he is childhood friends with Gu Nian. Of course, Brother Fu, your looks are unique in our team, but your legs. If you are a woman, you would have to make a choice."
No wonder Gu Nian, right?
After all, on the island, Nan Shuming injured his hand to save Gu Nian. Gu Nian is also a woman and needs a man's care. She was so touched that she couldn't help but act on her feelings. Thinking about how I had to read a self-criticism in front of all the young workers, when Lena felt very angry. She definitely wouldn't let the main culprit go. And everything she said was true. Gu Nian really did conspire with Nan Shuming. I just can't stand it. Brother Fu is a top soldier protecting the country, and Gu Nian is your wife. Yet, she secretly lives with Nan Shuming behind your back. Gu Nian applies medicine to Nan Shuming's hand, makes special dishes like turtle soup and beggar's chicken for him, and Nan Shuming gives Gu Nian work points. He even willingly teams up with her to compete against Lu Mingyu, ignoring his own injuries. To say their feelings for each other are really, when Lena grew more jealous as she spoke. Why would Nan Shuming like Gu Nian, that fallen flower? Just as she was getting carried away, she was suddenly interrupted. "Wen Jiqing, are you done talking?" When Lena was stunned. "Once you're done, get out." Hearing Fu Jingchen curse in a way that didn't match his usual gentle appearance, when Lena's eyes widened. "Brother Fu, why are you still swearing? As a proud man, are you willing to be a cuckold? Gu Nian treats you like that, you should report it to the team, to the commune, to the municipal committee." Before she could finish, Fu Jingchen cursed again and told her to leave. "Get out. Fu Jingchen. You good for nothing. You deserve to be cuckolded by Gu Nian." Seeing Fu Jingchen, who was helpless and angry but didn't fight back, when Lena also got angry. "And men are willing to be cuckolds? Wen Jiqing, if you insult my wife again, I will report you to the team, the commune, and the municipal committee. I, Fu Jingchen, may be disabled, but I am a soldier who has made top contributions to the country. I believe the leaders will surely seek justice for me. When you encounter human traffickers, you completely ignore her safety and only think about escaping yourself. I don't know what happened to you along the way, but whatever it was, it has nothing to do with Nian Nian." He didn't know about when Lena being insulted by the traffickers and Gu Nian didn't tell him. But he believed that people shouldn't have unnecessary hatred for each other. During the escape, when Lena was seeing when Lena's pupils suddenly constrict, he knew he guessed right. Nian Nian is kind. She never told me about this. It's all in the past now. Fu Jingchen changed the subject. Wasn't Wen Jiqing competing with Nian Nian to go fishing at sea? Why did she come back? She probably did something wrong and was sent back by the team leader, right? Wen Jiqing couldn't get any advantage over Nian Nian, so she tried to feel superior over me, who is disabled. But I don't believe a word you say. Nian Nian is my wife, and I trust her. When Lena's face turned pale and red as Fu Jingchen spoke. She wanted to anger Fu Jingchen, but he, with his leg injured and his mind muddled, was willing to be a green turtle, a family-friendly metaphor for being passive. I'm telling the truth. I swear, Gu Nian and Nan Shuming. Get out. Fu Jingchen pulled out a sharp fruit knife from under the quilt. It was a self-defense tool Nian Nian gave him. Though smaller than a kitchen knife, it was sharper. Nian Nian had been so devoted to him. How could he believe what an outsider said? And now that he's like this, what does Nian Nian have to lie to him about? If when Lena's words are true, Nian Nian could just explain everything to him clearly and part ways peacefully. Why sneak around? Seeing Fu Jingchen take out the knife, when Lena was so frightened, she quickly stepped back. You good for nothing. Looking at Fu Jingchen's sharp eyes, when Lena was so scared she couldn't speak. In the yard, Lu Tingting and Lu Tsuetsue, who were playing, saw this. Their eyes twitched, and they quickly slipped away from the house. Soon, Sun Xinghua, Li Yuqin, and Shun Guifang ran back home, giggling. In the morning, they had just finished listening to Lena's self-criticism. Now that she dared to cause trouble again, without hesitation, they went over and scratched her face. Fighting among rural women can be very fierce, especially since Sun Xinghua and Shun Guifang are experienced village women. They knew exactly how to handle Lena's delicate skin. When Lena was completely defenseless, she covered her face and ran away crying. Sun Xinghua and Shun Guifang spat and then went inside to see Fu Jingchen. Jingchen, when Jiqing is just trying to cause trouble again. Don't believe a word, she says. Nian Nian has you in her heart. Of course, Fu Jingchen didn't believe her. He felt a bit embarrassed and said, sorry to trouble auntie and auntie-in-law again. Trouble? We're the ones saying Nian Nian is crazy about you. She just wrote you a letter after only 2 days apart. A letter? What kind of letter? Shin Guifang replied. Did your uncle not send you one? Fu Jingchen shook his head. Shan Guifang slapped her hand and said, that old man must have been so happy to see the crocodile that he forgot to send it. He went to the city to sell crocodiles. Oh, what a mess this has caused. Fu Jingchen felt helpless too. Did Nian Nian really write him a letter? What did she say? On the island, Gu Nian was a bit eager to see if her main character would reply to her letter. The main character was so dull, could he really say romantic things? Little sister-in-law, you've definitely won this time. We've filled 2 big buckets, but I see they're just starting to fill the second one over there. Gu Nian cast her net. They fished secretly at night, so Lu Mingyu had no idea they caught so many fish and shrimp. Gu Nian asked, do you think they might hide their catch too? Lu Wu waved his hand. That's impossible. They'd be proud to show off. From afar, Gu Nian watched Lu Mingyu's agile figure and thought it unlikely. She was confident that the old-fashioned tools of this era couldn't compare to the advanced tools from her previous life. She was tired of primitive fishing and decided to go to the island. Big brother Lu, I want to check the traps we set. Don't worry, I won't go inside. I'll look and come back right away. Lu Jiang knew about Gu Nian's skills and was curious too. I'll go with you. The others were naturally curious as well. Lu Jiang said, Lu will come too. Nian Jiqing, your hand is injured. You and Lu Ming are here to watch our fish and shrimp. Along the way, Gu Nian caught 2 wild chickens and luck was on her side. She found a nest of eggs and even bumped into a silly roe deer. They quickly reached the place where they set the traps. Lu Jiang and Lu Wu didn't expect much from the hole, but seeing the grass pressed down clearly made them hopeful. Gu Nian was also curious about what they might catch. When they lifted the grass and saw the prey inside the hole, everyone was very shocked. Oh my goodness, I actually caught a big wild boar. Looking at the strong, black wild boar lying at the bottom of the pit, Lu Wu's tongue was a bit tied. This was the first time he had seen such a large wild boar. Lu Jiang had seen similar ones before, but today, their team managed to catch one too. It seems there's something under the wild boar. It looks like a goat. Gu Nian had already seen it. She suddenly raised her hand. It seems there's still something alive. She heard faint breathing coming from the bottom of the hole. Using all her strength, she pulled up the wild boar and the goat, and in the corner of the hole, she found a small deer curled up. Because it was a young deer, it was small and hadn't been pierced by the sharp thorns, but it seemed to be pressed on its left leg. The deer's left leg was bent in an unnatural way. Gu Gu Nian asked Lu Jiang and Lu Wu to hold it tightly. She gently pressed on the broken bone of the young deer, pinpointed the right spot, and with a quick push and pull, with a crack sound, the deer's left leg straightened naturally. Seeing the young deer looking weak and tired, Gu Nian pretended to scoop some water from the hollow and feed it, but she actually used spiritual spring water. The young deer let out a whimper, drooped its head, and drank. In an instant, it lifted its head sharply, looked at Gu Nian, and quickly licked the water from her hand. Gu Nian sighed inwardly. Everything has spirits. Even young deer recognize spiritual spring water. Seeing that the young deer hadn't drunk enough, she scooped more water and gave it to drink. The happy young deer jumped and let out a high-pitched cry. Go now. Gu Nian turned back and explained, the young deer is still small. I'll let it go. Lu Jiang and Lu Wu both sweat and said, it was the younger sister-in-law, who caught it, so it's fine to let it go. After this incident, they admired Gu Nian even more. She is truly beautiful and kind-hearted. Just as the three of them were about to go see the place where they planned to catch turtles, suddenly, a strange noise came from the woods behind them. The ground trembled slightly, bushes were crushed, and 3 strong wild boars with red eyes charged out, their tusks gleaming white, rushing straight at them. Wow! Lu Wu exclaimed. Run! Lu Jiang shouted urgently. The two looked terrified. Gu Nian was also frightened, but because she had more space than ordinary people, she felt more secure. She looked at the trap on the ground, didn't retreat but moved forward, holding a silver needle to provoke the lead wild boar. Where could a wild boar withstand her challenge? It let out a loud squeal and charged straight at Gu Nian. Be careful. Lu Jiang and Lu Wu both froze in surprise. Just as they were about to panic, Gu Nian suddenly shifted her stance and quickly sidestepped. But the 3 wild boars couldn't stop in time. With a loud splash, one after another, they tumbled into the cave. 2 were stabbed and died instantly, while the third, cushioned by the others, was unharmed but unable to escape, desperately crashing and squealing. Gu Nian quickly moved forward to finish off the last boar. Only then did Lu Jiang and Lu Wu realize what was happening and help to deal with the remaining wild boar together. Seeing that the wild boars were no longer moving, they both let out a long sigh of relief. Young sister-in-law, sister, you are truly amazing. They were so impressed they didn't know what to say. Gu Nian looked thoughtful. I feel like there was something scary chasing the boars just now. Her words were unintentional, but they carried meaning. I heard my grandfather say that places in the mountains with treasures are usually guarded by fierce animals. Could it be that these 3 wild boars accidentally entered a predator's territory? Gu Nian's eyes lit up. Should we go see? Lu Jiang disagreed. It's too dangerous. But the treasure was tempting, and in the end, Lu Wu was left to guard the boars while Lu Jiang and Gu Nian went to explore. The forest was silent, except for the sound of the wind. It was hard not to feel scared. Lu Jiang tightly held his knife and whispered, Young sister-in-law, if we don't find anything, we leave immediately. Okay. They carefully moved forward, following the crushed bushes. Suddenly, from a hidden crack in the rocks, a fresh, medicinal scent wafted toward them. Of course, only Gu Nian could smell it. Someone's ginseng. Lu Jiang's heart skipped a beat. What? While he asked, Gu Nian had already spotted 2 plants with 5 green leaves and red berries, their roots intertwined like a mother and child. It was mother and child ginseng. She was delighted. Quickly, she brushed the soil away and carefully wrapped the plants. Just then, a terrifying roar echoed through the forest. Lu Jiang didn't hesitate. He grabbed Gu Nian and ran. Let's go. Gu Nian didn't stop. She stored the ginseng in her space and ran swiftly, with Lu Jiang out of the woods. Outside, Lu Wu saw them emerge and let out a long breath. Are you all right? It's okay. I'm afraid the bloodiness might attract other fierce beasts. Let's hurry and leave. Before leaving, Gu Nian went to check the big turtle trap again. She didn't catch the big turtle, but there were noticeably fewer fish and shrimp at the trap. This big turtle has become clever. Gu Nian added some fish and shrimp, but this time she mixed in some sleeping powder. Could the big turtle become smarter than her? 3 wild boars and a mountain goat. They are impossible to catch all at once. Gu Nian and Lu Jiang waited in the safe zone, while Lu Wu went to call others. Gu Nian stopped him and showed them the mother and child ginseng she had found. Seeing the doll-like mother and child, Lu Jiang and Lu Wu were so excited they couldn't speak. Is this ginseng? Wow. There really is a treasure. And a big one. Lu Wu, being straightforward, swallowed hard. How much is this worth? Lu Jiang, calm and steady, glared at Lu Wu, implying that Gu Nian was the one who found it. Although everyone agreed that all shared resources were public, small items like this were usually secretly kept by individuals. Especially such valuable ginseng. No one would be foolish enough to share this. Gu Nian didn't reply but asked, Big brother Lu Wu, how are Big brother Lu Ming's family? The two didn't understand why she asked but answered honestly. They're honest folks. Gu Nian understood. Big brother Lu Wu, I think this. Although Lu Ming and Nan Shuming didn't join us in hunting this time, we're a small team. It's not that they didn't want to come, just that they had different roles. So, I think we should split this mother and child ginseng among the 5 families. They both agreed. Their eyes shone brightly when they looked at Gu Nian. Sister-in-law, brother Jingchen is really lucky to marry you. Gu Nian smiled and said, We are mutually lucky. Her motives weren't pure. The male lead will rise to the highest position in the future, and she always planned to latch onto him. Although she was capable, this era was chaotic, with strict crackdowns ahead. Without protection, relying only on her skills wouldn't be enough. Lu Wu happily called Lu Ming and Nan Shuming over. When they saw the many wild boars they caught, they were both shocked. But when they heard Gu Nian wanted to split the mother and child ginseng with them, they were even more stunned, speechless with amazement. Lu Ming is a quiet man who simply expressed his gratitude, saying, Sister-in-law, just tell me if you need anything in the future. Nan Shuming didn't want to bother Gu Nian's mother and son, but he knew this wasn't the time for fussing. The two of them went to call others for help. The wild boar was too big to carry alone, so they couldn't lift it by themselves and had to ask others to help. When Fu Jingchen and the others saw such a large wild boar, they were all shocked. Wow, what a big wild boar. How did you do it? Everyone got excited and stepped forward to help carry the boar. Wow, it was really heavy. Each family would get a big share of this. When the team leader arrived and saw them carrying the big boar, he was both happy and angry. He stepped forward and kicked Fu Jingchen. You troublemaker. You went hunting on the island again. Fu Jingchen looked wronged. It wasn't me, it was second Uncle Lu's son Lu Jiang. The team leader then kicked Lu Jiang. I told you before I left not to go onto the island. What if something happens? Lu Jiang's mind was filled with the joy of catching the Gu Nian trap, and he wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and said, Dad, we're not hurt. Gu Nian set the trap a few days ago. We just went to take a look. And, Dad, look, aren't you happy to see so many wild boars? The team leader naturally felt happy. Their team had made money from selling crocodiles, so he was already pleased. Now seeing so many wild boars, he was overjoyed. But he also knew he had to discipline them. Wild boars were important, but if someone got hurt, it wouldn't be worth it. Be happy, but don't do it again. Gu Nian, you caught a crocodile and so many wild boars. You've made a big contribution to the team. After we return, there will be a reward ceremony for you. Gu Nian modestly said, It's not just my work. Brother Lu Jiang, brother Lu Ming, Lu Wu, and Nan Shuming all helped. It's a team effort. The team leader looked at Gu Nian with a kinder expression. Gu Nian was not only good at hunting but also skilled at fishing. Yesterday, they sold the crocodiles to the zoo. The director was happy and prioritized buying their fish and shrimp. They thought they would have more fish and shrimp than Lu Mingyu's team, but when weighed, Gu Nian's fish and shrimp actually weighed more. It was known that Lu Mingyu's team had 3 times as many people as Gu Nian's. They thought they had made a mistake, checked carefully, and confirmed it was true. But Gu Nian was not showy. He probably wouldn't say much right now. Let's wait until the team announces again. He felt very happy, and everyone else was also happy. In their view, catching the animals themselves or others catching them made little difference. They all belonged to the group anyway. But one person was unhappy. Seeing everyone crowding around Gu Nian, Lu Mingyu, who was used to being the center of attention, felt jealous and said, "Congratulations to Comrade Gu for catching so many wild boars. But we're here to compete in fishing. Won't you include the weight of the boars in your count?" Gu Nian had been distracted from hunting and fishing. The fish she caught were far fewer than the animals she caught. Every morning, Lu Mingyu would check Gu Nian's fishing nets. There was a big difference between them. Gu Nian calmly said, "We will follow the agreement as it is written. But I believe if we can bring other benefits to the team, we shouldn't just stick to the rules. After all, personal pride isn't more important than the real interests of the group." Her words immediately earned applause from everyone. "Comrade Gu is truly noble. Good job, Comrade Gu. It's just a few work points. Later, we can do your work and share it with Comrade Lu." Gu Nian was surprised. "Thank you all, so in your eyes, I must lose?" She refused to argue with fools. She glanced at Lu Mingyu, who looked angry, then turned to the team leader and asked, "Team leader, where's the reply from Fu Jingchen?" The team leader was surprised. "Oh," he clapped his hands quickly. I was so busy selling crocodiles that I forgot." He instinctively reached into his pocket, but then remembered he had changed pants. His wife might have already washed his clothes. He looked at the big buckets on both sides. "Gu Nian, don't worry. Write another letter. I'll go back now and deliver it to you." Seeing how kind the team leader was to Gu Nian, Lu Mingyu felt even more jealous. "Team leader, it's just a letter. Why do you need to go back again? We're leaving tomorrow anyway." The team leader said, "It's not just about delivering the letter for Gu Nian. I see your buckets are full of fish and shrimp, and there are so many wild boars. I'll go back and give them to the deputy team leader to sell." Everyone said together, "Team leader, you're selling the boars too." The team leader understood what everyone was thinking. "The wild boar is a benefit that Gu Nian brought for you. We won't sell it. Everyone can share it. Tomorrow, the fish you catch and the fish in the traps will be divided equally. No more selling, just share among the team." Everyone immediately cheered loudly. They're just food lovers. Only real benefits make them happy. Lu Mingyu couldn't help but ask, "Captain, how much worse are Gu Nian's fish and shrimp compared to ours from yesterday?" The captain didn't answer but said, "Hurry up and load the fish and shrimp you've caught these past 2 days onto the boat." Lu Mingyu looked at Gu Nian and the others lifting the catch easily, feeling relieved. She marked her bucket again and repeatedly told the captain not to forget her mark. The captain thought to himself, "You should be hoping I forget." The captain asked Gu Nian to write another letter, and she did. Then, when the captain arrived, he was like a breeze, and when he left, he acted wildly. He saluted humorously. "This time, I promise to complete the task." Meanwhile, Shen Guifang finished her busy day. She picked up her husband's dirty clothes to wash and, out of habit, patted her pocket. Her husband is the captain. He usually keeps track of things. This time, she really found something. She opened it and immediately blushed. This guy is getting more disrespectful with age. Female. This time, I am very confident about the catch. Do you know what I am confident about? Male. No, female. It's your kiss. Though she scolded, her heart suddenly fluttered like when she was young. Just then, she saw her husband return. Her heart fluttered. "Why are you back again? Do you miss me?" The captain frowned. "Old couple, I miss you? I'm just here to deliver a message to Jingchen and to check on Huahua. Is she okay?" Shen Guifang thought her husband was shy. "It's okay. Hurry back soon. I'll wait for you." Seeing her normally shy wife act like a young girl, the captain shivered from the goosebumps on his skin, then turned to leave, but suddenly came back. "What are you holding?" "It looks like a letter from Jingchen's wife to Jingchen." "Nian Nian's letter to Jingchen? Good thing I didn't wash it." The captain took it and compared it. It was indeed Gu Nian's paper. He added, "You didn't read their love letters, did you?" I was just looking at the love letters between the young couple. Nothing else." Realizing her mistake, Shen Guifang's face turned even redder. "Hurry up and leave. Why are you still scolding me?" The team leader muttered, then quickly delivered the letter to Fu Jingchen. Seeing Fu Jingchen smiling softly while reading the letter, the team leader reminded him, "Jingchen, don't just smile. Your wife wants you to reply." I'll come to pick up your reply tomorrow morning. Thanks, team leader, for making another trip tomorrow morning. After the team leader left, Fu Jingchen kept thinking about how to reply to Gu Nian. Gu Nian could passionately express her love for him, but he was afraid to do the same. He believed that until his leg healed and he could protect her, any words of love from him would be irresponsible. But he also didn't want Gu Nian to be disappointed. So, he decided to reply to her first letter. Female sign, I am very confident about this catch. Do you know what I am most confident about? Male sign, no, I don't. Female sign, that I will kiss you. Mulan has no older brother. He replied to her second letter. Female sign, guess where my heart is? Male sign, on the left. Female sign, wrong, it's with you. From the blue paper. After finishing, he carefully tucked the 2 notes Gu Nian wrote into his notebook, treating them like priceless treasures. He longed for the day he could respond to her with the same passion. The next noon, the team leader arrived on the boat at the small island and immediately handed Gu Nian the letter from his pocket. Gu Nian immediately dropped her bowl and ran to read the letter. Everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. The team leader chuckled too, then saw some chicken pieces still in the pot and helped himself to a bowl. He hadn't eaten all day. After we finish eating, we'll gather the fishing cages and head home. Lu Mingyu couldn't stand seeing Gu Nian so happy, and Fu Jingchen, who usually looked so cold, was actually replying to Gu Nian with such affectionate letters. Sure enough, she soon saw Gu Nian frowning as she returned. She thought to herself, Fu Jingchen could never truly like Gu Nian. He was just too exhausted and had no choice but to cling to Gu Nian. There's a big difference between genuine love and pretend love. A man who truly likes you doesn't need you to do anything. Just one look from him, and he will passionately give you everything. A man who only pretends to like you won't let you take the initiative. Even if you give him everything, he always looks cold and distant. Lu Wu saw Gu Nian seemed uninterested and couldn't help asking, Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Is Brother Chen busy with something? Gu Nian frowned and asked, what does Mulan has no older brother mean? Lu Wu and the others replied in unison, it's a riddle. The answer is good. Brother Chen is actually giving sister-in-law a riddle to cheer her up? Is this the Brother Chen I know? Actually, Lu Wu wanted to say, does dating really make a person act so strangely? Brother Chen is giving Gu Nian a riddle? Just like when his older brother first met his wife, he always saw his brother smiling alone, not knowing what he was laughing at. Good, Gu Nian asked again. And what about the one from the blue paper? Lu Wu and the others didn't know. Captain Rua, deep in thought, said, the blue paper used for stamping. Is it exactly the same? Exactly the same? Gu Nian suddenly understood. Wow, no wonder he's the main character. Such clever tricks. She said she was one step away from kissing him, and he just said, good. Is he asking her to go back and kiss him? She said her heart was with him, and he responded with, exactly the same. Although it also means his heart is with her, it still feels strange. If she told him, I like you too, could she die from embarrassment? One day, she will break through the steel wall of his heart. Tonight, she will start by kissing him. If he refuses, she'll consider herself defeated. What do you mean, exactly the same? What are you talking about? Gu Nian snapped back to reality, her face suddenly flushing. It's hard to explain to a single man like you. Just eat. Lu Wu didn't argue and started happily munching on the chicken pieces in his bowl. This fishing trip was the best he had ever had. No, the best he had ever experienced in his life. Everyone else felt the same. But eating was a small matter. The important thing was that Gu Nian also separated her mother and son from them. They were all curious about how much they could sell for. Everyone's face was full of smiles. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyu's team didn't look happy at all. Although Gu Nian also shared a chicken with them, 5 people eating 2 chickens is very different from 15 people sharing one. They promised that next time they would team up with Gu Nian. Watching their own team envy Gu Nian's team, Lu Mingyu narrowed her eyes and said, let's start setting the traps. What's the use of just eating? She wants to prove her strength and make Gu Nian lose face. When it really comes to her own interests, she doubts these people will be willing to share their work points with Gu Nian. Nice words are easy to say, The team leader is also looking forward to it. After all, yesterday he weighed the big bucket they brought back. He noticed that Gu Nian's bucket was too heavy to lift. Seeing Gu Nian acting again, she looked serious and said, "It's time to go back. Let's start." Lu Mingyu felt even more confident. The new wife will meet her in-laws sooner or later. Small snacks and drinks don't matter. This is about the whole team's benefit. But the men thought both were important. They didn't want to interfere in the women's fights, but secretly hoped Gu Nian wouldn't lose too badly. They all took off their shirts and pants and dove into the water like eels. Each small team lifted their own traps. Since Lu Mingyu's team had more people, their traps were pulled up quickly. Seeing the fish and shrimp struggling inside the traps, everyone was surprised.
Wow.
Mingyu's bait really works better than before. In just 4 days, she caught so many fish. Yes, this is a new achievement. We're confident now. It's all thanks to the fishing expert. The title Fishing God is well earned. Mingyu is impressive. Everyone talked excitedly, as if Gu Nian's team was already defeated. Lu Mingyu looked at the traps filled with more fish and shrimp than usual, and a smile appeared on her sun-darkened face. She challenged Gu Nian with her eyes. After so many days at sea, Gu Nian has been wearing a straw hat to avoid sunburn. I've never seen her go fishing once. Looking at Gu Nian's fair face, a hint of jealousy flashed to her eyes. Women love beauty, and everyone has that. Gu Nian cares so much about her looks. Next time, don't compete with me. It's just not fun. Gu Nian didn't reply. She quietly waited for her own trap to be pulled up. Her silence made everyone think she was feeling guilty. Nan Shuming couldn't go into the water because of his injured hand. Standing on the shore, he felt uncertain. He walked over to Gu Nian and whispered, "Gu Nian, I'm sorry. I wanted to help you, but I ended up holding you back. Don't worry, I will make up for the work points you lost to comrade Lu Mingyu." Lu Mingyu couldn't help but smile proudly at this. But her smile was full of pride, especially when she saw Gu Nian's trap being pulled up, and she was shocked. Looking at the lively, sturdy yellow eels, curved-back shrimp, and wide-handed carp inside Gu Nian's trap, Lu Mingyu couldn't smile anymore. The fish and shrimp in Gu Nian's trap were more than twice as many as hers. How is that possible? Did you put the bait in the wrong spot? Impossible. We didn't put it in the wrong place. The men found it strange, but then cheered together.
Wow.
We caught so many fish and shrimp this time. Every family will get a little more. That's great. Exactly. Comrade Gu's bait is so effective. If we had known, we would have used all her bait. We could have caught even more. That's right. Captain, let's put all the fish and shrimp into big buckets and use Gu Nian's bait. The captain nodded. Lu Mingyu opened her mouth in disbelief. No way. Maybe Gu Nian is just lucky. How can you tell in 5 days? My bait is well known across the team and can stand the test of time. Her bait wasn't given for free. She sold it to the team. That was her main source of income. If she lost her job selling bait, her parents wouldn't tolerate her anymore and might marry her off to anyone. And this is just a trap. Gu Nian and I have been working at sea for 5 days, and everyone saw that. You can't just change my bait because of the number of fish and shrimp in the trap after such a short time. Go check the buckets now and see who caught more. She had only looked at Gu Nian's fishing net that morning, and it had half as many fish as hers. As for the trap, Gu Nian was just lucky. Gu Nian didn't even know how to fish properly. She didn't understand fish at all. How could her bait be better than hers? Then let's go see, Gu Nian simply said. Seeing the fish in Gu Nian's bucket, Lu Mingyu's anxious heart finally calmed down again. I told you so. The fish in Gu Nian's trap are just lucky. The fish they catch every day are far fewer than ours. Look. Everyone looked, and indeed, there were fewer fish than in Lu Mingyu's side. But someone spoke fairly. Lu Mingyu's team has more people, so it's normal that Gu Nian has fewer fish. They caught so many wild boars. That's fair. Yes, we're all in the same team, working for the team. There's no need to be so strict. Lu Mingyu worked hard to prove herself again, and she certainly wouldn't let things go easily. This isn't about fairness. I and Gu Nian made an agreement beforehand. We can't treat it lightly, right? What do you think? Gu Nian. She raised an eyebrow and looked at Gu Nian. Gu Nian nodded. That's true, but you've only looked at the fish in my bucket. You haven't seen the fish in my net yet. What are you talking about? The fish in your net were already pulled up long ago. We all set our nets at night and fish in the morning. Gu Nian, sorry, I have different habits from you. Lu Mingyu said, then you fish and we haven't fished yet. Gu Nian was probably just pretending. In a short time, there wouldn't be many fish in the net, and it wouldn't change the outcome. But when she saw Gu Nian's fishing net being pulled out and the fish hanging on each bait, Lu Mingyu's face twisted again. How is that possible? How can your net catch so many fish? Suddenly, she exclaimed. Gu Nian, you're cheating. Your net has fish hooks on every line. That's like using countless fishing rods at once. Gu Nian didn't reply but smiled and asked the team leader, May I ask, is this considered cheating? The team leader shook his head. Of course not. Fishing depends on everyone's skills. Gu Nian raised an eyebrow at Lu Mingyu. Comrade Lu shouldn't say I cheated. Instead, she pointed to her head. She should think about why she's not using her brain and is less skilled. You, Lu Mingyu choked. Yes. Why hadn't she thought of that? Fu Jingchen wanted to help Lu Mingyu say a few words, but faced with the harsh reality, he didn't know what to say. Suddenly, he had an idea. This just shows that you caught more today, but it doesn't mean you caught more than us in the past 4 days. Lu Mingyu's hope suddenly grew. She looked at the team leader and asked, Uncle, do you think we caught much more than Gu Nian in the first 4 days? It's time to reveal the truth. The team leader glanced at Gu Nian and then said loudly, No. Gu Nian caught much more than you did. How is that possible? Lu Mingyu couldn't believe it. Uncle, did you see the marks I made clearly? I've checked again and again. No way. It must be a trick by Gu Nian. Uncle, is brother Lu Jiang over there with Gu Nian? Maybe you're showing favoritism. Before she finished, the team leader cut her off sharply. Lu Mingyu, you can eat your food carelessly, but you can't speak carelessly. As the team leader, I must be fair. The boat isn't just operated by me, and the supplies aren't sold by me alone. Every time, the deputy team leader, the accountant, and several other team leaders are with us. After we return to the village, you can ask everyone and check the records yourself. It's all clear. That can't be. Gu Nian and the others always carry their buckets easily. Before she finished, she saw Gu Nian and others calmly carrying their buckets onto the boat again. But if you looked closely, you could see their hands trembling secretly. What a good act. How mean. Seeing Gu Nian's calm and confident face, Fu Jingchen was furious, but could only comfort Lu Mingyu, saying, Mingyu, a moment's success or failure doesn't mean much. You're so capable. Next time, just come up with a better bait. But his words sounded more like he was sure that the team would buy Gu Nian's bait in the future. She wavered and said, Uncle, Gu Nian's bait might really work well, but good things usually cost a lot. You need to consider the overall situation. The extra 10 yuan a month was her confidence in their family. But Gu Nian didn't care about that small amount. She raised an eyebrow and said, Who says good bait has to be expensive? My bait costs the same as Comrade Lu's. Seeing Lu Mingyu's face completely collapse, she said calmly again, Comrade Lu, I don't want to compete with you. It's you and Wenlina who insisted on making me compete. Who knows, there might be something beyond the sky or someone beyond the people. Also, there are only a few of us here, and only a few on your side. Even if you really win, don't you think that victory isn't very honorable? When she said this, everyone felt ashamed. Yes, from the beginning it was an unfair situation. Lu Mingyu's team is 3 times larger than Gu Nian's team. Moreover, besides fish and shrimp, Gu Nian's team also caught several wild boars and goats. They were naturally eating the turtles and wild chickens they caught. What more can Lu Mingyu say? Losing completely is truly losing. Lu Mingyu hung her head and couldn't say another word. But this wasn't the end. Gu Nian waved her hand and said, I don't want to compete for victory or defeat, but I am not someone who backs down. You all go down to the trap and I will check the trap I set. Lu Mingyu raised her head. Could there be anything else? I'll go too. She didn't believe that luck would always favor Gu Nian.